Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod. Destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Baby, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam. Cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biometrically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure, but that's a cell phone, bro. Blood clot gum and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait one beat, you're about to get owned. And M's cuts you down with the biology he knows. You think your prophet's to the moon, are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad, police be upon him. Justice for Aisha. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. This was getting cooked in English and Arabic. Biometrically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat.
Warning. Containment failed. Live stream initiated. Unknown BOW detected. Designation.
Pre-sub. Pre-sub rebels into the stream to pray. Vomiting summons with tag underneath. Mutated logic cruising behind. Running in team. Without God, you can't know truth. Same effect is script with no real proof. Umbrella grade rhetoric, virus born lies. Expected to create more, we just get more. But nobody on fire, just calm and cool. No panic in his voice, no need to fold. Crosshair fuck his intellectual aim. Ready to push another zombie claim. You start with God, then conclude God's true. A closed loop system with no way through. Ouroboros reasoning, wearing holy skin. A self-replicating virus, spread it within. Wizard argument like a goodie or not. Another pre-sub is losing the plot. Nobody on fire, just a room with precision. Biologic burns hotter than any messiah. Nobody on fire shows patience and poise. Gun through noise with a surgical voice. No rage-bait tactics, no desperate anointing. Just clean precision while the facts keep pointing. Pre-sub mutates when the pressure climbs. Redefining words in real time. Transcendental necessity screamed in rage. Like a tyrant trapped inside a semantic cage. Pre-sub fires off transcendental rounds. Big words echoing hollow sounds. Epistemologize, fetishize, dogmatize. But nobody on fire sees through the disguise. Evidence loaded into every reply while holy assertions decay and done. No miracles found in the source code haze. Just another cold caught in the blaze. Every single because you can assume your God is true and use that claim to prove your view. That's not logic, that's a virus loop. Mind control virus in a hazmat suit.
BOW detected. Precept staggering. Audio peaking. Worldview collapsing. Live while streaming. Status. Eradication required.
Static flick flickers like fluorescent lights. Another theology war in digital nights. Nobody on fire walks through the flame, understands precepts, and he's hacked their game. No fear of hell, no need for gods, just reason and logic marching through the odds. And when the final argument expires, the only thing left is fire. To the door, nobody on fire leaves the priest scorched. Priest reduced to a failed experiment, buried beneath his own circular testament. Containment chamber glowing red, stacks of dead arguments fed to the shred. And documents melted into ash, every circular claim erased in the fire.
Containment restored. Debate archived. Precept status neutralized. Nobody on fire status.
Uninfected. You talk in circles, but it's worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Round and round while you twist and turn like a figure eight that never learns. You think you've mapped infinity's face, just because you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology, now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades of research can't survive your insight. You say the experts got it wrong somehow, that you've got all the answers figured out. But if your theories really change the game, where's the Nobel Prize beside your name? You shout from mountains made of sand and call it understanding. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere. No prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, cause you need to feel you're built a special way. A soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, than scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as is loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think it's solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see, you're going nowhere.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. basic, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow. And the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Okay, hello.
How's everybody doing?
Good evening.
Okay. Want to say hello to our people, our friends?
Sure thing. Looks like
Go
we
for
got
it.
Slug Racer coming in first tonight. Hey, Slug Racer. Hey, Opal. Hey, Chrissy. Hey, Jackie. Hey, Remembrant.
Oh, you skipped Jamnik.
Did I? Where?
Hey, Jamnik.
I haven't hit Jamnik yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm
He's
starting from
third.
the top down. He's third?
Yeah, he's third.
Weird. I don't see him in the chat. At least not yet.
Really?
Let me scroll down further. Yeah.
Maybe he's in like the vertical, and you're not looking at the.
Well, it should show both vertical and horizontal.
Yeah, you're looking at the StreamYard chat. It should.
Yeah, here I'll send a screenshot and
That's what I'm looking at. Oh, it's yeah, he was in vertical. Weird.
yeah. Well, I forgot where I was. Hey Kelly. Hey
He
Evan
sent it
D.
at 9 p.m.
Hey Beam Me Up Bob. Evan Porter. Got the Battle of the Evans going on tonight.
It continues.
Yeah, that's everyone I've seen in chat. Oh, you said Jam sent it at 9 p.m.? The earliest I see is 9:55, so it might be have been sent too early.
Could be.
Because I just joined the lobby not too long ago.
Yes, Gretchen. Yes, Evan. Gretchen's doing the emojis. I do that for Jamnik. Well, so obviously his fault for being in vertical anyway. So, I mean,
Being in vertical and an hour and a half early to the show.
well, it wasn't an hour because I started it at 9:15 my time. So,
Oh, your time. So I should look for
yeah,
10 p.m. my time.
Yeah, 9 p.m.
Yeah. Okay.
my
Yeah.
time.
I still
Mhm.
don't see it. That's so weird. Here, I'll send that screenshot.
Yeah, I think it has to do
See.
with.
But
I don't know.
I've been able
There've
to
been
see
some times
vertical in the
where
past.
I've sent Justin a super chat or Blitz or something, a super chat before the actual live started, and they've made comments like, "Well, I can't even highlight that. I can't even see it. I saw it on the screen, but I can't highlight it to read it." So
Weird.
I don't know. I think it's a YouTube thing. It has to do with stuff that happens before it actually goes live.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So
So how's everyone doing tonight?
Yeah, how
Okay.
is everyone doing?
Oh, dang it.
Do we all want to like get our comments about OE out of the way and then drop it and not speak of it anymore? Because I've gotten a lot of DMs about that. Like a lot.
Whoops. Hit the wrong button.
I mean, yeah, who in chat needs to say their piece?
What did I just miss?
You got big, beautiful Bill Rembrandt? What does that mean? Does that mean you got taxed? Or
Hey, Hizzle.
hi, Hazel. Hi, Kelly.
And Charles Oliver.
And Charles. Yeah, nothing happened to OE. I mean, he volunteered for the beating he took last night. Or this morning, which, you know, depending on how you look at it, I guess. But he asked for that. And then when it was explained to him, he refused to back off of it. So anyway, those of you who had mod comments about him, that has been taken care of, and we shall speak no more of it.
So saith General Gretchen.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to die on the All Lives Matter heel, go ahead, but you're not getting resurrected. I mean,
Yeah, that's a
that's a
blatant.
stupid fucking
Yeah.
hill to die on.
Yeah. Totally agreed.
It's stupid.
And in other news, Gretchen, did you catch Blitz this morning?
No, I didn't.
He tried to do the flat Earth topic, and like it lasted about 15 minutes before he gave up because flat Earth is truly dead.
Well, it's also flat Earth is on Mondays, and the flurfs are so fucking stupid that they can't think that fast. And remember when he first came back from vacation, he tried to do the flurf topic on a Wednesday, and it didn't work for him then either. But outside of Mondays, they just can't figure it out. And he used to do flat Earth Fridays, and then when he switched to doing it on Mondays, it took them a minute to get their shit together and figure out that Mondays was the new flurf day.
That's funny.
It took like a month for him to start getting flurf guests again. Remember that, Nick, too?
Yeah, it took a minute.
So, I mean, yeah, I don't recommend doing flurf days on anything other than Monday for Blitz. Just, I don't think they can think that fast. So, fucking brain dead morons. So, no comments from me, but was OE like a pillar of the community or something? You know what? I think the OE thing, I mean, he's not a pillar of the community or anything, but I mean,
Close friend of the channel.
he was part of the community, and
Yeah.
I mean, I could legitimately, at least in my mind's eye, I could see my respect for him just dwindling in real time. And I don't know, I guess it kind of made me question my own character judgment, like, how did I miss shit that big?
Just you can second guess yourself into oblivion, but a lot of times it's just people, especially with bigger, more obvious ones. I think people know, this is not the kind of thing you say in public or to certain people.
Yeah, but it's the same kind of shit that it's the same problem with tacos, only we're watching one of our friends actually become tacos in real time. It was
Yeah, it's like you
weird.
got red pilled or something. Depends on what his
Yeah,
influences are.
I just it was just really fucking weird. And then
But the doubling and tripling down is like not listening
yeah,
to reason. Like if I
and
got approached by people in this community and you guys all said something to me, and even if I was absent and I was right at first, I would definitely be reconsidering in my private. I'd be reflecting upon it, and I would probably come back and at least address everybody at some point.
that's the part that fucking bothered me the most, the fact that he doubled and tripled down on it, and then when that didn't work,
Yeah,
he not only, kept at it, but then he blamed us for being the problem. Like it's our fault because we're so weak. We let the racist make all lives matter.
it's almost like he
We
wasn't
let
paying
them.
attention to the narrative or
Yeah,
the history as it unfolded.
it's
It's like
like,
you,
yeah, and then he even tried the "I have a black friend" story. Like
oh my
that's gonna excuse anything.
right,
And then he got on his fucking high horse and claimed the moral high ground based on the fact that he'd been to prison and we haven't.
yeah. It
So,
doesn't
I
matter to
mean, like
him.
at that point, what do you fucking do with that?
Yeah, he's just trying to say he's right. He's just trying to assert he's right over you. And those are lame reasons to assert
He
you're right.
went straight he went straight to being defensive and never did fucking leave
It
that
doesn't matter to him
position
though
at
because
all.
he's not a part of that community. He'd feel completely different about it if it affected him.
Yeah, and he even tried, well, I told you at the beginning I was ignorant about these things. Like that washes away
Yeah,
all the information we just gave you. You know, it's disappointing.
yes,
And like I said in Discord, when you have Kelly Laughlin losing his fucking mind, because he's like the chillest, nice guy, right?
right.
And when you have him fucking crashing out and jumping your shit, you've made an error somewhere. So, I
You
don't
watch
know.
that video, RP of Professor Dave's yet? That one right there. Yeah, right there. It just came out earlier this morning. I only watched like the first 45 minutes of, or I don't know if you maybe half hour.
Did you want to start with that or?
Oh, I don't care. I've already seen the first part of it. I mean, we can. It's up to you guys.
Hey,
I was
chat.
just asking
How
if
do
you
you
had
feel
seen it
with?
yet.
I don't know
It's
that we
No.
good.
want to start with an hour and a half long video.
Yeah, that's what Gretchen was saying earlier. Is that it's
Okay.
more appropriate for later.
Yeah.
That's fine. You save it for later. I just was curious to know if you had seen it yet. I take it you haven't.
No, but is Blitz wearing like an anime SpongeBob shirt? Because that looks like Sandy Cheeks, and then like the back of Squidward.
He is. It
I don't
is.
know, because I see us in front of him.
Oh,
Yeah, because there's Sandy and that's her name, right?
Oh, yeah, it's SpongeBob something.
I watched the Blitz video, the short that he made while he was in Italy in front of Enrico Fermi's house a little bit ago. I love the hat that he wears in that. It's like a little uh, fedora, like a cream colored fedora with like a black band. Uh, but I didn't realize like where's his hair? Like the dude has way long hair, and I can't. It has to be like up in a bun, like inside the fedora. But it just made me laugh. But it looks really good on him. Is
It's as
everything
bad as
frozen?
brainwashing you that cops are your friends. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing that irritated me. He painted the entire left as saying that we should defund the police, even
Yeah,
today. And I haven't even heard that nonsense since, like 2021.
and it's just a bad slogan. It doesn't actually mean defund the police. It means
No, it doesn't.
right.
reallocate to
Yeah,
more efficacious programs.
right.
He
And
seems like he's
so,
fallen for this idea that
But
both sides must be responsible to some degree. There must be some sort of equal blame to be laid at each's feet or something, and that's not the reality on the ground. That's part of the propaganda.
well, if you just look at the economic cycles, a Republican gets into office, destroys the economy, a
Right.
Democrat gets back in, fixes it, Republican inherits their, fixed economy, and they destroy it again.
yeah, only it takes 3 times as long to fix it as it does to break it.
Yeah.
So,
And we've never had an idiot this bad, an idiot this reckless with the economy.
yeah.
It's
Like, I
amazing
think
that it
I've
hasn't
I've
collapsed.
I've said it before, we're going to need at least 4 straight terms with a Democrat in the White House and
But they lose their minds the second.
holding the majority in the Senate and the House. We're going to need 16 straight
Right.
years of that to fix the damage that Trump has done in
Yeah.
just 2 terms. And that's never going to happen.
But the
That'll
billionaires
never
and
happen.
Fox News just crank up the propaganda dial to 11.
Even without Fox News, I still don't think it'll happen just because Americans are so, we internalize the whole checks and balances concept, and to where most Americans think that they're promoting the checks and balances by putting, putting the Republicans in charge of the Congress and putting a Democrat in the White House. They think that's a checks and balances, and that's not the way checks and balances are supposed to work. That's
Right.
between the legislative, the executive, and the judicial. That's where the checks and balances are supposed to play themselves out. That's why they are co-equal branches of government.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and
Meanwhile,
there can't be
you know,
checks and balances when the executive and judicial branches are commingling.
Yeah.
Like, did you see Clarence
right?
Thomas like being photographed? Leaving Mike Johnson's office earlier.
No, I didn't. But that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been covering up, especially for the shit his wife's gotten up to. He's been covering up for that shit for a long time because the Republicans have spent
Yeah.
30 years, making it okay for the judicial branch to commingle with the executive. they pretend it's not happening when they're in power, and they slam the Democrats for it when the Democrats are in power.
Yeah, it's weaponized.
And now it's like it's gotten to the point where it doesn't where people don't know the difference. They think checks and balances are now, voting for a Republican senator instead of while a Democrat's in the White House. They think that's checks and balances. And really, all that is that's just setting up your own fucking roadblock.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
Yeah, just straight
and
to,
then they
obstructionism.
cry that nothing's getting done. Everything, it's obstructionism and nothing's getting done. Well, congratulations. You're the idiot that voted for this. So enjoy.
That used to be enough too.
That,
Like the consequences would be enough to convince a lot of people to swing it the next time, or
well,
within
the
a
two
cycle or two.
parties used to work together. They used to talk.
Yeah.
And that hasn't happened since Newt Gingrich in, was it 99?
Yeah.
Said from now on, any Republican that works with a Democrat or co-sponsors anything with a Democrat or has fucking lunch with a Democrat is going to be considered the enemy. He actually brought that into our political system.
He has some really fucked up ideas. He had some really fucked up ideas about evolution too. He put them into his politics. Something about the fittest. You know what I'm trying to say? The fittest, the strongest.
Survival of the fittest.
Yes, thank you, Jesus Christ. I couldn't spit it out. Yeah. That's the way he thinks about politics.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he did anything to win. The ends justify the means.
Yep, he made it a zero-sum game.
The might makes right.
And there might have been some politicians before that actually practiced that. But as the Speaker of the House at the time, he made that shit like procedure. And it has been fucking us up ever since. And people say, oh, we're so tribalized now. Yeah, guess why? Guess when that started?
Mm-hmm. I mean, imagine teaching your kids to hate half the country. Like I don't like half. The MAGA cult. But I would never teach my kids. These people are people you should just hate automatically. Like by default. But that's exactly what they have going on. They're happy. I mean, they have. I don't want to bring it up again. We can talk about something else.
Reductions or even abolishing traditional police departments entirely. Oh, Golden Arm.
And Golden Arm, some
you don't know what you're
Republicans
talking about.
think that the races shouldn't commingle. What's your point that some people on some sides have shit takes?
I have a thunderstorm starting too.
Oh, you're getting the weather we had about 12 hours ago.
Great. I haven't looked at the weather for a minute, so
that doesn't sound like a good thing.
Oh, there's a flood watch. Nice. Rain stopping in 21 minutes.
Hey, Jamnik.
My dude.
What's up, y'all? Yeah.
Hey, Jamnik.
How y'all doing?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I should be sleeping. It's 1 a.m., but fuck it. The three of y'all are here. And
did you just say butt fuck it?
But fuck it. Yeah. Pride might be over, but fuck it.
But fuck it.
Oh boy.
How's things?
Good. I do. What you were talking about it being divided. I started thinking about this kind of post 9/11 when everyone had American flags on their cars and we were all on the same team again. It's very American sports ball, my team. It's like you could
Yeah.
all be football fans, but if you're this football team's fan, you've got to hate this other football team, And I never got
Yeah.
that, and that has kind of infected the culture to a point where our politics have, it is tribal. It goes back before football, but
Yeah.
we play into it with our culture.
I've heard.
Later, Golden Arm.
Yeah, right.
You're
Don't
not
let the door
into
hit
much
you.
of anything, so I mean,
Yeah, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out.
He needs to go get more drunk.
you'll be missed.
But fuck it, Golden Arm.
So.
And he's too.
No, I think that all that fervor after 9/11, it probably adds to the reason that I don't like people to say thank you for your service to me. Because before 9/11, nobody ever said that. No one ever said thank you for your service to anybody, ever.
I never noticed that.
Just,
I never even thought
it
of that.
wasn't a thing, And I'd spent the 90s in the military. I'd been out already for, I don't know, like a year or two, something like that. By the time 9/11 happened, and nobody had ever thanked me for my service. All of a sudden, overnight,
nobody was also a child in the 90s.
Everybody was. Huh?
Nobody was also a child in the 90s.
He's talking about nobody in the chat.
Yeah, I get it. Play on his name. I fucking hate that. Okay, so no individual person had ever actually thanked me or anybody I knew for their service.
That's pretty wild.
Until after 9/11, then all of a sudden it started happening overnight. And I mean, like, by the end of that week, it was happening, like, everywhere, all the time. So, I mean, I think that kind of hit me as just being like fake ass platitudes as a reaction to, public panic. And
it was
pride is a hell of a drug.
The whole support the troops movement.
Yeah, and I hated it. And I just never did get used to it. So I think that's probably a big part of the reason why I don't like people to say thank you for your service. So
That's interesting. I think pride is a hell of a drug. I've been fortunate to visit Japan at times in my life, and seeing a culture that's more based in honor, where that's something you have to earn and maintain. Yet, back to the sports analogy, in the US, you can be proud of your football team, even though you don't do anything but watch it on the television and support them with ad revenue. You're not on the team. You're not on the staff. You're not even at the game sometimes. You might just live in the town, and all of a sudden, oh, yeah, my team is now in the playoffs. We did it. Yay, us. Pat ourselves on the back. And pride just kind of seems thin. So that I could see why, in a situation when our country was attacked, people put all the flags on their cars and support the troops and rah-rah-ree, let's kick them in the knee, rah-rah-rah, let's kick them in the balls, and don't really have to do anything more than just thoughts and prayers and words. By saying,
what did I remind you of, Chrissy? Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. It's interesting that you feel that way about people telling you thank you for your service. Part of it, why it feels gross to you, might be the fact that they're doing it for themselves.
Exactly. They're always doing it for themselves. Right.
They want to be thanking someone.
Right. Or they're they're just lying to themselves, saying, "Well, hey, I said thank you for your service. That obviously means I care." And you know, I've had people actually start arguments with me about it, like, how dare you? And I'm like, what do you mean, how dare I?
Well, I'm sure it's
You
had
just put
some.
me you put me on the spot. Like, I'm supposed to come up with something fucking nice to say to you because you felt like, feeling righteous about the fact that you just met a total stranger and said a few words to them.
Yeah,
Give me a break.
it probably has changed like a few people though that might not have cared otherwise to be nicer towards military, because like especially like with the treatment of the military after coming back from Vietnam, some people didn't want to be associated with shaming soldiers. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that it wasn't a thing.
But then even then it's like an overcorrection. I've heard that a lot
I
because
totally agree.
it was shameful the way we treated the Vietnam veterans when they came back, and just wanted to make sure that didn't happen with anybody else. I'm like, yeah, but
shit out of them.
that's a fucking overcorrection, which means you don't mean it. You're just sorry about the Vietnam thing.
Yeah, totally.
And like, why you got to bring me into this? Your personal guilt trip is not my responsibility. And I've had a few people actually say, well, then what if I actually do mean it and I want to fucking say something? Like, what am I supposed to say? And just like take my chances that someone's going to be okay with thank you for your service? Because this one guy that I talked to, he's like, you know what? You're not the first veteran to say that to me. And I'm like, well, I mean, odds are, yeah. I mean, if you make a habit of saying that to veterans, then yeah, I'm probably not the first one. And I'm probably not going to be the last one. I'm like, well, then what can we say? And I'm like, I don't know, there's all kinds of things. If you really care about what this person went through, how about like, oh, you're a veteran. Hey, that's great. What branch did you serve in? What was your job? Did you like it? There's all kinds of things you could ask that show your concern, and they convey your support for what they did with their lives without just rattling off a platitude that you were trained to say in 2001.
That's excellent.
To play devil's advocate to my own thing about it being prideful, I think in some ways it could be, and you're kind of saying this too, a gut reaction, like saying bless you when someone sneezes.
I've started saying Godzilla when people sneeze.
I heard someone say snickerdoodle. I don't
never
know
heard
if that
that
works, but yeah.
Hey, Bacon Bush, good to see you.
I usually say, excuse you.
Oh, and we got Clockwork Rex in chat, and Wilkby, and Brittany.
That's what I say when I sneeze.
Carnivorous Ape.
Natu.
Natu?
That's what I say.
Natu.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I was thinking Naboo, but that's a planet in Star Wars.
I don't even know what my nickname means.
Is that the one that Jar Jar's from?
Yep,
hey, Duncan,
Jar Jar
thank
and
you.
Queen Amidala.
Appreciate that. Glad you like it, Duncan.
Well, one of my good friends was into the Eternal Darkness franchise, and I think it's from that movie. It's from something like that, but it was originally supposed to be a name for some fish that I bought when I bought my first house, and everyone that came over kept thinking there was a nickname for me because it's close to my real name, and it just stuck. But I have a lot of nicknames, so I don't know. Just picked that one because it sounded different.
Like
Carnivorous Ape. I get that. I mean, I tend to do that too. It gets so old, and I'll start asking people questions about their service, and yeah. Yeah, I know. Ems was on stage. Ems was there on the show when he played that. That was cool. I mean, Ems had already heard it anyway. I got his blessing before I released it.
Nice.
It's weird that like that Justin played the M song though, because like went through all the trouble of making the Rock Hard for Doug song and then like writing Carnage into it, and he hasn't played that one yet.
That bastard.
I know, right?
That's
Good
it.
things
Boycott
happen
Justin.
to those who wait.
He's gonna play
And
it
I
at
know
the
he,
right moment.
I know he likes the song. Well, okay, I know Carnage loves the song, but
They're
Forgive me
fun.
for being dumb. Who's Carnage?
Justin.
Carnage is Sada, Justin's girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
Justin and Carnage sitting in a tree.
Hmm?
My dad served in Nam. He wears his hat every now and then when we go out to a restaurant, just because he likes hearing that from people or it's a conversation starter. And usually, if someone just in passing says to him, "Thank you for your service," like over the years, it's changed what he says, but now his response is, "I went so my boys didn't have to go." So it's just kind of
Mm.
how he rounds it out. He found something that feels good to him so he can just respond to it. And if it turns into a larger conversation, it does. Last time I saw them, there was another gentleman with a Vietnam hat. And it's like, hey, where were you there? What did you do? And just seeing them strike up a conversation was kind of cool. I was in a drum and bugle corps. If I meet someone who was in a drum and bugle corps, it's like, hey, cool. When were you there? What did you do? But it's, different kind of vibe, different community. And I didn't put anywhere near the risk that anyone who's served in our military has done. So I feel respect to them and want to express it, but don't really know the words. So now we have a phrase that kind of sums it up. Thank you for your service. So I could see how it could seem fake from a lot of people, but sometimes it's genuine. Sometimes it's just.
Well, I think you'd have to read the person's body language,
Yeah.
I'm sure some people can tell that a person's being genuine and heartfelt by the circumstance, and I'm sure there's been plenty of harmless interactions.
Yeah, and veterans, just like any other cross section of our population, veterans are not a monolith. There are some that straight up did it out of patriotism, and they got through their service with no major problems, and they're very proud of what they did. And then there are some that ended up being drone operators and feeling an immense amount of fucking guilt for it. And then there are some like me who ended up with a fucking broken spine out of it. And
Holy shit. I didn't know that.
Huh?
I didn't know that. What happened, if you don't mind me asking?
I got hit by a truck and knocked down an embankment, and I landed on this like 10K generator and
holy shit.
Woke up in the hospital with 3 spinal fractures.
Good Lord.
And
that sounds painful.
a few torn discs, which didn't make themselves known until a few years later. But
yeah.
Yeah.
What was that? What happened? Like, was it somebody?
What happened?
Yeah.
We were setting up the skiff out in the field, and a guy's foot slipped off of the pedals, and vehicle just sort of lunged at me. So
you didn't see it coming?
Well, I did. I was right in front of it. It just there's
no time.
there's no time to get out of a way, something like that. I was only like 10 feet in front of the vehicle.
Sure.
So
that's wild.
And the doctors don't think that it was actually him hitting me with the truck that actually broke my back. It was it was landing on that 10K generator, which, I mean, this thing is like the size of an outhouse, it's like the size of a like 2 porta potties stuck together. And it's like, these are generators that have they're mounted on trailers. They have their own specific trailers. So, it was the landing that did it. And it was scary because it took a couple of days. Because when I woke up in the hospital, I couldn't feel anything from about my boobs down. And they're like, yeah, we don't actually know if this is spinal cord damage or if it's just if it's just inflamed. They said if it's just bruising, then as it heals, you'll start to get feeling back. But this was in the 90s. They're like, there's really no way to know other than wait.
So you thought you were going to be in a
we had the technology to like do the imaging and figure it out, but that would have cost a lot of money, and they're not going to spend that kind of money. Not for something that you could just wait 3 days and find out. So,
but
that's what happened. Yeah, after I guess about 48 hours, I started feeling stuff again. So,
well, was that your first thought though, that you're going to be paralyzed? Is that what were you afraid that was what you were going to?
Yeah,
I can imagine.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. Kind of hard to think of anything else when you wake up and you can't feel like half your body. You're like, oh shit, no, not doing this.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry you went through that. That sounds terrifying. Nothing like that happened to me. I fell off of a jungle gym when I was about 8 years old, head first, and I broke my arm. I would have broke my neck if I would have landed on my head, but I stuck my arm out to break my fall. Broke my arm in half. That was the worst thing I ever did. Nothing crazy.
I've never broken a bone.
What?
I've never broken a bone. I'm very lucky.
Up until that point, neither had I. I'd never broken anything. So.
Wow.
It's the only bones I've ever broken, as far as I know. I mean, other than like things you can do with something about, like I think I've broken a pinky before, and I've chipped my ankle, but I've never broken like a leg or an arm or anything like that, other than breaking my right arm when I fell.
Right.
But yeah.
My first bone break was in the 3rd grade. I was playing in the church gym.
That's what I was.
Yeah, I was playing in the church gym during a potluck, and the younger kids, we were playing dodgeball with an actual dodgeball. Well, this 16-year-old who had some behavioral issues decided he was going to join in. But he threw a basketball at me as hard as he could. And I instinctively, put my left arm in front of my head. And when I opened my eyes, my arm was literally curved.
Ew.
Yeah. And he wanted to try to bend it back into place. And that's when I started screaming and I ran for my parents.
When I got up off the ground after I fell off, or I fell off the jungle gym head first. It's called the Rocket Park in Waterloo. But I immediately noticed that my arm was broken in half. I picked it up and put it back together so it looked like it was normal. And I ran straight to the babysitter and was, tears streaming down my face. And it's like, I broke my arm. And she's like, oh, let me see, honey. I'm sure you're. And then I let go of my arm just a little bit. And then like you could see like the arms, like an S pattern form in my arm. Like right in the middle of it.
How's it going, Brent? Thank you for your service.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I want to hear more war stories. I want to
That's
hear the war
hilarious.
stories. Let's fucking go.
Do it. The council is alive. What's up, Brent?
Hey,
Good to
what's
see you,
up,
Brent.
sexiness? Yeah, it's fine. We'll snuggle later. It's okay. It's okay. Don't be so shy. So yeah, Gretchen, I appreciate that, but ever since the invasion of Iran, I cannot fucking stand have anybody thank me for my service because this fucking colonial ass government is out of control.
Yeah, I never could, which is kind of why I said that. We just covered that about 10 minutes ago.
Oh shit, I'm like so far
I've
behind.
been against the thank you for your service crap for ever since I got out. So, or
I
at
mean, I
least
always,
ever since September of 2001. Put it that way,
I mean, I
because
always felt
it didn't happen before that.
really
No, I mean, do you remember
before.
it? Nobody ever thanked us for our service before 9/11 happened.
I mean, they did me.
Oh, I never got that. In fact, none of my friends did either. There was a small window of like support our troops when Desert Shield and Desert Storm happened.
Oh well,
But
yeah, but I
then
mean,
that but then that it dropped off after that, and then we didn't hear it again until after 9/11.
yeah, oh yeah, after 9/11 with the yellow ribbons and everything, yeah, it was,
Mhm.
yeah, they tanked us all the time.
Oh
Yeah, it's
shit!
fucking
I
great.
forgot about the yellow ribbons. My,
Oh
my mom
yeah.
put
Mhm.
my mom put like one of those yellow ribbon magnets on the back of our white Odyssey.
Well, I remember there were
Yellow ribbon
campaigns though.
instead of a swastika. Sorry, I can't say that on the. My
There
bad.
were campaigns to support the
Sorry.
military though, and that became part of the culture. Was to it. There were commercials on TV that told you to thank a military member if you saw one. I remember seeing stuff like that around 9/11.
Oh yeah, you bet. You bet. Propaganda machine loves that shit. So yeah, it was always uncomfortable for me to hear like "thank you for your service" because I didn't do it for you, bitches. Like I did it for the money and the fact that I had no other options. So it always felt odd. Always felt odd.
Huh.
There's a dead silence in the room now, and I feel like I have to fill it.
No, I was thinking of something to say, but I'm also having internet issues.
I'm coughing while muted.
I'm reading Discord. My bad.
I can kind of see what you mean, though. It's if it was a gig, you were doing it for the money, and when you weren't here, I was kind of saying that it's sort of like sports team pride. You know, someone might not play on a team or be staff for a team or even get tickets to go see a team play. But when their team wins, it's a win for them. And they say, we did this. So there's kind of a sense that people kind of like make themselves feel better by saying that. That's why I try to reserve it only for people who are wearing a hat that says they're a veteran or something. They wouldn't be, promoting that they're a veteran if they didn't want you to acknowledge it. I kind of see, or they wouldn't mind it being acknowledged.
What if it's their only good hat?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. If they're actually wearing something that, that promotes it, that's a different thing altogether. But I remember what a kick in the fucking gut it was on January 6th. Like, I was like, I hope no one ever fucking thanks me again because I got some shit to say now. Like, this is not the reason
But
that
wait,
any of us
it was
served.
peaceful tours.
Yeah, that was just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
I was laughing and texting people, being like, "Oh my god, they're doing the coup! They're doing the coup! They're doing it right now! Turn on the TV!"
I have an uncle that was all over Facebook that day saying my daughter fought or my niece, served our country to give us the right to do this, and I was like, oh, go fuck yourself. I'm like, this isn't what it was for.
My sister and I were like reacting in real time together on Discord. Like I have the messages still when we're like they're fucking uprising. Like this is crazy. And then like when the first videos of Ashley Babbitt were getting posted on Twitter, we were sharing those before like the news even got a hold of them.
I don't know, man. It just didn't seem that crazy to me. It was like, yeah, this is exactly where we are. This makes perfect sense. Yep, this is what a fascist revolution looks like. They failed the first time and they won the second time. Yeah.
Yeah.
God bless capitalism. It'll always take fascism. Always.
I don't think capitalism is the problem. Still don't.
Of course you don't. You're not a leftist.
Huh?
I said, of course you don't. You're not a leftist.
Apparently that doesn't matter.
No, you're a liberal.
Oh yeah, we're not going into that again.
All right, fine.
Yeah.
We align, Brent.
Yeah, bro. Oi,
dude, you missed the fireworks last night, and
I will still never forget, Gretchen, when you said
unfucking
that
believable.
the window is a leftist cope. That was the funniest thing ever. I wanted to die. And we talked about it since then, so I'm not going to bring it up again. Just, I'll leave it there. It was funny as fuck.
The way a lot of leftists use it is it's fucking
name.
leftist cope.
Yeah.
You know as well as I do that most people that bash on the Overton window, they're not using it correctly.
I mean, tell me about the ratchet effect.
We're not doing this. Especially after last night. We're not. Oh, man.
I want more war stories. Did you ever survive a haboob?
A what?
A haboob? A dust storm in the Middle East?
No, I never went to the Middle East.
Oh, shit. No. Wow, I didn't know that. Cool.
I have my dad's war stories, but
I never set foot there because I was in the 90s, and that was, and while Operation Desert Shield was happening, and then the entirety of Desert Storm, I was in training for Russian school. So
yeah, your intel.
I was never going to end up in the Middle East anyway. So I was my area of operation was the Eastern European stuff.
Oh shit, you would know stuff about Ukraine and Putin then.
Probably, yeah.
Do you want to talk about how Putin rigged buildings to explode in order to reinforce his own power?
Oh, the apartments that he bombed?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I didn't know about that.
We
can. I'll pull up the wiki article.
I mean, it's kind of typical, or at least expected behavior from a fucking mafia thug like Putin, you know?
Based. Yup. Arby, did you have the Wikipedia article? Because it's fucking wild. I watched the PBS special on it, and it just fucking blew my mind.
Wow, this is news to me.
But didn't Vice News do a fucking bit on this too?
Did they?
Dude. Yeah, they might have. I don't know. This is news to you? Yeah, this is sick. Sick. Cool. This is education for the masses. I love this.
Good.
RP, do you want to read out loud? Because your voice is so soothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Me. All right.
You.
In September 1999, a series of explosions hit 4 apartment blocks in the Russian cities of Bynekist, I don't know how to pronounce that, Moscow, and another Russian city. Killing
Oh wait,
more
hold
than,
on a second. Hang on
Yeah.
a second. Is that directed at me, Collapse? Because
What? We have
don't believe
collapse in the comments?
don't believe I told any lies.
What is collapsism on about? Come on, man. Just
don't know. Crazy. If you're gonna lie on me, you'd at least say some shit to me. But come see me when you're ready. I'm like, okay.
You can come up on the panel and talk about it.
Yeah, sure. I can show you some screenshots of my Discord where I was trying to get the money you owe me.
Oh, that's
I don't
what this is
believe
about.
I don't know what it's about, but whatever.
Wasn't that conversation like 3 weeks ago? Holy shit.
I don't know, man. If money is involved, then people have revolvers.
I don't
in
know.
pocket.
The whole thing, it happened like, I don't know. And most of the shit that I ever had to say about him wasn't even in public anyway. So I don't know what he's crying about.
I don't know. I'm gonna fuck
Like
people over.
I never went full character assassination on him.
So these bombings in Russia propped up Putin, right?
Yeah, the handling of the crisis by Vladimir Putin, who was prime minister at the time, boosted his popularity greatly and helped him attain the presidency within a few months.
Nice. Yep. RPU rock for knowing about that. That's great. And well read, by the way. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Mm-hmm. Bitteschön.
Ah, du sprachen.
Who'd you call a bitch?
Wir sprachen Deutsch.
Kannst mich am Arsch lecken, ja?
Yeah.
Never thought German would come in handy here. Should have learned Spanish.
Same.
Right? Jesus. Be so much more fucking useful. Good lord.
If his intent was to irritate me, you'll be happy to know, Collapse, that you succeeded.
Did Collapse just troll you? Oh, so sad.
That's the first time I've ever seen Collapse on this channel.
He's never been on this channel before.
Makes sense.
Or at least he's never commented on it, so.
I have issues with Collapse, but I also have
But
solidarity.
if he wants to fucking have it out, let's do it.
Wait,
I thought you were going to stop at if he wants to fuck.
I was going to say, if he wants to fuck with me, I mean, that's fine. We can do that.
What is going on? What did I miss?
We can do it there. Right on, Gretchen. Very based.
No.
You know, if he wants,
I don't. Fuck
I'm sure his intent is to call me out for shit that I've said about him, not in public, but to people that are like mutual friends. I'll defend that. I'll defend that shit too.
Shit, I caught beef from capitalism, collapsalism, because I think their channel does shit ass debates and platforms really fucked up people, but I also understand that they're an ally, so maybe it's a disagreement about how they go about doing things. Anyway, RP, do you have a video? It's amazing. Please.
Yeah, if we're done discussing, I can absolutely play this.
Oh, Collapse is more about drama to me, but
do it.
He can go ahead and cover that. I'm sure it makes MB happy.
I got no fucking time for drama llamas. I want to listen to Blitz destroy somebody. Let's fuck.
Do it now.
Dude.
This is my favorite topic that Blitz takes on. Like Rich, and you like flurfs. I like creationists.
Yeah.
I like creationists too.
I could see that.
Yeah. It's how I was raised. I was raised in a creationism, like
same
biblical literalism church. So yeah, I love seeing it smack down.
My dad's still a young earther.
Oh shit! No kidding. Wow.
Yeah, and he's you know, a master's degree holding structural engineer licensed in 48 states. Like he's a brilliant man, but he thinks the Earth is 6,000 fucking years old.
Yeah, young Earth creationists are just like a step above flurfs.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Is this really like? Is he going to debunk creationism right now? Because that would be sick.
Title is conspiracy theist blown out on every point. So
nice.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's dive in.
Tron 7, how's it going?
Hey Blitz, I'm doing good. How are you?
7. I'm doing all right. Have we spoken before?
We did speak before. It was over a year probably.
Okay. Did we talk about this topic?
We did talk a little bit about creation.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, look, I don't remember the conversation. I just kind of vaguely remember your name. So, how old do you think the Earth is?
Well, I think according to the evolutionary model, it's going to be 13.8 billion years. Is that right?
No, that's the universe. I'm asking how old the Earth is.
Oh, the Earth. Okay. Well, I'm up of the opinion that when you look at the biblical account, it's starting at a place where the Earth was. It says the Earth was formless and void.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm asking how long ago was the Earth formed?
So what was here, as far as the Earth, could have been millions of years.
Well, I'm asking when was the Earth formed? Like how long ago was the Earth formed? Because if it was formless, then it wasn't formed.
Well, I'm saying like there was rock and there was water.
Right, but I'm asking how long ago was it that the Earth formed?
It could have been millions of years. I don't have an exact date, but you could look at millions of years, and that still fits with the biblical story of.
Does it?
Yeah, because creation is like reforming what was already here.
Well, it said it was formless, right? So if it was formless, then it wasn't already formed.
Formless means just rock and water.
I just gotta double check something. Just one sec. Bear with me. Definition of formless. Merriam-Webster. Having no regular form or shape, lacking order or arrangement, having no physical existence. I mean, we can pick and choose which definition we want, but if I'm asking when the Earth formed, then something having no regular form or shape would not meet the definition of formed.
Okay, well, I'll pick number 2, lacking order or arrangement.
Okay, so then that would mean that something with form has order and arrangement, right?
I'm not quite sure what you're getting at, but when
I'm
saying
getting
the
at
Earth
is that
formless,
if the Earth is formless, then that means it has not been formed yet.
No, it just means it doesn't have the.
Okay, do you know what the suffix less means?
Okay, I think
you're getting hung up on one word here.
Sorry. I think this is something that really pisses me off about the engagement with theists is that they refuse to give definitions. They just won't fucking do it. They won't even give properties most of the time. It's annoying as fuck. Sorry.
Agreed.
Just had to vent for a bit.
Here, buddy.
I'm just asking. Look, okay, so here's what I want. This is a suffix. The suffix is less. So it means lacking something, without something. Added usually to a noun to form an adjective signifying a lack of that noun. So if something is artless, it means without art. If something...
Yo, Austin, how's it going?
I see we're talking about my favorite subject again.
Let's go.
Yeah, I jumped up because I was like loving the conversation about who's dumber, Flurfs or Yex, and I have opinions. I think Flurfs are dumber. They're just like a half step dumber, because you can disprove flat Earth with just basic observations, right? Like you can disprove that by just looking up at the night sky and thinking a little bit.
A
Younger
horizon is
creationism,
enough to
right?
disprove
Yeah,
flat
exactly.
Earth.
Right? Yeah, that like children can figure this out, but like evolution is a little complicated. Like it takes a little effort to understand it, and things do look like complex, and they seem really well designed for the niches they exist in, because 99% of all that has ever existed has gone extinct. Like we know the reasons why, but it's a little more complicated. There's a little more science behind it, and like there's way more substantial propaganda mills pushing young Earth creation and shit out, like Answers in Genesis and
Discovery Institute.
Yeah, Creationist Ministries, and Flurf shit is just like 4 YouTube accounts. It's like Eric Dubé, Mark Sargent, fucking David Weiss, and like
Gets it.
yeah, Witsit. And a bunch of them have like flipped too since the final experiment. Yeah, no, it's really interesting. Although flat earthers are really, really dumb, I can actually give them a slight reprieve because I don't think they're the dumbest. I think the dumbest ones are the pee-pee drinkers. The ones who are like, oh, pee is a magic medicine. It cures everything in big pharma and blah, blah, blah. I think they are the dumbest. Like the ones who are like eating waste and toxic material because of some conspiracy theory they saw online. I think those are the dumb, because it makes you physically ill. So you have to be delusional to keep doing it once it has made you physically ill. But anyways, that's where I weigh in on the who's dumber, Flurf or Yex. I think it's like neck and freaking neck, but the Flurfs win by just like a half a centimeter.
Boy, I've had some shitty meals, but that's gross.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But the PP drinkers beat everybody. Yeah.
When you brought up the PP drinkers, it just reminded me of the alchemist Hennig Brand, who like stored jars of his piss and discovered white phosphorus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because
it has some chemicals in it, like the medicine Premarin is made from pregnant mare's urine. That's why it's called Premarin. But like all the Shivambu divine water conspiracy, all that stuff is absolute bullshit. Like and there's a surprising amount of it on the internet. You would think it's so stupid that there's nobody who believes in it, but there's like quite a few accounts dedicated to it on YouTube with a substantial following. So
that's gross.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
You've heard the expressions piss poor or so poor you didn't have a pot to piss in?
Don't even get us started on pee-pee puns, because the episode of Bad Science Sunday we did about it was nothing but pee puns for like 3 hours straight. It was a win.
I wasn't making a pee pun, actually. There's the history behind those statements, but I'm guessing you got into that on what you were watching.
Mm-hmm. Was that with Maya Atkinson?
Yeah.
I love her channel.
It's great. Bad Science Sunday is such a fun, funny show, and it takes on such a serious topic in such a lighthearted way, and it's really enjoyable.
I need to look that up. Bad Science Sundays?
Bad Science
with Maya Atkinson.
Maya Atkinson and Dr. Tapioca Weasel.
Dr. Tapioca Weasel, let's go.
Yeah, 3 weasels in a lab coat.
Yeah. And Dr. Kip likes to join in fairly often.
Yeah, she sometimes has other co-hosts, like guest co-hosts.
Cool, subscribed.
Let's go. Helping out our friends.
Yeah, tell her I sent you.
Will do.
I show up every time and like and then share, and then I leave because I'm too dumb to be there. It makes me sad.
Yeah.
I feel that way when you guys start going off on philosophy.
Yeah, fair.
All right, let's get back to the clip.
Thing is tireless. It means without being tired or without getting tired. So if something is formless, it means without form. So
Yeah,
if I'm asking, when was it that it got form, i.e. when was it formed, that seems like it couldn't be
it could have been millions
compatible.
of years ago that the
It
Earth
can't have
received its
already
form.
been formed and then also be formless.
Formless in respect to what we see now, in terms of trees, in terms of animals, in terms of all life that is upon the Earth. That's what we can say is what is formed. But if you're talking about what was it before, it's rock and water, is what the Bible says.
Well, it says it was empty, right?
No, it says that the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the deep, the ocean.
Well, no, the Earth was formless and empty, is the point, right?
Yeah, it didn't have its form. It didn't have its shape. It didn't have its trees. It didn't have its
it was formless and
oceans,
empty. So it didn't have a form, and it was empty. So, like, I'm asking when the Earth got its form. I don't know what to talk about this. Like, this is
I already
pretty
said
straightforward.
it could have been millions of years.
Okay, so in your view, the Earth was formless for millions of years? Do you mean billions of years, perhaps?
It could have been billions.
Okay, so you think that like the Earth was just like a glob of rocks and water for 4.5 billion years, and then
and then God showed up.
And then God showed up and put everything in its place. How long ago?
That's where you can look at the genealogies and calculate maybe about 10,000 years, 15,000 years, 20,000 years, something like that. You know, looking at human records.
I haven't seen any genealogies that do that. Usually it's somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 years, but.
Well, you have to account before Genesis 6, before the flood, people were living thousands of years. So the genealogy
we have the genealogy for them. But look, okay, so suppose that it's 10,000 years or whatever, 15,000 years. Why is it that, you know, we have the ages of things that are quite a bit older than that?
What are you referring to?
Cave paintings that are 40,000 years old.
Oh, cave paintings that are 40,000 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not quite sure. I don't know how you date a cave painting, but
that's the problem. You don't know.
Usually,
it's always the personal incredulity. Well, since I don't know how that's done, that means it's bad for your argument. I don't know how what you're saying, so it's bad for you.
Yeah, it seems that largely evolution denial is just an appeal to incredulity.
Right.
I can't imagine a single-celled organism evolving over billions of years into all the biodiversity on the planet we see today. That's just too much, too intense. And like, to be fair, that you couldn't learn all of that data set, but you can learn enough of it to be pretty clear on what the big picture is.
Right.
So what dating method would be used on a cave painting? Would we use carbon-14? Would we use potassium argon? What would we use based on how old it is?
I do not know.
I'm not sure you would try and date a cave painting with radiometric dating. As far as I understand radiometric dating, I'm not sure it could be used for that.
It would seem reasonable you could scrape the paint off the walls and date it that way.
Maybe. I'm thinking about the forms of radiometric dating I'm familiar with, and it's like using it for fossil dating, and that only works because the way a set of non-living atoms in a non-living system deals with carbon, you can get like a relative date of about approximately how long ago it died and how long it hasn't been, renewing fresh carbon into its system. I don't know if you can do that with a cave painting because it was technically never alive. But radiometric dating is such a broad host of techniques. There might be a way. I don't know. Is somebody looking it up? I heard a computer clacking.
I found an AI overview. Scientists date cave paintings using a mix of direct scientific techniques on the pigments and indirect archaeological methods on the surrounding environment. They analyze organic paints with radiocarbon dating, date mineral crust using uranium, thorium, and examine nearby artifacts or charcoal torch marks for context.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. You could date a pigment that comes from something that used to be alive. Like if you take a mushroom and you grind it up, you could date that.
Yeah, and then combine it with the fire that was built at the time, because you can measure it based on layers. And yeah, it would line up pretty well. So the funny thing is, we want to argue about this, and yet the caller thinks the Earth is 6,000 years old. Holy fuck. We're screwed. We're screwed.
Yeah, well, I mean, do you think with somebody like this that you can just drop the heat problem on them right away and they'll be able to understand it? Probably not, right?
I don't know. Bliss is going to fucking cook it, though.
You use comparative dating with something else that you know the age of. Or you use, so in the case of cave paintings, I suspect that I could Google this, but I suspect what they did is they used, they found other things in the cave that the cave paintings were found on, like other human-made things, like, you know, tools. And then they dated those because those are easy to date. Like if you have bones, for example, you can do carbon dating on those bones.
Well, I do think that there was probably a civilization on the Earth before you start with Genesis that
Before
got wiped
Genesis
out,
1?
and therefore the floods.
Wait, before Genesis 1?
Yeah.
But the Earth was formless and empty. There can't be a civilization on a formless and empty planet, can there?
I think that there was some sort of an apocalyptic.
This directly contradicts what he just said earlier. I'm glad I'm not the only one who caught that, because what the hell?
Yeah, creationists are not often consistent, so I'm sure this won't be the last contradiction he's caught in.
And think about that. He's claiming that God created a whole civilization before he created Adam and Eve, but he only told us about Adam. Talk about adding to the scripture. Usually creationists are like sola scriptura types. This is full-on biblical fan fiction at this point.
Oh, yeah. And what a kick in the fucking gut it is to where it took the fucking young Earth creationists to come up with the final experiment to put down the flat earthers. Like,
that's funny.
Literally punching down. And like,
a very complex.
I think it's funny. It's hilarious, but yeah.
I want to like Will Duffy so bad because of that, but he's getting near-ish to the end of his little series that he's doing with Erica, where she's teaching him old Earth evolution, basically old Earth evolutionary creation. She's tailoring it to him because she knows what he's most likely to accept. And it's looking like he's going to stay firmly in the young Earth creationism camp. And I'm really disappointed.
It seemed like he was making progress toward the beginning, and now it looks like he's going backwards.
I wouldn't say it ever looked like he was making progress. If you paid attention to the comments directly after the streams, he was crashing out almost instantly and arguing with people in the comments, like using terms like naturalism of the gaps and shit.
Okay, at the beginning, it looked like he was more good faith about it than he really is.
Yeah, I'd grant that. 100%. He had the mask of good faith up. And,
every time he drops one of those tropes, it makes me physically cringe.
I know. Like the amount of times I have physically face palmed while listening to the stream, it more than any time in my life.
Got to wear oven mitts so you don't hurt yourself.
That's fair.
Yeah, get some facepalm protection like Craig.
World scenario where either it was like, you know how the Ice Age, everybody died? Everybody died in the Ice Age?
Not everybody died in the Ice Age. In fact, humans lived in an Ice Age for thousands of years.
You don't want to use this talking
Okay, well, you have records where most of the Earth was destroyed.
Let's pause there for a second and express why you really don't want to use this talking point if you're a Christian. You don't want to use any Bible story claiming that the human population got down to such a low number because it's inevitably going to end up with you defending incest. And it's really gross and nobody wants to hear it. But unfortunately, the Bible is chock full of incest. And yeah, it's just something we don't really talk about a lot because it feels kind of unfair to bring that up and lay it on the theist doorstep. But if you're going to actually actively make the argument that it happened and it's literal history, I think it should be the first thing you bring up. Because
but don't you see, their DNA was pure,
right,
so
yeah.
it was okay to fuck your sisters and your mother.
Right,
Yeah, I remember asking about that when I was a kid, and I was answered with, well, back then it's like, we needed, they needed to populate the earth, so God made it to where birth defects didn't happen due to incest, and and God said it was okay, so. And I'm like, okay, so where in the Bible did God say, okay, that's over now? Now it's not cool to fuck your sisters anymore. And I remember my aunt was like, she got pissed because it's not actually anywhere in the Bible that says you can't bang your sisters.
No, it expressly says the opposite. It says, Lot's daughters got him drunk.
Daughters, yeah.
Incest is best. Put your sister to the test. It rhymes, so it must be true.
Family first.
Yeah. My mama always said, if you can't keep it in your pants, at least keep it in your family.
Oh, God.
Okay, moving
now
on.
I look back and I just like, I can't believe I ever actually bought these fucking answers from these people.
I know. Yeah.
Like I had the presence of mind to ask these questions, and then whatever bullshit answer they gave me, I was just like, okay then.
Yeah, I'm debating Adam and Eve with Dottie Budinsky and Sam from Standing for Truth on the Raging Tomatoes channel in a couple of weeks, and I'm really wondering how they're going to step around the incest topic because I know they're not going to want to talk about it.
I step around.
I'm assuming they're going to use the perfect genome thing because that's the one I hear most commonly from people nowadays. But anyway, sorry, go ahead, Dr. Blitz. You were cooking.
Sure. There's a few large ones. One of them was when the dinosaurs were wiped out. Another was starts with a D. Is it the Denovian? We can find out together. So there's the end Ordovician extinction, there was the late Devonian period, there was the end Permian, there was the end Triassic, and the Cretaceous Paleogene. So those are 5 mass extinctions that have happened. So which one is the one that had the civilization?
Yeah, I'm not sure which one had the civilization, but I think that there could have been
a great angle. I love what he's doing here because a lot of times, like evolution deniers, young earthers, they get off with just not providing a timeline at all. They give us an estimate of the total age, but they don't tell you the order that anything happened in because they know they can't. They don't even try. So he's taking
it in reality.
Yeah, he's taking a great
grounded in reality.
And it reminds me a lot of
for them, the less the less ability they have to do so.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of a question RJ Downard asked. I think it was Kent Hovind in one of their debates, and it was like, "How long ago was the Earth created? What has happened since? In what exact order? And how do you know?" And I remember Kent Hovind just blinking as his brain went System 32, and he actually thought about reality for the first time. It was gorgeous.
Yeah, Kent Hovind did the blue screen of death. It was amazing. Yep.
Because the point of it was never to do that. The point of it was always to arrive at a reason to keep thinking that the biblical narrative might be true.
Sort of created beings on the planet before you start with a Genesis account.
Well,
and that could account for.
But Genesis says that it was empty. So how could there have been created things if it was empty? Or like, how does that work?
Well, it's easy. Genesis starts where God shows up to the earth. At that point, what was it? It was formless and void. It didn't have its life on it.
So God's not like the creator of everything?
Yeah, the creation story starts at the beginning of all time. But you're talking about.
Hold on. The creation story starts at the beginning of all time. So this is the beginning of the book, right? This is like the very first line of the book. Is this the beginning of time?
You could put a gap between verse 1 and verse 2 of insert however many years you want it to be.
Can we pause it for a second?
If you want it to be billions of years.
I'm not sure that's actually correct. Because it doesn't say how long God is hovering over the formless waters, right? It just
yes,
says
I agree. Yes, thank you. Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. So God could have existed forever, and the substrate could have existed forever, and then God just showed up and started making shit. That's what the Hebrew reads as, right?
Yeah, basically. That's how I interpret it.
Yeah, right. When things began to be made, God was there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you paused. Yes.
The formless planet was just an endless expanse of water, and it was empty in that it didn't have land in it. And then God divided the waters and added the land. They believed, the sky was a different ocean.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but also like
a celestial dome, which had the heavenly gates in it, which is what caused precipitation. God would open the gates or close the gates. And when they were open, that was rain, At least this is the cosmology I learned in Bible study. Do correct me if I'm wrong. I learned this.
I think it's accurate. Yeah, I think it's accurate to the Hebrew. I think that's 100% what it says.
Yeah.
Most Christians don't understand that their Bible doesn't affirm creation ex nihilo.
No, it doesn't.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep. No, that was great, dude. That was a great pause. I'm so glad we got to talk about that. Hell yeah. That's exactly what the Hebrew says. Yeah. When things began to exist, God was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and makes no claim to ex nihilo. It's very plain. Sorry. I'm not sorry.
I often harp on the fact that creationism is bad science because, science is my passion, but it is also bad theology.
It really is. Absolutely. Yep. Well said. Yeah.
God created the heavens and the earth is just the...
Also, by the way, if you want actually a good translation, using the properly understanding the first word in Hebrew, it's probably not best translated as in the beginning. It's probably best translated as when God began. Right? This is likely a better translation. To be clear, in the text, the verses aren't there. The verses aren't separate ideas. We can just go look at the actual Hebrew text if you want, and you're not going to find punctuation.
Right, I know Hebrew.
So it's not, you know Hebrew?
Yeah.
Okay, so then how?
This is going to be a blunder. Whenever a guest says they know Hebrew, they don't fucking know Hebrew. So I'm excited to watch Blitz just embarrass this guy.
It's a pretty tough claim to accept. Yeah. I have met very few people who know full-on Hebrew in my life, especially 2nd century Hebrew. Come on, really?
All I know is that if Moses wants coffee, he brews it.
Right. Do you guys know the name of the Hebrew tribe before it was Hebrew?
No.
Yeah, it used to be called the Habiru. Habiru. And that evolved into Hebrew over time. See, even language evolves.
Yeah. That's one of the best examples, I think, for evolution to try and get someone to understand is how Latin became Italian, French, and Spanish.
Yeah, you think about yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying no mother ever that spoke Latin ever gave birth to a child that spoke a different language.
Yeah,
it doesn't happen over one generation.
It's actually kind of wild how well the comparison lines up, because if you think about a force of natural selection in language, and that the language that's most efficient and most effectively imparts your meaning is kind of out-competing other language, and so our language is evolving through a natural selection, kind of like that. And it is gradual and cumulative, and through this process, you have languages that evolve from a common ancestor. Yeah, it's really interesting. It lines up. Yeah, for sure.
Or are you distinguishing between verse 1 and verse 2?
I'm saying verse 1 and verse 2 because that's how it's written for us right now.
Right, but why would you? How would you infer that there's a gap in time between, like, in this sentence that doesn't have any punctuation?
It's just the way that you would put anything together, by sentence structure, by statement.
Where in the sentence structure does it infer that there's a large gap of time?
The earth, period.
That's a comma, by the way.
That's the end of one concept.
That's a comma.
Okay.
I know it's small, but
you're asking how is the punctuation getting there?
Well, what I'm asking is how are you inferring that it is reasonable to interpret that there's a gap between the creation of the heavens and the earth and then the earth being in complete chaos? And by the way, again, with the preferred translation, the NRSVU, this first verse is a clause. It's not even a complete idea. It's when God began to create the heavens and the earth was complete chaos and darkness covered the face of the deep, while a wind from God swept over the face of the waters. Namely, this is telling you this is how the earth was when God began to create it.
Yeah, I understand.
Like, that was the first step of creation. This is not saying first God created the heavens and the earth, and then sometime later, the heavens and the earth were already created, and then the earth was this way, right?
It's called the gap theory. You can look it up. It's not something that I'm making up here on the spot.
I understand that. It just seems unsubstantiated.
Okay, you can think that.
Well, is there a way that you could substantiate it?
Yeah, hold on.
Because it's...
Hold on. What the fuck is gap theory?
So, if I understand it correctly, gap theory is kind of like day-age creationism. It's where, like, we were kind of talking about earlier, where one day doesn't actually mean one 24-hour day. It means, like, a certain period. Oh, here we go. Gap theory.
Yeah, the verb is, or not the verb, the noun is yom, right?
Yeah, okay.
One day, yeah.
It's another attempt to reconcile the appearance of age in the universe with the young Earth cosmology in the Bible.
Right. The majority of the time that the verb yom is used, it refers to a day, and there's no reason to think it was any different. And if you ask any honest Christian what Jesus thought, Jesus believed that the earth was created in 7 days or 6 days, and then God took a nap.
Yeah. That is in the New Testament, as much as I wish it wasn't.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, I'm good. What is it called again? Gap theory? That's dumb.
Gap theory.
Day age is much better.
It was not very
kind
successful.
of. Yeah, they're both pseudoscientific. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Blitzy. It was also a shoot off from Gap that wasn't as popular as Baby Gap. You can get really bad clothes there to go with my bad jokes. Okay, play the video.
It's two concepts. God created the heavens and the earth, period. And then starts the story of, and when it was formless and void, he came and showed up, and the Holy Spirit started doing its work.
Well, but that's not what it says. Right? There's no period.
Okay, you picked up a translation that has a comma where all the other ones
No, there's no period. There's no period in the original text. Ancient Hebrew didn't have periods.
I know that.
So then how are you getting that? Oh, there's a period there.
That's something I also learned in Bible study.
How do you come to that conclusion?
One second. This is a fun little.
This is actually kind of funny. This is funny to me.
Brought this up. If you didn't know this, Ancient Hebrew not only doesn't have periods, the words didn't have spaces between them. So, for instance, the sentence "God is now here" could also be read "God is nowhere." So you can see how this could cause all kinds of mistranslations and errors. And yeah, to this day, we believe there are several mistranslations and errors in the Bible, many of the translated versions of the Bible, precisely because of this bizarre, formless kind of rudimentary syntax that ancient Hebrew had, where no spaces between the words, no periods indicating the ends of sentences. Really interesting.
It is.
Yeah, because it's the end of a thought process.
It's not
in the beginning.
How are you coming to that conclusion?
Okay, you can look up gap theory and read all you want about it.
Okay, so I'm asking you to substantiate it. Like, I mean, if you're telling me to just go do my own research, I'm just going to be like, okay, like it's not particularly an informative conversation.
Yeah, I'm not saying more about it because I'm telling you where you can go look it up yourself and read more about it.
Okay, so we're not going to okay. So like, by the way, I just found something that's kind of fun and nifty. I just want to pull something up so we can compare. Where is it? Where did I put it? Right here.
That's interesting that you're holding it so close.
Here, let me show you
this.
something. So this
you're focusing so much on this particular.
This is from the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? This is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is our oldest copy of the Hebrew Bible, or of Genesis 1, as far as I can tell. And you can look at this word here. It's the word Elohim. You look at it right there. It's the third word of Genesis 1. You can see it right here. It's Elohim. The next word is Et. Now here, and this is Machon Mamre, this is like kind of a modern rendering. It has vowels. It has grammar, but it just says Elohim et Hashemayim. Right. Now look, it says that here too, right? You can just read it, like it's actually like it's legible Hebrew. But the point is that there's no grammar. There's no not grammar. There's no periods. There's no commas. There's no vowels for that matter. So I don't know how you're going to take a look at this. Take a look at this first sentence and be like, aha, well, this is a separate idea from the second one. Punctuation. Thank you. I don't know why the word slipped my mind. Like, it seems like that you have to,
the punctuation came after, just like what you read right there. It showed all the vowel pointing.
Yep.
And even in the vowel pointing, they share where you break off a section of thought versus the next one.
Yeah, no, I understand. My point is this, like, you can't rely on, oh, well, one translation puts a period there, so it's a separate thought, because that's not part of the original text.
Yeah, I can't say anything to this anymore. It's just kind of ridiculous.
I agree. So,
why don't you talk about science or something like that?
Okay. Is there any evidence that there was an ancient civilization before, say 10,000 years ago?
It's a theory.
Well, I was asking for, is there any evidence?
Okay, stop.
Well, you can look at the Great Pyramids.
Stop. I have to be the pedantic asshole here. No, it is not a scientific theory, which is what was being implied there. There's a little bit of an equivocation happening there. It's a theory in the sense of, oh, I'm just a fucking guy just pulling shit out of my ass. I'm making up a theory. I have a theory that the moon is made of cheese. Like, it's not the same thing as a scientific theory, which is a productive framework that can be used to break ground on future fields of inquiry. It can be used to make non-arbitrary explanations about data sets, and it can be used to successfully predict future data. So it's very different to say something's a theory in the colloquial sense and to say something's a theory in the scientific sense. And in the scientific sense, creation isn't even it's barely a hypothesis at best. I don't even know if you could call it a hypothesis, but
it's a myth.
Yeah, myth would be the more correct word to use, I think. Yeah, for sure.
For example,
yep,
some of the most recent data from their ground penetrating radar show that there's these humongous cylinders that the pyramids are sitting on top of.
Do you think
there's no way on Earth that
has that been peer reviewed? I
don't know if it's been peer reviewed.
The answer is no, it hasn't.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's not true.
Well, it's certainly not something you should rely on as evidence.
No,
especially because we do have the handwritten text of one of the people who helped build the pyramids. His name is Mirror. He was a foreman, if you will. He wrote a diary, and we found it like 10 years ago, which is really cool, by the way. Yeah, let me pull it up really quick. It has a nice Wikipedia page, so check it out if you're interested. But for everybody who's watching, but the point is it was written about 4,500 years ago. It was by a guy named Mirror, and he talks about how he was bringing blocks from the quarry. His job was to bring blocks from the quarry to the pyramids to be built. So, like, we know when the pyramids were built. It was around or the Great Pyramids were built around 4,500 years ago. Because we know when he wrote this thing, and we know that he was involved with building the pyramids.
You know what's interesting?
So, I mean, like
a little fun fact that's related to this. We have a name currently. We know we have a name that is the earliest known human name, right? The earliest known name that a Homo sapien possessed. And you might think it was the name of some great king or some conqueror. No, it was the name of some copper processing like he was a copper salesman or a copper purchaser who was writing letters about the shitty copper he got because he was so mad about it. And I just think that's so beautifully human that the oldest known human name belonged to a copper merchant complaining about subpar product. The more things change, the more they stay the same, right?
The pyramids are not really, the age of the pyramids are not really in question.
Well, the evidence that they showed from their studies is explaining something quite different than that.
Sorry, so what's the evidence that they showed? That they showed that indicates that it's quite a bit older?
The actual radar scans of what's underneath the pyramids, and it points towards a much more intelligent civilization building them. Whether from off planet or on planet, it was not.
Hold on, I just want to make sure I pull up the thing because I remember hearing about this. Let me see. Actually, I may have even made a video about it because it was like last year or something when this was announced by an Italian team, right?
Yeah, Filippo Biondi. Yeah,
one second. Let me just see if I can pull up the thing that I'm referring to. I want something better than a Facebook page. That's a Facebook post. I know that there is a good. I know that there was a press release by the team, but I want to see if I can find it again. It's been a while. So, by the way, this is, and I can just show you the image that I'm looking at. This is the image that's usually cited as evidence. This is the evidence that you're referring to, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know where this actually comes from. As far as I can tell, it's not in any peer-reviewed sources. And this, to me, I don't know about you, man. I don't know about the audience. This doesn't scream ancient civilization built the pyramids. So
I don't know how you can look at that and think anything differently because it's sitting on cylinders that go hundreds of meters. How do you know that those are cylinders? Well, look at the picture.
How do you know what they are?
We can infer based on the shape of them that they're cylinder shaped.
You can infer that there are dense.
Any Reddit users in here, the cylinder must remain unharmed.
I don't know what that means.
Y'all will get it if you use Reddit.
Any differences that are perhaps linear. If this is even representative of their actual data.
For being too mean to fascists.
What was that?
I said I got kicked off Reddit a while ago for being too mean to fascists.
Oh yeah, that can happen.
I never learned to read.
I almost lost my 2011 account for being too mean to fascists, but then I made an alt just to keep that one from getting the perma.
That's 17 more 11 accounts than you need because all you need is a 311 account. Right, Gretchen?
Absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, it's not clear that this is actually even true.
No, it's pretty clear. If you look at their...
It's clear that it's true, even though it hasn't even been peer reviewed yet.
Yeah, things can be true without being peer reviewed.
They can be, but you probably don't have good reason to accept incredible claims, especially before peer review. Apparently, by the way, apparently this has been heavily
I'm not of the opinion that we have to wait
criticized.
for something to be peer reviewed before we can actually believe it.
Well, you should be
Blitz
skeptical
is
of things that are
playing
in
chess right now, and his opponent is playing checkers. Like, Blitz is talking about a high level of academic and scientific epistemology and like scholarly frameworks, and the dude is just using probably History Channel ancient aliens type shit, it sounds like.
Yeah, he's not playing checkers. He's eating the checker pieces.
Yeah. He's like licking a tic-tac-toe board. Yeah.
That's why I usually like to compare and contrast, like, and with just a simple like comment, like something like, calm and linear versus, and then like, frantic and desperate, or whatever the person's trying to do. But usually, yeah, it's I don't know. I like planting those flags because the creationists or the believers in chat do not like it when you point anything out to them, especially when it's true.
Yeah. If it shakes their worldview, it's scary.
Yeah, right. Cognitive dissonance is a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really clever move.
When I first became a mod, it was fun to like always try and bait people into crashing out so I could mute them. Just say something like "Happy Pride." Oh, I can't handle that. And then they do something. They expose their bigotry, and thanks, dude. That's what I was hoping you would do.
Yeah, like Dr. Greg kind of did that in his last debate with Hovind, and started talking about the shit Hovind spews about vaccines too. And of course, he got Hovind. Oh, you can't trust the government. Blah blah blah. They fucking catch me. I'm a piece of shit. And blah blah blah.
Right.
Yeah, it was great. I think we should lean into that. Like
Sure.
they bring up the fact that transgender people exist in every debate I've ever had on modern day debate about evolution or what have you. It has nothing to do with the fucking subject. But you know what? We should bring it up and point out that there's science deniers about that shit too.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. We all need to get our game up on that, because anything they think they're confident in, you just need to obliterate them even harder on.
Right. And you know what? It sucks because it just takes effort. You just have to be curious.
Yeah.
You have to fact check every claim they make and see that it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
And that takes too much time when you can just believe what your pastor told you.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
Or if you have no morals or anything and you're willing to just lie and make shit up just to try and win an argument online.
Or to get money from, your subscribers on YouTube. Yeah.
Exactly.
And world changing if they haven't even been examined by their peers, like the other experts.
Last thing I heard was that they were going to set up other teams to use the same technology to see if they could duplicate it.
So,
but they duplicated the same thing based on other things that were underground.
Yeah, apparently, this is very controversial. So to say that it's like accepted science is a little bit is a little bit crazy.
Well, look, it quotes Dr. Zahi Hawass right there.
Yep,
that guy's the biggest joke when it comes to Egyptology. He's like anything that points at anything related to.
Okay, what about researcher Armando May? What about Dr. James Kennett? What about Biondi as the person who was involved? Like this is apparently controversial, right?
RP.
Yeah.
So like,
damn it! I forgot what I was gonna fucking say now. Slipped my mind.
My bad. I didn't.
No, it's okay.
First time.
Oh well, just go on.
Why
it'll come back to me if it was important.
Not true.
So it's certainly not settled science. Can we agree on that?
I would say it's pretty settled based on the
How is it
photographs
settled
that they
science if it's
provided.
controversial?
Well, it's settled in my mind.
Okay, so you just like believe vibes? Here's another one, by the way. Another story on the same thing. Not all experts are convinced. Radar expert Professor Lawrence Conyers from the University of Denver called the claims a huge exaggeration, stating that the technology used, radar pulses from a satellite similar to how sonar radar is used to map the ocean, couldn't penetrate that deep into the Earth. So, why should we believe this?
Look at the pictures.
This is a picture. We don't even know where this data came from. This isn't peer-reviewed. There's no data associated with this.
That is the data. The picture is the data.
No,
right?
we have the picture is not. These things don't make pictures. They make numbers, and then they take the numbers and they convert it into a picture. We don't even know where this data, where this picture came from. This was just something that was released at a press conference. The paper hasn't been peer-reviewed.
Again, I don't need it to be peer-reviewed for me to believe it.
But you don't even know where that data comes from. Are you just believing what the press person says? Just whatever they say must be true?
No, it wasn't the press person. It was the scientist that did the studies.
But that's where that image came from. That image came from a press release.
No, they released their papers and they had a press
it hasn't
release
been released. It hasn't been released.
Yes, they're published papers. You can look.
No,
them
they're
up.
not. They're not published.
Yes, they are.
Where?
I don't know the exact.
They're not
the exact source, but you can find them online. They're published. I have a video on my TikTok where I did a video.
Do you think that if something is online, therefore it's published?
No, silly. Of course not.
Okay, so where is it published? What journal is it in?
I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. I'm sorry, but you can find it.
I'm looking. I can't find it.
Well, look more. You'll find it if you look correctly.
I'm just looking wrong. So I'm looking for Biondi and May pyramid column study. Yeah, we'll just show you what I'm looking at.
No,
Bondi,
silly.
Biondi,
Of
May
course
pyramid column
not.
study. That's just what I.
I'm using that answer for
What's under the
everything
pyramids?
from
That's
now
not
on.
a source. That's not a source. That's not a source. These are like news outlets. AFP fact check, not a source. Answers to Genesis, not a source. Reddit, not a source. Here's something. This is on a preprint server. So it's not published. Synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography reveals details of undiscovered high-resolution internal structure of the Great Pyramid of Giza. So let's go look at this. Is this the thing that you're referring to? This is from 2022, by the way. Let's just scroll through it really quick and see if that image comes from this paper. Now, close, but no cigar. Close, but no cigar. Not quite. Nope, it doesn't come from this paper.
Yeah, that's a scan of the other pyramid.
Yeah, so that thing that we just saw, it's not here. Let's keep looking. Page 2, Facebook, Egypt Tours Portal, National Geographic. Oh, here's something. Synthetic aperture radar. Oh, this is the same thing. So this is the Great Pyramid of Giza one. We can scroll through it. It's the same thing. This one looks like it is published, actually. Yeah, this is the same one that we just looked at. This one is published. It's published in a, with all due respect, shitty journal. MDPI is not trustworthy, but it is published. And so where is the publication of these columns underneath the pyramids? Why can't I find it anywhere?
I mean, you've spent about 1 minute looking. So when you search for...
I'm not seeing it anywhere, my guy. I think you're just BSing.
No, I'm not BSing.
Okay, then you should be able to tell me where to find it.
Just because I can't remember the name of a journal doesn't mean that it's not true.
Do you remember anything about
you just found one. You just found a publication that they did, right?
Yeah, from
They're
2022.
using the same technology in that publication that you just looked at.
Sure. At least that's the claim, but we don't know because they haven't released the paper.
Yes, there's a paper with it's published.
Do you want to bet?
No, I don't need to bet you, man. I
Take
read
the
the
bet.
thing.
Oh, okay, have you? So surely you remember what it was called, right?
I don't need to bet.
No, I think most people don't
There's no
remember off
betting.
the top of their head months later what a journal was named.
No, not the journal, the name of the paper.
Same thing, the name of the paper. I don't remember off the top of my head what it is.
How do you know that you were reading that then?
I don't know if this is just a me thing, but when I come across like useful papers, like I save them in like a specific bookmark folder.
Yeah, me too.
I actually have an entire library that has over 450 links now in it. That is organized by category from like biology to geology to physics, psychology. I would all split up into categories like that, and it's one of the few things I actually use an AI for to help me keep track of that shit. And I
But
know a
let's
lot
be
of people
honest.
think AI is evil, and I try to use it as
You're
little as
breaking up a little
possible.
bit,
Oh,
Austin.
my bad.
Even if
Good.
you don't keep a record of all these papers, I mean, the fact that he remembers the guy's name that led the study months later and had the wherewithal to call into Blitz and talk about it, you'd think that, the name of the publication wouldn't be hard to remember at all.
Right.
Do I still sound bad and weird?
No, yeah, you sound much better.
Hey, point of production. We have someone requesting backstage. Jerry Normus, turn your camera off because you're smoking
It's
like a
Jerry.
chimney.
It's Jerry.
Hi, it's Jerry. Yeah.
Yeah, we
no.
can't smoke. Can't smoke on camera, Jerry.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I apologize. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
It's a
What
terrible
brings
habit.
you to the stage tonight?
Not unless you are a fire police.
I have a degree in philosophy, and I'm just. I just wanted to pose the question. I have a couple of questions. I'm wondering. It always amazes me this creationist caller that you're looking at with Dr. Blix. He clearly seems to be well read and intelligent and sort of engaging a bit. I'm wondering how these guys, how they live their lives. Do they go?
I barely understand what you're saying. You're kind of muffled.
Sorry,
I understand them.
Is that better? I'm wondering
I turned him up a bit.
Okay.
How these guys live their lives, because it seems bizarre that you could have an inquiring mind of this kind and yet believe in something that's so dumb. I mean,
Confirmation bias. That's my answer.
They're sheltered.
I have a degree in classics as well, and I always sometimes I see on TikTok or whatever. I see the Noah's Ark thing that they bend over backwards to try and explain. It's ludicrous.
Have you ever been a believer?
No. I mean, I went to a Catholic school, but I was the kid in the class who just thought it was ludicrous from the get-go. I was 7 and I was wondering about angels fighting with Jesus, or if Santa and Jesus had a fight, who would win.
Jerry, you're also like you don't have the benefit of like living your whole life in a country with actual free speech rights, So
Well, I think I did. I mean, I lived in Ireland for most of my life, and we weren't exactly a backwater of oppression at the time.
No, not oppression, but I mean in America, we practically go out of our way to defend these idiots with their crazy ass theories,
Oh yes, who's was it Disraeli in the British Parliament who says, "I disagree with everything you say, but I will defend with my life your right to say it," or something of that nature. I'm sure I'm butchering that quote, but yeah, no, I'm all about. You can believe whatever you like, you can think whatever you like. Just don't try and tell me that you have a right to an opinion when your opinion is stupid. If you have a right to express an opinion, I have a right to say it's dumb.
Oh, sure.
Sure. Yeah. Yes?
Absolutely you do.
But
I'm just saying that's how these guys make it through days, is with actually the rest of us, defending their right to be that stupid.
But also, like, I have the benefit of having grown up in that culture, growing up religious, and so like I understand the mental gymnastics that your brain does on a daily basis in order to like defend that belief. Like, where our minds are riddled with cognitive biases, And like, you literally will block out new information that doesn't confirm like your currently held beliefs unless like a certain threshold of like damning information is met.
Yeah, it's not hard to
Yeah.
explain with a blend of cognitive distortions and mental biases, like confirmation bias, has been mentioned twice now, is one of the most common cognitive distortions humans commit. Just basic overconfidence. It's not that hard to understand, right? People
The
tend to have
analogy
a
I
really,
go
really
ahead.
high opinion of themselves. Like everybody thinks they're good at critical thinking, right? But not a lot of people have actually put a lot of work into figuring out what critical thinking even is and practicing it. And yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
like driving, like driving. Anytime you take a survey of drivers, they all think they're above average, which is uh, obviously funny.
Yeah,
I suppose it's a bit like
that's called optimism bias. You get that. You get people who smoke claiming that even though you tell them 40% of people who smoke for such amount of time that your demographic have such and such likelihood to get cancer, and it should be high enough to make somebody go, "Wow, that's a high likelihood I'm going to get cancer." But everybody thinks they're going to be the one who doesn't get cancer, even though
exactly,
And then you have
exactly.
that, and then you have your assholes like me that say, "Well, what's fucking taking them so long?"
I've already
Everybody
beat
has
cancer,
a
so I don't give a fuck.
survivorship bias. Yeah,
everybody has a granny who lives to 100 and smokes like a chimney. You know,
yeah.
that'd be
And you know what? I think that's one of the ways in which psychology can most help the world is just helping people recognize their cognitive biases and get better at epistemic hygiene and good belief maintenance. And coincidentally, if you do that, you tend to end up shedding God beliefs. But
Epistemic hygiene. I
yeah.
fucking love that.
Yeah, I
a
think
nice idea.
something that Clifford was kind of chewing around, but he never actually put it into those words specifically. But in his essay, "The Ethics of Beliefs," that's pretty much what he was getting at. That it's basically always wrong to believe something on insufficient evidence, anytime, anywhere, by anyone.
Yeah.
Amen to that. Would you like to go on with Dr. Blix?
Yeah. Thanks for jumping up on the panel. Feel free to stick around. But you have quite a bit of background noise, so if you don't mind
You need to mute.
muting
Yeah.
until you have something to say, that'd be great. Appreciate it.
Oh man, what is it? What is
It's
the
been
problem
over a
with
year.
this?
Why can't I find this publication?
I don't know what to tell you, man.
It sounds like that you just can't back up your claim.
No, you just found one of their published papers, dude. It's
I'm not saying that they
100%.
never published
Okay,
anything. I'm saying
glad
that this
he said that because that reminds me. Bottom line, until you name your source, cite your source, period, your source doesn't exist. Picture it didn't happen. Prove me wrong, bro. Just fuck off if you don't have a source. Like Blitz is being so nice to this guy because I would have told him to fuck off unless he had a source a long time ago. Because he clearly doesn't.
Yeah, like my whole thing is like you need to demonstrate it to me. Like I'm not going to take your word because like even if you aren't lying, you might be mistaken. So that's why it's always good to cite your sources. Bring the receipt. Bring the receipts, bro.
You're making too much sense there, man. That sounds a little too rational.
claim is unpublished. Oh, you know what? We can reverse it. Yeah, well, reverse Google image searching might work, but it'll probably just get us back to the press release. We can try, though.
Why don't we talk about one of the biggest problems in cosmology right now, which is the
sure pivot,
the big red giants.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Pivot! Pivot! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Yeah. What about?
Is that a clip from Friends?
I don't know. Blitz played it though, right?
Yeah. Because like I never watched Friends. It was just a little before my time. Did Friends have a laugh track?
Yeah.
It did. Okay, yeah. For some
Oh,
reason,
absolutely.
I
Yes.
can't get behind sitcoms with laugh tracks. Like it's like I feel like it's patronizing. Like telling the audience when it's funny. Like let me decide when like the jokes are landing.
Okay, here's the only thing I agree, but performing live, I've noticed that when you get a few people who are willing to laugh out loud, others around them get more comfortable at laughing out loud, and you can get a better overall crowd response. So sometimes having that sound can be a benefit because then you'll feel comfortable laughing along with it because you feel like you're a part of something. Granted, it's fake as fuck because it's a laugh track. And from people watching too many things that are laugh tracks when you're performing for them, sometimes they don't realize that you're a human in front of them. So you have to kind of break that fourth wall every now and then to remind them, hey, yo, I'm not a television screen you can ignore. You have to respond. And you end up getting a better crowd response sometimes when you remind them that you can see them. You're not some person on a TV.
Yeah, I get that it's conditioning to like help the person engage more, but like I feel like I don't have much of an issue engaging on my own because like even when like I'm completely alone and like my partner's out, she's like hiking in the mountains and I'm like watching It's Always Sunny, like I'm still like filling the house with laughter if I'm watching It's Always Sunny.
I've seen shows that make good use of laugh track, and I've seen shows that make good use of no laugh track. And so I can't say I have much of an opinion on it. An example of a show that I think that makes good use of the laugh track is The Big Bang Theory. I love that show. It's one of my favorite shows. And a good show that makes great use of no laugh track is Malcolm in the Middle. That show's fucking hilarious, but it never uses a laugh track once through its entire runtime. And so, yeah, I think you can do both effectively as a television maker.
Have you caught the Malcolm in the Middle reboot?
I had okay, so I almost got Hulu just so I could keep watching it because that was like my family's family comfort show, like the show we could all agree on and watch it and was appropriate for everybody. And it was especially a show me and my grandma bonded over a lot. We loved watching that show together. And so yeah, I do want to get Hulu eventually just so I can watch it. But unfortunately, I feel like a lot of these reboots don't last very long. So I'm gonna let it run for like a season or two, and if it does end up getting canceled, I'll get Hulu, watch it all, and then cancel the
Ooh,
Hulu
I'm
subscription
sorry to inform
afterwards.
you, but it's only 4 episodes, and
Oh, okay.
there's not really like any
Oh,
promise of
all
like
right.
any more.
Oh, okay. Well, then I might get it just to watch that and then enjoy it for a month and then immediately cancel it. I can always make another Yahoo account and get a free subscription, right? Like,
Are you on Discord?
yeah, I think so.
Send me a request, ARPY period,
Okay.
and I'll hook you up with the files.
Oh, yeah. All right. Will do.
Can I give a recommendation here? Has anybody
Yeah,
watched
go for it.
Comrade Detective?
Comrade Detective. Can't say I'm familiar.
It's wonderful, wonderful. It's basically Channing Tatum and John Ronson came up with this idea, and it's a fake found footage show that's supposed to be from Romania in the height of communism. And the idea is that they filmed it in Romania and they dubbed it with Channing Tatum and James Gordon Levitt as the two guys. It's just really funny, and the idea is that it's a sort of it's a laughing at them, laughing at us, laughing at their misconceptions of the West. It's really funny, but no laughter track. Very much on the sort of uncomfortable, ironic humor. Very funny. Worth a look. I'll tell you, if you watch the first episode, you'll know whether you like it or not. There's a wonderful episode where one of the detectives goes to prison to meet his parents, who he informed on as closet westerns, closet capitalists, and they bring the game of Monopoly, which they found the clue in their investigation. And they're like, "What? Look at this this horrible capitalist game. Your objective is to own all the property and to make all of your comrades homeless." And yes, they like it's a children's game. It's indoctrination. It's well worth a look anyway. Comrade Detective.
Yeah, pulled up the article, the wiki article on it. It looks like it's Amazon original, so I'll definitely check that out. Thanks for the suggestion.
I'm not going to play a game where the whole purpose is to pay rent.
Right. Plus, like, Monopoly games just go fucking forever. Like, whenever I played with my family, it lasts like 2 to 3 hours. And, like, if we're going to play a game that long, I'd rather play Risk or Civilization, you know?
I'm actually just joking. I love Monopoly, but it is a funny joke that the whole point of the game is to pay rent, basically. But actually, I think it's also a kind of funny fact that most people are actually playing Monopoly wrong. There's a different set of rules that the maker of the game intended it to be played by. The modern rule set is something someone other than the game creator came up with, if I recall correctly.
I was gonna. I remember what I was gonna say about Malcolm in the Middle. Growing up, Malcolm in the Middle was definitely like a staple because it was always on before Simpsons, and so I'd usually catch it. But like, maybe it was after. It was like adjacent to the Simpsons, and so like lined up perfectly with my viewing habit. However, like as I grew older and I got more into things like chess, I gained a greater appreciation for Malcolm in the Middle because the episode that features Jason Alexander, he plays like the chess jerk in the park. That episode is actually really well done in terms of like actual chess. And so many sitcoms like butcher chess and like they just like make up fucking jargon like because like most of the audience isn't going to be like familiar with actual like chess openings and like strategies and terms. Like the chess episode in Frasier is infamous for this. It's just a bunch of like jargon slop that like has nothing to do with the actual chess world. But Malcolm in the Middle stays true to like actual chess, openings and strategies. Nice. So yeah.
Well, when you're writing, right, you can do two things when you come across like a subject you don't actually want to know but you want to write about, right? Like you can just make stuff up or try and do a little research yourself, or you can do what the writers of Malcolm in the Middle clearly did and consult with somebody who actually knows what they're talking about when it comes to the subject.
But you got to pay for it.
Yeah.
Everyone, I always don't want to pay for stuff. What's that background noise?
That's me. I'm in the park. Sorry about that.
Oh.
You want me to mute again?
Yeah. Just get in the habit of muting up, and then when you have something to add, go ahead and unmute yourself. Appreciate it. It just helps with the audio quality. No problem. Appreciate your effort. Let's dive back into the clip.
About the galaxies that they discovered with the James Webb Telescope that are not supposed to be there because they formed so big, so fast that it breaks the cosmology.
Oh, it doesn't break cosmology, it breaks galaxy formation models. But look, are we just going to grant that you're pivoting after your claim about these pyramids being constructed by ancient civilizations that definitely exist, that you definitely have evidence for, but you can't present it, was completely demolished?
No, sir, I don't agree with your claim that it's demolished.
Oh, well, we'll leave that up to the audience to decide. But
Your
will
audience,
you grant at least that you're pivoting?
I wouldn't trust your audience with anything.
Will you at least grant that you're pivoting away from this because you couldn't present the evidence?
No, it's not because I can't present the evidence. It's because
Well,
it's
then present the evidence.
repetitive. I'm telling you that it was published, and you can't find it
what's
right
the evidence
now.
for that claim?
You can't find it in 1 minute.
What's the evidence for the? And by the way, just so we can be clear, it was definitely more than 1 minute. We can just go look. What's the evidence for the claim that it's published?
And one that was made.
As I can tell, written. That's Facebook things 100 years ago. Here we know when let's find one they're not searching really in question. Sorry, so
is explaining something quite different than that.
So that was 10 minutes, by the way, of me looking. Yeah, 1 sec. But look, it sounds like you can't find it either, which is great. But you found it once, so you should be able to find it again.
Yeah, I'm sure I could find it again if I sat on my computer and actually tried to find it.
Yep, which is what I just did for the last 10 minutes. And I'm generally pretty good at finding sources because, you know, as a researcher, that's one of the things you have to do.
Yeah. And by the time I'm looking up your source for you, you know you've lost. Like, either retract the claim or, you know, just admit you were wrong.
Yeah, I shouldn't have to do your fucking homework for you. But because Blitz is such a good faith interlocutor, like he wants to try to like steel man their position like to the fullest extent.
Yeah.
Just because he's so confident that he can knock it the fuck down.
He's a real scientist. He's well trained in the art of curiosity.
Oh, I love that. Well trained in the art of curiosity. I'm gonna remember that.
That's a good one.
Now tell me, how do these large red galaxies, how do they disprove cosmology?
Well, it just showed that things it didn't take as long to form them as once thought before.
Yep, that's a question of galaxy formation, not cosmology.
What is that? Not part of cosmology?
No, it's not.
Okay, what is cosmology to you?
Study of the there's kind of two pieces. There's large scale structure, so not individual galaxy formation, but the kind of distribution of matter on a large scale, and questions, and it seeks to answer questions like the ultimate fate of the universe, the origins of the universe, and these kinds of things. Cosmologists are not usually the kinds of people who are studying the actual mechanism of galaxy formation in the early universe or at any period in time. That would be astrophysics.
Well, here's an example of where I'm just quoting headlines of the
headlines of what?
They call it the crisis in cosmology, referencing to these things.
What are the headlines?
Headlines in cosmology.
Just type in crisis in cosmology.
Okay. Yep. Okay. What am I supposed to be looking at? The Templeton Foundation? YouTube? Bigthink.com? Is it this? Is this what I'm supposed to be looking at?
Yeah.
The crisis in cosmology is pure exaggeration? There are clues that the universe isn't completely adding up.
Is it happening again? Is Blitz looking up his source for him again? And not only is this time Blitz is finding it, but it's a Trojan source. The source is actually saying the opposite. It's a classic case of someone literally reading only the headline and not a sentence further. Yeah. That is hilarious.
It is.
Even so, the standard model of cosmology holds up stronger than ever. Crazy. So it seems like this is undermining your claim.
Whoops.
Okay, you can pick one example of that.
Where should we be looking? Where should we be looking? Should we be looking on Wikipedia? This doesn't even seem to have the text on it. We could look at this article if you wanted to. We could look at the Templeton Foundation. We could look at Reddit. We could look at YouTube. We could look at Keck Observatory.
Part of an actual echo chamber, and you don't ever critically examine your own beliefs. This is what'll happen. Sorry, I got distracted. Go ahead.
Keck Observatory. That's a good one. Let's go look at this. A Crisis in Cosmology. This was published 7 years ago, or this was written 7 years ago. You know, it's a blog post, but let's read what this has to say. A group of astronomers led by UC Davis has obtained new data that suggests the universe is expanding more rapidly than previously thought. The study comes on the heels of a hot debate over just how fast the universe is ballooning. Measurements thus far are in disagreement. Is this what you're referring to?
No, I'm referring to the one that talks about the red giants.
Okay, let's keep scrolling. Oh, sorry, let me open up the window so that we can see. Why some astronomers are starting to doubt what's this? Astronomy magazine are starting to doubt cosmology's standard model. The most recent measurements of a nearby galaxy cluster. Okay, well that can't be what you're talking about, because you're talking about very distant galaxies. So it can't be this one. Let's keep scrolling, shall we? There's just a bunch of discussions and forums. Why is there a crisis in cosmology? That's Quora. Did the hypergeometrical universe theory solve... This is ResearchGate, so it's not even a publication. Is cosmology in crisis? That sounds like a question. Let's read. Reading is good. A panel of physicists and astronomers, this is from 2024 by the way, grapple with possible cracks in our modern creation myth, the standard model of cosmology. Over the past year and a half, data and images from the James Webb Telescope, or JWST, have been flooding in, and floating around in the sea of data, and from other instruments for the past 20 years, are at least 3 big problems. There appear to be too many big, bright galaxies too soon after the Big Bang. No one can agree on how fast the universe is or was expanding, and we don't know what most of the universe is made from. So it looks like you're talking about this first one? There appear to be too many big, bright galaxies? Okay. The University of Texas at Austin brought together a panel of astronomy and physics faculty members to debate and discuss the meaning of these emerging problems in the data. This is the list of their names. Oh, here's a transcript. We can probably read them.
Okay, so this is what I'm referring to.
Yeah. So the question is cosmology in crisis? And I guess these people are talking about it. So surprise number 1, there appear to be too many big, bright galaxies too soon after the Big Bang. How did these monsters form so quickly? Good question. Really, what's sort of propelling this crisis potentially is the fact that we are so data rich now. And so it's only really in the context of having good data can we say, do we have a good model? And the data now are so good that we can really make these predictions for how structure forms from the very earliest time, with the seeds at just 380,000 years after the Big Bang, and starts to grow and evolve into everything we see around us today. And those predictions are pretty much locked in by these observations at early times. Let's talk about data accumulated over the past 25 years. Those predictions are locked in. And what it's seeing, there's a lot more starlight than we expected at those early times. And now it's a little complicated to interpret that light completely because we don't have a full picture. But the best inferences that people have made tell us that some of these galaxies that are there at early times are actually bigger than is even theoretically possible in this standard model of cosmology. So if this isn't an error in the inference from the data, then this could be a real problem for the cosmological model. This person has a very... Hold on, we'll keep reading. Carl Gebhardt, also a professor of astronomy, had a very different take. So I would say you started out and said we're data rich. I would say we're actually quite data poor. And it's a little bit of a cosmologist gone wild situation when you only have a few data points. A lot of people are making very strong claims in terms of the early galaxies data that James Webb has been producing. Right now we're jumping on the few galaxies, it really is a handful of galaxies, that are a little bright. And I agree, it could be quite profound, but to have such a small number of objects cause us to basically reinvent some of the fundamentals of how the universe came into being, I would say, let's wait a bit. It looks nice, we definitely need more data early on, and we definitely need more data between this very early time and this time today. So it seems like there's disagreement about whether this is even an issue.
There's always disagreement about anything that comes that's new.
So what do you think the consensus is? Do you think that the consensus right now is that indeed the standard model of cosmology has failed? Do you think that that's the consensus?
I would say that it's definitely making them question it. That's
okay. Well,
for sure.
Here, let me tell you, I'm a cosmologist. In part, I'm also a mathematician, but I publish in cosmology journals. And I can tell you, of the cosmologists I've spoken with, they're not particularly worried.
Okay, I guess that's the case solved then.
Well, look, in fact, so what we just read was from 2024. And this was right after, I think James Webb actually turned on in 2024, right? It was either summer of 2023 or 2024. Oh, it was 2021? Oh, no, it released its first images in July of 2022. So... And I think it was 2024 when we first started seeing those things, or maybe it was summer 2023. I can't keep these things straight. But the point is that in the intermediate time between 2024 and now, we've actually learned a lot more about what's going on. There were a lot of assumptions made, which were perhaps reasonable assumptions at the time for what the masses of these galaxies are, how well formed they are. And it turns out that some of these assumptions were just not good. There's something called the universal mass distribution? It's something like that. I can't remember the exact name. But it was generally assumed prior to James Webb data that the distribution of the sizes of stars was the same in early galaxies as it was in modern galaxies, i.e. that you have lots of little tiny stars and a few very big stars, and that there's a particular distribution. And it was just assumed that that was just a constant feature of galaxies. And so you can infer from that distribution how bright something is would tell you about its mass, about how much mass it has. But it turns out that that's an unjustified assumption. And if you loosen that assumption, if you allow yourself to be like, oh, well, actually, maybe the distribution of stars in a galaxy change over time because, perhaps the types of gases that are present in galaxies change over time as stars fuse hydrogen to helium, helium into whatever's next, lithium, and so on and so forth. As the materials that are present for star formation change, you would expect a different distribution of stars. And so the idea is that indeed these are actually not problematic once you've accepted that the galaxies 13 billion years ago are just not the same as the galaxies today. And that's not so far-fetched. But that is the reason why these teams of astronomers.
Well, it makes sense because back then matter was a lot closer together, and so the gravitational average to have an effect on how these galaxies formed would be a lot different from when the galaxies or the material is a lot more dispersed as we see it today.
Made these claims that, oh, these galaxies are too big for us to see 2 years ago, or too big for us to have expected them 2 years ago.
Yeah, okay. I hear what you're saying. But at least I'm not making something up here.
Hey, Jerry, if you're trying to talk, your audio is not really coming through. It's coming as just like crackles. I think you said yeah there, but you might want to try refreshing your browser or like putting your phone on airplane mode and then taking it off to reset your connection. Maybe that'll help with your audio quality.
I think what you read as a headline, and you latched onto that because it confirms your bias.
Click, click, boom. Shotgun. Blown a fucking way. Out of the water. Absolutely, that's exactly what happened.
Oh my god, what was that band that did Click, Click, Boom?
POD.
Oh, yeah. Click, click, boom. I'm on the mic. Oh man, that was a blast from the past. Like, you activated some neurons that haven't been activated in like a decade. God damn.
Yeah, they had a couple of bangers.
My main POD jam was Youth of the Nation.
Yeah, that was a good one.
We are.
I'm not sure if it confirms my bias. My bias is not exactly what you think it is, because I agree that the Earth has been here for millions of years. And I agree that
Not
it could
for
have evolved in some
nothing,
way, shape, or form.
But Click Click Boom was saliva, not POD.
Oh, snap!
yeah,
we got a
that's right.
debate. Yeah, SmackDown.
Sorry.
New metal mogged. Oof.
To be where it is today, but I believe
Is
that
that
God intervened
true?
to
Hold on,
give us
I
the
got
creation
fact
account.
check that.
I would not doubt her.
I don't know why, but I thought it was Breaking Benjamin. So like, I'm probably doubly wrong. Only the strongest will survive. The 20-aughts new metal was just fucking unbeatable. We were truly spoiled during that time.
Right, it is by saliva. I always thought it was by POD. Thank you for correcting me.
Anytime.
Concession. Beer, 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 beer. Gretchen gets the win.
Absolutely.
What he did with what was already here.
Your bias is that mainstream science is getting it wrong.
No, actually, I like science quite a bit.
That's not what I said. I didn't say you didn't like science. I said your bias is that mainstream science is wrong. You think mainstream science is wrong about the pyramids? You think mainstream science is wrong about cosmology? What else do you think mainstream science is wrong about? Do you think that evolution is real?
Oh, Jackie, 100%. I love the little Easter egg. If you wait, I think it's on High Charity. If you wait for the hunters to like engage in attacking the Covenant, and then that Breaking Benjamin song breaks in, Like I always wait that little bit, even though like I love doing speed running. It's just so worth it to hear that Breaking Benjamin track.
I would say that it could be real. I don't think it would. I can't discount it.
Do you think that humans evolved?
No, I think that we were engineered.
Okay, so you disagree with mainstream science that humans evolved? So it seems like all of the science that you like is just fringe stuff. You don't actually like science. You like being at the.
No, Evan, I will die on this hill. Halo beat the fuck out of COD. COD was for like casual gamers, like the bros that like, you know, had like rich parents that you know got them an Xbox or whatever. Halo was for like the true MLG motherfuckers, and I will die on that hill.
You like being
spent
the contrary.
3 days in the hospital because my brilliantly engineered human body, human freaking toenail, doesn't grow right, and it grows into the skin around it, and I almost got a bone-deep infection because of it. Fuck whoever designed this shit if it was designed for real. But if it's just a random happenstance of evolution, I don't have anybody really to be mad at about it.
Just shake your fist at the clouds.
Curse you, natural selection! Heartless bitch!
Man yells at cloud.
Yeah.
Ingrown toenails are no fucking joke. My partner, her toenail fell off from like friction from like her hiking boot, because she loves to hike 14ers out here in Colorado. And after it fell off, like it just started growing weird, and it always ingrows. So she has to go to like her is that pedicurist? I don't remember the difference between a manicurist
take care of it. Sometimes they're bad enough that you need a podiatrist, which is an outright foot doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, depends on what level of care you need.
Holy fucking pivot, Batman. How did we get on ingrown toenails?
He talked about humans being designed and being engineered, and it's really easy to see that humans are not designed and engineered when you just look at the number of ways our bodies easily fail us. Like the fact that nature gave us a clothesline that we're using as a tent pole in terms of our spine, and that's why if you live over 30, you're pretty much guaranteed to get back pain.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a lot of examples. One of my favorite examples is there's a species of boar where the tusks can literally grow back into its own skull and can puncture the skull of the boar and its brain and kill it. So what deity would design an organism with such a cruel, sadistic, bizarre design? It doesn't make any sense to say that this was intelligent. So if there's a designer, he's cruel or stupid.
Or a bit of both.
Yeah.
Out there.
And Ray,
obviously good. Yeah.
Ray, I'm about to nerdmog you. It wasn't just Quake 3, it's Quake 3 Arena. Get wrecked.
Who thinks that all of the mainstream science is wrong.
No, I don't think that all the mainstream science is wrong, but I do.
Just the three examples of mainstream science that we've talked about you think are wrong.
There.
Yeah.
You don't think that's suggestive of anything?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, it just seems like that you are not actually interested in what the science says. You're just interested in being in the in-group that knows what's really true, even though the mainstream normies, they believe the wrong thing.
No, I'm not interested in being in any group.
Do you think that the vaccines that were developed for COVID were effective?
I have no idea. I didn't pay attention to any of that.
Okay. Do you think that aliens visited us, since to kick off human civilization?
Well, I think based on everything that is coming out with UAP evidence that, yeah, there's something that's been visiting us even now.
So I don't think that you actually love science. I think you like conspiracy theories.
Yep.
Yeah.
Some conspiracies are true.
Yeah, they only become true. You're only justified in believing that they're true when we have evidence for them. And we don't have evidence for aliens visiting us 10,000 years ago. We don't have evidence that humans were engineered. We don't have evidence that there was an ancient civilization on Earth that built the pyramids. We don't have evidence for any of this.
Just a bunch of cool stories, bro.
Yes, we do.
Oh, let's
You
see
think
it.
so?
Yeah. Do you know? Are you actually following what's going on with UAP disclosure?
Yeah. Yeah, I have been actually. And the best that they can do is you can have retired naval pilots being like, "Yeah, I saw it," and then like grainy footage from a airplane moving at 600 miles an hour
of a duck.
That's the best they can do. If this actually was a real thing, then they'd like show us the body, show us the aircraft, or show us the spacecraft.
Yeah, and when that day comes, what are you gonna do?
I'll accept the evidence. When that day never comes, what are you gonna do?
It's already here, man.
Okay, have they shown us the body? Have they shown us the spacecraft?
He just got blitz slapped.
Right. He doesn't even know what happened.
I love that.
Hitch ain't around to do it anymore, so fuck yeah.
Dude, I got blitz slapped by antibodies in the hospital this weekend. It was fucking brutal.
Oy.
Arguments here.
Have they shown us the bodies?
Arguments.
Have they shown us the bodies?
I say
No, they haven't shown us the bodies yet.
Okay, have they shown us the spacecraft?
Yeah, we've been looking at them.
No, I mean like the physical thing, like the actual thing, not just like grainy footage from like a jet fighter flying at 600 miles an hour.
We have more than just grainy footage. There's legit footage that's been out there.
Legit footage.
But he won't know it off the top of his head.
Of UAPs, of craft that are behaving in ways that our physics can't explain.
Oh, they're behaving in ways that our physics can't explain?
But just like incredulously ask myself, how do people like this think that these arguments with fucking PhD scientists are going to go? That you're just going to say, oh, there's legit videos. And then you're just going to go, oh shit, I didn't even consider that some random fuckwit on YouTube might say that certain videos exist. That, fuck me. Here I was using the entire peer-reviewed corpus of highly reliable sources from primary scientific literature. Fucking A. And you know what? It reminds me of that meme where it's like, it's the scene from The Simpsons where Homer's having a debate with an actual like politician on stage, and like the politician's like PhD, 10 years experience as a scientist, and then over Homer it just says guy who watched a YouTube video, and it's like we play this out so much. We're just watching it play out again.
Well, it's because Dr. Blitz is part of the woke scientific mafia that are pushing the gay agenda.
Mice. Yeah.
Right.
You come to that conclusion that our physics can't explain it?
Because they're making right-angle turns at speeds that would not be allowed based on what we understand to be the modes of travel.
What does that have to do with physics? Sorry? Modes of travel?
Yeah, they're using propulsion that is not based on something that we have. They're using propulsion based on anti-gravity.
That's a big claim. That's an enormous claim. Where's the evidence
but
for
it's
that?
substantiated by all of these videos that they've released.
You mean like these like videos being taken from 700 miles an hour of things that they can't identify the size of?
They can identify the size of them. I don't know what you're saying.
Then why is it that NASA actually put together I don't want to say NASA, it wasn't an official NASA thing. A team at NASA put together an analysis of the released videos. This was last year, I think. I actually might have it saved on my phone. Let me see if I can find it. One sec. Because this is super instructive. I've actually had this saved on my phone for eons, and I've never got a chance to bring it up, but I knew it would come in handy. Yeah, it's called the Department of, actually, maybe it's the Department of Defense. All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. I think it's this one. Is this the thing that I'm referring to? Let me see if this is the one. Because there was basically an enormous analysis that was done where I could have sworn it was a NASA-based scientist, but maybe it wasn't. where they basically just looked at all these videos and they actually concluded, doing actual analysis rather than just kind of staring at it and being like, oh, that looks funny, doing actual analysis that like the vast majority of them are like plastic bags floating on the wind or like birds.
Plastic bags and
one
birds.
with a
Wow,
duck.
that's pretty.
Yeah, and they couldn't figure
That's all I had to say.
that out because they didn't know how big they were or how far away they were. Yeah, I think it was that one. Let me see if I can find the document. You laugh as if I'm saying something crazy, but you think that it's more likely that it's aliens rather than just like some ordinary stuff that's being misidentified, which is like crazy.
Yeah, when it's going 20,000 miles an hour and stops on
how
a dime,
do you figure out how do you figure out it's going 20,000 miles an hour when you don't know how far away it is?
Right.
They have calculations. I've seen papers too.
Okay, let's see them. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. I think this is the thing that I'm talking about. Here we go. Yeah, okay, so this is from the Defense Department, also now called the Department of War. We can just go to the executive summary. This is this is February 2024.
What's up?
I thought it said Arpy on the paper.
AARO found no evidence of that any USG investigation, academic-sponsored research, or official review panel has confirmed that any sighting of a UAP represented extraterrestrial technology. AARO found no empirical evidence for claims that the USG and private companies.
Hold on, I gotta play that Blitz grin again because that was total Log City.
Priceless.
Look at that! Just look at that.
David is like reminds me of like the meme that where the sunglasses, the pixelated sunglasses go flying.
Oh, a deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be perfect right now.
But it should have a caption that says, what was the thing you said earlier? A master artist at Curiosity or some shit like that. I think it was AC Sims.
Well schooled in the art of curiosity.
Yeah. Well schooled in the art of curiosity. With that face.
AARO found no empirical evidence for claims that the USG and private companies have been reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology. AARO determined, based on all information provided to date, that claims involving specific people, known locations, technological tests, and documents allegedly involved in or related to the reverse engineering of extraterrestrial technology are inaccurate.
Wow, a denial. Big deal.
Do you have something that confirms this?
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's what you said about the paper that was allegedly published about the stuff underneath the Egyptian pyramid, but that wasn't true either.
It's true. You just didn't find it yet.
Oh, just like how the papers that you've seen that confirm that these are extraterrestrial in origin, you've seen that, but you just don't remember what it is.
No, I don't have that great of a memory like you do.
And how do you know that your memories are true about this? That you've seen it? How do you know you're not just misremembering?
No, I'm not misremembering. I just don't remember the exact titles of papers and where they were published.
Apparently, they're not published anywhere.
Okay, you're just trolling now.
I think that you've been trolling this whole time, Metatron, but I'm going to let you go because it's time to do that.
Dr. Blitz, the quantum sage.
All right, I missed that. Wow, that was such a good theme song.
It's about to play, but I don't need to let it play.
Oh yeah, we don't have to play it. That was just.
So yeah, the video definitely lived up to the title. Conspiracy theories blown out on every point.
Truly.
I think he's talking about the caller was talking about like Stephen Greer, American UFOologist and retired physician. I remember seeing some crap from him when I was going through my post-Christianity yet still into alien woo phase.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, still woo. I actually gotta get up.
What
in
is
like
your
3
profile picture of Austin?
Hold on,
That was
real quick. Jam, you said you got to get up in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta get up in like 3.5 hours, so I'm gonna hop out.
All right.
Oh,
I hope
good to
you
see
rest
you
up
though,
well.
Jam.
Yeah,
that
thanks
was
for
the
joining us.
first semi-pro mixed martial arts championship I won.
Ooh, I won't fuck with you.
Well, you wouldn't have to worry about that. Like, I'm a total teddy bear. I don't think I've maybe been in a fight outside of the cage like twice. Like, I just don't fight people outside the mat, outside of the ring, outside the cage. Like, I was bullied a little bit in school, but I started learning self-defense shortly thereafter, and I wasn't bullied long after it because I had a very much a natural aptitude for it. So.
Yeah, I haven't gotten in a fight since high school.
Yeah, if you ever want to check out any of my fights, they're on YouTube. Just go look up Austin Sims versus.
I only beat myself, and if you want to see videos of that, my OnlyFans is Maitland Longwood.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
Hey, what's up, McTimey?
What's up? How's everybody doing?
Good.
Good.
I'm gonna get out, man. See
Yeah,
ya.
man.
Somebody
Later,
leaving?
Jam.
See you later.
Yeah, Jam's heading out.
Oh, that's Jam Nick?
Yeah, good to see you, man. You said
Good to see
something
you too, man.
earlier.
I'm still trying to learn your voice.
It's all good. You were in chat earlier and you said something about the guy sounds like he's in a big bowl. And I was like, speaking of big bowls, puff, puff, pass. But I don't think you saw it. So I smoked the whole thing myself.
That's why I hate about being on this damn phone is when I start typing, the keyboard takes so much of it, I barely see it on the chat anymore.
I feel you. I tend to not engage unless I'm on a laptop.
Yeah, well, this is all I got for right now. So I'm making do with what I got.
You keep making do, man. Have a good night.
All right, I can't be jelly. It gotta be jam.
Jam.
How does my jam? Dum dum diddy. How does my sound? I turned off my fan and the act. Does everything sound good? I'm not making too much noise or anything.
Sounds good to me.
Okay,
Yeah, it sounds good here.
All right. Well, I was just coming up to talk to. Have anybody? Has y'all brought up the topic about Texas and its Bible law? I didn't know that. I haven't been watching it
About
in the
what?
news. Texas and the Bible in the schoolhouse.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that.
Have y'all tried discussing that here? Do y'all want to talk about that?
There was a Aaron or no, it wasn't the same thing. Never mind. Disregard what I was going to say. I haven't looked into it yet. I don't really know much about it.
Well, I had there's a streamer that I watch, atheist streamer I watch, black guy, and he because we got the same down to the same type of premonition whatever. What do you want to call it? From this is gonna hurt. I think black people. It's gonna hurt everybody. It's gonna bring everybody down because it's less. There's gonna be less effort going into actual the curriculum and the knowledge. That's what my opinion is. But I think the black people are gonna suffer the most because we already on the bottom anyway. So I just wanted to know if y'all want to talk about this topic because then I was talking to my mother this morning and she pissed me off. She come talking about she noticed that everybody's attitude changed for the worse since they took prayer out of school. And I was trying to she just made me just call her. It was my first time really just doing that, but she made me just call her out. Say, look, you lying.
65.
What, Gretchen?
Like,
oh, sorry, I'm adding shit up. Never mind. Don't listen to me.
Yeah, I was like, well, look, you lying because they didn't take prayer out of school. You could have stopped and prayed anytime you wanted to pray. You would pray all day long, but they just made the teachers and the people paid by the paid by the state to stop forcing everybody to pray with them.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Austin. Earlier, I had asked you about your profile picture. And I didn't get your answer.
Yeah, no. This is a picture of me delivering my post-fight victory speech for the first semi-pro mixed martial arts championship I won.
Oh,
and
hell yeah.
I posted.
Congratulations.
I put a link in the comments for one of my fights that's still up on YouTube. One of my more exciting ones. If y'all
Nice.
ever
I'll
want to
definitely
watch
check
that.
that out.
Oh hell yeah! Here we go. So this was against a guy named John Bess, and he had 0 fights in this league, but he had fought in the Indiana League in the state just below me, and was actually a championship in that champion in that league. So technically, this was a championship fight, but it wasn't like overlapping. Like he was fighting in Michigan, so he wasn't counting it against that. But for me, it was my first championship win, and you see them hand me a medal after the fight. If you want to skip to like 2 minutes in, past all the walking out and the introduction, because I just told you everything he's about to just tell you, basically. It's round one. So I had a really solid game plan for him. I was just looking to pull him into my guard and attack him with a Kimura, because I hadn't seen him defend against one before, and I've seen some weakness in his game, because Kimura is a really easy lock to get. So I pulled guard super easy. One of my talents is pulling guard, and I'm just trying to control him here and just smother him, which I'm really good at doing in guard. And you can see he's already tiring out and trying to get his arms free to swing at me. And some of those punches hurt a little bit, but not really much. You're so hopped up on adrenaline, a lot of times you don't feel any pain until after the fight. I saw kind of an arm.
You're red gloves, right?
Yeah, red gloves. Yep.
Yeah, like you've got a lot of good ground control, even though like you're on your back right now, and so like
yeah, that's like one of the beauties of jiu-jitsu, right? Like you're dangerous on your back. Like how scary is that?
So true.
So I didn't have that right away. Immediately gave it up. But I saw that I could regain my guard, get out of side control. That was
good. Get him in close so he can't swing at you.
And then, like, you can already see how badly he's posting up on both sides. And I didn't notice the posting at first. I just noticed arm, Kimura. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. So you can see I'm trying to set the Kimura up here. I get really close, too. But then I realized he's not posting. Kaboom! Furakatame!
Nice.
Reversal.
Because now I'm in
Ooh, those head blows. God damn.
Yeah, and those bitches hurt. You hear my coach, Tim Murray. Keep going! Keep going! I love that. You can hear my coach, Jamon Johnson, saying, do it again. I was going to go for a heel attack here, but he pulled his arm. He was really strong. Like, I wasn't going to get his leg with just one arm. And then I noticed he still hasn't learned the posting lesson here. And I'm trying to attack him to one side. And he just, like, this time I didn't even have to, like, bridge. Like, I just rolled. And I realized after this round, like, I realized right there that I had forgotten to sink my heel hooks in when I secured them out. And, yeah, I did it again. Like, he's just not getting the posting error that he's doing. And immediately after this round, I end the round bouncing his face off the mat here. Like, I went out to my coach comes walking into the cage for, you know, the in-between round, like, water and stuff. And, like, I'm like, forgot to sink my heel hooks in. Like, we said it simultaneously. And he was like, okay, you got this. And I knew for sure I had it.
Hell yeah.
right at the beat, right here, because you can see how gassed he is. He's just so dead. And I'm in my corner just bouncing, light on my feet, still ready to go. And yeah, I knew I pretty much had him here. You know, tag him on the leg a little bit, draw him in. I get a pretty good head kick here. He's a tough motherfucker because that head kick connected, and
Yeah, I want to replay that recovery on your spin kick because that was really good. Like boom, and then you like plant right away. Like so many people will keep their kicking leg up and not plant soon enough and just get like completely taken the fuck out. But like you planted right back down.
Taekwondo is one of my bases.
Yeah, I'm a second degree Dan in Taekwondo, so like mad respect.
Back into the guard, and his head is run right now. And I still don't think he has an answer to either the Kimura or the hip bump. And I'm looking for both of them aggressively. And I'm thinking as soon as I get that hip bump, sink the heel hooks in and just tee off. And there's the hip bump, there's the heel hooks, and kabam! Those are hitting hard. And you see he just gives up and taps out. This is the first fight I won to tap out the strikes. I was pretty proud of that. Somebody in the comments on this was talking shit too. They said Ginger Boots got lucky. I'm not even fucking Ginger.
Nice. Hell yeah.
What the fuck are we watching?
Austin.
We're watching one of my fights, Gretchen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is where his profile picture came from.
I've been preoccupied. My bad.
Yeah, I did not have on my bingo card watching Austin beat someone up today.
It was worth it though. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's one of my more exciting fights. Tap out to strikes is always an exciting fight.
Gretchen, I want to let you know that today, what's the name, was on Christ Before Jesus, that Christ Before Jesus guy, and I went on this show and I gave him a piece of my mind. I gave him a piece of my mind. You gave
Jaron a piece of your mind?
Yo, I said, you taking all the women.
About
dude.
what? Oh my god, that's so funny.
I was in the chat talking shit. Like, you taking all the women. Take that damn Indiana Jones hat off. I was just talking shit.
Did he answer you?
I think they knew it in chat, huh?
Did anyone answer you?
Didn't notice me. Yeah, well, the Mars was messing with me. The Mars was answering me. I got to meet some of the Mars over there. And some of the people, I knew a lot of other the familiar faces and names and whatnot, but I got to meet some of the Mars, and we were just joking around. I think they knew I was joking.
Yeah, that was funny this morning. We put on Christ Before Jesus, and somebody said something, and I was like, I don't know, say what you want. He's not my type, but Jaron is objectively an attractive dude. You know.
I heard
can confirm.
McTime was like, McTime was like, "That's it. I hate him now. If Gretchen thinks he's hot, I don't like him."
I don't like him no more. I throwing my shoes at him the whole entire time I was in my house. I broke my TV, and one time I threw my shoe.
R32 says maybe this could be a regular installment, just watching a scrap midstream. I think that's one of the things that makes hockey one of the best sports in the world. Because you get to there's a bunch of scraps right on the ice during hockey. It's almost expected part of the entertainment and the fun.
I wish I could have played hockey when I was a kid. My parents weren't wealthy enough to let me play. I played football, and I was really good at football. But
I played both actually.
Yeah, I didn't get to play hockey. My nephews play hockey though, and they're pretty good.
Yeah, I'm up in Michigan. It's a big time hockey state for sure.
They live up in Minneapolis, so they, a lot of Minnesota and hockey. So
Yeah, I played for the ISU hockey pep band, so I got to watch the hockey matches for free.
Hell yeah!
And play music with my other fellow engineering nerds.
I love
It
hockey.
was fun. We'd pregame. You get a nice buzz going, and walk over to the ice arena. It was a good time.
I don't follow it anymore though. But I did growing up. I did, and saw like Brett Hull play for the St. Louis Blues. The Detroit Red Wings are probably my favorite team.
But yeah, I'm down anytime to show one of my fights if you guys want to take a break from atheist content and talk about some MMA for a while. I got a couple more on YouTube. And I enjoy talking MMA too. I would like to do it more. I miss talking MMA with my fellow martial artists.
Why do you think it's so much of the bro right wing culture? Is it just because it's a tough guy, macho?
Right, yeah, it kind of plays into the alpha male fantasy, right? Like if you are the champion, you're the alpha male, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's something very cerebral about it.
Yeah.
That's what attracts me. Because like
are you gonna show any
I'm
videos
training Taekwondo and Hapkido.
Are you going to show any videos where you lose, or are you going to show the ones where you win?
I actually only have one video where I lose, and that's because my record was like 11-1. It was almost perfect. I had like 11 victories and only one loss, and the one loss was brutal because I still almost won the fight by a rear naked choke in the second round, and I barely lost. And the reason I lost is because it was a terrible mismatch because one, I cut weight and I actually made weight and my opponent didn't. So if I had just said, well, fuck you, I'm not going to fight, you didn't make weight, I would have won by default. And because I cut so hard to make weight, I got sick. And so I really should have said, fuck you, no, I'm not going to fight. But my coach pushed me to fight anyways. And I learned a real lesson to, trust myself.
Are you still active?
I train. I like to do shadow boxing as exercise, and I lift weights, and I jog, and I swim a lot, and I've got 2 kids that I wrestle constantly because they love jumping on me and testing my martial arts. I've taught both of them varying degrees of karate and boxing. My daughter loves karate and taekwondo. My son loves judo, wrestling, and boxing. And they both inherited a little bit of the martial arts tradition from me, which is what I always dreamed about when I was, before I was a parent, that when I had kids, I would be able to teach them some martial arts. And that's been a pretty cool thing to see that come to fruition.
Nice.
It makes me feel safer as a parent too. Like they have a better chance if, God forbid, if somebody does, because I have trained them very practically. I've told them to focus on getting away. Don't be a hero. Don't try and fight somebody armed. Don't try and fight if you're outnumbered. Just get away. And I teach you how to strike if you need to in order to create the opportunity to get away.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, I have been watching this little short videos. It seems like when you watch one short, they feed more of the same type of short into your algorithm.
Yeah.
It's a little girl. She's probably, I don't know, 6, 7 years old, and she's doing
6,
Greco style
7.
Roman.
6, 7.
Yeah, 6. There we go. She's doing Greco style Roman wrestling, and that girl is good. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of girl doing Greco Roman wrestling, and I that's why you brought up you teaching your daughter this stuff too, and I just think that's a great idea. We stop teaching our girls all this girls in pink and you pretty stuff, and I'm trying to tell them to be like they got to be men either, but they don't have to be like a second-class citizen type of deal.
I had totally eschewed gender roles with my kids. I taught my son how to clean and cook and do laundry and sew, and I also taught my daughter how to box and hunt and fish. And I didn't worry about what their downstairs mix-up was when I was teaching them that. It seems odd we do kind of genderize those things to me, and I doubt we'll ever really fully get away from that. But I think it's a good idea to try to, because these are just life skills everybody should have.
Yeah, I understand. I agree because I've been seeing in like anthropologists finds and whatnot. They've been digging up things, and they now starting to say that there was never a time when a man was like the the breadwinner for the house. It was just evenly spread between men and women throughout history until these religions started taking off, and then they started designing gender roles for the people. At least that's my understanding of it.
Yeah, so this is like the Malthusian economics that made Darwin understand evolution, right? Like the general propensity of organisms is to make more offspring than can survive. And so there is a competition for the remainder of resources, right? So, yeah.
And it just makes sense in my head, though, because if you think about like caveman time or prehistoric history, man, because I was talking to somebody in chat the other day, and they was talking about men having babies and running off in caveman time. I said I doubt this seriously, because number one, they raised the children up to be like extra hands on, extra workers, and then number two, the men and the women, they gotta get together and work together because everything's trying to kill them, man. The women,
So I imagine for those kinds of human tribes, it worked a lot like Homo sapien tribes, like Native American tribes, where sometimes you would have monogamous bonds, but a lot of the time it's like you're treated as the child of the tribe rather than a child of an individual pair of parents, because the connections are more loose.
And I can see both the men and women both cooking and cleaning and hunting and whatever that needs to be done, because it got to be done.
No, they still had gendered roles. They still had that. Men and women still. Men would typically hunt and fish and stuff, and the women would gather. I'm not saying that it was strictly that way all 100% of the time.
This is what it's like for humans, when the vast majority of our daily energy is spent just making sure to keep that energy deficit, at a positive amount, that we're putting more calories into our body than we're expending to stay alive, right? And then over the course of human history, more and more of that daily caloric load is being provided by somebody else doing that work for you and producing a bigger yield, because we're making innovation after innovation. And so then you can get people who actually, they can spend the time doing things like asking questions, like looking down at the ground and wondering how fucking long that piece of dirt has actually been here. And
agriculture is what gave rise to our ability to finally, I mean, I guess sitting around the fire, you could argue, when we first were able to do that, it came in levels, but I would say what really took off is when we had agriculture. Then it really freed us up to do the thinking.
You didn't have to spend your entire day just making sure you were fed.
Right.
No, because I mean, I think it might probably be the other way. It seems like you spend more time doing agriculture than you do just being a nomad. Because I mean, you can follow the animal and just kill it.
It's about the carrying capacity of how much a system can provide. The hunter gatherers can only, that type of living style can only support a certain amount of human beings. Agriculture can support way more.
But by the time you're doing more advanced agriculture techniques, you're producing a large enough food load that you can easily feed yourself and have a surplus left over to sell or barter for other things that you need, like tan skins and other things. And that's how you start to get specialization and labor. You get smiths and horsemen and all these specialized things. And then you get a bartering economy, and it's like a whole evolutionary thing. Like sociologically, there was a human evolution too, as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think that the agriculture, because that's where the 40-hour work week come from and all that stuff. I seen estimates that say that people living in the bush can work up to like 18 hours a week. They just got to go grab some berries and kill a fish or something, and then cook it. And that's about it. Build your shelter. But the agriculture, you got to go out there and till the land and plant the seed and pull the weeds and all that up, man. That's a lot of effort and things, and it binds you to a piece of land. And then like what also I was thinking about is like that man that want to run away from his children. He can't do that either in that type of not until later, like to the advent in the city and stuff, because you can't afford to throw nobody away. You need the children to get up and help you do all that stuff too.
Yeah, no, I just think the general trend that's supported by the evidence is that there was a pre-agriculture where it's like nomadic hunter-gatherers, and then there's the innovation of agriculture, so there's agrarian societies, and then there's an industrial revolution, and now we're at the post-industrial revolution stage of this evolution of human society.
Do anybody here watch
most of our time, 90% of our time, as hunter-gatherers?
Yeah,
agriculture didn't start until about 5,000-6,000 years ago.
Yeah, do anybody watch PBS Space Time? I mean, not Space Time, Eons, PBS Eon.
I do. I watch them both.
I was about to get excited. I don't watch Eons, but I watch Space Time.
I watch it too, but I haven't watched it in the past couple of weeks. I don't know what's wrong with me, but yeah, Eons, they put forth the theory. They think that
they got episodes and you ain't watching them.
I've been all this atheist stuff too deep. I need to pull back because I haven't been watching any of my signs. I haven't watched Sean Carroll this week. Sean Carroll got a solo episode out about I think the dark cosmic. The CMB, the cosmic microwave background and dark energy. I'm not sure. I know he got a new solo episode out, but PBS Eon put forth the theory. They think that the first plant that was produced that we did like agriculture on was marijuana. They said they finding marijuana everywhere, and they think that's why they find it everywhere.
Maybe. I kind of doubt it though. Ethnobotany, humans domesticating plant species and forming that kind of specific ecological relationship with them goes way back. I think corn might actually predate the human ecological relationship with the humulus genus, which is what the marijuana species comes from.
They talk about that. They talk about corn and stuff in the episode. I if you would like, I was trying to find that episode, and they put it because they put forth a convincing case for me. It might not be so convincing for you.
You know what? I think there's a good case to be made for magic mushrooms too. Actually, being the earliest.
Are we getting into stoned ape theory now?
Yeah, it's been discredited. I think Terrence McKenna is a very cool guy and a very cool thinker, but the theory was just wrong. But it is. I don't.
Too many people put too much credence to Terrence McKenna's ponderings. I'm not going to call them theories because they're not developed at all. They're just kind of like babbling ponderings about his various trips.
Speaking of, have you guys ever heard of spirit science?
Oh yeah.
You know what that is?
I've got that pulled up here, but I'm currently looking at the article that Issa shared in chat, and I'm currently diving into this this current court case, and it looks like the Trump administration's alignment in this memo is like probably mostly due to like their stance against any sort of like trans affirmation, and that's what I'm getting into in this specific court case, because it looks like the main issue is trying to not allow gender dysphoria to be classified as a disability.
They use the bottom 1% to distract from the top 1%. Yeah, they use the bottom 1% to distract from the top 1%.
Yeah, absolutely. They just need a scapegoat, It's easy to marginalize an already marginalized, super fractional group.
That's why I call the Christians Manchurian candidates. 'Cause I still got to figure out what it got to be the order that they say the words in. You say trans people, bathroom, devil, gay, and it's like open sesame. Their brain just fall out their head, and then you can make it how you want. You can rewire it and put it back in their head or something. Like, 'cause I don't understand. I mean, that's all Trump had to do was just say them words. That never mind all the stealing and the lying, and never mind the pedophilia, the raping. Never mind all of that. He could say gay people, trans people, bathroom, amen, hallelujah, and then they just let's vote for Trump. It just hurts me.
It's like the episode of Family Guy where Lois and Peter are both running for mayor of Quahog, and Lois realizes
9/11.
he can just say 9/11 over and over again, and all of the right wingers in the crowd will lose their minds and cheer mindlessly for it. Yeah,
9.
9, and then
11.
So great.
Yeah. Seth MacFarlane is great. But for as much as I love Family Guy, American Dad is really like my favorite work in his animation career. But in terms of all of Seth MacFarlane's career, The Orville, hands down my favorite series that he's produced.
Orville, it's really good.
They're getting a 4th season. It's apparently in pre-production, so it's coming. Just a slow process because it's probably a really big thing to produce.
Yeah.
They're making another season of Orville. I thought they brought it to a close.
No, last I read. Here, let's just look it up. It has not been greenlit. That's not what I remember reading.
I was gonna say that the last season I saw in Orville, it was
this is okay. It was written. It's written, but he's apparently probably still negotiating behind the scenes. But the fact that it's written is, I think, pretty good indication that it'll probably get produced eventually.
Good. I hope you're right. It'll be good. I like for Orville too. I want to see another another season. I like it better than Star Trek. Star Trek, I love Star Trek, but I think if Star Trek on a scale of 1 to 10, I say Star Trek would probably be like an 8 or 9, Orville would be like a 9 or 10, just like maybe 1 point better.
Yeah, Orville does. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's more realistic. I mean, not realistic, but more. You can see kind of like how we got here to deal more easily with Orville, and it's funny. It got funny parts in it. Go ahead, take the floor.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I was going to make. It does all the right things that Star Trek did, that Star Trek got right, but it adds that little layer of comedy to just make it a little more of an enjoyable experience and widens the audience range, and that's what I feel is the main brilliance of the Orville is getting the sci-fi right, but also making it entertaining with the comedy. And absolutely, Evan, Rip Norm Macdonald, his role in the Orville was great.
And he was just a freaking comedy legend.
Oh, he's dead? Oh, well, like you say, R.I.P. Norm. Thanks,
yeah,
Evan.
he faced his end with incredible bravery.
One can only be so strong. Yeah, and that because Orville, because they got the quantum drive. They got the quantum drive on Orville. I can. Well, I guess because we got. Y'all heard about the Alcubierre warp engine?
Yeah.
Not sure.
It's theoretical. Yeah.
That don't look like it's gonna go nowhere, like a microwave.
There was a paper
Like, what the
published about it a couple of years back that I remember reading, and it's basically about the concept of a warp engine, an engine that warps space in front of the engine and the space immediately behind the engine to theoretically make it move faster than the speed of light, to try and to overcome the theoretical energy limit on approaching light speed. But
what does this
is this
do?
the one that creates like a gravity well in front of the craft?
yeah, it's been a long time since I've read it, and I don't want to put my foot in my mouth, but that sounds right.
Okay.
I know they got an actual engine called the Alcubierre warp engine. I don't know what the hell it do. It look like a microwave. It don't look like it's going nowhere. Like you put it on your tea on the stand, and then you put food in it to make popcorn or something. What it look like to me.
Yeah. So like theoretically here, but what you can see in this picture is it creates that gravity well in the front and like a gravity hill in the back to push it forward and also like pull it or push it forward and pull it forward at the same time.
Yeah.
So is this engine actually doing this stuff now? Because it don't look like it's doing
Dr.
anything.
Blitz said
It's speculative.
I think
Dr. Blitz has said it's pretty much impossible. It'll never happen.
I've seen that thing on like it was on PBS Space Time. They was talking about it, and it looked like they just was turning it on and they turned on their imagination, like they doing like Superman and flying around the room and stuff. I'm sorry, I got the phone moving around. I hope y'all heard me.
Yeah, no, that all came through.
All right,
but yeah, this is purely theoretical. Currently at the moment.
So what is this thing that they building? Are they just building something to line of people?
So you want me to set this up?
Well, once we finish make times at train of thought, like I'm not sure what they're building. Like, do you have like an article about that, or is that like just like referenced in PBS Spacetime?
Well, I'm making coffee. I don't want to get out the sound on the mic.
I don't think they're actually building something. I think they're talking about the theoretical, technical implications of what it would be like if you actually tried to build a warp engine. Like if you tried to conceive how you could physically actually do that. This is an attempt at the math of how that will work out. And it's talking about a theoretical ship that's already so powerful that it can approach like 90% of light speed. Like it's just theoretically overcome the fuel problem somehow and can do that. And how you could theoretically get it into faster than light speed by warping space in front of and behind it.
Now, I'm not gonna pretend like I got absolute understanding of it, and maybe I'm wrong, or maybe I'm just mistaken. My understanding, this is an actual device. I seen it. I seen a picture.
No, it's okay. So in Star Trek, they have a warp drive, and that's how they travel faster than light speed. And then this paper was about a theoretical engine that could do that in real life, but it hasn't actually been created.
Okay, well, all right, maybe I'm wrong because I've seen it in more than one place, and I heard more than PBS Space Time talking about this damn Alcubierre warp engine.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that the specific terminology, so I might have to look that up. But I'm pretty sure that the paper RP showed earlier and what I'm talking about are the same thing.
It's a device I seen now. Maybe it could be some computer like AI picture or something. I seen a device, actual device they call it.
I think they mocked up. They mocked up a theoretical picture of what the device would look like for the paper, and it was just CGI. Yeah,
I got you. But I mean, it came. I think, but I don't like him. He's a sensationalist. Michio Kaku. He's a sensationalist. Him and Max Tegmark. they try to spend too much. They good
Yeah,
scientists
there
and
was a
talented,
time
trustable.
when Kaku's remunerative body of work was, fairly standard, consensus positions, but it seems to be like kind of a case of some species of Nobel laureate disease. Like, I don't think he's an actual Nobel laureate, but like fame, notoriety, and aggressive credulity from adoring throngs of people does something to a person, I think. Sometimes.
That went straight to their head. Max Tegmark too. He the one that was talking about that damn space that was that Amamu, that asteroid from another solar system. Talking about that was a spaceship. That was the one that everybody kept all of the
Yeah, I've
black
heard a couple people pushing conspiracy theories like that.
Mm-hmm. But he's a scientist, though. He's a highly credentialed physicist. Even
Sean
Sean
Carroll
Carroll.
didn't call Oumuamua a spaceship.
No, I'm not talking about Sean Carroll. I'm talking about Max Tegmark.
It's also just it's
I've never heard Max Tegmark say that either.
media
Yeah, he
obsessed
did. Look it up.
because they figured out that anything alien related gets really high ratings. So any crackpot that will talk about aliens as if they're real, or like we have, made contact, or any sensational claim about aliens, some reporter's going to hand that nut job a mic and let them, just blabber on because they know it'll get ratings. Whereas,
look
somebody
it up.
just stating the basic fact that, it's really unlikely that the Earth has ever been visited by anything extraterrestrial. It's really hard for life to happen. It's really hard for life to evolve. The level of intelligence needed for it to escape, reach escape velocity and get into space, let alone develop the kind of technology you would need to travel any substantial distances in space. So there's a likelihood that life exists somewhere in the universe, but we're probably never going to meet it.
Yeah, because Sean Carroll interviewed Max Tegmark, and shortly after he interviewed him, he came out and said, "I don't know what's wrong with him. Why is he sensationalizing all these stories and stuff?" And then they had to do something about him talking about that asteroid being a spaceship. But yeah, look it up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, scientists are human, and sometimes they just do human things.
Oh no, Kaku went on to Joe Rogan.
Yeah,
that's usually
he did.
That's usually when you know that they've lost the fucking plot.
He lost it long before that.
It's not always a condemnation, but it is often a bad sign. Yeah.
Sean Carroll went on Joe Rogan too.
Yeah, a long time ago, and then he stopped.
You're
I don't see anything about Max Tegmark saying anything like that.
Yeah, Joe used to have more like good people on. Like he would have people like Trevor Valet, and I just don't think that kind of stuff appeals to his base as well. They want magic, they want aliens and really sensational stuff.
Well, it's the appeal of futurism. Like people want to believe in these futuristic physics technologies, but like we gotta go at the pace that physics is allowing us to go at.
Well, and not even that. We're not even going at that pace because they don't want to learn nothing either. They don't want to take science, don't want to learn anything, but they want all the stuff from the future.
Yeah, it is pretty frustrating. Like you picture all of the innovations that had to go into achieving escape velocity, so you could put a satellite in space, all to bring internet to Eric Dubé, so he can go online and say the Earth is fucking flat. Like,
make time.
It makes my head hurt.
Are you sure it wasn't Avi Loeb that you're thinking of, the Harvard professor?
He might, yeah, that might be it.
Make time.
No, that was funny, man. That was funny.
Make time.
What's up?
Do you think it? Are you sure it wasn't Avi Loeb, the Harvard professor,
that was doing
that was saying the shit about the comet from another solar system?
It was a chorus of them French spitting
Avi
shit.
Loeb is a
But
Harvard scientist that's been running his mouth and releasing books.
He said
that rings a
French.
bell.
He said French confirmed. You're talking about Avi Loeb. Yes,
Yeah.
he's a French PhD
So it
physicist
wasn't
who
Max
taught at
Tegmark.
Harvard, and he speaks like this. So everything he says is very scientific.
Avi Loeb, name rings a bell, and I want to say he was part of that chorus, but I think Max Tegmark was leading up that chorus.
I don't remember.
What's the name of the asteroid that he misrepresented?
Oumuamua.
That's one of them, but there's another one too.
Oh, there's that new one. The
but I don't know about I don't know about that.
It wasn't an asteroid; it was a comet, I think.
Yeah, you're right. 31 Atlas.
31 Atlas. That's it. Yes.
I heard of it, but I don't know what anybody said about that one.
Yep, and he's literally just taking like dull, grainy photographs and being like, "Oh, what if technology? What if engine?" And it's like, no.
Professor Dave blew this guy up.
Yeah, he did. He dismantled him completely.
Why would the aliens fly from one star to another in a long ass turd? That's what it looked like to me, a long turd.
It actually doesn't. It was just the way that that was just the way that the media portrayed it. When you actually look at like the light signature curves, it actually looks more like a flattened pancake, but it still has some bulk to it.
Okay. Yeah. Now that you mention it, you right. I just forgot. But they show the media. The media show the wrong shit so much to where even when you know the right thing, you don't think about it. Then you think about what you've seen, the wrong shit. So, but I'm glad you pointed that out.
Yeah, that's why you need a system of trustworthy people. Get to know a scholar like Blitz and subscribe to his channel and watch his stuff. And
right,
yeah.
Well, y'all may not believe this, but they had this little, and he probably don't remember me. We had some interaction, but it was over the net. But anyways, you ever heard of this program called edX.org? It used to be free for everything, but now you got to pay for everything now. But I took a cosmology class from Brian Smith. If you know who Brian Smith is.
Sure do. Yeah.
Hey, good for you, dude.
4.0. Let's go.
Not bad.
I'm excited.
No else awake? Oh, well. Then, congratulations. Celebrate your 4.0 GPA. Good for you.
Hey, let's go. 4.0 is fucking awesome.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that on? I thought I was muted. My bad. My nephew's all thrilled. He just got the email saying that he made the Dean's List.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Grades equal money.
Yeah.
Congratulations, great nephew.
Brandon, everyone says congrats.
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 What level of education is he at? He's in high school?
No, first year of college.
Oh,
yeah, Dean's List is
especially
100% college.
impressive. Yeah. Good for him.
I only made Dean's List my first semester. Everything kind of started falling apart because I was going through cancer treatment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed.
You can laugh. Like
I thought you were going to say you discovered weed or something.
No, funny thing. I didn't discover weed until well after my cancer treatment, which is ironic because if I discovered it during, it would have helped so much. Yeah, I might have avoided getting addicted to opiates because that was the doctor's solution to my pain management. Mm-hmm. They're like, oh yeah, let's just give this 18-year-old the highest prescription of OxyContin we're allowed to give them.
You think weed marijuana would have would have dealt with that pain that you had, like the opioids would? Because my understanding, marijuana is not as strong on pain as opioids.
I don't know. Like
Marijuana,
I have
Depending
chronic.
on the pain, marijuana doesn't do shit for pain, depending on what kind it is.
Yeah.
For my current pain, it helps. At least a bit because I refuse to go back on opioids.
Yeah, I would too.
It bring back memories. I'm glad to hear you here, man. Because I seen something. I had a similar running with a close friend of mine, and she didn't make it.
What's the matter? You don't want to be a pilled out Norco popping cunt?
Oh jeez. Do you want to share those combos on stream?
Huh?
Or
I guess I
not?
just did, didn't I? I don't know. Actually,
that shit's whack.
I don't know. All of a sudden, I've got like some new hope that I might actually get the money that I'm due. So maybe
Okay,
not
well
just
then,
yet.
yeah. We'll keep those in the private chat.
I'd had that written off, but then all of a sudden I'm thinking, well, maybe. I'm not holding my breath or nothing, but
I'll keep my fingers crossed for you.
okay.
But yeah, McTime, that sucks. Like there's so many cool people that like I met during my journey that didn't make it, and it really puts things into perspective, like how lucky I am that like I was able to make it out.
I just remember thinking that the disease is killing her and it hurts her, but the medicine hurts her too. It hurts her even worse. Make her hair fall out. She's sick, throwing up.
Well, yeah, chemo is basically like poison. Like the goal is to poison the cancer enough before it like kills the host. I mean, like it sounds barbaric, but it's the best treatment we currently have. But
maybe
since
not for long. Because
right, immunotherapy is becoming like huge.
Get out
like
of my fucking brain.
Yeah, no, my younger sister, actually like decided she wanted to become a doctor, seeing what I was going through, in my cancer treatment, and she's graduating this fucking fall. I'm so proud of my baby sister. Like, she
fuck yeah, let's go. W Arpy's sister. W's in the chat.
And so she's going into pathology, like specifically like focused on cancer, and like she's been like sharing a bunch of like articles about like new immunotherapy breakthroughs that they've been coming up with. And
Does
so
she
like
know where she's going to be doing like her residency or whatever yet?
yeah, currently where she's going to school, she's like established a lot of like professional connections.
Very
like,
cool.
Mainly with a lot of the physicians that were handling me during my cancer treatment.
That's super cool.
Yeah, so these are deep ties.
It absolutely blows major dick that you got cancer, but it is cool that something good came out of it. Like,
oh, for sure.
Not to say that if there's anything good whatsoever about getting cancer, but like silver linings are worth all the much more when you go through shit like that.
Absolutely. And like another like silver lining that I can appreciate is like I got cancer in my spring semester of my senior year of high school, and so like I was able to apply to so many cancer scholarships that like it made it possible for me to go to university without like incurring student debt, and so like I was able to like have deeper studies, just because like I was dealing with that affliction at the time. Because my family was not prepared to be able to send me to an actual university. The plan would have been to like send me to community college and then like hopefully like jump that to university. But yeah, there are a couple silver linings that I can take away from my experience.
Well, hopefully your sister do some good for the cancer patient, because my friend gone right now, gone. So she won't be able to help her, but she help the next person down the line. See that happen again, because that's hurtful. Like I said, it hurt. You don't want to see your friends go through that, through the disease, but then you don't want to see them go through the cure. You're just like, well, damn, how do you square the circle? And you're trying to help out and pick up the pieces where you can. That was a tough woman. She was tough. She didn't want. I tried to get her to smoke some weed and all that stuff. She wouldn't do none of that. So it just,
Yeah. The unfortunate case is, like, cannabis probably wouldn't have helped her survive the treatment, but it might have, like, made it easier to deal with the pain at the time.
Yeah, just a nice palliative.
That's all I wanted. I just want to take the pain away.
Yeah.
Just that much. She would be hurting. She had it in her stomach. It was in her stomach, and she was hurting really bad. And I could tell she was hurting really bad. And she would still get up. She had children. She would get up and do the things she would do. And she didn't really want me to do, because I wasn't a father. I was, she didn't want me to do anything for her kids. And when I tried, she would get mad at me and stuff. We could get in arguments. And the last thing I want to do was argue with her. Make it hurt even more. Just trying to help out.
Yeah, cancer's a bitch and a half.
At least she ain't hurting anymore. The pain is gone.
Yeah.
What age was she when she passed? Did she get to live a nice long life before she got cancer?
I don't want to say, because we broke up. She had to be like 35, 36. She was a couple years older than me. I was in my 20s when I met her. I was like 27, 28. She was 30. It was 2-3 years after I heard she had passed after we broke up. Because she did the last time I was over there, we got in an argument because I was trying to help her. She didn't. She said, "I don't want you to see me like this." She started yelling at me, told me to leave and never come back and all this shit. And every time I try coming back, yeah. So it's 2-3 years later. It had to be she had to be like 35.
Yeah, that's at least a couple decades of life. I mean, I'm not sure what the exact mean is nowadays, but yeah.
Well, she was a unique case. She had her kids at a very, very, very young age. So her kids was down there grown. Matter of fact, the oldest girl, when I first dating her mother, didn't like me. The oldest girl was like 20, 21, and I was 27. So she didn't like me. And she had got all her friends and cousins to come and try to beat me up one day. They come in the bed. It was a bunch of 50-year-olds and 60-year-olds. They were gonna have a gang fight on me. The mom protect me.
I've never had anybody try and beat me up for dating one of their family members before. Like, I'm familiar with this experience, but it's just never occurred to me. Am I like a weenie or something? Am I not enough of a bad boy? Like, what's going on here?
Well, obviously, you must be too much of a bad boy if they didn't try, because I must be the wiener. So we're going to try him. He look weak. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I woke up and I was in the bed, and she had got up and went in the kitchen. This is before she got sick. She was doing my motherly stuff in the kitchen in the morning, and I was in the bed sleeping. And I wake up, I look around, I'm surrounded by a bunch of 15-year-olds. They was gonna jump on me. I didn't really get it until she came in there. She said, "Get out of here." He said, "They was gonna beat you up." Shit.
That's something I've never experienced either. Getting jumped, like having multiple people like trying to take me like in a actual fight at once. Like, that's a scary thing. Like, even as a mixed martial artist, that the prospect of having to defend yourself against that is intimidating to me.
Well, since how you know how to fight one person, that's all it is, really. You just fight one person. You take
so much harder to fight like two people, like, because okay, so I've never been attacked by multiple people outside of the cage, but like when I was doing Taekwondo and karate, sometimes we would do 2 or 3 versus 1 matches, and those matches were insanely hard. Like the advantage was clearly in favor of the team with more people. It's just basic math, right?
Yeah.
But it is possible to do. You just have to fight so much more intelligently, especially if you're being jumped by people that know how to fight.
That was what I was about to say, because you was in a fighting class, so everybody you was fighting against knew how to fight in a 2-on-1, 3-on-1.
Yeah, fortunately, that's rarely the case.
Yeah,
But
it
on the
is
street,
way harder to fend off like multiple assailants versus just one. It's just a fact.
On the streets, if you can keep them from circling you, and
Yeah.
you can, because a lot of times they don't know how to fight.
Sure. That's
why they jump you in the
strategies. One of my favorite strategies was used in the Bakumatsu, the Japanese Revolutionary War. And the strategy was that when the samurai were outnumbered by enemy forces, they would just turn tail and retreat. They'd turn around and run. And then the fastest of their enemies would catch up to them first. They would stop retreating, turn around, fight and fell the fastest enemies who caught up, and then turn around and run again. And so they whittled their opponent's forces down like that. One of the techniques my masters taught me was to always make use of angles. You have to maneuver yourself a lot more so that you're fighting one-on-one. Create the opportunity to fight one-on-one by angling. You have to use tactics and strategy to create an opportunity to fight one-on-one, even though you got multiple people coming after you. So like move to an angle where you've got one opponent in front of you and the other opponent is behind them. You know, just basic stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. And because a lot of times on the streets, the people that jump you don't know how to fight. That's why they jumping you. And you can make them pretty much fight each other. They'll get in each other way and trip each other up.
That is one of the negatives of coming at somebody with multiple combatants. Is while
not to fight together.
Can catch people. You can get unlucky and just get hit right on the temple by your buddy drawing his elbow back to throw a punch. Yeah, for sure.
And he hit the guy behind you and stuff. All kind of stuff. You clip their foot and make them trip on and fall on top of each other.
Good night, Nick, too.
Good night.
Yeah, I've encountered some people that have like a lot of experience with like street fighting and getting jumped. One of the guys I fought with when I was doing semi-pro was a guy named Khalip Odom, and we had actually trained together for a few years before we switched camps up and ended up fighting each other. It was a great match, and like we were great foils for one another. Like our styles matched up really well against each other. But he came from a background like that. Like he would tell me stories when we were training, and I would be like, Jesus fucking Christ, what is going on in your neighborhood? Like getting jumped by 4 guys with baseball bats. I'm like, you're fucking insane.
Well, you don't have the luxury to try to. I mean, I recommend for anybody out there listening, always try diplomatic measures first. But as long as you can, try diplomatic measures. But do not hesitate.
With 4 people with baseball bats, I'm giving you my wallet. I'm giving you everything you want. Just please don't bash my brains in. Like I'm not even going to try and fight you. I'm probably going to take my wallet, throw it on the ground, and turn around and run. You know, like
yeah. If losing your wallet is enough to like ruin you, you've got bigger problems than like you getting jumped in that moment.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, you get hurt, and then if you work for a living, you can't work hurt. There's gonna be even more money and time.
Yeah.
Take healing. You know, don't always try to rush into battle. But but when it
I
do
knew
happen,
a biker who said he carried around a money clip just for that very purpose. Like he would put a couple of 50s in it, and like He'd put a 50 on the outside and a stack of ones on the inside, and if like somebody would start a fight with him, he'd just throw it on the ground and run away. And
I was going to say a
yeah.
couple of 50s. Look at this fucking money bags over here. But if he's stacking it with ones under
Well,
the 50, that's a little
So
more.
one of the things about bikers is they tend to keep their entire life savings on them in their wallet. Like they don't have a need for a bank account, so they'll have a lot of cash on them, but it's all they have.
Yeah, but yeah, I had a friend of mine growing up where I grew up at. A lot of people had that type of mentality too. They would keep like a 50 or two on top. Hell, they just use paper, especially when the printers came out. They'll print up fake dollar bills and put them in there. And you know, it had a lot of counterfeit money floating around here too, and all that stuff. But yeah, they got the people out here in this where I grew up at. They had the same type of mentality. They keep a one of them little, what you call it, a money stash or fake what you call it?
A money clip, yeah.
A money clip, the throwaway money clip.
Yeah.
Throw it on the ground, take off. My friend of mine, they tried because he was doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. He made good money at it, and they robbed him almost every day. Every day somebody robbed his ass, but they never got much from him. This is the way it was.
When I was living in Tennessee, like, you know, going to that Bible college, but also like pursuing like my metal career, we had a couple shows in Memphis, and so like I would keep most of my money like in my shoe when we play like the harder venues. That way, like if like they took my wallet, you know, they get like, you know, my card, which could be like locked like from my phone,
right,
and then like $20.
I remember often just leaving that stuff at home too when I could. It was a good. Do you have any of your music recorded? I'd love to listen to it sometime.
Not the stuff that I was pursuing in Nashville. Like I have like a concept demo of like 2 tracks, but most of like my gent career was like just live stuff.
And you
but,
know
like,
that's exactly the kind of shit I love too. So I'm
it's
bummed out that I'm missing out on it.
It's unfortunately kind of lost to time just because like we didn't have the funds to get into like a professional studio at the time, and I didn't have like a proper interface to like, you know, produce it myself or even like the production knowledge to do it at the time.
The majority of my stuff is lost to time too. Yeah, I empathize big time.
Yeah, after I moved back from Nashville was when I started like moving into electronic music and like getting into my own production. But like I have my super shitty like first band metalcore attempt when I was still screaming like Austin Carlisle from Attack Attack and of Mice and Men.
Nice.
And like, you know, all my lyrics were like Christ centered, so it's like that cringy like Christian metalcore
here on Async.
While you are talking about music, RP, that song that made that it don't sound like Gretchen signature on it. That do 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 do. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, everybody knows Gretchen's all-time favorite band that she loves the most is 311, right?
Yeah,
I didn't know. I know Gretchen got some. I could tell Gretchen handwork by her lyrics. She got no matter what song, even if I like the music or not, her lyrics are always on point. But I'm pretty sure that's your beat, RP. That one beat that, you know what I'm talking about? That's been Gretchen been playing on the. That's you.
I'm not sure.
It's just an instrumental. Man, Gretchen, play that song, Granny. That song. You know what I'm talking. Which one I'm talking about is an instrumental.
I don't even know what you're talking about. But if it's an instrumental, it's one of Arpie's.
Yeah, that's why I figured. That's all
I don't make any songs that don't have lyrics.
Yeah, that's why I figured.
Like this is a shot in the
if
dark.
If it's an instrumental, it's one of Arpie's ones. I think he's talking about the one with the piano.
Yes,
that's a catchy little melody.
Does it have piano time?
Yeah, I really did not until she said the name. I didn't really think of the instrument. But yeah, it's piano.
Gretchen,
All
do
right,
you know the name of the
let me
guitarist
launch
in
this.
311?
What?
You know the name of the guitarist in 311?
Tim Mahoney.
He is actually quite good.
Yes, he definitely is.
Their songs sound really simple because they're very catchy, but I've looked a couple of them up and learned a couple of them, and they're more complex than they sound.
Mm-hmm. They definitely are.
Like Down has some really cool chromatic scale stuff that it does in it, and he makes really good use of like these palm muting rhythms and chicken scratch, and his playing just has a ton of flavor.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw them live in concert with the Melvins, and they were great live.
Yeah. They've always been known for their live show. So it's really, however they do it, they managed to get they got a guitarist who plays rock and punk stuff, and they have a DJ and a rapper, and then there's Nick who can do basically everything, and their bass player only plays funk bass lines. Like only.
And I think he's the one who came up with the name for the band too. The bass player. I heard that.
It was actually the guy before him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was the guy that they ended up kicking out of the band.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, the story I heard was that he was skinny dipping at a party when the cops showed up. The LAPD showed up, and he jumped out of the
Omaha PD.
And went bolt running away. And 311 was their code for indecent exposure.
Correct. Yeah. Can you imagine what a fucking idiot I was, like explaining all of this, telling this story to fucking Blitz over Discord just because he wanted to let me know that apparently 311 is a dog whistle for the KKK, and I'm like, no, it's not.
No. Well, it might be, but that's just because KKK dog whistles are really sophomoric and stupid.
Yeah, I was like, nah. I'm like, as 311 fans, we've been dealing with this shit for 30 years, and it's not true. So I told him the whole, skinny dipping story, and he's like, well, that makes sense. It's good to see that people are just overreacting then. And I'm like, absolutely. I can't believe I just told that whole story for nothing.
Hey, Gretchen, you cool with a quick 5-minute music break to see if either of these tracks are what McTime's talking about?
Yeah, go for it.
Sweet. All right. Because of the nature of the streaming platform,
I bet you it's the piano one because that's actually the one that I found to be catchy amongst all your stuff. So.
Yeah, I've got two guesses as to what it might be. There might be a third one if it's not these, but because of the nature of the stream platform, I'll bring the screen up, but then I'll have to drop everyone off stage just so there's no audio doubling. But I'll bring everyone back on stage.
I disliked EDM, but whatever that song with the piano, I do like that one. So
okay, great.
I'm cool with that, and I just want to remind you that if the songs you play are not the ones that I'm thinking of and they're good, I might like them too.
All right.
All right. Go ahead. I'm the pets.
Yep. Here we go. I'll bring everyone back in a sec. Yeah, so you said it was the second one, McTime?
Oh yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I had the mute on. I'm in the chat, and this damn phone. I'd be afraid to switch in between chat, and because I got to turn the mic on and off and on when I not in chat, and it kicks me off every time. But yeah, that's the second one, and I like the first one. I love the first one too. The first one, all I can say about the first one is it's too short. That was like a minute long.
I like the first one better. I'm just a sucker for arena run.
You like what you said, the second one?
Maybe Arby could make a video of it and put it up on the Async channel.
Arby, I want
That's
to.
what I thought like is one of the cool things about
Can
your
make a
channel.
playlist of Arby originals.
It's just a place for
I don't
atheists
know,
to come and
just
hang
a
out and
thought.
share stuff, and sometimes try and debate theists when we can get them here. And yeah,
You make me want to be a 40-year-old rapper, Arthur. Be a 40-year-old rapper. I love that. And then and see, that's why I was telling Gretchen. That's what I like about the songs that that I like from them is that you're sending people on a journey with them with your bars. You got different bars of different instruments playing at different times, and each one is going on their own little journey. Like you got it going, dun, 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 dun. And you got that one going like that, and you got another one that's going on its own little journey, and I just like that, man. I'm glad you don't have the same 8 bars repeating itself over and over again.
who are some of your favorite rappers, McKnight?
Definitely Tupac. I was when I was younger, I was on Tupac's side because he was popular over here where I was at. But now that I'm older, I like Biggie. Scarface, definitely. I love some Scarface, Jada Kiss. I like the guys that they had that raw, talking about that street life, but they had inspiration and message behind it. It wasn't just like get a career and selling dope. So it was used this as a means to an end to better your life and get out of that, get away from that, and go live and with your family and support your family type of message.
Tell me how you feel about the following statement. The Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Is
Yo, Redman, Method Man, ODB, that's my shit.
I think that's an affirmative, right? Like,
yeah. That's why I'm always on here messing with Jay Money when he on here because he sounds like Method Man.
Yeah, he does.
That's so funny.
METHOD.
You can't
METHOD, man.
You can't fuck with Wu-Tang because they protect their necks.
They do. It's important.
But you also got to keep in mind they East Coast. And if anything, I'm down south. We call this the dirty third, the dirty third coast. Because you got East Coast, West Coast, and they call us the dirty third coast down here. And I'm more of a came up from the DJ Screw type of Even though I hated that shit. I like that when DJ Screw did it and a couple of his other guys like Zero and Lil Flip when they rap. But I didn't like the rest of them guys. They just seemed like they were just talking shit. They get a microphone and just talk shit. It wasn't no reason to rhyme to their raps. And then they had everybody else trying to
rap is really angry, yeah.
Well, no, it wasn't that. It's because of let me see. Listen to this Scarface right here. A cold wind steady blowing, make the matter worse. The whole is swallowing water and mechanism don't work. Truth is love hurt. Friendship ain't shit. Get all that you worth. So when the time comes for you to set your sail, you won't be digested by the big wet well. Hell, take care of all your loose ends and be aware of your so-called friends. That's Scarface. That's why I like to him. There was a message behind that. It's not always angry. It's not always about being horrible or being bad people. It's about doing what you got to do to survive, to protect your people, and not getting caught up with the old banana in the tailpipe type.
I want to be clear that I don't think it's bad for rap to be angry. Some of my most favorite rap is angry, like Obi Trice, very angry rap, but phenomenal music.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody got their own different style. What I was looking for, especially in the 90s, was that message, that message to inspire me to overcome, to do better, to know that right now. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I said you probably like Nas. You like Nas?
Yeah, Nas, but you also got to keep in mind that we had, especially coming up, we had beefs between, and I was in the south side, so we was more with the west side on a lot of things, but we didn't really mess with them either. We had our own genre, but I'm trying to overcome that now. That's why I'm trying to listen to more you guys, more everybody's music, trying to learn more of the like rock and stuff. Like I was telling you about the heart-shaped box the other day when I heard that. I remember listening to that song in high school.
Epic.
Yeah, Nirvana.
Yeah, he's amazing.
And I didn't like it in high school, and I don't know why, but I heard it recently. I said, "Man, that song is that's
when you're in high school, you're worried about what's cool and what's catchy with your clique, and like so sometimes you'll overlook stuff even though it's valid. Like I kind of did that with some rap when I was in high school. Like I didn't want to admit that I liked it because it just wasn't the cool kind of music.
Cool, like where you were at.
Yeah, for sure.
And I hated that I was like that. I hated that I ever was like that ever in my life.
Nelly, like I fucking love Nelly.
I want to be the type of person to respect the good and throw away the bad no matter where it comes from. And I swallowed a whole lot of bad and got rid of a whole lot of good trying to be popular, trying to be in the in crowd.
Yeah.
Hey, I regret that.
Yeah, that comes with maturity and experience and growth. And I think, you know what else I think comes with it is like this idea that you can only do art if you're really good at it. Like that's the point of doing art, is like being Picasso or being fucking Jimmy Morrison for the Doors, like your artistic expression isn't valid if you're not fucking Van Gogh. And it's just like we really need to do away with that idea and just embrace artistic expression just for the sake of, just because it's human. It's what humans do, and we're humans.
Oh yeah, and with my internet, because I had a little time where I had some financial difficulties, so to speak, and my internet was down. I couldn't get on anything. I had to turn on the radio. And I got so tired of it because I would only listen to the local hip hop and rap stations. So I got tired of that, and I'm not really keen on the other stations. I don't want to know where they at, to be honest with you. But I found me an NPR channel. I fell in love with NPR.
Yeah,
I love NPR.
I like listening to NPR sometimes. I like podcasts. We wouldn't be on here if we didn't like podcasts in general, right? But yeah, no, I definitely am a fan of rap nowadays too, and I have to have supreme respect for the culture because it does have deep ties to culture. And yeah, there's some white people out here that are rapping and are not respecting that culture. People like Tom McDonald, who I swear to God is the most disgusting, horrible artist on the planet. His music makes me want to deafen myself with a fucking ice pick. It's so bad. And
You
just
never heard
like,
of him?
He's a MAGA rapper. There's like
a MAGA. Oh, okay.
There's like a handful of rappers who are hardcore MAGA, and they're pretty much all white dudes, and they all just make me want to fucking puke.
I know the guys you're
Imagine
talking about.
They have to make their own. They have to make their own artists. Because I remember Trump was trying to pay other people artists music, and most of them was telling them to stop giving them cease and desist letters and all this shit. For trying to play their music, so they guess they got to make their own artists.
I was hanging out at the bar having a drink and talking to somebody, and they mentioned to me that they liked Tom McDonald, and I am instantly lost all respect for them.
Well, but we got to be careful with that now. Maybe you got a good reason for it with him, but we might be start doing that thing we were doing in high school with the people with the in crowd. Because that's why I had brought up.
I'm being hyperbolic and making a joke.
Yeah,
but
I got you.
I definitely did lose some respect for him, and you would understand why if you knew Tom McDonald.
Well, I mean, I want to say that you was wrong if you would have lost all respect for him, because I know this is a case by case scenario. I just trying to caution you, because like I brought up a topic the other day about
I'll show you how sophisticated the position I'm coming from is. Generally, pretty much any genre, any artist, I think, has at least one song that's good, that's redeemable, that I can tap my foot to, that I enjoy listening to. Tom McDonald, I don't think there's a single one of his songs that doesn't enrage me and make my fucking eye twitch, because the lyrics are so fucking stupid and vapid and vacuous, fucking typical right-wing buzzword, anger, rage-baiting bullshit. It's so fucking terrible. I can't think of one good song he's ever made. He had Ben Shapiro fucking rap on a song with it. Like, welcome to hell world. These things couldn't get worse. Now Ben Shapiro is fucking rapping at us.
Let's say
I want off this ride.
For the sake of argument.
All right, we can stop ragging on Tom McDonald.
McTime, when you're listening to the radio to those local stations, was it around the era when like there were the tags like real trap shit, walk with your boys, damn son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember similar sounding type of things coming from that area. You talking about like in the 2000s?
Yeah, like late 2000s was when like those tags were popular. Like especially when like trap was like starting to come out of Memphis, and I'm talking trap like Juicy J trap, not like EDM trap, like that Skrillex does and like RL Grime and those guys.
Juicy J from 666.
I didn't quite catch that.
I'm thinking you're talking about Juicy J that was with 666, right?
Yeah.
666 Mafia.
3-6 Mafia.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean,
Goose got me.
But I hate that, but I just hate the fact like that's why. Remember, I don't think you was there, and I think that was the first topic that we actually debated thoroughly and actually came up to a solution that all sides agreed on. When we was trying to figure out the difference between insults, cuss words, and slurs. Was you in on that, Arthur?
Nah.
Yeah, what we came up with it's the intention. Curse words, religious people are offended by cuss words, but there's no intention behind it. Slurs are insults that are intended to dehumanize, and insults are just they just insults. You intend to
attacking somebody's character, or their looks, or their smells. You stinky.
Yeah,
I'd say the slur has like a history of like dehumanization behind it. Like it's not just like an insult that's meant to
That's something
dehumanize.
sociologists say a lot, right? Yeah, it's like it's often tied to institutional power and systemic discrimination.
Yeah,
yeah.
Like I can think of, like, you know, quote unquote slurs for white people that aren't slurs because there's no like history of oppression or, like, you know, dehumanization behind them. They're just like
HR
novel
representative
insults.
was ever looking at my job application and was like, "Well, I'm not going to give this cracker honky a job," and like threw
Right.
threw away my job application.
Put her in the pile of mayo monkeys.
Yeah, wait, y'all said it, not me. I didn't say any of that, fellow people out there. I didn't
Yeah,
say
no,
that was
these aren't actual slurs because there's no like historical, like.
Yeah, I think even still, if somebody called me a cracker or a honky on the street, I'd probably just laugh.
Yeah, no, 100% of the time.
And the reason why I had brought that up was because I was concerned that we might be, because we always telling religious people they trying to control our speech by telling us we can't say cuss words, but then we trying to control their speech by saying that they can't say slurs. So I was just wondering what is the difference, and then we Gretchen got in on it, and we everybody on the panel that day, and we came up to that consensus. Like seemed like y'all agree with it too.
I don't think
I think slurs and cuss words are completely different, because like cuss words are just like, you know, sentence enhancers, like, you know, like, oh, I went to pick up the pizza and it was cold, or, you know, I went to pick up the pizza and it was fucking cold. You know, one like, you know, the latter sentence like shows like you're upset about the pizza being cold, and the other one is just like kind of like stating a matter of fact.
But you also got to keep in mind
a very effective communication tool, and it can also be really boring and repetitive with somebody who's not creative in how they use cursing.
Really quick. I want to address what Kaf is saying in chat. Like, thank you so much for saying that my first song sounds like Cosmic Gate. Like they're the goats. Like, I've been following Cosmic Gate since like I was in high school, and so for you to say that my track sounds anything like Exploration of Space just fills me with so much joy. So thank you for that, Kaf.
Yeah, I like that first song too. I like both of them. I kind of tore over which one I like the most. I think I like the second one the most, but that first one is right behind it.
I for sure like the first one the most because Arena Run is my favorite keyboard effect by far. It's just it sounds amazing, and you can make really unique things just by making riffs in traditional keys with Arena Run, and it just sounds so cool.
Come on, Arby, let's get the band back together, Arby. We can do it. We can do it again. Let's get the band back together.
Well, I'm down for it. I'm gonna play guitar and I'm gonna play thrashy, high-paced riffs, and then sludgy, low-paced breakdowns. Yeah, I'd be 100% down.
I've been playing guitar for like 24 years. I'm in.
Yeah.
All right, that's what's up. We got the band.
I'm
Eddie Kane.
I have a 7-string too.
Oh yeah, so we can go like drop G.
Yeah, my guitar's tuned drop G. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, dude.
I'm big Eddie Kane.
Actually, I can find. I'll have to find it, but I have a recording of me like messing with triple rectifier sim on my amp sim, and I'm getting pretty good at the pinch harmonics. But I'm cheating. I have active pickups. So
sorry, Gretchen. You're gonna have to learn an instrument, or we're gonna evolve beyond you.
Let me know. Let me know.
I'll just write the lyrics. I'm fine.
Oh, that works. You be the lyricist. Hell yeah.
Gretchen play the computer. What you talking about? She got the best instrument of all.
That's right.
She
play the fuck out of Spotify, man. Master level.
Yeah, that reminds me, Arpy. I was going to ask you, what program do you use to make music? Like, what's your platform? Like,
mainly FL Studio, but I have experience in Ableton, Logic, Cubase, Pro Tools.
You know all the good ones. Okay.
Yeah, pretty
You know
much. Like I've done some ghostwriting for some labels, and so like I had to like really expand my platforms.
There was a summer where I got really good with GarageBand.
Yeah, that's like everybody's introduction to DAWs. Good stuff. I got my start in Guitar Pro.
I got good at it by taking guitar tablature for songs that I liked and translating it into GarageBand. And it was kind of funny because it doesn't come with a lot of good sound packages like to start with. Like their electric guitar package that it comes preloaded with is terrible. Like, so I'm like writing, Lamb of God, Walk With Me in Hell, and it just sounds like Nintendo 64 music, but it still kind of slaps for some reason. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, there's something nostalgic about emulated guitars.
Yeah.
I used to try to do my little music thing, I used to like to put the wah-wah guitars in my song.
The wah-wah.
Yeah. I don't know. I used that's what I used to love that effect. But I'm putting everything.
When I was actually touring around, I had a Line 6 pedal that had two built-in pedals on the board, and then it had a bunch of pedal effects programmed. So you could have one be a wah pedal, one be a distortion pedal, you could have one be a loop pedal, and the other be an octave pedal. And I loved playing around with it. There were so many different cool ways to get cool sounds out of it. Line 6 makes some great stuff. I still have a bunch of Line 6 gear.
Man, I used to have this Line 6 amp that had like a shit ton of like pedal effects built into it.
Dude, all their stuff comes with like such a great array of effects. And if you're like a tone monkey like me, I will spend hours just messing around and finding different tones that I like. And yeah, so it adds a whole layer of fun to playing guitar for me.
But you sound like you sounded better than I had a guitar before, but I never learned to play it. Only instrument I'm like Gretchen. I played the computer. It's been a minute. I had some
good instrument. It's very versatile.
I like writing lyrics and poetry too, Gretchen. I like writing lyrics and poetry too, Gretchen. I don't know if I have any saved up, but I've written a lot of atheistic poetry too, like just stuff about death and losing loved ones, and how different it is to go through those things while not believing in God versus how cognitively dissonant they were when I was still a believer. Just stuff like that. Just atheist poetry.
I meant to comment earlier. When I experienced Line 6 stuff, it was like the early 2000s, and like it did not sound good. But it was still like, it was still like novel how diverse their effects like varieties were in like a single device, whether it was an amp or a pedal. But like when I finally started using an amp simulator on my PC, that was fucking crazy. And I finally got to not only experience like actual like pedal emulation that sounds good, but also having it at like just all inclusive in a single package. And yeah, that was crazy to experience.
That is a very cool option for modern guitarists to have, for sure.
Because prior to that, I was like a real stickler about like having just boutique pedals, and like, I would buy like Digitech, and I would really only buy like Choice Digitech, Choice Boss, Choice, whatever pedal manufacturer. And then like besides that, like boutique shit. But yeah, once I tried like good digital stuff, man, that stuff's crazy.
I used to have a Marshall full stack that was probably my favorite piece of gear I ever had, and I unfortunately had to sell it to make bail one time.
Nice. I still have a Marshall Hayes. It's a 40 watt class A, I think, and it's like their answer to like a Vox AC 130 or whatever.
Yeah, if I had just like unlimited money, I would have a Marshall full stack still, and I would have a Gibson of some kind, like either an Explorer or a Flying V, or even just an SG. I've never played a Gibson that I didn't absolutely fucking love. They're just great guitars. There's a bunch of other brands that I love too, though. Like, have you ever played a Parker guitar?
I have. Well, you mean like the Flies?
Yeah,
right?
they make some weird like stuff. It's pretty innovative, but they're just fun to play too. Then they sound really good.
Yeah, I like have a Fender Telecaster 79 thin line that I had wired. I have it wired custom. Okay, so this is cool actually. I had a guitar tech like refine everything on it, and then I also had him put in a 4-way selector switch so that I don't just have neck and then neck and bridge and then bridge, but I can reverse the polarity and have the neck and the bridge act like a humbucker at the same time.
That's fucking cool.
Dude, it's so sick. It is
That's
the
super
coolest thing I've ever paid for, and it only cost me like $170.
The only Fender I ever had was a Mexican Strat, and it just fucking rocked. It was so good. Rock, country, blues. You could play everything on it. And the fucking it had a whammy bar, and it had just the basic tuning knobs. Just a fucking Fender Stratocaster with good frets and tuning knobs and a whammy bar and a good amp, and you can just make so many different kinds of music just sound fucking lovely as it makes love to your ear pussy. Anyways, are we going to talk music all night? I'm totally happy to do that. Like,
yeah, real quick, Arpit. Can you tell me is there anything that you can do? That is, if you want me to. Can I put some text on the screen? Because I did it before, but I can't seem to do it anymore from up here.
Like what are you wanting to do?
Like put the text on the screen, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody say something I think interesting, put it on the screen so everybody can see it.
Like share your screen?
No, not share my screen. Like the people in chat, right? I can put it on the screen so that it'll be on a TV screen. I've done it before, but I haven't been able to done it since that first time I did it. That is if you want me to do it. If you don't know, that's fine. I won't
like
try to overstep my means.
someone said something in chat and you want it highlighted?
Yeah, highlight it and put it on the screen.
Yeah, who's chat?
Well, I was at the time I was talking about the Parker, the guitar, and Jackie said that she had a 97 Parker guitar.
Yeah, this.
And I was going to highlight it, but I was just wondering if I could have that
one too, the Fly Deluxe.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could have that privilege like I did before, but if not, I don't worry about it. I'll leave it alone.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
Okay,
like, I don't even have full privileges on this co-host account.
If
do you want to do?
Happened, I might still.
I already handled it. I got the comment highlighted.
I might still be playing that Mexican Stratocaster, but to this day, it is the only instrument I've broken beyond repair, and I was heartbroken when it happened. I set it on a desk for like a second to talk to somebody in a classroom I was in, and somebody walking by, like the cord hooked on them somehow, and it fell off the desk, and the body got busted so bad that I couldn't fix it. I was totally bummed because it was a great instrument and a pretty expensive one too. Fenders can cost a pretty penny.
Yeah. Well, can I try this topic again? I want, because I really want to talk about you guys' thoughts on the this new Texas law with this Bible in the schoolhouse. I don't see anything good coming out of this.
It's not the first time that a law like this has been passed, and in the past, one of the ways that it has been combated is that people then take advantage of the dissolution of the separation from church and state to benefit religions other than Christianity. So, like, get the Islamic students together, get the Muslim students together, and have them demand. The state can't favor one religion over another. If you're going to put the Ten Commandments in there, you'll have to put hadith stuff in there too, or what have you. And
You
mention that to a hardcore right-wing evangelical Christian, putting hadiths up in the classroom, they'll lose their fucking mind, and they'll see why the separation of church and state is an important thing to have in the classroom, because they'll be like, well, I don't want my kids learning that Islam garbage. That Islam.
I mean, what you're talking about, it's this thing hypothetical and stuff, because what worked in the past is not working anymore. These people do not care, and it seems like everything is falling apart as far as a separation of church and state. I mean, Trump even started his Department of Faith. This is not is not the past. This is now. This is different. At least for me, it feels different. It feels like this stuff is the start of the Christian Dark Ages.
Yeah, Trump's disregard for the Constitution is fucking disgusting. It is for sure some next level bullshit.
I get the feeling that the Supreme Court is trying to create a two-tier system where atheists be second-class citizens, because we won't have the privilege to opt out of their laws like they do with them in religious objections, to opt out of our laws. They don't got to bake the cake. They don't have to be fair. They can fuck up our health care because they got religious objections. But we don't have religious objections to opt out of their bullshit. So our children got to go to that motherfucking school and read this stupid-ass Bible and not get taught anything that's going to help push the needle as far as status and prestige in the world.
Yeah, I think that the institution of the separation of church and state has always been half-assed, half-hearted, and not really fully, honored by the government. Like, look at court-ordered AA. That's basically just court-ordered indoctrination. AA is a religious organization that requires its members to say that they are powerless to control their disease and that they had to surrender control to a higher power. That higher power is the deity. It is just a religion, and usually it's the Christian deity. It is court-ordered indoctrination, but it's partially cultural attitudes, and it's for sure. I think the separation of church and state has always been more tenuous in this country than a secular person of secular philosophy would prefer.
I think that would be a good way to combat it. Now I think about it, we should try to push some type of legislation that say that we can religious object out of that bullshit, especially like they forcing our children to read the Bible in class and stuff like that.
Well, you know what, McTime, I'm the kind of stubborn little asswipe that I would just say, fuck no, I'm not going to say your fucking prayer. You can't make me say under God in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm sure there's lots of kids that are still like that.
Dude, I got kicked out of class so many times because I wouldn't say under God.
Yeah, been there too.
It sounds like grounds for a lawsuit.
Yeah, well, that was a while ago.
That's not the past. I mean, the people who was in charge of shepherding in the secular state, separation of church and state, they're not being fair-minded anymore. They are strictly leaning everything towards the Christian side. Well, why do the Christians get a chance to fuck up healthcare because they got a religious objection? Why do they get a chance not to bake their cake because they got a religious objection? What can we religious object out of? We are obligated and mandated to follow these stupid ass laws, but they can pick and choose the laws they want to follow. This is not fair. This is not right, and it's getting worse. It seems like it feels like secular government is falling apart, even though it's never been. perfect, and it's never been 100% like I guess how the forefathers intended. It was functional.
You're
And it
absolutely
was fair.
speaking my language, Mr. McTime, because the number of Christian evangelicals who absolutely shit their pants and threw a total toddler tantrum about wearing a piece of cloth over their face so that they don't fucking infect and kill somebody's grandma or their newborn baby during COVID was just like, it was so irritating to me. Like, you're supposed to be a fucking Christian. You're supposed to care about your neighbor, love thy neighbor as thyself, not, needlessly infect thy neighbor with a preventable disease because you're too fucking selfish to put a piece of fabric over your face. Yeah.
What they had got, wasn't that like a religious objection out of to not wear the mask too, right? They religious object out of that too, didn't they?
Yeah,
That's
even though there
that's not
shouldn't
how
be
religious objections work.
right. There
I mean,
shouldn't be a correlation at all.
I mean, you could think of what they was doing was trying to religious object out of it, But I know they didn't use that language for that right there, that particular point. But it seemed like the same type of logic.
No, they did use a lot of religious language. They would say things like, God gave me an immune system. I don't need no vaccine. I don't need no mask. No blah, 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 blah.
It's like
Because
trying to
I'm
say
blah,
that you
blah,
have a
blah.
religious objection to wearing a seatbelt.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not the same as like being required to get a vaccine.
Well, what about? Well, I mean, yeah, you got a good point there, Arthur. But I wouldn't be surprised because the government works off of precedents. As far no, well, I don't say the government. The court system works off of precedents. The precedents has already been set for you to religious object out of shit. I wouldn't be surprised if they expand that shit more and more in the future. And everybody gonna be able to religiously object out of all kind of bullshit, except for us atheists, because we're gonna be the second class citizens.
Yeah, I agree. I don't have much else to say, but that I agree. And I think, surprisingly, this new science rule that they're putting forward with Russell Vogt, the author of Project 2025, that bans international collaboration and has all these vague faith tests and shit. I think it's kind of like they're looping out for the knockout punch, like the stage beyond which the fascist conversion of our government will be pretty much complete, and there won't be anything we can do short of violent revolution to
And
regain
what you trying to tell my
the
mama?
semblance of democracy.
People like my mama, and I was talking to a friend of mine too, and from high school. We stayed good friends for a good little while. I was talking to her today. She's all for it. My mama's all for this Bible thing in the classroom. And I'm like, well, do you know that once they go and they get rid of the secular state, they're gonna make you do their type of Christianity. You are not gonna be able to worship that tree
The
hugging
thing I've
hippie
always,
Jesus.
yes, that's the issue with fascism over and over again, isn't it, McTime? When
Yeah.
fucking Hitler had finally put all the fucking Jews in the ghetto, they started arguing about who among the Aryans wasn't Aryan enough. They started turning on each other for not being enough of the racial ideal. And there's
Yeah,
always got
that's
to
the
be a
end point of
scapegoat.
fascism.
Yeah.
It always eats
Yeah, they're
itself.
not gonna be. I'm sorry, go ahead, Arthur.
Yeah, that was the end of it. Fascism always eats itself. I do want to say really quick to Austin. I found one of my really old recordings of my metalcore band. So like when we hit a good
We'll
endpoint
take
of
another
this,
musical break and listen.
I can
Cool.
play a little excerpt. I'm not going to play the entire thing because it's like I'll die from cringe.
No.
Yeah, but I mean, how do we combat that? Like I'm telling my mama and them, they think that I don't know what they think. Let me stop talking like that. It seems to me they feel like that once they get everybody reading the Bible, forcing their stuff on everybody else, then everything is gonna be all right. People are gonna be happy and nice. And I'm sitting there trying to point out to her because my mother today, and this really pissed me off with her. She told me that everybody that since they took prayer out of school, that the general attitude in the nation failed. Everybody just seemed to get evil and all this stuff. And I was like, nobody never took prayer out of school. You could have always prayed if you want to. I pray. I mean, when I was religious, when I went to school, I would pray before a test. They made us do moments of silence and all kind of other stuff. And you just, everybody say their own prayer. What they took out was forcing people who get paid by your tax dollars to force it on other people's children. Because, you know, not everybody want their children to say the same prayer. Some people want different prayers. Some people want different religions. So some people want no religion. How you square that circle? Should I pay taxes so people can force my children to say shit that I don't want them to say? That don't make no sense. Well, so, but she really made me mad, and I called her out on that. She got mad at me and hung up. I don't know if we're gonna talk for a little while. Like you know that's a lie, right? Nobody took no prayer from you. You can always say a prayer when you want to pray. And if you're gonna lie for this right here, then how is reading this book in class gonna improve anything? It seems like it's gonna create a bunch of liars.
Yeah, people want nice, easy, simple answers, and it's just a fact of reality that all the questions we ask, not all of them are going to have nice, easy, simple, true answers. Some of them are going to have complicated, difficult to comprehend, unintuitive answers. And but there's an allure to these slogans, these catchy but wrong slogans that lead you to believe you have a solution to the problems. And it's so easy. So I think you gotta put prayer back in, and you just, it doesn't, it's like typical stereotypes. It takes like 3 or 4 seconds of actually thinking about it to see that it falls apart. It just doesn't make basic logical sense. How would it work? Like, think about an inner city school in Chicago with some kid who's hardened from poverty and gangbanging, and he's now being made to pray in class, and so now it's going to make what material changes in his life that's going to prevent crime or change his likely votes. And yeah, no, it's just absurd. Yeah, it's just sloganeering that helps just discourage thought. Basically, the whole point of it is to encourage gullibility and discourage thinking.
Exactly.
Well,
and the gullibility is always packaged with like some kind of folksy, I don't have to listen to some scientist who doesn't know what a woman is type thing, you know, to go with
it. What you saying, Arthur?
The point of prayer isn't like to be performative, like, you know, per this verse in Matthew. But whenever you pray, go into your room and shut the door and pray to your Father who is in secret, and your Father who sees in secret will reward you. You know, prayer is supposed to be about your relationship with God. It's not about, like, you know, showing how good of a Christian you are because, like, you talk to God.
I think the point of prayer is to be a barbaric ritual that summons the spirit world.
Yeah, it's spell casting. Right?
I mean,
it's thinking you can influence the universe with your thoughts, and or that you can learn everything you need to know about the universe through introspection. When really you have to extrospect. You have to investigate reality and figure things out. And that was actually a big evolution in philosophy when we realized that. When we realized you couldn't just figure things out by just thinking. That was one of the things that made Galileo what a big scientific giant he is, because he actually said, no, let's go set some balls on a ramp and fucking roll them and see what happens, instead of just talking and theorizing, right? And yeah, so I started to ramble there. I do that sometimes. Sorry.
Yeah, well, prayer, and then the thing about prayer also is just like I was trying to talk about magic and whatnot. I think that the point was getting lost on Kieran and Jay Money, but they only looking at it from the modern perspective. But when you look at it from the ancient history perspective, prayer has some functionality, because, like, for people who know about mindful meditation and Buddhism and stuff, prayer works. It's a good focusing thing to clear your mind. It helps you think think better. It even helps with your body. Because I had got sick one time, and I had my lymph nodes was down and swollen up, and I felt all dizzy. I never felt like that ever before in my life. My lymph nodes was fucked up. And so but at the time I was doing yoga already before I started feeling like that. Then I started doing the mindful meditation parts of the yoga with that in the back of your throat. I looked it up and come to find out that's good for your lymph nodes. It's good medicine. It's just like working, like doing some kind of exercise for your lymph nodes, doing that and all that in your throat. And so that prayer, that word prayer has some functionality in reality where you can actually affect your body, make yourself feel better and get more healthy.
I think there's a little bit of an equivocation happening there with the word prayer, but like I won't make a big debate out of it because I know we're kind of in the same position ultimately philosophically. Like if you're defining prayer as like ritualistic chanting done to make yourself feel better, then yeah, prayer works, right? Because if you're doing it that way, yeah, it works. If you're defining prayer as an appeal to a deity to have that deity change its all-encompassing perfect plan, then no, I don't think prayer works. I don't think the deity exists for you to make the appeal to. I don't think there is any such grand omniscient plan. So to say prayer works in that way, I think would be wrong. But the way you're saying it doesn't sound like you're saying that. You're talking about
no. I'm about to tell you my definition. Let me tell you my definition. My definition of prayer, all them words like that, is words that belong to the ancient vocabulary junk drawer to describe germs, mind, and other unknowns then and now. It is words that have lost all meaning since the advent of science. That's how I'm describing prayer because it was a word that had some kind of meaning and functionality way back when, as far as to the extent that it helped you with your health and your clearing your mind. But it also was mixed in with a lot of magical type of understanding because they didn't know how to.
I define it the same way I define magic and monsters, a fake mythical thing humans came up with, right? Yeah. So there is a definition for it. There is one real definition for it, but it's the one that accepts that there is no gods and there is no magic, and that the universe is natural, and that even if there is such a thing as magic, it probably is natural. It's probably just like technology that's so advanced that we can't tell the difference between it and magic. Which you could argue from one perspective that we already have that. Like if you went into the past and showed somebody technology from the modern era, they would think it was magic and wouldn't even understand it if you explained it to them.
If you show someone from like 1,000 years ago a photograph, they would lose their fucking mind because they think you trapped a person in this piece of paper.
Right? Yeah.
They don't want to burn it and let the magic smoke out. But I believe so. But I don't think you get me because like magic, like I said, it goes in that vocabulary junk drawer because magic does have it. There is magic. Magic is science. What they call.
Okay, so you can call it a vocabulary junk drawer. I just see it as the fictional drawer. Like it means the same thing to me. What it would mean if we were talking about magic in the context of the world of Aragon, where magic is based on an ancient language that is the one true language, where all the words in that language are what things are actually called. The bird is called a weirda. So when you say weirda in a spell, you're commanding. So you get what I mean? Like there is.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but you forget about the functionality of it. You're looking at it from only the modern lens, and it lost all meaning since science became up. But before that, we had science. This stuff really meant things like
cultural meaning.
Well, there never was functionality to it, just perceived functionality. Just because we're highly superstitious creatures, and we attribute causation to things that are completely like unrelated.
There was also an evolutionary group selection aspect to it, in that early hominid tribes having the ability to believe in common watchful deities helped them establish bartering relationships. It allowed them to trust other humans that they didn't know because they believed common, uniting supernatural forces were observing their actions and making sure they were dealing with each other honestly, and that it allowed tribes to have larger numbers than other tribes. And there's just a certain point at which mathematically, like a number of tribesmen, where you just have a peak selection advantage, and that was a part of human evolution, and that's part of what's called the cognitive social model of religion. And in that model, I interpret it completely atheistically, and I think anyone who is an atheist who wasn't raised a theist would. Gods, souls, spirits, magic, fairies, leprechauns, unicorns, monsters, all this stuff. These are human inventions made in prehistory because we had burning questions that we took random blind stabs in the dark at. We were trying to.
Y'all keep looking at it from the modern perspective. Looking from the ancient perspective, they had unknowns like germs. Germs was everywhere, from north to the south, east to the west, and nobody had explanation for it. The only thing you know is you stuff.
They were
stuff
demons.
Smell bad.
And
Yes, so you call them demons, and then you start anointing people with
probably
oil.
had real demons because they still had sleep paralysis. They just didn't have the language to explain what sleep paralysis was. Because to them, a demon's a very real thing, right?
And that's the functionality I'm talking about. And like, all right, the anointed one with oil. Anointment is good for keeping the germs out of your body, man. It was functionality to this. They had certain type of medicine that they made that actually work, and they would do certain kind of prayers and singing and chanting to go along with it. And it comes to find out that the prayer and the singing and chanting was approximately the right amount of time for the chemicals to actually bind right to actually be effective as a medicine. And this what I'm saying. This stuff was some type of science. It was ancient science back then, but it lost its meaning. Now we got real science now, and so it goes into a vocabulary junk drawer with all this bullshit, just some magical confusion.
Yeah, I think we're agreeing.
Amazing confusion.
We're agreeing. I'm just making a slight linguistic tweak. Like I'm agreeing it's junk, and I'm just putting it in the fictional file instead of complete like unreal. Like this stuff exists, but only as a fictional concept. It only maps to people's imagination, their thoughts, their feelings, their dreams, stories that they share around a campfire.
It's all fiction. Don't get me wrong, but it got true aspects to it. Like the spirit world could really be the germ world. Because if you think about every culture across the globe, had the ones that was religious type had some type of version of the spirit world. What else they had all across the globe back then was germs everywhere. People dying. Somebody take their last breath, and you might think that's their soul leaving their body. And you got spirit is respiration. You see what I'm saying?
So we have a big array of evidence. This is what the cognitive social model of religion talks about a lot. And what it suggests is that the kind of the earliest concept is souls and spirits, because the first thing humans realize is that people die. Mom or a sibling or your spouse or whatever, some other hominid that means something to you, they go from being alive to not being alive. So animism is the first religion. The thing humans come up with first is the spirit, the soul. They see the living part of you went away. It went somewhere else. And they kind of have this natural dualistic presupposition. And they look up at the sky and see the stars, or they've started learning to master fire and they see the smoke rising. Some other, like, it's a model based on evidence. So we don't know exactly what the route was, but it's a reasonable speculation, right? So the first one is just the spirit and souls, and so the realm, the other realm is just where that thing went, that animating force went, and the religion continued to evolve through that. I don't think it makes sense to say that the germ world could be the spirit world, but like I kind of get the metaphor you're trying to make, but like I just want to make the
Because they
Understand.
mix all kind of fit together that didn't need to be mixed together, like the chanting
Yeah.
and singing, the ritual and all that stuff didn't need to be in there, but they need to know how to measure the right amount of time to get the chemicals to mix right. And as far as like other things, you also got to remember that not everybody was on the same level. Hold on, let me finish this thought.
Sorry. Okay.
They may have had some people like savants that was using spirit and soul, kind of like how we're using it today in the modern world for germs and air. But then they may have died, and then the people that came behind them couldn't really understand it, so they start praying and worshiping to that shit too. You know what I'm saying?
I can bottom line it by saying that when religious scriptures were being written and all these like weird religious rules were being made up, some of them were based on actual evidence and observations. Like saying not to eat pork and unclean animals, whatever, could have been based on people eating them and getting sick.
Or like shrimp before they knew how to devein them.
Exactly. And in that case,
literally eating the poop chute.
That would be a morally justified epistemology because you have evidence to support your conclusions. But in the majority of cases, I think we would both agree they're just making crazy shit up, most of which is very divorced from actual reality once you actually do it to scientific measuring and testing. Yeah.
No argument out of me on that one. But that's because you got to think they may probably had more than one Einstein that came in the ancient time that was working with something that was way out of anybody else at that time a league. And after they died, they couldn't replicate the work because they didn't understand the man.
Hold on. Point of production, Jill. You've been up twice already this week. You're not allowed on the panel, so wait until next week. You've hit your limit, so goodbye. Please continue.
I'm just thinking about those Einsteins in the prehistoric time. Those Einsteins in the prehistoric time that was above everybody league, and they had left with something. They may have called it souls and spirits and germs. Souls, spirits, and all that stuff. But they was actually more like how we are today than what they had in the past. Then when they died, the work was misunderstood, and they started praying and worshiping. Like them holidays. A lot of these holidays was meant for to know when to start planting crops and such, so that way you can be ready for the harvest. And when it's with the advent of the city, a lot of that lost its meaning and just became worshiping, just another day to worship and stuff.
What do you think, guys? Should we let Jill up and just say he's on really thin ice?
No. We've set a hard rule of Jill is limited to two nights a week, and he has hit his limit. We set a rule, we stick to it. Otherwise, we demonstrate that the rule can be broken.
Fair enough. Okay.
We're not like God. We actually stick to our set rules. There will be no new covenant on this panel.
Fair enough.
No. There ain't no new covenant anyway. Ask the Jews if there's a new covenant. That's just the Christian lies. Look, just like with the Mormons say, that's the third covenant.
I'm selfish because Jill.
If we adjust Jill's covenant at all, it will be down to 1 day a week. Period.
I'm being greedy because Jill's an evolution denier and a young earther that I haven't gotten to get my teeth very bloody on yet. And I want
Jill, you're not special. We don't fear you. We're just sticking to our word. We set a specific limit, and you need to understand that we've set that boundary. And you being a typical Christian, you don't understand consent. I grant that, but you're just going to have to deal with it.
All right, the hosts have spoken. I will not push it any further since the hosts have said their piece. But Jill, I'm down to talk to you sometime if you ever want to come talk. Like I don't do a lot of lives on my channel, but if I ever do, feel free to pop by.
Well, go look for him on Robin's channel because apparently he trusts her and not us. So
Interesting.
Yeah, that's another thing, Jill. Like, if we're so untrustworthy, why do you try to come onto our channel all the time? It seems a little strange that you refuse to do your debate with OE here. Yeah, like you constantly want to be on the panel. Very very curious.
He's trying to give us some pushback, and I'm all for it because if his pushback sucks, it makes our position look better. And
I'm sitting there
most of
reading.
the pushback I've seen from him does really suck, like profoundly, like young Earth creationist level suck. But anyway,
I'm sitting there reading. I'm sitting here reading Godson post in chat, and he talking about a word is a word and God is a word. But what is the importance of a word? Word's gonna be truth for lies. I don't care. A word ain't shit to me. I want the truth.
Yeah,
God
God
is a
is just
word.
a word that refers to a fictional concept that early humans came up with as they had an evolving mythology in which entities and agents were moving souls back and forth between this soul realm, this other fictional realm, and our realm. You know, they're coming up with animism, totemism, shamanism, polytheistic paganism, and monotheistic theism and deism, and that's finally what God comes to mean, right? Like that's what a god is. It's just a fictional character. It's an
It's just the
archetype
word.
of fictional
Like
characters that are from historical fiction and mythology books.
we agree, Godson. God is just the word, and the only thing I'm really concerned with is the word "true." It seems like you more concerned about words than you are about truth. So I don't understand.
Right.
Do you care
It
about truth?
depends how you use the word. If you use the word to refer to a fictional concept that only maps onto our dreams, thoughts, stories, and imagination, then you're using it correctly. If you use it as if it's this actual thing that did some major big thing and created the universe and fucked off, or that created the universe and has an active hand in it, that shit for sure isn't real.
Check this out. Now going back to my vocabulary junk drawer, throw God in there too, and be like, what are your thoughts about maybe an ancient? Now this is our speculation here, but sometimes I could view like an ancient group of people would go around kidnapping children from other groups of ancient people and raising them up to believe that they are slaves and they are the gods, and these children actually thought these people was gods. And they passed it along to their children, and they had like a two-tier society where
So yeah,
the slave.
that's that you could call that brood parasitism, or you could just call that really fucked up mind fuckery and psycho manipulation. And yeah, humans do that shit all the time for sure. And it's a big part of religion.
So
I would argue it's the core of religion is the mind fuckery.
Yeah, brew parrot. Me too. And that's one thing I like about religion. Did you know that covert operations and CIA clandestine type of classes and stuff they take a lot of lessons out of the Bible. They use the Bible to teach lessons in espionage and stuff like that. I mean, it's not just the Bible in general. It's basically all the old scriptures, but they use the Bible and stuff a lot too.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's stuff about taking advantage of local religions in like psyops manuals. That would make a lot of sense. It's a part of how American forces have destabilized local governments in the past.
Yeah, like the walls of Jericho is a lesson in how to turn a winning what they call it a witting informant actor, because if you remember in the walls of Jericho, they had that woman that basically was giving them information on how to conquer that city. Now all that bullshit with the trumpets and the wall falling down, that probably was they code word to where they broke in and did some type of Trojan horse or some kind of operation, you know what I'm saying, with covert operation, using her as the informant. But
this shit is just reminding me of the old like church nursery rhyme, like 10 men went to spy on Cain and 10 were bad and 2 were good.
Yeah, I mean it's all propaganda, especially the Hebrew Bible is propaganda. The New Testament, I don't know really what you call that, nation builder. in the New Testament, it's not quite the same as the Hebrew Bible, and all it does is lie on the Hebrew Bible. Because I'd almost call it the Old Testament anymore. I call it the Hebrew Bible. Because if you ask the Jews if they got an Old Testament, they're gonna tell you hell nah. That's they know how can we accept the Greeks to tell us that the Jews don't know their own damn religion? It's just arrogance all the way around. Oh, so Jesus is Lord saying atheists because they are cowards. They do not like engaging often.
Don't engage. Don't engage. Don't encourage him.
Oh, that's Jesus the Lord is Jill.
Yeah.
Fair
He's crashing out in the comments because it's the only like tiny amount of power that he thinks he has. It's cute watching him, crash the fuck out. So yeah.
That's a nice guys on there.
Please forgive me. I forgot who it was.
No, buddy. If you want to get his attention, he's in chat right now. I saw you trying to get in the back chat. Did you hear that?
Oh yeah, I just chatted him. So he's
all right. Sweet.
It's over.
If we want to change the subject, RP and Gretchen, I'm kind of curious if you can help me solve something because I've had so many discussions about this with so many different people. Am I a liberal or am I a leftist? I've had diehard liberals tell me with utter conviction that I'm a liberal. I've had diehard leftists tell me with utter conviction that I'm a leftist. Which one am I? Do you think you guys know?
Well, you gotta give your position. Like there's a broad range of leftism. Like it goes from like left of neolib to like tanky, and like I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm for sure not a tanky, but I'm definitely further left than neolibs.
I'm like at the level where we should arm trans women and the homeless with free guns and free marijuana and just see what happens.
So tanky. Got it.
Maybe. But I also was ready to vote for Kamala.
Yeah.
Kamala. Did I say it wrong? I'm so sorry.
I just say Harris because I
know. Yeah, Harris is the safest.
He is a Zionist.
Yeah.
And it's not great.
Yeah, but so were all the candidates. That's the entire point of the lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
But at least she was like at least a little more willing than Biden was to listen to her anti-Zionist constituents.
That's fair.
And we at this point we need to be able to make baby steps because like giant leaps are just not possible with the current establishment, and so like any sort of progress we should absolutely like hail as a success.
So Gretchen says I'm a tanky. Gretchen says I'm a leftist. So here's the second part of my dilemma that I have to reveal.
I was kidding based on the
okay, I was
trans
just going to
women
say,
guns
Gretchen,
and yeah.
that I've had diehard leftists say that I am absolutely not a leftist, and I've had diehard liberals say that I'm absolutely not a liberal. So I just feel so politically.
What are your takes that like have the leftists saying that you're not a leftist?
Like okay, I still have compassion for right wingers. Like I still care about a lot of them and think some of them are kind people that just are misled and confused. And like a lot of leftists don't like that.
I mean, that's the nature of propaganda. Like, absolutely. Like, there are swaths of people that have been brainwashed by the current media establishment. That's the entire reason Rupert Murdoch established Fox News was, after Nixon resigning, basically wanted to make sure that like that was never an issue again, and that like they'd be able to control the right wing narrative.
Yeah.
And so like having compassion for people affected by the established institutions, I think like makes you even more leftist.
Yeah, I feel that way about
Everyone,
some issues too. Like I'm pro-gun, and I think that actually makes me more than less leftist. Although some
There's
liberals
that
or
saying
leftists
you
would
go
say,
far enough left, you get your guns
yeah,
back.
exactly.
But like even I think that's a dumb motto, because like most Democrats aren't against like having guns.
Right.
They just want like good regulation. Make sure that people that like are obviously like
Yeah,
prone to
that's
violence
actually
aren't
what I
having
want
access
too.
to those.
I also want greater stringency. Like I'm pro Second Amendment, but I'm also pro making people take a safety course, making people pass more strident testing, and make
I'm
uh,
for,
a federal background check requirement in all states in all sales. Like period. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
like
for, I'm for all that
cars are
too, but
far less dangerous than guns, but like we
Yeah.
have much harder hurdles to be able to operate a vehicle than to operate a gun.
It's
yeah, but
really hard
I'm
to
for.
break it down by issues because you'll find that just like anything else, it's kind of a spectrum more than anything else. You know,
I'm for all that stuff,
in
all that regulation.
general, leftists and liberals, they want the same things. The
Mm.
the real argument is over
How?
tactics and strategy
Yeah,
or speed, really,
I
and
can grant that.
the more impatient ones are the ones that are typically consider themselves leftist.
Accelerationists, fuck them.
Yeah, but I mean, the more impatient you are about getting to these goals, the more you're likely to identify as a quote leftist.
Mm.
And
See,
then
I'd say like far left, like the accelerationist. I put in the camp of tankies.
okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. You can't just take one fucking issue in one word and think, where does that put me? I'm just saying that the farther you
Yeah,
go,
you're giving a general
the
metric.
more likely you are to maybe self-identify as a leftist of some kind.
And I think it's a fairly
you
accurate.
know and there's probably not a demarcation line that like, oh, once I pass that, then I'm going to be considered a leftist. There's probably that line probably doesn't exist, which was I was trying to explain that to OE last night, but he just wasn't fucking hearing it.
So I
I
think we
still
need
think he was
to, are
inebriated.
you able to put up a poll? Can you put up a poll and have the group vote if I'm a liberal or a leftist, or if they need more information?
Well, give an account
They're
of
always
your
going to need more information.
give an account of your stances on like policies and like what you believe in.
Okay, so I'm
The ones calling themselves
super.
leftist today, a lot of them were just calling themselves progressive like 5 years ago.
Okay, fair enough.
And 5 years before that, they were calling themselves liberals. And so what are they going to be calling themselves 5 years from now? It's like,
probably communist revolutionaries.
who the fuck knows?
What
I
was
don't know
good,
who
J
MAGA
Moo?
is.
J Money.
J Money. Wu-Tang
Gretchen,
Clan ain't nothing to fuck with.
do you recognize
No, I've
that?
never heard of Omega before. That's a new name for me.
All right, everyone.
I got 2 quick points though.
Hold on, McTime. Point of production. Let me introduce a new name to the stage. All right, Omega. How old are you?
I'm 24.
You're 24. Okay, and you want to be called Omega or something else?
Yeah, my name is Omega.
Okay, and what brings you to the stage tonight?
I thought you all were discussing God's existence, so I just clicked.
Yeah,
Oh, great.
Omega's been here before. I remember you, Omega. What's up?
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up? I have joined this live stream a few days ago.
He's a theist.
Okay.
Oh.
So Omega,
Which God you worship?
why,
He's
what God do you believe in, and why should we believe in it?
He's a theist who also really likes science and was talking about his ideas about how science relates to theology, if I recall right, Omega.
Not actually, because I'm an agnostic. I'm not a theist.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. Sorry,
Well,
thank you for correcting me.
agnostic is not the middle ground between believe it or not. Can't you either believe something or you don't. So you can't use agnostic as a middle ground. Either you're agnostic theist or you're agnostic atheist. But you can't just be an agnostic.
I think he said he leans atheist.
I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that. I think
I mean,
agnostic
what's
means what it means,
go ahead.
you know.
What's the
I
middle
mean,
ground between you believe something or not, J Money? Either you believe something or you don't. There is no middle ground.
not knowing, you know what I'm saying? Not knowing, because if you take a
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't believe. You don't know, and you
what I'm
believe.
saying.
So
No. Here's what I'm saying.
Agnostic is a stance on knowledge, not a stance on position.
No, what I'm saying is not either way. We both don't know. This is why we say the only real honest answer is the agnostic position, because no one knows for sure.
Incorrect. They're agnostic theists. They're agnostic atheists. They're agnostic theists.
you
and they're
believe
agnostic
in it. I
atheists.
don't.
I've heard of those distinctions. I just don't agree with them. Like I've heard them explained. I've heard them.
Do you believe there's a God?
Then you just reject the linguistic definition of the terms.
No, it's not
Do
that.
you
It's
believe
like,
there's a God?
all right, it maybe is, but who you talking to me? If I believe in God?
Yeah, do you believe there's a God?
Yeah. I believe in God. I believe in a
So
God.
you're agnostic theist. You believe you don't know there's a God, but you believe in things you don't know. I
No,
don't
what I'm
believe in
saying
things
is,
I don't know.
what I'm saying
I don't
is
know to believe
me,
in
me
it.
believing in it makes me a theist. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't
Exactly.
agnostic doesn't come into play, is what I'm saying.
What?
Well, and J Money says I'm an agnostic, so we might be using these words differently.
I hate they try to hide behind that agnostic,
what I'm
but you can't
saying
hide
is,
behind it.
if you believe,
You believe
right?
in something or you don't.
If you believe, then you're a theist. If you don't believe, you're an
Exactly.
atheist. If you're in the middle and
Exactly.
you don't know, and if you don't know, you're agnostic. I'm not telling you that.
No. You say you don't know, right? You say you don't know, yet you believe, right?
I don't have proof, but that's what I feel.
Hey,
That's
Jay, consult the graphic on screen.
Yeah,
100%. Jay, you know, I love you, but you get a couple of terms just mixed up really bad, and this is one, as well as deist.
It happens.
It's like a Punnett Square situation.
I mean, listen, I get it. The agnostic.
No. Before you extrapolate, please read the graphic on screen.
I'm reading. I'm doing exactly that, RP. I'm literally reading. I'm just saying it is not possible to be 100% certain agnostic. That was the part I was just talking about now. So
are you saying that about like the specific proposition about God, or are you saying that about any sort of belief?
Well, the God proposition. So
okay, I might be able to grant that.
Looking at the agnostic, what happened?
Go ahead, finish your thought, man. I want to just add something after you finish your thought, but you can talk first.
Go ahead. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Go ahead. What you was gonna say?
Well, my position is I don't know 100% certain there is no God. So I just don't believe in what I don't know, and I'm not gonna believe in it until I know about that God. There could be a God underneath somebody's bed. There could be a guy hiding in somebody's cabinets. There could be a guy that's over there on Mars. I don't know. But are these guys that I came across thus far, I don't believe in because they all fake.
Because you need evidence, right? You need some real evidence, some real concrete proof. Until then,
not
you don't
necessarily
really
evidence. I work off a reason. I work off a logic, but they don't never have no reason and logic good enough. Because like you got to keep in mind that these guys, that especially like the Christian guy, he wants your foreskin, he wants your life, he wants 10% of your income, and he wants to molest your children. So I don't think they have never gave me a reason good enough for all of that shit. They talk about God is a word or stupid shit like that. That's not good enough for that.
Here's the thing, though.
That was incredibly outrageously based.
That's the thing, though. Like you're saying that, but it's like, do you believe or you don't? If you didn't see enough, all right. So then that makes you an atheist.
Have you ever heard this quote? Money? Have you ever heard this quote? religion was born when the first con man met the first fool?
This is what I'm saying. That's analogous to something I always say, Austin. I always say it, that religion was always made to fill in that built-in desire that we have in us, that we want to be curious about what came before. So religion was the answer to that, to manipulate,
And this is what I love about you, because you are smarter than a lot of the theist apologists I interact with. And I know your one true religion is the money, is the bread. Motherfucking money. It's right in your name.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, what I can say about you,
the philosophy of the religion
hold on.
money is that life is a closed case
Austin,
sandwich.
hold on. Let's let nobody have the floor. He's been quiet for quite some time.
Well, all I wanted to say was I have a problem with this diagram. Like a Gnostic theist or a Gnostic atheist are not saying they're 100%. Well, maybe some of them are, but it's not necessarily saying that you're 100% certain. It's just saying you have justified knowledge that there's no God.
I can agree with that.
Like that to me is troublesome, but that's all I wanted to add, really.
My theism
maybe I can find a
don't
better
say there ain't
graphic.
no God.
Oh, this one might be more
I don't know if
based.
there's a God or not, and so I'm not going to believe until I know there's one. That's what my theism say. I'm not saying there is
How
no
about
God.
this? Is this better? Nobody?
Yeah. So they're justified, so they make the claim. Yeah.
Lit. Okay, I'll save this one instead.
Yeah, I think nobody makes a good point, because there are, I generally identify as an agnostic atheist, but there are some God claims I would say I'm a Gnostic atheist. Like, I think the Bible God is impossible.
Oh, yeah.
I think a God with a brain that doesn't have a physical substrate is impossible. I would say I'm a Gnostic atheist about those kinds of God claims.
Right. Specific God claims, like I definitely take that position, but like
me too.
some general God claim that like I may have never even heard of, I am agnostic to, just because like it's impossible to know every single concept that is perceivable.
Of God.
So if you got a God out there that you don't think we ever heard of, please call in with that God and tell us about it, because we want to know if it's real. I want to know about it. I may not worship it, but I at least want to know about the God that's underneath your bed.
I've heard a lot of the incoherent God claims, and some of them are really entertaining. Like, yeah, by all means.
My thing is, no one can prove it. That's it. Like, that's just what it's going to boil down to. No one can ever prove it based on our metric.
All right, so if you can't prove it, then it's irrational to believe in it.
This is what I'm saying. So that's why I say the only honest answer, the only truly rational, honest answer is the agnostic, who's in the middle, who doesn't make a pick, who doesn't say there is a God.
No. It's only rational to believe in something if you have reason to.
Yeah, and then you sound like a Gnostic.
It's more rational to adopt the null hypothesis.
But my reason might not be a valid reason to you. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's a lot of people believe in things. And
no. There is no subjective validity. It either is or isn't valid.
I mean, it can only be subjective validity when you can't prove it tangibly. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't.
You either have reason or you don't have reason.
I mean,
what is your reason?
The reasons that I feel are valid. You understand what I'm saying? And that's why I'm rolling.
No. There is no I feel is valid. It either is or is not valid. Validity is not subjective.
The thing.
No, that's not the thing. Validity is or is not. That's the nature of logic.
You can say that and apply it to everything.
I absolutely can say it because it is the truth. Validity is or is not the case.
Why are we letting J Money smuggle in gnosis? He's smuggling gnosis on something he said he don't know. He said he know for certain that you can't prove God. That's gnosis. He has knowledge on God, so you are not succeeding. If you don't know about these guys, they may have a God that can
hold on. Omega, hold on. Omega, this is a panel, so like you know. Start speaking when you have something to bring it up, but like we're not gonna like give everybody like 30 seconds to talk. Like that's boring.
Just jump in where you can.
If you have something to add to the conversation, go ahead and start talking, and we'll try to respect your time. But like this is a panel. This is the nature of a panel.
But I like to say J Money is. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, Tom, you give your response, and then J Money should have the floor to respond to
Jay
what
Money
you're
is
saying.
smuggling notes on his guys. He's saying you can't prove you can't prove God. Like he knows about all these guys that all these people have. So he has knowledge on God. So he's a Gnostic theist, which is fine. That is, but how do you know about these guys that you don't know about? How do you know that there is a God out there that you can prove? How do you know this? Why you gonna make a blanket statement like how you just did about something that you do not know? It's either you know about it or you don't. Either you believe it or you don't. And when you mash them together, you get an agnostic theist or agnostic atheist.
We would have done it by now based on our data and the way we go about things. We would have found that by now. If there is indeed something, it's something that exists outside of us. No, I mean, listen, I feel like from what I've seen, based on what I'm seeing in the data, we got a very good grasp on the physical side of things. We have a very, very impressive, overwhelming understanding, even though there's a lot of mysteries. And there's still a whole lot of it. You know, I always say in the fabric of reality is nothing but mysteries. Still a lot to discover. I do feel like humanity went a long way, though, right?
Jay, my contention is the evidence or is the absence of evidence of absence?
No.
All right, so saying that we would have done that by now is not a valid argument.
No, what I'm saying is that based on what we have uncovered, the way we understand what we are, how we understand how space came about and how stars form and systems form, and we could trace things back. Like we got a great understanding on the physical is what I'm saying. It's the things
Great
that
does
I
not
feel are not
equate to perfect.
Physical. There are things about us that I feel that are not physical though. You understand? I can't prove that. Like things like dreams, things like visions in our brains, you know what I'm saying? The fact that we experience at all, you know what I'm saying, is we didn't have to do that. We could have just been material, just never experienced
on
a
your
sense of
position where
self.
you at.
You know what I'm saying?
But it seems like to me you're a Gnostic theist. You got
like,
knowledge of God.
This may be super selfish. Hold on, this may be super selfish, but we got Omega in the back chat like questioning moral realism. Omega, go ahead and unmute and give your position on moral realism versus moral anti-realism.
But I was also wanting to think about all of you who are kind of subscribed to the position of realism.
What about it? You want to know what about realist positions?
No, like what do you subscribe to?
Oh, it's kind of a mix here.
You don't open a can of worms that I'd rather not get into.
Like, I don't want to speak for everyone on the panel, but I'm fairly certain that nobody and I are moral realists.
What's that? Moral realist? I'm blurry on that.
I don't know.
Objective morals exist.
There's at least one stance independent moral fact.
Yep.
Like what?
I agree there.
Like, okay, well, so really quick, I wanted to say something to you, Jay. So when you say that like there's non-physical things such as like dreams or brain states or not brain states, sorry, like these conscious experiences or whatever. So there are many people and numerous philosophers that are professionals that would say those dreams and those mental conscious experiences, those are identical to brain states. And I'm not one of those people. I think that those people are biting a bullet. But like I guess what I was trying to point out is that like, are you sure that you know that dreams aren't mental, or I mean brain states, like physical brain states? Because they can be explained by them.
No, I'm not saying that they aren't. I'm saying that there's an underlying mechanism to everything we are, our actual bodies, like what goes into our brain, like how we really connect to this. You understand? Like there's a system, a deeper, intricate system going on, and we're deeply embedded with that system in a way that we don't quite understand,
Well, this is what I was trying to get to, is that what you're saying is that the physical facts underdetermine the mental facts, and I agree with you. But I don't necessarily subscribe to anything that isn't physical that determines the brain. I just think that it's possible, and I can't rule it out. But what you're saying right now is that the physical facts underdetermine the mental facts, and therefore you might lean towards some type of like dualism, or you could it could be like panpsychism or like neutral monism or something like that. But just what I wanted to specify is that like not everyone thinks that like just because things are tied to brain states that means that they're identical to brain states. And like, so I agree with you. I don't think like I'm like not hostile at all to like some type of emergent dualism or some type of like neutral monism. I think panpsychism is a little confused, and I think idealism is asinine. But I just kind of wanted to like help clean that up, that like I think you're saying something that's defensible, but what you're trying to say is that like the physical facts simply seem to, this is maybe intuition on my part, the physical facts seem to not fully determine what your mental experience is. Exactly. And if that's the case, then that leads me to believe that like some type of staunch, angry physicalism is false. Like Omega said in the back chat, like a identity theory. I don't think identity theory is necessarily true, though I think it's a fine explanation.
Yeah, I think I would base like my position is probably kind of sui generis on this. I would say that I'm like philosophically, I'm a moral non-realist, but axiologically, like in terms of my actual like value set and how I incorporate my values into my actions, I would say I probably act more like a moral realist. I just assume certain things are certain moral stances are just objectively true, like murdering people is bad, violating their sexual autonomy is bad. I just go with those as if they were objective truths, even if I don't believe moral objective truths are possible, like in a philosophical sense. Does that make sense?
It almost sounds like. No, go ahead, Omega. What were you saying?
No, I was just adding that that position is moral fictionalism, and it's useful, right? I mean, the reason why I am an identity theorist, if we switch to that, then I think emergentism sort of has the hard problem of consciousness, and I really don't know how to solve that. I really cannot even think of one way to sort of solve the problem of how these particles can sort of give up an experience or a mental state. So I think identity theory sort of bypasses, not solves, but I think bypasses the hard problem.
I'll admit qualia is weird, but like does qualia is weird transcribe to it is impossible to emerge from these physical state of affairs?
I just think that we're like given emergentism. Like for me to deny things can emerge is asinine. And then when we start splitting hairs as to what can emerge, that seems really weird to me, because like you can't predict wetness from H2O. So, by a singular molecule.
I'm sitting over here thinking about electrolyte interstitial fluid in your brain and the potassium and sodium ions that form the electronic circuitry that makes
the ATP process. Let's fucking go.
Like, I don't think any of this is hard. Like, just putting the word hard in front of the word problem doesn't actually make it a hard problem, in my opinion.
Right.
No,
so
I don't even.
How are you cashing out this hard problem of consciousness?
So hard problem of consciousness, I think, is just to be able to explain how from non-mental systems, mental systems emerge in a very strong sense. Like if you just think
emergence. That's what
Wait.
explains it.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold on.
you get enough of these squishy carbon atom constructed things called neurons in the right arrangement, and give them enough calories, and you get some consciousness going. Because this electrolyte interstitial fluid in their brain is moving around potassium and sodium ions and making electronic circuitry that brings the meat pile to life. That gives it basically a biological computer in its skull that helps it figure out, food, smells bad, maybe not eat, and then over time, evolution improves this thing to the point it looks at the ground and asks, how long has that freaking been there? You know what? I bet I could figure this out if I think about it a little bit, and like started doing some science and shit, right?
Yeah, I see consciousness as basically a management system for all these, stimulus inputs into our neurological systems.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But I don't even like. Well, you said something, Omega. You said, why would mental? I'm not sure what you said, but why would the mental, whatever the next word was, why would the mental emerge from the non-mental? What did you mean by non-mental?
I just meant something like a table or a chair which does not have experience, or atoms basically that do not have experience.
Yeah, those lack neurological systems.
Those things don't have even like the relevant explanatory power that a physicalist would have use of with the brain, or like an octopus, right? Or like I don't know, a starfish or a jellyfish. Maybe a jellyfish isn't conscious, or a starfish, but I think an octopus is. And I feel like do they have a central brain? I don't think they do.
They do. They not only have a central brain, they have a brain in each arm too.
Oh, right. So they have like a web system of, that's what I was thinking of. Is that like it doesn't look like ours. And like, so no matter how the consciousness capable material is laid out, it could be like a fucking blob in space. I don't fucking know. But if it's laid out the right way, like, so that's called functionalism. And so that's saying, like, whereas the identity theorist is saying it's identical to brain states, a functionalist is saying, well, as long as it has the function, it doesn't matter. It'll be conscious. It'll be a mind. It'll have beliefs or whatever. But see, like, so I'm coming at this from a different way. And like, obviously chairs and tables, that's like, when you say those are the non-mental things, well, it's trivially true. They're not going to have consciousness emergent from them, right? So like, is there an example that could potentially be tied to consciousness that you would define as non-mental, that would then justify the problem of hard consciousness? Like, why does the brain have, consciousness and it's physical or something like that?
But one quick thought, please. One quick thought, please. Keep your memory. Keep it whatever you got in your memory bank. I just want to point this out. We got a new guy, Blue Phoenix ID. He got a lot to say about atheism. I don't think he is an atheist, and you are more than welcome to come up and tell us why are we so the way. Why? How do you know so much about atheism and how we think? Are you an atheist?
Yeah, that'd be great if he came up, because his comment was hilariously bad. So
they're probably just a blowhard in the chat, though.
Oh, you're not new? New to me. I'm sorry.
Well, so Omega, do you have like an example that isn't a chair or a table that does exhibit a problem bridging the gap to emergent consciousness? Because a chair and a table, they'll never be conscious. So
yeah, I don't mean that emergentism can be like demonstrably be false, but I'm just saying that the process of emergence is something that is very difficult to be explained. Rather, I will go for a simple way to just say that they are identical to the brain states. I don't have to explain the emergence. Even if you say that,
it might be difficult to explain to a layperson, but I think you can explain it like a.
I just don't even know about that. Like, is it hard to explain why H2O is prone to adhere to things?
no, I mean, it's difficult to, like, if you explain Like if you take my brain and if you explain every single event that is happening in my neurons and everything that is happening, the potential difference going and the electricity flowing here and there, every single thing, but you haven't explained a single thing about my experience. So I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that emergentism can be false. I'm just saying that to explain emergentism, it's extremely difficult. Rather, it is easier to say that, they are just identical.
Well,
extremely difficult does not equal impossible.
Yeah,
Well,
obviously.
I also don't know. Like you said another thing where you said that it's not the case that any of the experience has been explained. I don't think that's true. I think that there's many experiences that can be explained by like neurology. Whether or not that's the whole of consciousness, or whether or not it even explains all of experience.
One quick
Like
question.
those are
One quick question from chat.
different.
I just one quick question. Excuse me. Let me get one quick question from chat. Omega, are you Christian?
No.
Okay. All right. Carry on. I'm starting to know about it. Carry on.
No, you're good. So, I think that physicalists, like identity theorists, have a lot of like relevant. Like, didn't you just say you're an identity theorist?
Yes, I am an identity theorist.
That's a physical interpretation of what consciousness is.
Yes.
So then what are you talking about?
I'm just thinking that identity theory is a simpler theory than emergentism. I'm just talking about that.
Oh, I see. So so your problem is that there could be, you're saying that something non-physical that's like a cloud of consciousness outside of the brain emerging from the brain is your problem, something like that?
No, but if you're in a debate with a theist, for example, and if you're both talking about consciousness, and if he's arguing that consciousness somehow points to God, you will have a difficult time explaining him how the brain states can give emergence to consciousness. Whereas it would be much more simpler for you to just say that brain states just are mental states, and the debate would be over. Like it's even more convenient, at least.
I totally misinterpreted you. But I'm disagreeing with you on a totally different way, Like, I think that non-physical things can emerge from the physical. Like, I don't care. Not like, as long as it's not like unrealistic to me intuitively and there's no contradiction in some type of like modal scope where it's relevant. I don't care. But so I disagree with you, but like I think identity theory is fine. I don't have any problem with that. I think that I don't think my thing that I'm prone to is some type of like neutral monism, where I don't think physical things are primary. I don't think mental things are primary. I think that these are all emergent phenomenon. And so it seems stupid for me to say that like from layers of physical stuff, something non-material couldn't emerge. I keep conflating material and physical, and I don't mean to do that. But I guess I'm disagreeing with you on like a really niche way that was like actually irrelevant, and I'm sorry for that. So never mind.
Yeah, no problem.
Dade, I see Dade Murphy in the chat. Dade's awesome. I love Dade. I'm going to take a second to push back against you a little bit here, Dade, and have a rare moment of disagreement with you. I think Jay Money isn't too bad. He's at least not a science denier. Jay accepts evolution. He accepts that the Earth isn't flat. He accepts the ancient age of the universe. And because there are so many theist apologists that don't accept all those things, the bar just happens to be that low that I got to give Jay points for that. And so I disagree a little bit. We do somewhat care a fuck about the quality of the panelists. Jay is one of the better ones, I think, too.
Jay is great, dude. So look, Jay, like, Jay may bite bullets, but they're the same bullets,
Mhm.
and he's still humble. He's still like it. He's consistent. He like I don't know. I don't understand the Jay Money hate ever. Like he's dope.
Yeah, no, Jay, I appreciate you.
That's
Like
my
you
dog.
do remain consistent, even though like I disagree with your epistemology, but
Yeah,
like
that was-
your
We all love just
consistency
some J Money.
is absolutely admirable.
But
But
you know me,
yeah.
Dade. I'm irritatingly curious. So if you want to sell me on J Money's actually bitch made, come on up, make the case. I'll hear you out.
And J Money can take a rhetorical punch to the fucking
He
face
can.
and get
He's
up
tough.
and fucking give it right back. And
He does. He has some constitution in
and
him.
you can't put that down no matter what.
I mean, it is what
Yeah, I
it is.
disagree with.
Everybody
We
gonna have.
love you, J Money. We
Thank
Yeah, you
you.
making
love
a big
you.
splash in
Love,
chat,
love
as I
you
can
back.
tell.
Look, I
And
just tried
Jay
to be
and
fair.
Jay, I can't wait till the day that like we're able to share a blunt, you know?
Nah,
Yeah,
we will,
I
man.
try to be.
Gonna have-
I try to be annoyingly fair.
We should do that. Like do a meetup or something like that at some point down the line. Whenever, I mean,
Fuck yeah. When I'm on the East Coast, I'll definitely hit you up.
have a dinner or something. That'd be nice. But yeah, like you're gonna have haters. Like you see dude come around, that don't even faze me because if everybody like you, then you doing something wrong in my eyes. Like if every single body like you, it's a problem. Like there's gonna be
Exactly.
that don't like you, and that's fine. He's entitled to his opinion. That's how he feel. More power to him.
They got people that hate your success and your effectiveness. You know, just because you're doing something successful, you're being effective at what you're doing, and they got people that hate that because they don't want you to. They want to be in your shoes.
Let's not adopt the DJ Khaled suffering from success philosophy.
Hey,
Cappuccino.
Date's got a great channel.
Real
It's doing
key.
very well. I would recommend it to everybody here to go subscribe to Date's channel. It's irreverent. It's funny. He's got a great voice and he's very charismatic. And yeah, so no hate towards Date at all. Just a rare moment of slight disagreement about the quality of a theist.
Nah, no doubt. I mean, he been one of my longtime haters. I've seen him, shooting shots.
Oh no!
So good.
Did I start a rap beef?
No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. It's not the first time, but it's all good though. You know what I'm saying? As long as
Death
you know,
Row versus Bad Boy Records. Let's go.
At the end of the day, hey, look, you know me, right? There's a lot of people you've heard and you forgot. At the end of the day, I stood in your mind somewhere, but you could remember that.
We need to do an epic rap battles from history with J Money and Dave Murphy. Anyways,
so good.
So
I
what God do you believe
freaking
in?
love epic rap battles from history. By the way, I don't know if anybody else on the panel enjoys them, but they're great.
I'm an early YouTube nerd. I get the reference.
Yeah,
I've seen that before.
But McTime, are you asking Jay what God he believes in?
I want to ask the new guy.
I love epic rap
not
battles.
No,
And even though I don't
Omega's-
love anime so much, my favorite one was Vegeta versus Pikachu. Or Goku versus I forget which one it was. It was one of the Dragon Ball Z guys against Pikachu.
Yeah.
It was great.
That's funny.
I thought that was fucking hilarious.
But McTime, Omega said they're agnostic, so they don't necessarily have like a God belief, but they leave like space open for it. Omega, please correct me if that's a mischaracterization in any capacity.
Yeah, please.
Yes, I leave open, but I'm agnostic in the sense that I don't think either of the side is convincing.
But how can you find a middle ground between believe it or not, man? Because either you're gonna believe in God or you don't. So which one are you?
So I'm basically suspending the belief in the sense that I don't know, right? I think there are no good arguments for the existence of God. I think there are no good arguments for the non-existence of God. So I don't know.
Listen, you sound like an atheist to me. That's where I'm at. That's what I believe. I don't believe there are no good arguments for the existence of God, and I don't believe there's no good arguments for the non-existence. but I don't believe in things that I don't know. I'm not gonna sit up there and pretend like I know about some God that I don't know about. Start calling some names and reading some silly books because everybody in my area code likes that book. That's not what I'm gonna do. I just gonna do what I think is true and right.
Right.
So, but
I think I know how to make some headroom. Omega, what is your definition of God?
So, the general God, maximally powerful, maximally good, maximally, knowledgeable or something like that. Though I'm
So the
skeptical about
triomni God?
not omni. It's like I think that omni is quite a bit misleading. But
Okay, that's why you made the maximal distinction. Okay, and so say I define God as a personal ultimate foundation. Would you agree with that?
yeah.
Okay, so you believe this God would have like the capacity to like make decisions and have some like sort of agency?
Yeah, some sort.
Okay. Do you believe that there are any elements to reality that pre-existed God or like existed like simultaneously to like things that like the God did not create?
It may be mathematical or logical truths, maybe moral truths also.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you say that again?
Maybe mathematical, logical, moral truths.
What about something like time?
Yeah, time also. I don't believe in an atemporal God. I don't believe that it's possible at all. I think it's incoherent.
Okay,
You
so
atheist to another God.
there are necessary fundamental conditions of reality that don't necessarily rely on this God.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so like what necessitates like this God's existence then if there are like elements of reality that can exist without it being like grounded in this like a foundational character?
I think that causal entities cannot exist without a necessary entity. That may be some sort of an idea of a God, because whatever truths I told were abstract truths. They do not have causal efficacy. I think every causally efficacious thing can be traced back to the necessary entity. That would be a sort of idea of God that I am agnostic about.
Okay, but if like time isn't created, then there can absolutely be an infinite regress of like causation, and so there doesn't need to be like necessarily a causal foundation, because there is no first moment in that framework, and so therefore there is no like causal grounding.
Yeah, I sort of think about it in a different form. Like, for example, if you might know, there is in physics quantum field theory, right? And
Yeah, I'm well aware of QFT. I've studied QFT like
yeah,
at
so
university.
okay, yeah. So electrons and different fundamental particles have their own fields, and for example, electron is not identical to its electron field, right? It has mass, it has charge, it has spin, but none
Right.
of
The electron is defined by its excitation of the electron field.
yeah, it's the wave
So
function.
these properties emerge from the excitation of the field. That's just how we define this entity.
Similarly, what we can have is these electrons and these fundamental entities make up causal entities, and even if these go back far up to infinity, still the quantum fields are grounding them, right, in existence. That's how I think of God, similar to that.
You think God is some sort of fundamental field?
No, I think God is a sort of grounding entity. I just used it as an analogy, like how electrons are grounded. The existence of electrons is grounded in the existence of the quantum fields. And even if the like books or causal entities or whatever extend back to infinity, still they are made up of electrons and fundamental particles, which are themselves grounded in quantum fields. So there is a sort of vertical chain of dependency, existential dependency. So quantum fields are sort of holding all of them up, right? So that's how I would think about God, not in terms of, temporally causal entity, but a sort of grounding entity.
I'm not necessarily following. Like I feel like I can invoke Occam's razor and just say that like the fields are the grounding for like these phenomena.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, that's also a point where if you think about, Sean Carroll, his universal wave function theory, that also has only one wave function as a fundamental entity. Now, I cannot say that
Right.
whether that
But
entity is
yeah. I can subscribe to universal wave function. Like I'm a wave function monist, but like it doesn't have like the personal aspect that you subscribed to earlier. So like, how do you get that personal aspect from like say wave function monism?
So it depends on whether I am a physicalist or an idealist, right? If someone is an idealist, then he might think that even at the basis of reality, even the wave function is not physical but mental. It's even if the fundamental structure of science is the same, the substrate on which science works would just be changed from physical to mental. And so whatever will be there in the most
I don't necessarily agree with that because we have only observed physical substrate. Like there isn't been like demonstrated a mental substrate. So like, what is your demonstration that like an idealist framework could like even potentially exist at that fundamental level?
No, but we don't even understand what physical is, right?
We absolutely do. We're able to like actually like measure these quantum fields. That's why QFT is such an established field in physics. That's why we're able to make that's why we're able to make predictions and like actually like conduct experiments with the LHC. Like that's how we were able to predict the Higgs boson. If we didn't understand like these fundamental fields, there would be no predictive ability, and we wouldn't have been able to like pre-predict or like predict the existence of the Higgs boson. And so the fact that we predicted the Higgs boson before finding it and then we experimentally verified it shows that we have a fundamental understanding of these various quantum fields.
But all of these are sort of described in terms of relations, right? I mean, electrons, you cannot point me out what that electron is. You can tell me
Yes,
what it
we
does.
can. The electron
No,
is an excitation in an electron field.
No, but you
Do
can just
you mind me
describe what it
asking
does.
you what is your training in like quantum field theory?
Well, wait, are you saying before we measure it?
No, I'm just saying that we can just describe what it does. We don't know what it is.
Oh, well, okay. I mean, I kind of agree with that, I guess. Are you saying we don't know if it's physical? We don't know if it's something different than that? We don't know if it's some
I'm
new
just saying
category?
that science sort of, functions in the way that it describes things, it tells how it works, it tells how it will work in the future, but it does not tell what it is in itself.
That's just that's just the epistemic capacity of science because it's a predictive process. It's used to like create models. It's not necessarily like determining like the why behind the how.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's the
it's
issue.
also not determining the
No,
ontology. It's not determining what there is.
like saying that there's a why behind the how is presupposing that there's some sort of like agential power that's like pushing forward these phenomena.
Well,
No, I'm
and the
not
other, like
presupposing the
another way
why.
to even agree, another way to even agree is that, yeah, this thing that we're calling the wave function isn't the same as physical like fields, isn't the same as obviously matter. It's just some new neutral thing. That's what Russell was on to, and like, there's a bunch of things that we can say about like what's its intrinsic nature.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
we
I'm just
can't
leaning
infer
to
by its patterns and like what it does and the effects it has, right? So like
yeah, I'm
just
just
because we're
agreeing to
not going to
the
call it physical, like I'm
yeah.
kind of just unsure why we're talking about like the ontology of the wave function.
The
There's
reason
like a
we are
million
talking
answers
about it
probably.
is because I'm trying to say that the reason why we are talking about ontologies is because once we describe all of reality, when we describe how it works, how it will work, and further predictive fruitfulness and everything like that, but the thing is that the substrate could still be mental or physical upon which science functions. There wouldn't be a single change in science even if the substrate were mental. I'm just saying that what it is in itself could be physical or mental, and our arguments are going to be upon deciding if it is physical or mental. And once we sort of decide, like for
What does
example,
it
if
even
someone
mean for the substrate to be mental?
Well, wait, but you realize that's not a dichotomy, right?
Yeah, obviously, I don't think that it's a dichotomy, but once we sort of debate about it.
Well, then say, when you say stuff like that, say physical or mental or some third thing.
Yeah, or some third thing, but we can have arguments about that. And once someone is like sort of convinced to the substrate being mental, then he can say that the foundational entity would obviously be mental, because substance dualism can be having some kind of an interaction problem or some sort of that. So once sort of idealism is established, he can sort of run a contingency argument, and then the necessary being would be mental, and it would be a mind, obviously, and that would be
Is there an argument? Is there an argument for this? What did you call it? Interaction problem?
No, so interaction problem is. Oh, I thought the interaction. So it's like
I'm aware of it, but there's a lot of
yeah.
things that people say, and I'm not.
Their
assertions. Why would I think there's an interaction problem? Like,
So
we see things
if I
that are
have,
different interact all the time. Like, why would I not make some type of like inference into the metaphysical or something? I don't know.
Like if I asked you to describe a physical process or something like that, then if you 100% exhaustively are able to describe the physical process by physical means, then it is really difficult to see how something non-physical can be causally efficacious in that process. Like it's difficult.
Really difficult does not mean impossible. Like that's not a true dichotomy there.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry.
not
I think I
impossible.
missed
We
the
are
first
talking
part.
about
What was
is
the
reasonable
thing
to
that
believe.
made it hard? He said
I'm sorry.
I missed the beginning of your statement. I'm sorry. It was if this, then it makes it hard to justify interaction.
So I was talking about if you have a physical process and you can exhaustively describe it by physical processes, then it is difficult for you to, see how a non-physical thing could be causally efficacious in that process if you are able to exhaustively explain it physically. So I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that what is reasonable to believe, right?
What's the non-physical thing?
Whatever we are thinking about, non-physical can be anything except that which is physical.
Are you saying idealism wins out on like not having to explain how physical stuff emerges from it because it's all mental?
Even if it all were physical, then we won't have anything mental, right? I mean, that's why.
Why is no? Why is that the case?
What?
Okay, look, when we say that there are mental facts and there are mental experiences, there are people that are going to say that it is 100% just us describing snapshots of the physical brain as it evolves over time. And if that's the case, and these people are well thought out and these theories make sense, though I don't even want to like adhere to it, there would be no interaction problem for them, because they're not saying that there's something non-physical. They're saying that we're just like it's like it's not a useful fiction. It's like it's not sortalism either, I don't think, but it's like you're saying that you're just describing a change or a property that this physical thing has. So they're not, when they say the mind exists, if they're even going to say it with the word exist, they're not saying it's this like separate thing that needs to problematically interact with the brain. They're saying it is the brain.
Yes, I'm completely agreeing with that. I don't have any problem with that.
Well, then what's the interaction problem that we're talking about?
interaction problem only comes if you are saying that there is something different than the physical, right? I'm not claiming to say that you are saying that. I'm just saying that for the people who sort of subscribe to substance dualism, that will be the problem for them.
Is anyone here a substance dualist? I'm actually asking everyone. I have no idea.
Nope, I'm a total non-dualist, pure physicalist over here.
So like dualist means like
Cafe does dual substances.
Dualist means like what? Like you believe that?
No, Calf would be like a pure idealist.
That's not what I said.
I'm sorry. Like I just realized you're making a joke, Gretchen. That was my autism in action. I'm sorry.
No, that made it funnier. I didn't laugh to Gretchen's joke.
Honestly, I think
my autistic propensity.
And this might be naive, but I'm
gonna go back to my song now.
No, stay here. Talk to us about substance dualism, Gretchen.
What's dualism again? I'm
physicalist non-dualism is like the only position to be in if you're not crazy. Like that's just that's my opinion. It might be a spicy opinion, might be a naive opinion. I'm open to being convinced it's wrong if you think so. But like, okay, J Money, this is, and nobody, you can probably correct me if this is wrong because you know philosophy better than me. Dualism is, as far as I understand it, it's like a belief about the nature of reality, and it's mostly geared towards explaining transcendentals, things like consciousness, love, emotion, beauty, things like that.
Not necessarily transcendentals, just like the fabric of reality is like grounded in like both physical and non-physical
right. Okay.
Substrates.
That's a good way of putting it. Does that make sense, Jay?
Yeah, I mean that sounds good. Like, so what you mean, like this?
So, like, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Since you asked what I mean, because I am a physicalist, non-dualist. I think you are your brain. Like, there's no spirit, no soul inside of J Money. That when J Money dies, that soul spirit thing is going to go on being. I think you are an emergent property from the arrangement of matter that is your brain. I think you're a dope emergent property. Like you're a cool guy, and I like it.
Same to you, champion.
Well, and keep in mind that there are
like that's what kind of how I would implement non-dualist physicalist philosophy into like my day-to-day epistemology and as well as scientific epistemology. And I think it's really effective in both.
Yeah,
sorry, go on, nobody.
But like that wouldn't really leave room for compatibilism. And like, when it comes to free will, like I subscribe more to like a compatibilist's view. So like there might be like some sort of hidden variable like within like the quantum field that we don't quite understand yet that like allows for true randomness versus like, full determinism. But like, that's yet to be determined or demonstrated.
Well, and keep in mind that you can also have like emergent dualism from like like a necessary for the emergent property physical substrate to then have non-material consciousness emerge from that. Like that's a philosophical view, and so maybe that is in some way tied with what RP was talking about, and that definitely lines up with compatibilism as far as I'm concerned. But
I don't got a problem with that argument though. That what you broke down, Austin, about saying like there's probably like a non-physical substrate that goes with us. I think
okay. For sure, I was right to qualify my statement by saying it was naive and a little on the spicy side because there are some dualist philosophies that might make sense, like the monad. Did we mention the monad? I like
the
monad.
I'm a wave function monist.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what I qualify as, but that resonated with me. That was nice, like to because it's possible that there's another realm acting in accordance with us now. Like that's how I feel. Like there's dimensions.
that's been an ancient question in
let me explain
philosophy
my
and
my
science for a
framework
long
from like the monad being grounded in the wave function. Like I believe that like the monad is like purely mathematical, and it gives rise to the physical first, which then can like allow the emergence of the mental.
Oh, Mega's a determinist. Interesting. I look forward to hearing more about that, Omega. I go back and forth on that constantly. I've been free will, compatibilist, determinist. I've shifted back and forth between those positions too many times to count. So I'm always interested when I meet somebody who's got a well-defined position on it.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want to discuss?
Or just tell me more about your determinist belief.
Right. Do you subscribe to free will?
No.
Interesting.
Like at all?
Yeah, I'm inclined towards not at all, but I'm still sort of not fixed on that.
Okay.
Well, all right.
Based. Epistemic humility is like, my favorite thing. And so I appreciate that you're leaving room for that.
He's been a pretty based agnostic so far. I've enjoyed
that. 100%.
So like free will, you mean like free will being that since we kind of like predispositioned to make certain choices, that means we don't got free will? Like you wouldn't consider me being able to choose what I want to do today free will? Like,
well, it depends. Like you could have dispositions, but then still have like unpredictability from those dispositions that are from physical states of affairs or whatever. So that would be either you'd be describing someone thinking about getting into determinism or someone who's talking about compatibilism.
My thing is because it's like if I didn't have any free will, I would be like a plant. Like, right, a plant can't stop from doing what it wants to do. Like, it can't just choose to pick up a hobby and do that. Like, it has to do what it does because that's just what it does. It doesn't have
but like
brain.
a hard determinist would say that even your choices of what hobbies you pursue are determined.
It's like
this is my view. Like it's rather it's if true randomness truly exists, or if it's like some sort of hidden variable within our universe. So like say like you have this like complicated equation that determines like what you will choose, but you have a certain variable x that is rolled for, and whether that roll is truly random or actually deterministic based on like multiple uncountable variables is where that kind of like compatibilist framework comes into
this is part of why I love this question, because it always sparks such interesting conversations. One of my favorite aspects of the conversation is a concept in biology called genetic determinism. And we were talking about music earlier, and this is a good way to explain it. Do you think there's a certain limit beyond which I just can't get any better at guitar playing? Like if I practice 24/7 constantly, I have the perfect circumstances in my personal life such that I'm able to put all my money into guitar playing. Is there a limit beyond which I cannot attain greater skills in guitar playing?
No, you can always improve on anything, always, ever.
See, that I think that's a justifiable position, especially if you include things like prosthetics. Like,
yeah, like
if technology becomes a part of your evolution as a guitar player, I think conversely, it does kind of depend on your circumstances. Like, I have to assert that the circumstances are irrelevant to even pose the question, right? Like, if you were born blind like Ray Charles, he had to overcome a lot. to be as talented at playing musical instruments as somebody who is born with sight. You know, sight makes it easier. It tells you with visual confirmation where to place your fingers on the instrument. He had to learn to do it without that ability. So that is an example of genetic determinism in action. And again, that's another example where prosthetics could have changed that for him. We're getting to the level now where if somebody is born without sight, we can give them sight with prosthetic technology, prosthetic innovations. Bionics, I think, is what this field is actually called. And it's made incredible strides. But it's just an interesting question of it's an interesting result of the free will conversation, because if there's certain levels of skill beyond which we just can't attain them, then it's true that we don't have perfect freedom. Because if I want to be able to play 64th or 128th notes or 256th notes on the guitar, and I just can't do it no matter what, even if I can get prosthetics and I can play, 1,300,000 blocks of a note.
Yeah, that's a limit of like the re-triggering rate of your nervous system. But
right,
like,
yeah,
I want to return to like the Ray Charles and like the tactile kinesthetic kind of knowledge. Like, you don't necessarily need sight to have that sort of spatial reasoning, because
exactly.
many people like are still subscribe to like we only have five senses, whereas like we have way more than five senses. Like there's the sense of space, and the sense of space is way more important than your sense of sight when like particularly playing like a deterministic like framework of a piano, because like the piano keys are always going to be like in equidistant from each other. And so
great point.
Yeah, as long as like you have that like spatial reasoning knowledge, like you'll be able to like navigate that without sight.
Right. So maybe there is free will because
Proprioception.
there's prosthetics and there's cleverness and innovation, and there's ways to bridge the gaps and always get better. Or it is the case that you can get better through things other than just practice, and like there's ways in which you're very close to this actual complete free will, where you could theoretically go learn to play a 1 millionth note.
I think
And
there's
just to
such a
clarify,
large
Cafe,
range.
that's a cool fact that you shared in the chat. He said John Roth would use his fingernail to hit the 63rd fret on the guitar. That's interesting. We're actually talking about notes, which actually refers to the tempo of the note, not the pitch, which is what the fret would control. But that's interesting.
I believe there is such a large range of ability that it might as well be considered like near infinite, in terms of human ability. But just because of the limit of the rate of causation, there's only such a fast way that like your neurons can fire and that your body can respond due to like the length that that neural network is from your brain. And so there is like a high limit, but that high limit might be like just so incredibly high that like it might as well be impossible to reach that limit.
So, Faye, don't misunderstand me. I see no reason whatsoever to use dualism in a practical sense. I just think that if there is a form of dualism that makes sense, wave function monadism seems like one of the better ones. So don't get confused.
Yeah, no, I'm not necessarily arguing against you. I'm just like more like constricting like your idea of a framework to like something that like does have like that physical process that takes into account like the rate of causation within the medium of your fucking meat body.
Yeah.
Hizzle.
And it's interesting that the conversation can lead in such directions. Like, have you ever watched any of Dr. Chris Thompson's work?
I'm not familiar with Chris Thompson.
He's a young Earth creationism debunker and a real biologist, kind of like Dr. Dan and a couple of other, content creators like Aaron Ra. And he actually had a debate with Grayson Hawk about free will. And he argued from like kind of a compatibilist, pro free will position, and he did so using leech brains. And it's a really fascinating argument. Actually, it's about how the leech brains make unpredictable decisions in snap decision moments, right? Like about movement.
Now, I'm tangentially familiar with Grayson Hawk through Erica Gutsit Gibbon, but what are Grayson's like qualifications as like a communicator?
I honestly don't know. I think he's just a really smart autodidact. He might be a college kid too. And he's just a fucking go-getter, right? Like, he goes out to this debate with James Tour and Dave Farina. He goes out to fucking Dr. Dino's paleontology dig. He's just figured out that the way to have a dope YouTube channel is to just do cool shit that you think about doing, and fucking film it and share it with people, and they'll love it. But I know that recently, like, he's been really busy, so he hasn't made as much content. He moved.
Yeah, like I tried getting into Grayson's content, but like he could not fucking navigate like his mic's audio quality to like fucking save his life. And like, because like I'm so predisposed to like being an audiophile, I could not listen to his content because it was constantly popping, constantly crackling, and just like setting off my fucking misphonia. And so I feel like I haven't tuned into Grayson Hawk for like over a year just because of those shortcomings.
Yeah, that's fair. I get really bad misophonia at work sometimes. Like, my cell is right next door to my boss's, and he is like clearly stressed out by his work because all while he's answering emails and doing tasks, he's grunting and sighing and clicking and making all kinds of mouth noises. And like,
oh no.
And it's not like I can lean out of my cell and be like, shut the fuck up. But
yeah, my dog, my puggle, he's like 15 years old. He does this like mouth smacking noise where he's like,
oh yeah,
and like I'll let it go on for a couple of minutes, but like I'm eventually like, Nintendo, shut up, stop it.
That's a common misophonia trigger. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, my dog's name is Nintendo.
Misophonia will like have your nervous system doing a tap dance because your brain like is mistaking it for an ancient predator and going insane. Oh man, like I like have to stab my desk sometimes because he's driving me so crazy.
You ever pick up Nintendo and go wee like Nintendo Wii? That would be cool. You hate Nintendo Wii.
The Nintendo Wii, yeah.
How could anybody hate J Money, man?
Bars.
Did you know that Nintendo was originally a card company?
Yes, I did.
Harpy? I figured you probably would if you named your dog that.
Yep. Before the NES, the Nintendo Entertainment System, because they existed as the Nintendo company.
I've been playing the fuck out of Final Fantasy 1 through 6 for like the last 3 months.
Dude, that's sick.
You just said you said the words. Nobody's triggering words.
Have you played all of them?
Here we go. So growing up in a super repressive religious household, I wasn't allowed a lot of video games. So the only way I could play games was if I could hide the violence in them. And you're capable of doing that in some of the Final Fantasy games, like if you're smart enough about how you play them. And so I was allowed to have Final Fantasy V, and I was allowed to have Final Fantasy 1 and 2. And so I played those games obsessively for years and loved them all. They were great. And so now for the first time, I've gotten to play 3, 4, and finally I'm playing 6 for the first time. And I'm understanding what people have always told me about 6 being an absolute masterpiece. It might be the best game in the series, I think. So it's really, really good so far. We'll see how the rest of it goes, but I fucking love it so far. The host of characters, and there's creative RPG elements that break new ground. It's like
what?
It does exactly what a good Final Fantasy RPG game should do.
Did
RP
you?
what? Sorry, that's my joke. Go on.
Let me break in with one quick thought. What do you guys know about this guy? This is Daniel in the chat.
I don't care. I don't care. Let them crash out in chat. We're having a great discussion up here on the panel.
So, Austin,
right.
did you play the Pixel Final Fantasy IV, or did you play
Pixel
the
Remaster? Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen the 3D one that was out on DS?
Yeah.
So that's the one I've been playing. I actually have never finished 4, and I've played like all the other ones.
Oh,
but
nice.
Yeah.
I
you haven't
actually
played 7. You haven't played 7, 8, 9, everything up above that?
I have played some 7 and I have played some 8. I got to play those at my friend's house, and I enjoyed what I played of them, but I've never completed them. And I know that I don't like them as much as the earlier games. And I've gotten to play some of the later games too, like 10-2 and 13, and I don't like those as much as the earlier games either. Like,
I wouldn't play
13 is so fun.
13 is good, but I wouldn't play 10-2.
1 through 6 are the best, in my opinion, by far.
Did you play Tactics? Any of the?
Yeah, I love Tactics. I love Tactics, and I love Tactics Advanced too. Those are also both absolute fucking masterpieces of a video game.
Yeah, Tactics. I have like thousands of hours in.
Doesn't 10-2 have way too much blitzball
in my Tactics Advanced, and I have it so that like everybody's mastered the ninja class and mastered dual swords, so everybody's decked out with 2 legendary level weapons, and they're dealing out hundreds of damage with their it's like not even a fun challenge anymore. It's just moving my characters flavorlessly around the map because the opponents have no chance whatsoever of winning anyways. But I love that game.
Now, Austin, how do you feel about Chrono Trigger?
Chrono Trigger is another one of those games I wasn't allowed to play, but I did get to play at my friend's house a little bit.
Oh my God, play it!
And I loved what I got to play of it.
I've gotten like ever since they released the PS1 and then the DS version, there's like over 20 endings or something. Maybe as low as like 18 or something. But dude,
I've been getting a lot of hours out of Final Fantasy 1 through 6. Like, because I'm playing them on the Xbox, so there's achievements I can unlock on them too, and some of those achievements are intense. Like getting all of the blue magic in Final Fantasy V is fucking tough to do. Like, because the world changes like 3 or 4 times throughout the story of that game. So there's a bunch of missable abilities. So I've been getting a lot of hours chasing down the tougher achievements, and there are some pretty impressive ones. Like 8% of gamers completed this, 5%, and so it feels good when I complete one. But I love games. I could easily talk about games all night. One of my favorite things in life, for sure, games. And that's video games, tabletop role-playing games, card games, board games, sports games. I love them all. I don't really like watching sports ball because whenever I watch somebody else play a game, it just makes me want to play that game.
Who's ball? You not play the old
I
stick
can
and
get
hoop?
down on some foosball. I get scary competitive on foosball. Like I'll scream.
I'm talking about foosball from Waterboy. His mama used to go, you play that
oh!
foosball.
I thought you were talking about. Okay.
I'm just joking. And then I was gonna try to hit you with the old stick and hoop joke. So
No,
you
you
play
know
that
what?
sport?
It's funny because it's perfectly relevant because as much of a stereotype as that character is, it's so spot on, right? Foosball is the devil. Abe Lincoln is the devil. Benjamin Franklin is the devil. Evolution is the devil.
Mama said. Well, Omega has dropped, and hopefully he comes back to the panel since like our main discussion was on that sort of like deterministic versus like, dualism discussion. But I feel like this is a good point for me to play that old clip for you, Austin, really quick. But before we continue on this discussion. So I won't
make time. There you go. Now you can, if you're gonna be chat translator, then now you can look up people's chat history yourself.
What you mean? What is that?
Type something in chat.
So I'm just gonna mute everyone because like this doesn't require a visual demonstration, but it will like have that weird audio quality. So just one moment while I mute the panel, and then once the demonstration's done, everyone can unmute. All right, and there it was.
Damn, that was fucking dope. No, that was fucking tight.
Yeah,
that was some thrashy riffing, and then the fucking melodic shit was really good too. Like, this is just something I love, and I think is basically necessary if you want to make good metal. You have to be able to blend thrashing with melody. You need to be able to produce some kind of melodic stuff in some of your songs, because otherwise you get super repetitive and it just gets boring.
Yeah, for context, we wrote and produced that in like 2010.
Yeah, it definitely had some like post-punk hardcore vibes to it for sure. But it also had some good riffing, and that's my favorite kind of like post-punk hardcore stuff, is when there's like really solid riffing thrown in. Like No Effects is a great example of that.
Oh, yeah.
I love No Effects.
Sam. Nobody's going off to eat.
Okay, now it's my turn.
Go for it.
Unlisted.
I just finished it. So I guess this is the world premiere. Enjoy, people. I'm gonna hide the description. You can all guess who it's about.
Do you want me to scrape it so we can get full audio quality?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 I'm a simple man, never chasing the throne. Just trying to leave this world a little better than I found my own. I got common sense, ain't pretending I'm elite. Just another pair of sneakers walking down the same street. I relate to everyday people, cause I know the grind. Bills due, back sore, too much on the mind. I got everybody values, that's the code I choose. We all taking punches, but we don't all gotta lose. I talk to people with empathy, that's what we all seek. A little understanding when we're feeling weak. Everybody carrying the weight you never see. So I'd rather build a bridge than create enemies. We all gotta get through this life together. Storms keep coming, but they don't last forever. Why we always trying to make it harder for each other? Could have been strangers, but maybe we end up brothers. I'm still looking for the truth every day I wake. Learning from the choices and the chances that I take. The world's complicated, but this much I know. Kindness makes it easier wherever we go. Don't even care if morals are rejected or subjective. Find a way to live with stabbing me's not your perspective. Call it reason, call it culture, call it what you please. Just let people breathe without dropping to their knees. We've all got hard lives, gotta muddle through somehow. Can't rewind yesterday, only deal with the now. Every scar's got a story, every smile hides pain. Everybody's trying to dance in the middle of the rain. No need to make it harder than it already is. By making up a God and adding that God's list. Extra rules, extra guilt, extra fear to obey. I'd rather help my neighbor than worship all day. I'm not saying I got every answer in my hand. I'm just another human trying hard to understand. If tomorrow proves me wrong, then tomorrow I'll adapt. Truth ain't something fragile. It's stronger than my man. I'm still looking for the truth every single day. But it's amazing how much truth is already on display. A hungry kid needs dinner, a lonely soul needs time. A helping hand is louder than the sermon over rhyme. We laugh, we cry, we celebrate, we grieve. We all got dreams too stubborn to leave. Whether heaven's waiting or it's all we got, this moment's still precious, don't waste a shot. I don't need the vision to know what's worthwhile. Sometimes changing someone's day starts with a smile. No halos, no demons, just people like me and you. Trying to find tomorrow with the best that we can do. We all gotta get through this life together. Different roads, same sky, same changing weather. Why we always trying to make it harder for each other? Yeah. Life's already tough enough. Why not help one another? I'm a simple man, that's the way I'm gonna stay. Common sense and compassion every single day. Still searching for the truth, but here's what I found. The best place to start is with the people around. Yeah.
Awesome.
I dug that for sure.
Nice. That's good.
I'm kind of surprised you didn't include the science is going to do what science is going to do.
Not about it, but mostly that song was built around. I don't care if morals are objective or subjective.
I caught that bar.
Nobody stab me.
I caught that bar. I appreciate that.
That was good money.
Like, I don't want much. I just don't want to get stabbed. How about that?
Okay, well, here's the question.
It's not McTime. It fucking is your song.
And this is going to be pedantic and annoying as hell. Is something like having to get an IV count as getting stabbed?
I even made it like old school fucking rap just for you.
I think it's getting pricked.
Yeah, I was going to say prick versus stab.
I've been stabbed. That's
all right.
that's
Then
one
where's
stab.
the line of demarcation where it transforms from a prick to a stab?
Probably the width of the puncture area.
How many grains of sand in that pile? No, I'm just kidding.
The
when,
point
when
where
the
you say,
horizontal
"Ow," to me.
when the horizontal measurement is like outweighed like by like 3 or 4-fold by the vertical measurement.
Okay, that you know what, that works. Oh, that's funny.
Now, what about between the difference of pricked and impaled?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Probably like, you know, having a secondary like an exit puncture site.
Right, yeah.
Impalation probably requires like an exit wound.
Not just a second puncture site, the thing has to still be in you. Because,
True.
yeah. This is an interesting tangent we've got. I hope you're enjoying Async, everybody.
Where we talk about getting
Quality
fucking penetrated.
An absolute salon of the mind. Who are you kidding? Don't you dare be humble. Anyway. So Jay, I think you're the only atheist we have up here, or theist we have up here, right? That's often the case.
I mean, it's all good, you know.
Good morning, Kelly.
I don't mind. I stand on my square, you know what I'm saying? Y'all could bring it, you know what I mean?
Morning,
we could
Kelly.
talk about it. We could talk
Absolutely.
about it. Yeah. You know, it's fun, you know what I'm saying? I look at it as just building. At the end of the day, in my eyes, we ain't never gonna know till we die anyway. So not even know to find out, man.
And you know what? It seems like you not only accept like evolution, ancient age of the universe, climate change, spherical Earth, all that shit. It seems like you're also like down as fuck. You're a very cool ally. Like you accept bi, gay, trans, all that shit. Yeah, you're a very base theist, Jay, and I stand by that.
I appreciate that, man. I fucks with all of y'all. That's a fact. You know, my thing is what I don't like is, you know, when people don't be themselves. Like, be yourself. Whatever it is you want to be, like, man, there's enough fucking room in the planet.
I remember one time in JL's stream, there was some just absolute fuckwit, and he was asking JL all the typical fuckwit homophobe questions about JL being bisexual, and everybody in the audience is getting fed up with this fuckwit, and like you can hear JL just putting on his polite apologist voice and just absolutely dismantling this fuckwit with very little effort, as you know, usual. But Jay Money's over here getting pissed. Like, what is it? What is it? Your fucking business? What my boy JL is doing with his fight? And it was great. I loved it. I loved hearing you go off on him.
Nah, that's I was pissed off because I know JL trying to be cordial, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, yo, bro, this dude is out of line. I sat there for a while listening to that happen. And
yeah,
I was like,
he was asking like some crazy invasive questions.
Like, longer than I felt comfortable sitting there not saying that, but I'm respecting the platform. I understand this is JL's thing, and I don't want to bring a certain energy there. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? But at a certain point in time, I'm like, I can't hear this no more. Like,
and it wasn't just that he was asking like these really invasive questions. He was asking them in a way that they were kind of like dog whistling. And I don't think JL was picking up on that, but I think you did. And it was like great allyship from beginning to end. So just wanted to commend you on that. And with that, we can stop group hugging J Money and ask him why the fuck he still believes in God and get his ass converted.
Nah, you know what it is? Look, honestly, my thing is, right, it makes sense, right? And to me, it's quite possible. Like my concept of God evolves, right? It's gonna evolve next month, probably to something different. Who knows? Like, I'm still going with it. I don't have a set notion, right? Like the theists do. The theists could point to their book and lines and be like, yo, this is what it is, right? I can't do that with my thing, right?
I mean, shit, having an epistemology that isn't doxastically closed is just it's good. Period. Like,
yeah, like
I agree.
I do that because
it doesn't make you right about everything.
doesn't make me right. It doesn't make me anything actually. I'm just carbon at the end of the day. I'm just chemicals.
J Money, I haven't heard what you believe in.
Well,
I maintain that J Money is a deist. For some reason, he rejects that label.
That's
And
okay.
we've tried to hash it
kind of
out,
a
and I just
deist, yeah.
don't think we're going to see eye to eye.
I believe that God does have a role and had a role in creating this, but I do believe that God could be something more than what we think it is. Like I would credit what is responsible for humanity and for life here on Earth to have emerged, and I'm talking about from all forms of life, all microbial life, everything. You know, like for everything to have emerged. Like I feel like there was something out there that has some sort of hand in this, some sort of, whether it's on the other side of some sort of dimensional wall, or whether it's something physically here with us in our.
Wait. What do you mean by dimensional wall?
I mean, like, you know, the same type of wall that would exist from a one-dimensional object to a two-dimensional object, and a two-dimensional object to a three-dimensional object.
No, we only have demonstration of 3 spatial dimensions and a temporal dimension. But do you have any demonstration of any dimension outside of that?
I was just trying to get more information.
So then why
Hey, McTime, do me a favor. Drop into Discord for a few minutes, please.
Why assume that there's a dimension outside of what we've just observed?
I'm looking at how things already work, and I'm saying that there's maybe more levels. It would make sense to me.
Right. What's the demonstration of that though? Like, do you have any sort of reason to believe that, or is this an irrational belief?
We've already seen 2 dimensions. We're in the 3rd dimension. You know, there's mathematics that justify what a 4th dimension will be. Like, we got the math for that. We just haven't.
We're living in 4 dimensions, three spatial dimensions and a temporal dimension. This is a 4D existence.
Well, okay, that's what I'm saying. But the higher dimensions, like this, the math checks out.
There's no demonstration of a higher dimension. Just because it's conceptual doesn't mean that it's actual.
No, I'm not saying that there's a demonstration. Obviously, there's no demonstration.
Okay, so then you have no reason. You have no reason to adopt this worldview. So this is an irrational belief.
That's what I'm saying.
All I wanted to know is what he thought of what God was.
You could say that all you like, but the truth.
He thinks God is an alien.
No. The truth remains that there will be things.
The truth remains of what we can demonstrate.
What we can demonstrate, but there are things that we can't demonstrate. That don't mean there's nothing there. You understand? Like you said earlier.
Just because we can't demonstrate doesn't mean that there is something beyond that demonstration. It goes back to the gumball jar analogy.
I'm telling you that I'm putting my bet on that. I understand that I don't got proof on that.
Okay. And as long as you admit that is an irrational belief, I'm okay with that.
I've already said, and I said it earlier, if you play it back, I said that the only true rational, honest, true stance is the agnostic who doesn't take a positive stance either way.
Do you believe it is irrational to believe that there is a dimension beyond our 3 spatial dimensions and one temporal dimension?
To me, believing.
No, that's a yes or no, Jay. I just need that. I just need that.
What I'm saying. Like, just listen to what I'm saying.
I can absolutely expound on your conception if you're able. No, just follow this. We have demonstration of 3 spatial dimensions and 1 temporal dimension. Do you admit that it is irrational to assume that there is an existence of a dimension beyond that?
I think that assuming any factual claim about anything that's not scientific is irrational. But that's not
okay.
What
Thank you. That's all I needed.
Opinion. No, listen.
Yeah. No, go ahead and give your speculation now that we've just.
Listen, that's what I've always been doing all along. So you're not making a point right now. That's what I've been saying this whole time.
I'm just establishing it for people on the panel and for the audience. And now that we have established that speculation, we can absolutely discuss it.
I said it earlier. today in this stream. So you didn't have to clarify.
No, that wasn't established for this specific discussion.
It was. I literally said earlier that the only honest, real, rational, true answer is the agnostic answer, who the person who doesn't take a positive stance either way.
No. That's more general than the discussion that we're having right now.
I'm telling you that. No, but
no. Your agnosticism goes like both ways towards the negative and positive. Whereas like I'm trying to establish your agnosticism towards the positive of your claim right now.
Yes, I believe.
Like there is no agnostic position. Like we understand that there are at least 3 spatial dimensions and 1 temporal dimension. Like by you trying to apply your earlier admission would be admitting that like you don't believe that there are actually the 3 spatial dimensions plus the 1 temporal dimension. Therefore, your agnosticism in this specific scenario only applies one way, and that is towards the positive of adding any sort of extra dimensionality.
I ain't gonna lie, you lost me a little while. I just didn't want to cut it. Like,
yeah. I'm sorry, Jay.
I have a question, Jay.
I mean,
I still haven't gotten an answer to my question.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, you did ask.
I got interrupted
first. That's true.
Yeah, I'll mute up.
You don't have to do that, RP. I wanted to listen to what you said. I really got lost somewhere at the end of that, and I just wanted you to rephrase. But
no, it's all good. Like I've established all that like I felt was necessary, and like I feel like you can continue to extrapolate based on like what we have established in this so far.
But that's what I'm saying. You willingly bit bullets you've bitten before.
Yes, this is what I'm saying. This is not nothing new. This is not nothing that was established now. Like I said it earlier in the stream, and I will say it again. Science is the arbiter or truth. It's what dictates everything. That's what I stick to when I'm talking fact claims. When I'm telling you, RP, this is how it is. This is a fact. When I do that, I'm pointing to scientific data. When I stray away from that, I tell you, hey, RP, this is what I think it could possibly be, right? What then you might say, why? I'll tell you why, my reason, right? And it might not be scientific data, but I'm not presenting it to you as a fact, right? I'm not presenting it to you as a fact the way I would telling you the sun, is going to come up tomorrow, like, because we're going to rotate a certain way and we're going to see the sun tomorrow. Like, there's certain scientific facts that I can give you, and that's what I will pass to you as a fact, right? I'm going to always discern and distinguish what my opinion is from the facts. I won't ever try to
your opinion is that God exists, right? You claim it.
Exactly. So I could tell you things based on facts, based on little extrapolations I take out of the facts that make me think, there could be something there. And then that's how I formulate my thought process based on things that I know to be facts due to science. And I try to stay on that precipice, that little line that separates,
and based on this, I actually have like a 2 or 3 part question I want to ask you. But Espresso Jack, I think, had a question.
Go ahead.
I've forgotten what it was now. Jackson.
Go ahead. No, I actually remember he wanted to know what was my belief in God, but I'm telling I don't really know. I don't really know. It's developing. Like honestly, it's very plausible to me that God could just be a consciousness level. It could be just some sort of entity that emerges, and it's more than one. And it's doing work in the way that it did here in other areas of the universe, other areas in space-time. And it's just a consciousness level. It's just a certain type of entity, like how we are entities. We are people. We are beings made out of certain materials, and we emerge through the material, through the physical material. I'm supposing that there's possibly other beings out there that have emerged too that can have some sort of impact on this. Just the very universe we exist in is very mysterious. We got black holes very close to us. We finding all kinds of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, next month we're gonna send out a big ass telescope, like the Hubble, but 100 times bigger. The Nancy Grace. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be amazing. Like I want to see what science finds out. Imagine what the science in 10,000 years will be. Not that I'll be here to see that, but imagine. You know what I'm saying? Imagine.
Well, I don't think that
you're
the
appealing
science
to
is.
the possible existence of exotic fields of future super science. Is that fair to say?
You said what was the beginning part? You said the field of super science. What was the beginning?
You're appealing to the possible existence of future fields of like super physics, super
Hell yeah.
astrobiology, and like
Hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. I believe that there's a lot more going on. I feel like we are connected.
And you know what? Honestly, that's a more sophisticated argument than I get from a lot of theists. But so I do have some questions that I think are related. But I think Jack had a follow up he wanted to ask you there, Jack. Were you asking?
Yeah, so if I get this correct, you are withholding belief in an actual definition of what you think God is because of the future science that we may gain?
No, what I do is I start from today, my present self, and I question the anomalies, not just today, my present self, but like again, that little precipice of where science is at, that limit, that frontier of where we at. I try to like find out, okay, where are we with this? Where's our current understanding of this? And then from there, I'll, make my theories and my thoughts, you know what I'm saying? And then I look at myself. Remember, I'm something that's experiencing life. I go through things, but I don't see what made me. We're seeing the YouTube code right now, right, being output, and that's how we're here. But these are just words that are being coded and projected out. You know what I'm saying? Something is projecting it. You see what I'm saying? And that's happening somehow through us. We don't see the inner workings and what goes into why we are.
I do. Like as it pertains to computer code, but not like.
No, what I'm saying is you do when it is to computer code because you know how to extract.
It's mostly a fast Fourier transform.
We can't extract
either
that
on or
out
off.
of ourselves.
That's all it is.
We can't extract that out of ourselves. It's like the punch concept. You will understand, Austin, the punch concept.
Your pressure waves are interacting with like in basically interferometer in your mic, and that is like translating into some sort of like voltage difference, which is like being transcribed into like a digital aspect, which is like then transferred through a fast Fourier transform, and that fast Fourier transform is digitized and sent through a network protocol, which is then like transcoded on YouTube.
Essentially, yeah. And all that happens in like a split second.
I get it.
It's pretty fascinating.
It's a process, right, of something deeper. It's not just a page, right?
It's not deeper. Like we understand
it's a process. No, we understand it. You're right. But what I'm telling you is that there could possibly be processes that we don't understand that are happening and have a similar physical biology. You understand what I'm saying? Because we are the experience. We don't see what underlies us, what went into making us. We weren't aware in that time. We are the experience. We are the carbon.
I don't think I want to be aware of what created me, like the actual experience. I have no interest in visualizing that in my head.
Can I get a couple words in?
I had a few questions I wanted to ask, and
go ahead.
Actually, it's like an overarching question, but I want to ask it in a few parts.
I got to ask a question. Since he first started, I want to ask because he said we believe, and I want to know we think about God. I want to know who's we thinking about God. But go ahead, you go first.
So, you claim you're agnostic, right? And that your beliefs are developing. Are you at a point in the development of your beliefs where you're willing to put like a percentage or a range of percentages or make some kind of probability statement about what you think the likelihood of the existence of certain gods are? Like if I ask you to say, give me, obviously you think because you're agnostic that there's some percentage chance that atheism is true and there are no gods. So my first question is, why is that correct? Can you do you understand what I'm asking?
I guess what you're saying is like, if I could see it so many different ways, why can't I see it that way? Right?
Because you're agnostic, you think there might not be a God. Would you be willing to put
No.
a
I believe
number,
there is a God.
a number
believe
on the
there is a God.
percentage chance that you think God doesn't exist? Like, would you be willing to say, like, I think there's a 25% chance God doesn't exist, or I think there's a 30% chance God doesn't exist?
100% of my opinion, keyword opinion, 100% of my opinion is that God exists.
I'm and that right, and I'm not asking for an opinion. I'm asking for a probabilistic statement about what you think the true state of reality is.
That's what I'm saying. There's not enough data to make that type of statement.
Would you? Okay, so would you say that about every God, every conception of God, period, including your own?
Yeah, for sure. Every guy, any book, whatever, it all requires faith. It all requires a level of you feeling like, okay, I believe, right? I believe. That's always going to be the first thing that comes out your mouth if you're a believer. I believe. You understand what I'm saying? This is what I believe. Like, I have faith. That's what it's always going to boil down to. Even trusting the books, right? Because those books went through so many different human hands. You don't only have to trust in the God that's in the books. You have to trust in the human beings that translated it, passed it on, added, took away books, stuff like that. There's certain places in the world that still use the banned books. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I think the Ethiopian...
Maybe it's better to just tell you what I'm thinking, and you can see if it's a wavelength you can pick up on. I would be willing to say that if you ask me what the percentage probability is that Thor or Odin or Eresh Kigal or trolls or spirits or fairies or Yah or Way or Elohim or whatever, like theist God, any of these things, what the odds are that any of these things exist, it would be like 0.0000001%. And I would be willing to say some of the things that I think could make that percentage grow. And if you were to ask me to put a percentage on what chance I think it is that we live in a godless universe, that is the truth state of reality, that there are no gods in this universe we share together, I would say I'm like super confident in it. I'm like even 60% confident in it. That's crazy high. So like, yeah, like that's an example of what I'm talking about. I'm asking if you can do something like that to maybe see what your percentage of the likelihood of atheism is and what you think would increase the percentage that atheism is true. Because I can think of things that would continue to increase my percentage that I think atheism is true. That would be like if I continue to find shit that religion lies about. Like it continues to be wrong about everything. It's wrong about Adam and Eve and the garden and the flood and like and I have kind of found that. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, go ahead. I know I just talked a lot, so take a minute and respond as much as you want to.
No, I hear you. What I'm saying is, right, like, a lot of this stuff is allegoric in the Bible. It's not literal. I understand that there's a level of deception that's going into the book and a lot of that, like, but a lot of different people added to it, took away from it. I don't really know what's the truth behind that, right? To doubt or deny or say that this exists or that doesn't exist. Maybe there is some sort of something. It's like, imagine if someone found the Ark of the Covenant or something like that.
This is great.
How do you determine any percent of truth is ascribed to the Bible?
I think you're actually getting it now, because you're giving me reasons why a percentage that atheism might be true exists at all in your mind. And that's exactly what I want to hear. Go on.
Yeah, like why would a person who, let's say, stumbles across the Ark of the Covenant tell you the entire truth of it? They would conceal that. They would try to hold that divine knowledge to themselves and distribute it their way. You understand?
Okay, here's an argument I think I can respond to directly, because I don't think so. If they're like a sincerely altruistic person, they'll want to share it because they'll want to save as many souls, and it might not even be altruistic. Their motivation might be corrupt still, and that they might want to save souls to get the eternal heaven for obeying God.
Yeah, but here's
That
the
makes
thing.
sense?
Eventually, that's gonna get to the wrong ears. They're gonna think it's the right person, but that's the wrong ears. And what's gonna happen is the wrong ears are gonna find out about it. They're gonna take that. They're gonna silence that person, and no one ever knew this happened because they won't. Anybody with power. Once someone with power understands, let's say the government steps in, they're gonna take that from you. You don't even know what happened. That was a weather balloon or whatever the heck. That's how they're gonna. Just
the government's
Wait,
gonna take my
wait,
atheism away.
when did the government like use a weather balloon as an excuse for something else that wasn't a weather balloon?
It's a how can I say, one of those subtle jabs, like it's like a I don't mean that literal. Like I was gonna clarify that I'm being like it's
Yeah.
Going back to the Roswell shit, you know what I'm saying? Like something like that. Like, like they're just gonna tell you something. You get what I'm saying? You're not gonna get the real gist of what it is once it's taken from you.
Can I ask this? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, I didn't know you were
go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I ask this? Like, shit, I lost my train of thought. Keep talking.
RP, Chinese weather balloon.
Someone with power is going to take that, and then once it lands,
I got it back.
They're going to
interrupt
go
again.
Go ahead.
So can I ask you this? Do you think it's wrong for me in my conceptualization when I say I think atheism might be 60% true, and then I did all those things where scripture's just fucking wrong as fuck about shit? Do you think I'm wrong to increase that 60% to like 80 or even 90%? Like, does that make sense?
I think that both of us are wrong if we don't stick to the middle, right?
Why?
Because none of us could know for sure. Like we would literally have to experience.
No. You need to demonstrate one way or another.
Like I'm saying
just because you can't demonstrate towards the positive means that like the inability to demonstrate towards the negative is equal to the inability to demonstrate towards the positive.
That percentage meter not moving is part of the problem. It's kind of cognitively rigid, and maybe it should move a little bit more.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that despite all we know about the brain and despite everything we know about our physical composition, we still
what do we know about the brain?
Why we experience? We know
what do we know about the brain, Jay?
Dude, look, we know a lot about what the brain does. Like we have it mapped out.
No, specifically, what do we know about what the brain does?
I can't tell you every freaking function of the brain right now.
So then how are you able to make like definitive statements that like we don't know what the brain does?
My head, but like they have a map. They know like there's certain areas.
No, it sounds like you're making definitive statements without actually knowing the counterfactuals.
I looked it up, but I didn't memorize it. I don't have. I'm just shooting this off the top, so I didn't memorize it. I don't have notes on this. You get what I'm saying? Like
you're shooting off the top of your uneducated stance. Got it.
I mean, hey, listen, it is what it is. You could get as much in the fuss as you want, champ. Like it's all good. We just shooting the shit here. It's all good.
Yeah. RB's chasing it down a little bit harder than I wanted to there. I kind of got what I expected to get out of you, Jay, and I appreciate your frank responses. Honestly, it's not at all.
Can I prosecute one angle?
Yeah, McTime's been quiet for a bit. Let's give the floor to McTime.
I want real quick before we give it to you, Mr. McTime. I would just say to Jay, think about that theist percentage and that atheist percentage metaphor, and what, if anything, moves the numbers for you. Because I think while you were thinking about that, you were actually breaking a little new ground there. And go ahead, Mr. McTime.
All right, when you first started your about when they asked you about what you believe and stuff, you said. We think we think about God. I want to know who is we and what are those thoughts, because as an agnostic atheist, I don't know what a God is. I don't have no thoughts on a God. The only thing I do is listen to other people describe their gods to me, and then I think in my head, well, now that shit ain't real. That's stupid, or that might be real. I got to investigate that. So I don't have no thoughts on
answered the
God. So tell
question.
me, who is we and what are those thoughts?
You just answered the question. Everybody you've ever heard have a concept of God. That's the we. That's the
No,
people.
but I'm not. Everybody, all agnostic atheists in this chat room, I assume are like me, and they don't know what a God is. They have to be every time I
Nobody
talk to
does. Nobody does.
Huh?
Who knows what a God is? You telling me because they got the
I
book and
don't
the book
know.
is
They
God?
got a lot of people always telling me about gods and shit. I
No,
don't know
but this
what
is what
they
I'm
know.
telling
All I
you.
know is
This
what
is what
I
I'm
know.
telling you. This is what I'm telling you. So here we have a situation where people are defining this one word, this one three-letter word, the way they define it. They are attributing their own definitions. There's not one set definition, like the way science works, like the way our curriculum and our
The way
our
reality
scholastic
workers.
work. You get what I'm saying? It's a definition to things. It's a name and a definition of things. We don't have a scientific definition for God. You understand what I'm saying? Science hasn't determined that yet. So all we could do is ascribe that. That's what the theists do. That's what the books do. That's why there's different books that each tried their different attempts at explaining what a God is. There's many different ones. It's not just the Christian one, it's the Muslim one, it's all these other ones, you already know.
Exactly.
So
And there's more than
that's
just
what I'm
Abraham
saying.
gods too.
So
There are some guys out there that actually make kind of some sense. Like Buddhism, on the religious side is kind of just as weird and wacky as the rest of them. But some of their guys make more sense than this bullshit, this Abraham bullshit. But
there's no
and then
oh, sorry, I'm finish your thought. My fault. Go ahead.
yeah, and then you keep presenting, you keep saying you can't know for sure about God, but you telling me you know for sure that God can't be proven. So you're putting it's like you're saying you can't do something that you didn't say that you can do. You see what I'm
I didn't
saying?
say I could
It
prove
seems
that.
like
I
to
never
me.
said I could prove God. Never said that.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you said you saying you know for sure that it can't be proven or disproven. And how do you know? That's knowledge about God, which means that your knowledge, that your agnosticism is not agnosticism. You have knowledge about God, which make you an agnostic theist.
Well, because I feel like there's a physical barrier. Like we're locked in the physical. We're locked into our senses, whether it's 5 or more that we don't know about. We're locked into
So
this. You
isn't
understand what I'm saying? We
so?
can't perceive outside of this. So
So do
there's a
you
lot.
call this feeling knowledge? Because if it's
What?
knowledge, then it's gnosis. That's you a gnosis theist because you're a theist and you believe in God, but you say you don't know about God, but then you know this about God, and so then therefore you know about God, therefore you are a Gnostic theist. See how
If I
you
know
plan
that
you,
I'm hip, sorry.
I
If
didn't
I
get
know
that.
that I'm hip, oh, dang it, I just lost it. Sorry. Go ahead.
I didn't get that last part. What you said, McTime? That last part. The last
I
thing you
was
said.
what I was saying is you were saying that you're agnostic theist. You don't know about God, but you know this about God that He can't be proven. So that's gnosis. Therefore, you are a gnosis theist. You're a Gnostic theist. You have
Well,
knowledge of God.
look, I'm saying that the criteria for which one would call God, I don't think that science will ever get to a point where we're gonna see a dude in a dashiki out there in some realm where it's nothing but cloud floors, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that's gonna happen. Like, I think it's different. It's like that's more like poetry, that's more like story, that's more like symbolic. You understand what I'm saying? I don't think God would look the way we think is gonna look based on what the books say. You get what I'm saying?
And you're gonna say that we
The
again. I
mechanic
don't have
of
no
your
thoughts.
life. Huh?
Who's we? Because I don't have no thoughts about God.
I'm talking
When
about the
you
people that have concepts of God, the people that have
okay,
concepts of God,
okay,
like not you, because you don't have them. You don't know about God, you're saying. And
yeah.
other people that feel like they do know about God, they have their version of it, right? They'll pull out their book, whatever. There's so many different versions. You see what I'm saying? I even got my
Yeah.
version that I'm like working on, right? So look at that, working on, right? Because at the end of the day, who the fuck knows, right? At the end of the day, that's what
But see,
you know.
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish your thought. Finish your thought, man. I'm not trying to cut you off.
No, it's all good. What I'm trying to say is that the true differentiator between knowing and not knowing is getting to the point where science can no longer help you, and that is the point of death. You can't. Science can no longer help you at that point. There's no longer any data that can be processed at that point from any
At this
of our
point in time,
tools,
yeah.
of any of our
At this point in
tools,
time with the equipment we
anything
got.
like that. Once you die, you die. You know what I'm saying? The question is, does something else happen, right? So
And
science may
then
not
it
be able
is irrational to assume that anything else past death happens.
I'm not saying that has to happen. That's a misrepresentation of my claim. I'm not saying it has
No,
to happen.
I'm just
that it
confirming that it
exists.
is irrational to think that anything past death happens.
I'm not
Is it not?
saying I'm not saying that it's rational or not. I'm saying that I feel
It is irrational
seems to
because
me.
there is no reason to believe anything past death happens.
Listen, I'm saying that it's
Rationality
it's very
dictates
much,
that there is a reason to hold that belief.
it's
So
very
unless
much.
you have a reason to
Keep
hold
going,
that
bro.
belief,
I
it
don't know
is
why you.
irrational.
I hear you, but at the end of the day, listen, we can make this very simple. All right.
Yeah, it is very simple. It is irrational to
So,
think that anything past death happens.
listen, if you're getting frustrated, let me know. Like we can.
I'm not getting frustrated. I'm simply stating
Sound like
facts.
you are. You sound like you are. That's what
I sound like how I always sound like during the
I
stream.
started thought, and you shoot right over me. So that's why I'm like, maybe you getting frustrated. I'll
Jay,
let you
is there any reason to believe that there is anything that happens past death?
listen.
No, it's an easy yes or no. Is there any reason, Jay, is there any reason to believe that there is anything that happens past death?
It's not. I'm not doing this. Like, listen, I'm not.
No, it's a very simple yes or no. Is there any reason to believe
do
that
that,
there's
but you're
anything
gonna
that happens
respect-
past
you're not
death?
gonna steamroll
The
me over
fact
the
that you
You don't have
don't
to
want
do this.
to answer this question
It's
shows
not
that it
about-
is irrational to
That's
believe
you
that
playing
there's
with the rhetoric.
anything that happens past death.
listen,
No, it's
that's
just it's definitionally the case
That's
because
cool. I'm saying the
like
proof.
in
We're
order
not getting nowhere
to
like
have
this. You
a
know what I'm saying?
reason to believe
You
something
and I are not getting nowhere like this.
that implies rationality. Reason
about
requires or rationality requires reason. So in order to say that it is rational that anything happens beyond death means that you have a reason to believe that anything happens beyond death. If you
I
do
feel
not
like I
have a
do.
reason to believe that anything happens beyond death, it is irrational to believe anything happens
feel like
beyond death.
Harvey, have you considered that
So
J
point
Money
of
has
production
an
here.
abundance?
Point of production here. Gretchen is the fellow debater / mod on this panel, so she has the final say on this. But as somebody who sometimes
I'm
mods myself,
channel partner.
I think RP was just cooking there, and Jay, you were crashing out a little bit by like
I'm not
interrupting and not
crashing out.
letting him finish. But I want to
I-
hear what Gretchen thinks.
I wasn't trying to crash out. It's that he was literally speaking over me. I would start a thought, and he would be like, "No, no."
They were
RP
speaking.
was, trust me, as someone who was fought with RP on many occasions, he was not raising his voice or
Not
crashing
me.
out right there.
I wasn't
They
saying
were
think
not.
you were just
I was-
both
Sorry,
advocating,
RP.
passionately advocating for your worldview, and Jay, you were maybe crashing out a little bit, but you are always also passionately advocating for your worldview, and I understand it.
That wasn't what I
RP.
was trying to do. I wasn't trying to crash
I
out. I
appreciate
was
it.
really
I
trying to
appreciate
keep this in a point where we could still build, right? Because now it's getting to a point where he's
But
walking me
Jay,
down.
do you admit
Doing it
that
now.
your
Look, I can't even
accusation
finish
that
my
I am
thought. You see what I'm
crashing
saying?
out is unfounded because
See what I'm saying? I was in
the
the middle of
inflection
thinking,
of my voice
he's
matches
talking over
that
me
when
right
I
now.
am
As in
completely
real time.
calm, completely rational, and just
Real
simply
time.
stating the case.
I forgot my
Sure,
train
I
of
was
thought.
get it from my dad.
You just literally did it again. Spoke all over me, like as I'm finishing the thought.
Well, because you are trying to assert falsehoods over my psychological state. I am not upset. I am not crashing out. I am simply stating
Hey, how
a
about we
matter of
shit
fact.
can the meta and get back to the actual argument? What do we all say to that?
That is the great
Yeah?
way to do that.
Good. Let's do that.
Yeah,
I got some more things
I was
I
just
wanted to
gonna
say.
Got
say,
to come on, dude.
I will give Jay the floor. Go ahead, Jay.
I don't, You don't got to do that.
Yeah, have
It's
you ever tried to
organic
convert
conversation.
No, Austin,
Oh,
hold
yeah.
on. Jay has the floor. Let's
I just
give.
want to have
And
a.
can
I
I
just
say
want
something
this
after
to
he
be
finishes?
an
I want to say something
organic
after he
No,
finishes.
make time. Jay has the floor. You'll have a
Yeah.
second to reply after Jay gives his
Okay, that's fine.
his thoughts on the matter. Go ahead,
Listen,
Jay.
listen. All I'm saying is we ain't gonna walk each other down no line of questioning. We're just gonna have a nice organic conversation. What you got to say, McTime?
I just want to ask you, can you see from my perspective how I look at people that believe in things they don't know as either confused, silly, or liars? Do you understand? Can you see that from why I might think that way?
Because you going according to the science, right? Like you looking at scientific
No.
data and what you think is possible based off what you know about reality, right? You know
No,
certain things.
I'm looking at it from the reasonable perspective. How can you believe in something you
Okay.
don't know? If I don't know anything about a tooth fairy, why would I believe in it?
No,
He's calling it
you're talking about the tooth
reasonable. I
fairy.
would
I'm talking
call
about
it
physics.
rationality.
What was that, Austin? I'm sorry.
He's calling it reasonableness. I would call it rationality, but they are kind of the same thing.
I call it common sense.
I'm saying, look, you come into your conclusions based off assertions you're making based off things you know and that you've learned and that you're seeing. You're not going to come to those conclusions based on anything else. You did your homework, you studied the information, you went over it, you saw the science, because that's what we have. That's our resource, and you believe it and you roll with that. And like me, I believe it, but I just tend to question a little more. I meet it at where it's at, and I'd be like, maybe this is where it could be. It's plausible because there's little things that are still being talked about, questioned. Like there's still anomalies happening in real time among us that we don't have them listed down now. I can't give you all of them now, but they're there. If you really do your diligence and look through what's going on out there in space, it's crazy. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand, but listen, James, I do the same thing. I call that speculation. I speculate things that I don't believe in. I'd be like, a tooth fairy. A tooth fairy, it might actually do exist. I know I had some Keebler elves in my cabin the other night, but they don't pay rent, so I evicted their asses. But I sit there and speculate all day, but I still don't believe in it.
No, listen,
I don't believe in it,
I don't think that that's
The
the same
argument
thing.
from Sandwich Cookie slaps.
I don't think that's the same thing. You're not arguing from the point of where science meets its limit with the forefront of science, and you're not going off of
I'm
those
not
things.
necessarily using
Coming up with
science.
silly notions like a unicorn, like an elf, and then using that to like compare. When what I'm doing is literally looking at where we at in terms of our scientific forefront and the mysteries that we still have. The questions we are currently, not we, because I'm no fucking scientist, but the scientists are currently asking. So
Questions too. You're part of mankind. This is mankind endeavor. Science is for all of us. But go ahead.
Fact. No, I dig it. I appreciate it. Noted. But what I'm saying is, like, even still, like, we don't know certain things. So, listen, science is going to do what it does, and my thing is, I want to let it do it. But while it's doing it, where it's at, like, I'm good. It's like riding the wave, right? I'm at the front of the wave, riding that motherfucker, like seeing what could possibly come beyond the wave, like trying to like ponder what could be next, like beyond the wave. Like, I don't know, because at the end of the day, I'm just a physical being, right? And I know that I have the hard problem of consciousness and I have the hard problem of death. I don't know what non-existence feels like because I don't know what anything felt like before I was born. So I don't know what that was like. I don't know what this is going to be like. I don't know what the transition from my current state to my deceased state is going to feel like, or what's going to actually happen on a physics level, on a physical particle level. You understand? I don't know if there's something more going on that we just can't pick up to because we don't have the tech. We don't have the machine.
Yeah. One quick thought. One quick thought, because I'm pretty sure everybody else want to jump in. But while we still got the flip between me and you, I want to just put out. I feel that I'm doing the same thing as you. I would sit there and speculate with you all day about what could be, what all the things that science can't do, everything we can't know, and what we might have technology tomorrow to find out, and all that stuff. But I just don't believe in that shit until it's real, man. That's the only difference between me and you. I'll speculate with you. I don't know none of this shit neither. But I just don't believe in it. I don't see how you believe in something that you don't know. Then it boggles my mind.
You know why? You know why? Because I'm here and I'm proof that there's something happening, right? I'm experiencing, and I don't know why I'm experiencing that. We all are. We all are here. We don't really know why we're just not just some piece of flesh that doesn't have to have a sense of self. That didn't have to happen. You understand what I'm saying? There's pieces of
And
flesh
that
out there.
doesn't demonstrate anything beyond your
It shows
existence.
me that a system is going, something deeper is going on in our minds and our heads.
No,
That's
what is deeper than our understanding?
I don't know. I'm saying that
You don't know, so you can't speculate beyond
I'm,
what you don't
I'm
know.
I'm saying that it makes sense to me. It would add
No,
it
in
would
order
add
for
it would
something
add
to make
it
sense,
would
you
add
need to be able to
validity.
reason it.
It would
Give
add
me the
validity.
reason.
It would add validity to why we
No,
alive,
there
why
is
we
no
do what
validity without reason. What is the reason?
you said what?
What is the reason?
The reason for what again? Repeat the question.
The reason to believe that there's something deeper going on than what you can like physically experience.
Because in my eyes and what I see, we are not our carbon. We are not our
No,
genetic
what
material.
is the reason to believe we are not our carbon? These are assertions that are unfounded so far. You're
I
not
feel like
giving a reason. Yeah,
I'm
I
telling you,
feel
the brain.
is
Look,
not a reason. Like
listen,
I could feel that like
trying to answer.
we are a dream in a 4-year-old woman's or a girl's head.
That's
It doesn't
not.
mean that's the truth. Just because
Listen,
I feel that.
goodness gracious. I don't listen. I'm gonna try to get through this. Hopefully, you don't interject. Basically, I'm saying that what we are, our physical bodies, everything, bugs, us, animals, we are all organic. I would say like machines. Like that's what it feels like to me. You know what I'm saying? Like we work
No.
like machines.
Stop using language that says feels like.
I have
Because
to.
feels
I
like
don't
is
have facts.
undemonstrable.
I don't have data. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay. So then your
So
ideas
it is
are
what it is.
unfounded and
I mean,
irrational. You have no reason for
as
this.
a person,
Machine is
ever
all
died and
wrong
come back.
too.
As a
Machine
person,
is all wrong too. I'll say that
as
much
a
as well.
person, has a person ever died and come back from the death state, from the brain
You
dead
don't
state?
have
You understand?
you don't
Like
have to
that's what I
have
want.
data. You don't have to have data to like hard data to know that you are something or you are not something.
Right, you
What
can
I'm
reason without data. That's why
Yeah.
philosophy exists.
there's a consciousness inside of me. There's a thing in me. Like I don't know. Like I could be sleeping and then I'll have dreams, and then I could be sleeping and then I won't have dreams, and then it's like it's not all. It's like something else happening. Some shit operating in me, man. You
It's just
understand?
your
And it's doing
brain.
it
It's
through-
just the
and
way your brain
and the
acts.
brain might be, and the brain might just be a connector to something out there that's allowing something
What's your
out there to
demonstration
do
that
that
there
here.
is an out there?
There's clearly an outer space. Last time I checked.
No, yeah, but it doesn't connect
Yeah,
to
past the
your
firmament.
brain.
Yeah.
Say what? It doesn't connect to what I'm saying is we got forces.
Wait. Hold up. I'm super excited because a Maverick being Frank is in our chat, and
Oh my
a,
god, I'm
a
so glad
Maverick
you brought it up
A
because I
Maverick
wanted to
being Frank blocked me so long ago because I cooked them so hard. I don't even remember in what chat, but like, Maverick, why don't you come on the panel so I can cook you live, like with like
Maverick
live
never goes
audio?
on Maverick never
Oh,
goes
I
on
love
panels.
it.
And the reason why is because he's been kicked out of multiple streams for spamming racial slurs.
Oh,
Oh
I
yeah.
grant that. I fucking grant that wholeheartedly.
And he has a bunch of sock puppet accounts and uses those to come back when he gets banned to spam the racial slur again because, you know, he's just that much of a piece of shit. But anyways, yeah, no, he will never come on a panel.
I don't understand people who are that like just disgusting. Like why would you put in that much effort to spew
I think he might
nonsense
be a
and hate?
Russian bot or a Russian troll.
I mean, what does that give Russia, right?
It's just a way to push theocracy.
Right. Hold on. Oh
Yeah,
my god.
he's used all the typical shit: young Earth creationism, evolution denial. Yeah.
Oh yeah, clearly we live on the flat Earth with the firmament above it and windows so that
Yeah, I
water
think
can
he
come
might
in.
be a flat earther too. Like, actually, literally is a flat earther. I'm
No,
100% sure he's a moon landing denier.
Maverick, I'm not butthurt that you blocked me. I'm simply pointing out that you're a little bitch who runs away when you get disproved. So, like, anyone in chat addressing you should know that, like, if you disprove them, Maverick's just going to block you and run the fuck away because they're a little pussy who can't substantiate any of their claims.
Yeah, like I can substantiate that the moon landing was fake because they started putting fluoride in the water to make us more susceptible to hallucinations, and then they just broadcast it out that we went to
Yeah.
the moon, right?
Yeah, he's a narcissistic, racist, troll, pathological liar, contrarian, fucking piece of shit, lying liar who lies out of his fucking lying hole. But anyways, I'm sorry.
I just want to say, I don't see. I mean, can anybody point out a difference between agnostic atheists speculating about God and gods, and agnostic theists speculating about gods and gods, other than the fact that they believe and we don't believe? What is the difference? Because I mean, I don't
The
believe in
difference
things I don't know.
is the rationality in the belief. In order to say that a belief is rational, you have reason to assert that belief. If you
Nothing
do not
outside of
have reason to assert that belief, it is an irrational belief. And I have no problem with somebody saying that they hold an irrational belief as long as they admit that it is in fact irrational.
I'm telling you that
Agreed.
anything outside of scientific data is irrational because that's
And
our
that's
own.
false because there are philosophical facts. There is plenty of truth that we can assert without the scientific process.
Point of
But guess what?
production, guys,
But guess what?
and this is a great exchange, and I hate to interrupt it because you guys are cooking, but point of production. Kelly Laughlin had said that he just made a racist, anti-Semitic remark in the side chat.
Yeah, I just
He
seen
did.
now.
Yeah, should we give him the old stinky boot? Bye, Maverick.
What is the anti-Semitic remark that Maverick made?
At 8:03 a.m. in the YouTube chat. Yeah.
At 6:00, I dislike people who espouse ethnic superiority like one religious group begin. Okay, yeah. I'm jumping on the YouTube and I am removing a Maverick being Frank. There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kelly, for pointing that out.
No, you don't have to. I mean, Kif and Issa are on it. I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah, I don't have any
unless they aren't.
access from the panel right now, and I'm on this damn phone, so I can only do one screen at a time.
Yeah, that fuckwit had the fucking balls to say, "I'm not bigoted because I." No, you're bigoted because you say shit
The,
like
the
that.
group
fuckwit.
beginning with J is fucking wild. Like,
Yeah. And when he said racial slurs previously on another stream I was in, he typed, "Of course, you all know which racial slur, one letter at a fucking time on like 4 different accounts in the
Yeah.
Daily
Wow.
Atheist Morning Show chat. Like a typical fucking anti-black racist white supremacist fucking piece of shit."
And Calf,
Nazi.
just because someone characterizes their belief as rational does not mean that it rises to the occasion of being rational. And a rational belief has reason behind it. And so if you cannot, give that connecting belief, that connecting reason, then you cannot claim that it is rational.
he's not going to go on Vert, Issa. It's the when you time him out or hide him on one, it's for the whole channel, and both these streams are on one channel. So
all right,
he can't jump to Vert.
He does have sock puppets, so he might come back. So
I like to point out
that, that's true.
That people like J Money, even Cap, got a better chance of convincing me and bringing me over to their side. Even though I think they wrong, they have a better chance of convincing because they talk to me. They talk to me and they bring convincing arguments, or at least they try to. all this stuff what you guys doing in the chat, that stuff just annoying. I
Thank
mean,
you for,
I understand.
and thank you,
I understand
Kelly,
if you
for
don't.
being on that, and Issa and all the other great people in the chat and the mods.
Kelly being based as always.
Yes.
Truly showing
has Kelly not
his.
been given a wrench by the Async Network? I think he deserves one.
Kelly's been here the last 3 days. I think that
Oh,
just the
longer than
fact
that,
that
huh?
Kelly just recently found us is keeping
He's
us
more
from.
than proven himself as a capable mod, so you could
We'll
do worse.
we'll talk. We'll talk about it behind the scenes, but that could be a very likely possibility.
We'll talk about it. I'm reluctant to just give everybody, mod wrenches to where
we've been very
half the
generous.
fucking chat has mod wrenches.
I'll tell you this much:
I don't want that to happen, and I tend to give people wrenches when they've been here a lot, and
fair enough.
at
I'll
different
tell
times
you
of the
this
night,
much.
to where I'm always to where I always have a mod.
Fair enough.
around.
I'll tell you this much:
Yep.
if you just give him even just a short list of rules you want him to mod by, he'll follow that no problem. And I've seen him do it.
Kelly's even said.
I understand it's not much that,
I don't
but
really
you know
need a
what?
mod
So
wrench.
far from what I've seen, I think Kelly likes using this place as a place where he can come and fucking cut loose
And
and
vent.
scream and yell at
Right.
people like he can't do
We're gonna
on
be
his
in
channel.
We have
I'm gonna
less
try to speak on your
restrictions than
behalf.
AXP, and that's probably good enough for Kelly.
And
Yeah, I think he want to be another
if
voice
he
in the
wants to
crowd.
use this as his me time,
Hey,
then just let him be.
you just
know?
know.
Yeah, he
you
want to
just
be
know-
another voice
There
in
we
the
go.
crowd.
I love Kelly, and
Love that you're here, Kelly.
Nah, you don't tell him that. You're gonna make him mad. Say, go fuck yourself, Kelly. He like that better.
Okay. Fuck you,
No,
Kelly.
I can't, dude. He's one of the most
Damn it,
chill
Kelly.
He's just a chill
I love ya.
guy with rocks who loves to think, and he's like curious as fuck, man. He's cool.
Yeah, that's my boy. I'm telling you, Kelly,
Yeah,
bro.
no,
Hey,
Once we
been
give
an
him a shield, he's
AXP
no
viewer
longer just a
for
guest,
several
and he
years.
can't just cut loose the way he wants to. So,
Fair enough.
let him use async the same way I use deconstruction zone. There's a reason I don't want to be a mod on that channel. They got
Hashtag
shit to say.
GFKY.
Are you over there eating people's hearts out, Gretchen?
Me, never.
Oh.
Yeah, Gretchen's not opinionated at all.
I'm a fucking delight, people.
I'm surprised that she let us.
Look,
You should all know that by now.
I mean, you were
everybody's
to me.
entitled to their opinion.
That's
but
how
if
we
you-
were
if-
aware of each
if
other.
if you don't like me, you're wrong, and I hate you. And it's okay.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, like me, I'll be looking for certain things people say. Like, I will admit that the last guy, Omega, when he said, now I give Jay Money a pass for saying that. I don't know. I think I'm kind of biased towards him. Really, why I let him make it with the agnostic stuff. But when and Omega first said, I'm agnostic, I'm like, well, how do you find the middle ground between either you believe in God or you don't? And so, therefore, I didn't really care much what he had to say after that. I just went in the chat and just like, let y'all do y'all thing.
I don't think Harvey
the
was
law
taking
of
into consideration, because he was talking about irrationality. I don't think he was taking into consideration that Jay has an abundance of ears. He doesn't have to ration them.
You gotta listen.
And I want people. I want y'all to understand that I don't always use science for come to my decisions. I just look at stuff and just reason. Like, is this a good reason to do this? Like for instance, the Bible. After reading the whole Bible, and even if you do agree with the Bible, is that a good enough reason to give your foreskin to somebody else? Is that a reason for 10% of your income for the rest of your life?
if they're missing their foreskin, who am I to
Here on
deny
both
them?
of those, absolutely fuck no.
No, it depends. Do you subscribe to the Old Testament or the New Testament? Because the New Testament
Either
says
one.
that you can circumcise from the heart.
Yeah,
You don't
I think that's a
necessarily
little
need
bit
to
more dangerous.
circumcise from the flesh.
For some people,
that's
that's
lingo
worth
in the Old
it.
Testament
That's
too.
crazy. For some people, that's worth it, and that's crazy. but for some people they will do
Yeah,
it.
it is crazy.
They do it. Like, I don't do it, right? So that to me that's wild. But what I'm telling you is that some
Whoa,
people
whoa, whoa! Crazy admission. So you got the full hood, Jay?
So what?
You don't need an answer. That was a joke.
I just want you. I want you to know that when you sound reasonable to me and your thoughts sound considerate, I will take it under consideration and think about it. I'm probably gonna reject it, but I do think about the things you say. And it's not like I automatically say no. I don't have a religion of disbelief. I just don't believe the things you say when it's unreasonable.
I mean, listen, again, like I feel like anything that doesn't align with our best science, and I'm talking about it on a physics level, on a because that's what this boils down to: is there an afterlife, right? Is there something
Yeah.
beyond life? So that's what it boils down to me. Because I, again, God doesn't have to be what created everything. God could be something that also emerged from the stuff, and it's just a different realm, but it was responsible for life here on Earth, and it made this, and it's responsible for us being able to emerge how we did. It planted the seed, but maybe responsible for the. Maybe there's a deeper system of how things form out there. Maybe this consciousness thing goes bigger. Maybe there's celestial bodies out there that have some sort of consciousness to it.
This
I
is
don't know.
clearly an
And a
egg.
quick point of production before we add anything onto that. There's somebody in the back chat who wants to jump on.
That's Gretchen.
Krasna? Oh.
Well,
It's not me. I'm not in the back chat.
Krasnov?
That's Gretchen's call.
Oh. Yeah, no, Nave, you just want to come up and disturb the fucking discussion that's going on right now, and no.
Wait, what happened?
And also,
it's
RP's up
an-
on the panel, and I've already told you, don't even bother requesting when RP's up on the panel, because he doesn't want to talk to you, and I'm going to back him up.
Come back Monday.
So you
I'll give you the same consideration that I give Jill. Two nights out of the week, and if you fail to bring some sort of demonstration, I just simply don't give a shit about what you're trying to assert.
Yeah, most of the time. But Jay, man, I
Other
want you
than
to
that,
understand.
don't bother requesting until RP's gone. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, Jay, man, I want you to understand. I don't. You want to say that it boils down to science, which I don't think so. It just boils down to reason, and for me, maybe, and I don't know. It's not a reason to believe in anything. That's a reason not to believe it. I mean, I recognize that things that I don't know can exist, but it don't. Things that I don't know don't need my belief to exist. So
It's not
when I
that.
find out about it, I believe in it.
It would make sense to me that there's some sort of life beyond this, or some sort of reason why we're here, why we experience. Like maybe we won't get that answer while we're alive. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say that those answers can only be answered after death, because either one or two things going to happen. Something's going to happen, and nothing's going to happen. Nothing happens, well, whatever.
Nave,
Right?
nobody needs you to back Jay up, and he doesn't need any help being fucking nuts. Jay's already fucking nuts.
Also, Jay, on this demonstration, can you like demonstrate that there's like some physical possibility of like existence after life? That's why I put this. That's why I put this graphic on the screen. Like at the like most center level, you need to be able to demonstrate that there's a physical possibility of existence after life. If you can't demonstrate that, then at least give a metaphysical argument. And if you can't give a metaphysical argument, you need to be able to give a logical argument.
So like,
Say Jill's week starts on Monday, and he gets 2 nights a week. However he uses those are up to him, but he's already hit 2 nights this week, so won't be seeing him again until Monday.
Man, you realize you're talking about both sides of your mouth. Now, you told me before that you don't believe in things before you have a good reason. Now you're sitting up there trying to tell us that you can believe something without a good reason. I know you. Do you realize what you're doing, man? You're talking on both sides of the fence.
You talking to me?
He said that he was
No, I'm talking to
agnostic
Nate.
towards stuff.
Oh, my fault.
Oh, Nave. Okay.
No, Nate told me before that he don't believe in things. I asked him because that's one of like first question I asked anybody. When is the best time to believe things? Before or after you have a good reason? And he told me after. And so I consider his thoughts. But now that he's saying the opposite, I don't really much care what he's saying anymore. Because it's just if you believe things for without good reason, that means I don't have no good reason to believe anything you say.
RP, why is there an egg on the screen?
Because it demonstrates the hierarchy of logical versus metaphysical versus physical possibility. So, like, say that it is logically possible that I could jump from the surface of the Earth to the moon. It doesn't mean that it is physically possible for me to jump from the surface of the Earth to the moon. And so you need to be able to demonstrate like the area between logical and physical possibility in order to make it like a valid argument.
Well,
okay.
My thing is, right, if I'm here, I'm stuck within this body. There's nothing that I could perceive outside of this body. I do see that within this body I sleep, right? I wake up, I need to sleep every 24 hours. You know, you need to get some sort of sleep. You dream sometimes. It's like we constantly undergoing a process from our first heartbeat to our last, even from when we're being conceived as a being in the first place, when all of our genetic materials coming together. There's clearly a unison that's going on. Like we're working in unison with the forces of nature. You know, that's apparent. It's abundant. I'm simply saying that there's the layers to this that, you know, I don't know. I look at us, I look at machines, I look at us, it's almost like we're carbon machines. And, you know, that's, I say that because just the way it works is like we got inner wiring and we call it veins, but it's like it's no different than any other type of system or circuit board that's transmitting signals and data through it. You know, it's like that's naturally are. We are that, right? So
Great.
we don't know what it is to be outside of that or what
Right,
goes in.
right. So you are stuck within the physical. Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
So you are stuck within the physical demonstration of your existence, which is level 1 of this graph. You can't even give an argument for a metaphysical demonstration outside of that physical subjective experience. Now, if you can rise to the occasion of a metaphysical argument outside of your subjective experience, then we can continue to entertain the idea of something outside of your physical existence.
And I was just going to make a real quick pedantic pithy point that I, as a bioscience nerd, hate the organisms to machine comparisons. I do not think that comparing organisms to a machine is a good comparison, actually. I think comparing them more to like a factory is a lot better. I think that they kind of are in a category on their own where you shouldn't compare them to other things. You should use the diagnostic criteria that we use for living things.
Right.
I think you can compare certain parts of it to machines, but I think when you start stretching that to be like they are machines, I think that's where the
and I have an argument for that. Like specifically, like just because a dog acts like a cat does not mean that it is a cat. So just because our bodies act like a machine does not mean that it is mechanical or actually a machine.
And I don't even accept that they act like a machine, right? Because a machine isn't going to have a broken gulo pseudogene in it, right? It's not going to have a broken thing that's meant to process vitamin C that the robot doesn't need the ability to do anymore. The machine doesn't need to process vitamin C. So whatever made the machine exist is just going to not do. It's not going to give it a broken thing for processing vitamin C. It's just going to give it nothing there because it doesn't need to do that. Like, you get what I mean? I just think
we are not machines, and computers are not made to work the way our brains do.
Yeah.
Machines were made to mimic physical actions that we perform. They were made so that we don't have to perform them anymore.
That's another reason I find the comparison.
Anything, machines are made to
I'm not
try to
saying
mimic
we're
us.
little machines. We're not
I
made of
will
metal.
rage against
I'm not
that.
saying that. I'm not saying that we're
Rage
made of
against
metal.
the biological machine.
Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
Guys, understand something. I'm not saying that we're made of metal, that we're fucking machines that way.
No, I get it.
No, but you said our brains are computers.
Jay, like, so one thing we've discovered in Origin of Life research is that metabolism is the substrate of all life, and there's a ton of good evidence to support that. One piece of evidence that supports it really well is that in certain instances where states of disequilibria exist in the universe, physiochemical turnstiles can develop that convert that disequilibrium into an equilibrium. So metabolism predates and is the substrate of all life, which is really, really good evidence that, it is life is just metabolism that has evolved over billions of years.
That's great. That's great to know. But what I'm saying is, that's still a big mystery because we know how it works, right? You could point to metabolism, and I'm pretty sure you know a lot about how it works.
I'm kind of just saying that it's a linguistic issue because even in that example, I use the word turnstile, but I'm not talking about like an actual like moving mechanical art. It's just a linguistic way to teach. Like, you could use a machine comparison to teach a kid about biology. But I think that's about where the utility of the comparison ends.
That's what I was doing, though. I was saying that we like basically like our veins or the wires. We process signals. We got components within us that have functions. Each have individual functions that together as a whole make our whole system function. You know what I'm saying? And it all needs to be working. And there's a system that processes and it sends signals, and we have a whole thing that where if you damage your foot, you'll feel it on your head or somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, because it's so, connected like that, your body. You know what I mean?
Right. Jay, can you define emergence?
Maybe not. Why don't you tell me?
Because these are emergent phenomenon. From simplistic systems, emergent, like they're emergent like phenomena. Yeah, they're emergent properties that are based on the many variables that are experienced by the system. And so like if our foot has a certain number of nerves that are activated, that will tell our brain that like we are experiencing pain or some sort of sensation down in that extremity. That is an emergent phenomena of the system because like we can individualize the different nerves being activated at some point because they reach some sort of threshold of activation.
Listen, when I think of emergence, I think of something emerging from something.
Right. The feeling of our foot like having sensation is emergent from the many nerve endings sending a signal to our brain. That is an emergent phenomena.
What I'm saying is, okay, I'm saying that the emergence of ourself, our ability to perceive self, the reason why.
What does it mean to emerge from the ability to perceive ourselves?
Listen, I'm saying
no. Define the phenomena you're trying to speak on. You said that like there is an emergence from our ability to perceive ourselves. What is that phenomena like, and what is it emerging from?
The brain. It's emerging from the brain. I feel like the brain is
emerging from the brain.
like
What? Because
like
a single point does not make an emergence. An emergence is an amalgamation of qualia. Just like the example I gave, there are several nerve endings that like have met a certain threshold, and they are sending a signal. Those several nerve endings sending that signal is emerging into the phenomena that is telling our brain that our foot is feeling something. So, like a single experience, it is not emergent. It could be translative, but a translative experience is not an emergent experience.
Talking over me and like making it so I can't.
No, Jay, I am simply explaining the phenomena that you fail to understand.
That's cool, but
now please explicate how a single phenomena becomes an emergent property.
How you walking me down now when I get to finally respond, I gotta answer your question to get cut off again. You get what I'm saying? That's what I don't want to do. I just want to talk. Can we do that?
No, because when you talk, you're not talking on something that you have any expertise on.
It's not okay. Fine. So then we don't have to talk about it. That's fine.
Okay, then don't talk about it.
Well, listen, I could talk about whatever I want. If you don't want me to, that's fine. But that's cool. But I could say whatever I want to say.
You can say whatever you want to say. It doesn't make you correct.
Okay, fine. So
I am simply calling out the fact that you're not correct and explicating this phenomena.
There's a lot of things that a lot of people not correct on. Like we still figuring it out. I'm still figuring it out.
Then give the reason why you're correct on this phenomena.
Listen, I'm saying that I have reason that I feel is good enough to believe that there's something more. You don't accept that reasoning, you don't want to hear that reasoning, that's fine. You want to walk me down yes or no avenues and questions, that's fine. I'm telling you that I got reasons that are good enough for me, that I feel comfortable with me personally.
Just because they're good enough for you doesn't mean they're good enough for the public.
That's fine.
Okay, you might not be properly educated in order to pass the threshold of truth. What is good enough for you versus what is good enough to actually adopt as a reasonable position.
I don't think any of us are scientists or physicists. You understand what I'm saying?
I am a physicist.
I work in the field of computational biology, and I'm studying to get a biology degree, and I sometimes teach beginner biology, so I think I qualify like 3 out of the 4 criteria that I would consider demark somebody as a scientist. So I consider myself a scientist, just a really low tier one.
Okay, but no, that's good to know, because I don't know this. Like you telling me this now. All right, so you saying RP, like, what's your? You a physicist, right? That's what you said. So like, break that down.
Yes, I have training as an electrical engineer under many physical frameworks, up to quantum field theory.
So like, you guys like your doctorate, bachelor's, and all that for that.
I have a bachelor's.
All right, so that's good. I mean, but that's the 4 year, the 12 year. Which one? That's not the 12 year, right? That's the.
Do you not know what a bachelor's is?
No, he doesn't. But it's
okay. Holy fuck!
It's okay. Not everybody knows.
I'm not a college guy. I skipped all that.
I just have an associate in electronic engineering, so
I'm in the school of the streets, man. I'm in the school of the streets, champ. You know what I'm saying? I graduated from that.
Yeah, not everybody
has to be 4 years.
to be smart.
Me too. I graduated School of Hard Knocks, but I went to college.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be an academic superiorist, but like that feels like trivial knowledge to me.
No, listen.
Unfortunately, it's not.
So it's not like I'm alien.
And that's just a perspective issue on my part, and I apologize for that.
No, listen. That's fine. Listen, what I'm trying to explain to you is I don't take it no way because I don't.
Yeah, we all make mistakes, but it's a good maxim to remember to try not to attribute to malice what can be attributed to just human error.
I don't take it personal. RP's my guy. Don't worry about it. What I'm telling you is I got college graduates in my family, so I got people that got all these certificates and all that. I just don't pay attention to it. Like maybe I do need to go to college or something like that. But
and rates vary. Like for somebody who takes a lighter course load for semesters, it'll take them longer.
I just forgot which one was the 12 year.
Like I started out getting my associates because I was engaging with different medical outcomes than the typical healthy student. But I eventually went on to gain my bachelor's,
which is like a 2 and a 4 year respectively, right?
Right.
Yeah, associates, bachelor's, but also you have to be unmarried if you're getting your 4-year degree.
I had a feeling like I would have got it right, but I'd rather just ask. But it's all good. Like I'm telling you, I got college graduates in my family like that. Achieve all types of different levels, but I don't pay attention to that. So it's not like something I got ready to fight. You get what I'm saying? But I know I've heard of it. I've heard the ranks and all that. One day, who knows? Before
let's just do a quick litmus test. Jay, when I say F equals MA, can you identify the 3 variables in this equation?
Goodness gracious, you trying to quiz me now, man? Like, what
yes, because this is freshman in high school
this is a really
level physics.
One, yeah.
I think I can. I want to hear Jay Money first.
I can for sure say that because my first associates was in physics.
So Jay, I'll even accept 2 of the 3.
No, but what I'm saying is,
can you identify 1 of the 3?
So
these are Newtonian mechanics, aka classical physics. This isn't even integrating any sort of calculus into the equation.
Somebody who never took a physics course. This question. You know what I mean?
So if you've never taken a physics course, how can you have any sort of authority to speak on the topic?
An authority on anything.
So then why have any opinion on it at all, Jay?
Because I have a fucking brain up in the
No,
mind.
you have no reason. You have no reason to give any sort of explication on the issue.
Listen, I could say what I want to say.
Jay, just take a random stab in the dark. F equals MA.
Philozoan, mammalian, and animalian.
Let's let Jay have the floor for F equals MA.
That's probably mass. I know the M is probably mass.
Yeah, you got one.
Good.
Yeah. I could get this, but you trying to quiz me, and I don't feel like doing this. But I'm smoking. You blowing my high, literally, like in real time. Like you are.
Your
like,
harshness vibe, man.
Fucking A, RP, come on.
That's what I'm saying. So I could think about this and brainstorm it, but I'd rather just preserve my.
Think about the pedal located to the right of the brake.
No, yeah, you see, I knew it was some shit like what McTom just said. You get what I'm saying? Like, I got you, McTom. Like, it's like E equals MC squared, energy, mass, all that. I get it.
No, you don't get it. Like you're tangentially familiar with it from pop culture, but you don't know the application of the actual equation. Yet you are equating your tangential relation in pop knowledge to actual application in the physical field.
I gotta weigh in here and say I agree 100% with RP here.
That's all right. That's fine, but at the end of the day, just the engagement alone is blowing my high, bro. Like I'm trying to enjoy this.
Well,
like,
listen, he's making a surprisingly germane point because a large number of
Austin, please, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Did I not give him a perfectly good hint?
You did. What's next to the break? That should have been perfect.
I mean, I would immediately think gas. I would immediately think gas, so I wouldn't immediately get it, but I would probably understand it immediately
but
after.
You could reason it out from there. You know?
After that next guess, I probably got it.
You guys just gotta understand that nothing you say is gonna do nothing to quell the curiousness I got in my mind when I close my eyes. When I die, when I'm gonna have my questions answered, y'all not gonna be there.
Curiosity.
You're not gonna know that. So at the end of the day, that's
Curiosity
fine with
does
me.
not necessarily equate to truth affirming paths.
That's
Like
listen. That's
intuition can lead you to falsehoods. That's
fine.
why we.
It also leads you to truths. Like intuitions is how we figured out
No,
certain things.
no. You can have a false intuition. Like you can feel like your partner is cheating on you. It doesn't necessarily mean that he or she or they or whatever other pronoun they use is actually cheating on you. It's just simply a gut feeling at that point.
Or it could be true. You see what I'm saying? So there's always
But
that.
it could be false, and that's my entire
It could be
point. It
false.
is not
My
essentially
entire
truth
point is that it
affirming,
could
and it
be
is
true
not
or false.
100% truth affirming. It
So
is
if you
not
investigate
a
it,
reliable
so
pathway
if you
to truth.
investigate,
Only reliable pathways to truth should be used in order to follow that progression to the truth.
and you don't think that following science to where it currently stands, literally next month they're going to launch
You're
that.
not even following science, Jay, because you don't understand the science.
I'm telling you that I get the brain studies. They say that shuts off.
You don't get the brain studies
They
because you
say
haven't
this.
taken the fucking
You
classes.
don't even stop talking for a second. So how you gonna know what I fucking know?
I know because you haven't taken these
You
classes,
ain't even
Dut.
give me a chance to get through one line. Like this is what I'm saying. You're blowing my high, my boy. Like let me just
Yeah, because being high doesn't give you access to a higher truth, man.
That's fine.
I understand this because I've been high for so long. I don't get high that much anymore because it's a good
I don't know
feeling, but it
what's
doesn't give
going
you any more access to the truth.
I don't
No,
know what
Arp is
is
just a wet
on
blanket.
you today. You know what I'm saying? But I'm listen, I'm chilling. If you want to talk, we can talk. All this extra, come
We're
on.
talking right now, buddy.
Turn it down. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like what's the reason? Like at the end of the day,
The reason is you have no reason. You're
I'm
speaking
not
out of
telling
your
you
ass right now.
I can yell at you too. Listen, I can yell at you too, but I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? I'm chilling. Like relax. That's all I'm saying. We can talk and get wherever
My
we gonna
dude,
get.
give demonstration of the things that you're trying to assert.
Jay, do you accept that irrational concepts of God exist?
Of course, irrational concepts of God
Do you
exist.
remain curious about those, or are you like, no, that's fucking irrational. I don't need to. That's a perfectly curious stance. That it's irrational and therefore probably not true.
I mean, listen, I don't roll with it. If that's what that person wants to die with, that's on them.
Right. Like, so if I say God is farble, garble, narble, garble, you don't need to be curious about that. You can be like, that's nonsense. That doesn't even mean anything. And I just don't need to stay curious in this case.
I follow with my mind.
Rationality,
my mind.
rationality dictates that if I stay curious about that, like it could be a possibility that I'm actually being way too solipsistic.
What I'm saying is I'm not worried about anyone else's concepts of God. Like whatever they think is on them. I'm worried about what I think, with what is going on in my head. So that's God to me, not what they call God.
That's incredibly narcissistic.
Well, maybe this panel isn't the place for you if your priority is protecting your high.
I mean, it's not. Hey, Gretchen, listen, it is what it is. You could tell me whatever you want to tell me, man. Direct, loud and clear, man. No dibbling dabbling, no sidestepping.
I just kind of
I don't mind that you're high, J Money, for what it's worth.
I'm not
kinda
saying
think
that I
you
value.
accepting that there are irrational notions of God eliminates the curiosity argument.
I'm saying that
for the same reason that I'm not curious enough to wear garlands of garlic around and eat nothing but garlic and rub garlic on my skin and be known as that weird garlicky freak.
I'm not doing that.
Just in case vampires are real.
Hey,
Like,
hey
I wanna
really
be curious
quick.
about that. Does that make
Hey,
sense?
Hey, one sec. Jack, are you on Discord?
Yeah, what's up?
Can you add me? ARPY period.
Yeah, I don't condone the use of illegal substances, by the way.
That's fine.
Just putting that out there.
no, that's fine. I just wanna connect with you further because like I enjoy your presence.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
no
me
problem.
too, man. Me too, Jack. You like always the calm one on the thing with a lot of reason for the things you
Yeah,
say. But
awesome.
can
I
I
appreciate it,
so
guys. Yeah, I'm in the Discord under Espresso Jack, the one with the S instead of the X.
I'm gonna put
On
my my
async.
Discord in the
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I
I'll
put
send you a request.
I put my
Sweet.
Discord ID in the chat. So if anybody want to contact me on Discord, here you go.
You said Espresso Jack. I don't see you.
Yeah. I'm in the online under the Async Network Discord.
Oh, online. Let me double check
Yeah.
that. There you go. Okay, my bad.
All good.
Sent.
And
Sweet.
just to be completely clear, RP, for my edification, the pronouns are always and completely they, them, no he, him, she, her, they, them, always.
You can call me a dude. Like I'll sometimes like accept bro, but like it. Like my experience is like I don't experience gender dysphoria. I only experience gender euphoria. So when you affirm my non-binary gender, I experience happiness. But if you call me he him, like it doesn't really do much to me. Like it doesn't really negatively affect me psychologically.
Okay, but like, I do my best, honestly, anyway. And
I appreciate it.
I do know, like,
I do too. I haven't gotten it right though.
I know.
Yeah,
like,
no, and I don't make too much of a stink on it on the panel, just because like I understand that people are trying to do their best here, but I see that this Springfield individual is like posting like weird fucking shit in the Discord, so I'm gonna go ahead and ban them.
Yeah.
Thank
I know,
you.
like, for
Springfield.
non-binary people
I was just
now,
about to ask about
RP,
that.
you're like the fourth, and two of the non-binary people I know were both assigned male at birth, and they both have no problem going by he, him, or she, her. And then the other one was assigned female at birth, and they have no problem going by he, him, or she, her either.
Which
So it's like
chat are
so
they in?
confusing. So,
The
but
general. I just deleted their shit. But yeah, I'm AMAB. I was assigned male at birth, obviously because of my lower
Okay.
voice register.
Maybe
But
give me a chance to like chime in on that in future, please.
it was Bukaki, Mr. Beast post a bunch of like cocks over Mr. Beast's head.
And then also a guy pointing a gun at a kid's head.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, never
on that,
mind.
Gretchen?
Never. No, I don't. You're
yeah.
sick.
I will give you the chance to chime in if there's like any sort of nuance, but like there was 0% of nuance
Feel
on
free
that.
to feel free to
when
try
I
to
get finished,
steel
can
man
I
that
ask that money a
position.
question? When I get finished with this, I want to ask that money a question. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, J Money. I put my Discord ID in the chat. If it's still on the page, you can find it. I want to send you a video about people who believe things without good reason, how it kept them from finding deeper truth. Like, for instance, Isaac Newton, one of the most smartest people ever, because he believed in God was objective and absolute. He couldn't find the dynamic relativity of space-time. And I want you to watch that video and see how it stymied him and kept us 400 years behind. I believe Newton was smart enough to figure it out. And I think that sometimes believing things without good reason can keep you from finding deeper truth.
McTime, pre or post Apple? Because I feel like that would have a difference.
I mean, it's got to be. I'm talking about the culmination of his whole life. He never found
I'm just
Einstein
making a joke.
relativity.
He
All right, I got
was
it.
making a joke.
It went over my head, people. But
like I feel like he would be maybe a little bit less smart after getting hit in the head by an apple, you know.
But I mean, because he Leibniz was his competition. Leibniz also came up with calculus too, and he used his power as the head of the Royal Society to silence Leibniz. And Leibniz was kind of getting to where we're at right now with the Einstein relativity. He wasn't there yet, and he could have went anywhere anyway.
Didn't he fuck it up though?
Who, Leibniz?
Yeah, and Newton had to like come out and correct the record.
That's kind of what they might say when on Newton's side of the fence, because Newton was the head of the England Royal Society, and he used his power and prestige to silence Leibniz, like kind of like when what's his name Joe Budden went up against LL Cool J. I mean, Joe Budden had the rhymes, but he just didn't have the money and power like LL. And LL got everybody to just not listen to him. And that's what happens when that's what possibility can happen when you believe things for no good reason. It'll blind you from the truth that's right in front of your face. So please contact me on Discord, and I will try to find that because it's an old episode of PBS Space Time, and I gotta find it. And I'll find it when I find it. It's only like 20 minutes long, and I'll send it to you. I hope you watch it, man.
Hey, McTime, you know how the guy in PBS Space Time like puts his thumbs together and his pointer fingers together in like a triangle formation, like all the time on screen?
Come on, Matthew McDowell.
Are you talking about his ninjutsu?
Well, like he's always like making a triangle formation with like his two hands.
Yeah, I noticed
like,
that. Yeah, I noticed
yeah,
that.
my partner like fucking like finds that super annoying for some reason. Whenever I'm watching a PBS Space Time, she's like, "He's making the triangle. Make him stop." I'm like, "Why?" It's just how he has his hands.
Jay, I think I may have asked you this question.
There's a
before.
band that does that symbol, and they say, "Show us your pussies."
But if I had,
everybody in the crowd does that.
I want to
She
ask
said it, not
again,
me.
because maybe you've developed
Maybe
more
that's
in
why
your
she doesn't
journey.
like it.
Probably.
Maybe you've developed more in your journey. Can I ask Jay? Can you do me a favor, like a thought experiment, and like?
No, you're not allowed.
Well, Jay's usually down for anything, so I'm assuming the answer is just yes, and I'm going to go ahead and pose the thought experiment right now. Jay, can you imagine a world in which you're now an atheist, like whether you want that to be an agnostic atheist or a Gnostic atheist or whatever that position is, and then tell me the story of how Jay Money became Jay Money to that atheist?
I can't, man. Honestly, like it would take for me to come to amends with certain notions that I just don't hold.
Man, that's wild to me. Because if you'd asked me that when I was a believer, I would have been like, if I find out that reality is in profound, distressing conflict with the Bible, I'm going to probably stop believing in the Christian God. And then, like, if I find out that reality is in profound, distressing conflict with every scripture out there, I'm probably just going to stop believing in the concept of gods in general. And then I went out and I found all that shit. And that's how I ended up being a complete and total non-believer.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind that J Money doesn't even think that it's possible to be an agnostic atheist.
I mean, listen,
He thinks he thinks the two are counterintuitive.
I think it's a good question because if you can answer it, it helps you find biases in your thinking, and I think not being able to answer it reveals a bias in your thinking.
Yes, well, Kelly, I think Tank ran away from you.
The reason why I can't, right, because I have to now.
Nah, there he is.
Imagine something that I just can't see. Like to me,
the second I say something, I'm such an asshole.
I think
I'm such a dumb fuck.
The cognitive distortion that would be revealing there is like incredulity or cognitive rigidity, or but I like I said, I just think it's a good question for revealing biases in your thinking. Ask yourself to tell yourself the story of how your view changed, and you might see some of the areas where your thinking is a little weak. Just trying to tell yourself the story.
Ultimately, my criteria to really know for sure, you know what it is. I say it every single time. I don't even gotta say it no more. You know what I'm saying? You know what that is, and I'm in no rush to find that out. I always say
what? I couldn't understand that. I like what
Death,
did you say?
Death is the criteria, and
Oh,
I'm,
depth.
I'm in no rush to figure that
No,
out, find it out. What I'm trying to explain to you is that how do I
Kelly,
get
Tank
that
is
answer?
not Maverick. Tank is Dave.
How do I get that answer from this perspective, Austin? Because that's what would do it for me. That's if I could get that answer, then I won't be a theist. I would be like, okay, it's all bullshit.
There you
So
go.
wait,
That's a good
how do
answer,
you
Austin,
see
for you, Austin.
either side of death?
Huh?
How do you determine
How
what
do I
is
see
on
it?
either side of death?
Well, I mean, I know I'm here now. I know I wasn't here before, so I know my life initiated at some point in time, like the sequence
What
that
was it
became.
like before you were
Okay.
born?
So if you know that your life initiated at some point, how do you know it doesn't terminate at some point?
I'm not saying that it doesn't terminate. I'm saying that maybe it
Well,
came from.
no. Your
No,
inference of
listen.
initiation
See,
necessitates a point of termination.
I'm trying to finish the thought. Can I do that? I'm saying that maybe.
Please go ahead.
Goodness gracious! All right, thank you for reiterating the permission to finish my freaking thought while I'm
We
finishing.
can skip the
All
meta.
right.
Go ahead.
But you keep. Yeah, that's crazy. All right. See, I'm trying
You're
to now.
welcome, J Money.
Now I'm trying to get my thought back because you keep doing this. But what the fuck was I gonna say?
Meta.
It ain't meta. I'm telling you, it ain't meta, man. Like I gotta fucking sit here and dialogue and try to whatever, man. Like,
Yeah, that's
listen,
meta.
it slipped my brain. What do you want me to do? Like it slipped my brain. Like he fucking.
Hold on. RB, what was the question again?
Listen.
Maybe that'll jog your memory.
Okay. I'll answer Jack's intercession. Jay is implying a point of initiation. Therefore, there should be a point of termination unless Jay doesn't want to follow a consistent epistemological framework in this point that, like, there should be a beginning and then therefore an end.
Unless it's kind of like
It
a race
just
situation,
came
right?
back to me. Can I get it now? It just came
Yeah.
back to me.
Yeah, go
Basically,
ahead.
look. So basically, I'm supposing, right? And I know that I may not have proof or whatever is valid for you, but I'm just supposing that there's something in us that has done this before that will do it again. That we are not the carbon that embodies us. That we are not actually who we are when we die.
Oh, okay, imagine your viewpoint on that has changed. Can you tell me the story of how that happened? How you finally go, okay, yeah, we can just be carbon. This can all just be emergent.
That's the thing. Like, you asking me to like literally role play.
Austin is asking you to give a reason why we should assume that we aren't just initiating from this point.
Oh, just why we aren't just carbon. You're basically saying, give you a reason why we aren't just carbon. Okay, I understand.
Why we are repeating carbon.
Basically, that's the system that I think that was put into play by whatever it is I credit to be the creator. You know, or
You're
God.
just presupposing it. Okay.
No, listen, that's all we could do because there's no scientific data on it.
No,
So,
that's not all we can do. You are simply just trying.
No, listen. Let me just get through this, right? I wake up, right? I'm here, right? And I know that one day I won't be here. So this is where I'm working from. I'm working from the present, right? And what I am and what we are, right? And I understand that one day we're not going to be that. And one day we wasn't that. Like we emerged from a process. So what I'm saying is that there's probably a deeper process in which
That right there. There is probably a deeper process. What is your reason to assert that?
Because we are an instantiation of life, and I feel like
No. You have experienced a point of existence onward, not a point of existence backwards.
Think about
you
it
were
like
trying to infer a point of existence backwards from simply a point of existence that started and instantiated forward. you need to have some sort of you need to have some sort of reason to point backwards. What is the reason to
You're
point
asking me questions and you
backwards?
talking over me. Well, I'm trying to tell you, think about beings out
No,
there.
I'm
Think
giving
about
you
bodies.
what
Think
we
about,
need
I'm trying to
to
finish the
in
statement
order
and I
to
can't. You
infer
guys are
what
hearing this,
you are
right?
trying
You
to
guys are hearing this, right?
assert.
Like I can't even finish my
Yeah,
thought. I'm
I'm
literally
hearing
trying
you,
to
J
say
Money.
something. This is crazy. Like, all right, go ahead. I'm not gonna answer that question.
No, Jay,
You talking over me.
Espresso Jack, please go ahead and steel man J Money's position.
No, it's not still,
And
man. You
I
talking over me. I
no
can't
no
get my position out. I'm gonna make the
hold
point.
on. I'm trying to give you someone
No,
who
you're
will
not
be able
giving
to
me nothing.
cooperate
Nah, you're
and
not giving me
help your
nothing. You being
position.
mad testy,
Okay?
man.
No,
Testy.
Jay,
I don't know what's up with you today.
I am granting the access
Yeah, it's
to a
cool.
cooperative partner,
I don't
and
know
I
what's
will
up.
go ahead and mute the
It's not a
fuck up
cooperative.
as long as they are able to steelman your position. So as soon as my sentence ends in this current sentence, I will mute the fuck up right now.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay.
So
J
how about the
Money.
Knicks?
Nixon 5. No, I'm kidding. But
Nixon 5, baby. Nixon 5.
But yeah, I just wanted to I guess I'm trying to understand it better so I don't have an actual steel man for it.
Don't
But
bother.
I understand what Jay was saying about how you were trying to explain something because I think there is a disconnect, right? So like I think that there are assumptions being made about each position, and then we're reacting based off of those assumptions when we should be asking questions about the position instead. So like, and this is on both sides. Like for RP, I think it would be worth it to even just like let him finish, even though you're trying to point out the flaw in reasoning. I understand wanting to do that, but like you don't get the meat of the substance whenever you're trying to get that kind of information. Like sorry, I'm having such a terrible time with words, and I apologize for everybody listening.
No, you
But
good.
do you know what I'm saying? Like you can come to the correct answer without doing the math correctly. Like, you know what I'm saying?
It is immoral always, anywhere, and by anybody to believe things on insufficient evidence. So even if you come to the right answer, having done the wrong calculus, I think you're still technically violating epistemic hygiene and moral axiology.
I wasn't trying to get about the morals of it. I was just trying to get about the information being correct or not. This was not like
Yeah,
nothing
but
to do
I
with
think it's a
moral.
germane point.
But yeah, so that's what I was gonna interrupt to say. That's why I said I hear you, because like I hear that, you know, Jay was trying to explain something, and even though his epistemology may be flawed, I think it's important to get the actual answer to the question before like attacking the epistemological standard.
Okay, I'm just explaining why, if I were grading this debate as a debate judge, I'd be giving lots of points to RP and not very many points to Jay. No offense.
Well,
that's fine.
This is not a debate. I never
Well,
said
hold on. I want to follow Jack's. I want to follow Jack's point of discussion. So, what is the question that needs to be answered over the epistemological train of thought?
So the question you were trying to figure out how you could rationalize an afterlife. From what I could gather, it was a little bit hard to track.
Right, and I'll go ahead and give the analogy that I love to give in this instance. Okay, so imagine we have 3 jars. The first jar is full of gumballs. These gumballs are tangible, they're reachable, they're visible. You can reach in, grab a fistful, put them in your mouth, and blow a big old bubblegum ball or bubble and pop it. Like Hubba Bubba, fucking whatever. Now, the next jar is full of intangible, invisible, uninteractable gumballs. You reach your hand in, you can't pull anything
I
out.
reject jar 1 because Hubba Bubba does not make gumballs.
Yeah, your epistemological standard is flawed, so we can't continue on with this.
Okay. Let's go.
That was my point of my whole speech.
Let's go with double bubble. Okay, can you accept double bubble? Maybe Trident. Okay,
they're just generic store brand gumballs. About that.
Okay, anyways, jar number 2 is full of intangible, uninteractable, invisible gumballs. You reach your hand in, you can't grab anything out, but there are gumballs in there that you simply cannot interact with. Okay, it's full to the brim, but you have no way of identifying as such. And then the last jar is completely empty. There are no gumballs in any capacity. There's nothing that's invisible. There's nothing that's intangible. Like, it's just complete empty space. Now, how do you determine the difference between the intangible jar versus the empty jar?
McTime, I do feel like I got a reason to believe. Like, what do you mean? Like, I said that I don't think you feel like that's a good reason. Like, I just read.
Well, answer the hypothetical, Jay. Well,
I've heard the hypothetical.
Humor him for a second.
No, I heard that before.
Or sorry, them. I'm so sorry, RP.
You're good. I'll be on your ass like all the time, but understand that like it's not under malice. It's just under like conditioning.
I usually try to stick to RP just because
that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, like I feel like I do got reasons, but they probably not gonna be good to you, and they probably not. They don't hold up.
Give the reasons. We'll determine whether they're good or not.
Well, I did. That's why I'm responding to McTime.
No, you didn't. You said that you have the reasons. You haven't asserted the reasons.
I've said things like our physical makeup, the fact that we emerged and we don't know why. We know how we work. We don't know why we have.
Do you understand what intangible means?
Listen, I'm telling you.
I'm asking for a symmetry breaker between the intangible gumball jar and the empty gumball jar.
To McTime, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
No, McTime has nothing to do with this. McTime was introduced to the panel after my hypothetical.
I hear you, but he made a comment in the chat, and I was responding to that. That's it. We can get back to your example.
Forget McTime's comment. Respond to my hypothetical.
Listen, I'm going to respond to what I see. If I see something I want to respond to in the chat, I'm going to do that, dude. Like, what's wrong with you, man?
I'm sorry that you have attention issues, but I issued the hypothetical before McTime did.
Hold on.
Hey, come on now. Y'all are friends. Calm it down a little bit.
I'll back off. Let you guys moderate. I'm gonna mute up for the next 2 minutes.
You can stay talking. Don't worry about it. Like, you ain't gotta continue this, man.
To be fair, it's kind of rude to. It's kind of rude to engage with the chat via the stream whenever we're having a conversation.
We know J Money likes to hit the blunt and hit the bong, and he meanders a little bit.
Cat, calm the fuck down. I was just kidding about the Hubba Bubba thing. I just decided to give RP shit for no reason.
I feel like I got reason. I just know that they're not gonna hold.
Really can't do anything about it.
But it's fair, RP, to bring him back to the point, and let's bring it back to the point.
No, listen,
See,
I'm good with this, too, man. I'm good with this. This is crazy.
Well, I was
Like,
gonna
yeah,
tell you why
yeah.
I do that, J Money, because like when everybody up here on the board on the panel talking and stuff, I type the questions down I want to ask, so that way when I get a chance to ask them, I won't forget them. Because hey, it's unfair. This is unfair. I really they do it to me too. They talk over me and then cut me off and don't let me finish my thoughts. But so I found out that the best way to do it is to write it down, and then whenever you get a chance to go back to that thought that you had. Because I know how I go. When you get the mic, you forgot everything you wanted to say. So just
Exactly.
roll
And
with the
that's what
punches,
I'm saying.
man.
I just said it in real time. You know, I
But
saw the
look, but
comment.
one more.
I said it in real time. My fault. Go ahead. Go ahead.
One more thing. Just keep in mind that what you're doing right here is far more than any other guys and keyboard warriors in the chat that got all these so-called get like me positions, but never provide
100%.
anything. So you have a better chance, even though I don't really agree with you. You have a better chance to convince me because you talk to me, man. You talk to me and you got an argument.
Facts.
So
I try to be open-minded. I take what you say to me, but I don't respond well to a combative monologue. You know what I'm saying? Because I get ignorant. Like I come from like certain shit. Like once the energy goes a certain way, I tend to try to match it, and then it's like, yo, I don't want to do this with you.
Hey, when it comes
to
I got you, J Money, but check me out though, man. When it comes to RP, you gotta remember. Now, I'm saying it at the risk. He might get pissed off at me, but you gotta remember. The man said well, they said that they is artistic. So you gotta keep in mind that they got an artistic type of stance about the truth and passionate about their belief, and they're gonna come at you without no feeling. Kind of like you ever watch Star Trek, kind of like Data type of shit.
That's fine, and we learn each other.
And you got to
like
keep
that.
in mind, it's not really coming from a spirit. But I know we can't affect your perception of things. But it's not when I hear, because they does it to me too. And I'm so glad they are gracious for me fucking up like I always do, saying their name. But they is not coming at you from a spirit of contention. It's really they got an artistic stickler about getting things said right and done right. It's kind of, so you got to keep that in mind.
I have a question, J Money. I think it brings it back to the point of the stream pretty well, if you're willing to entertain it.
For sure.
In the scenario where I am the garlic freak who eats garlic and wears garlic everywhere, and it turns out that vampires are real, was it morally right for me to be the garlic freak and alienate all my friends and family with my stinky garlic skin and breath and all that stuff? Or was it still wrong because I didn't have sufficient evidence to support it and I just happened to be right by circumstance? Because I would say yes.
I mean, honestly, if you want my true answer, and I know you're gonna consider it like some bullshit, but this is how I really truly feel. I feel like everybody should have the right to be who they want to be, how they want to be, because they're gonna die alone. You're not dying with. So if that's what he want to present, then that's his life to present it. I don't have to believe him. This is when it comes to people using their own mind.
That's a very honest answer, but then I don't think your worldview is as protected from doxastic closure as you think it is.
Well, the thing is this. Look, I don't listen to nobody for my concepts. I literally close my eyes. I look within, and I work from there. Work from anomalies.
You're just describing textbook doxastic closure.
Well, okay. If it's doxastic, and it's my dogma that I'm following.
Do you want me to disambiguate that term for you? Are you familiar with it?
Please do.
I'm not familiar with it either.
Okay. So doxastic closure is a philosophical term that describes a state of mind where you're just sealed off, impervious to all disconfirming evidence through some combination of confirmation bias and cognitive distortions. And it seems like, you have a bit of cognitive rigidity here. And I think...
Okay, well...
So just not able to change your position on a topic? Is that what
my thing is this, Austin, check it out. My thing is this. I do have a criteria. If I could get a scope into mind or lack thereof of a person who passed, like somehow be able to like experience it and then come back from it and like know what real death is going to be like, because I actually experienced it and I came back from it, like that would answer everything. Like that would make me tell you right now, this was all bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like you already know this was all bullshit and I don't give a fuck. I'm about to go eat all the mushrooms I can find, you know what I'm saying? And enjoy this shit before I hit the ground. You know what I'm saying? But the point is, you know, I don't got that answer, and I'm probably never gonna get that answer until it's time to go. Right? And that right there will answer it for me. But that's the one impossible answer. I can't get that answer. You see what I'm saying? So I'm always gonna be left with the question. Yeah, but what if when we go, you know,
But
we don't have reason.
what if vampires are real? Get all that garlic. You like
what if vampires
you don't have sufficient evidence to believe that the vampires are real. And you're gonna alienate all your friends and family, but do it anyways, and then you happen to turn out right. You're still not morally right. You're still doing something morally wrong, and that's a point I'm stuck on. And I think we might have to agree to disagree on.
That's cool. That's cool. Here's the difference, though, right? Unlike with vampires, you're not forced to one day encounter a vampire. You know what I'm saying? So you could be like, man, that's crazy. I'm gonna write that off. One day, though, inevitably for all of us, we all have to die. We all have to experience that. So
yeah,
the
I don't think there's sufficient evidence to believe that there's a God or there's anything afterwards.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that the reason why that makes sense to me is because if this was a system set in play, it would make sense to me that something of a mind, some sort of a mind somehow, this was put into place somehow. Like
teleological panpsychism. Yeah. I mean, I've heard a lot. I don't think it's a very good argument.
God could be something that also emerged. Remember, all of this is
just. You think God is sadistic or cruel, indifferent, bizarre, etc., a trickster?
No, what I'm saying is life just happens. Life has look. Would it be? Imagine if we all are just instances of life that could instantiate again. Imagine you are not you, Austin, but there's something in you that embodied through you now, through your physical flesh, through the process of the womb and all of that. It somehow connected some way out there. It connected through the womb of your mom's, you know what I'm saying? And it connected to you, right?
Are you talking about reincarnation?
So just assume some version of dualism?
No, but then it dies with you, right? But then the whole time it was never you. It was in you when you were still a baby in the womb with no identity, with no sense of self. It was still in you, that very same thing that's going to leave you when you die. That very spark of life that I'm saying, you know, is in all of us, is in all of life, not all of us.
You're going further than just assuming
all of life.
You're just assuming animism.
I'm saying that all of life has something in it that makes it alive, that gives it that sense of self, that gives it the consciousness. That's what they call the hard problem of consciousness.
So here's the thing: is life biologically is actually really hard to define. Yeah. And every way you try to define it, there's going to be a bunch of things that are in a weird gray area.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think Zap Rousdowner said it perfectly in chat. Life finds a way.
Yeah. Everybody's got to do their Jeff Goldblum impression. I'm
sexiest man alive.
Life
finds a way. Listen, I'm not against nobody's notions. Believe what you want. There's enough room in this world for everybody. You hear me? As long as you don't step on my toes, as long as you ain't shorting me, you ain't giving me.
You know what? It's crazy. You probably don't expect this, but I'm gonna hard disagree here and say that again. I think it's always immoral for anybody, anywhere, to believe things on insufficient evidence. I'm just
here's the thing, Austin, check it out, right? My opinions, right? I don't treat them as facts. I tell you that my opinion.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that.
So like that's one distinction that needs to be made, because you know, if you tell me factually, what can
Right.
I prove?
Like, yeah, no, like I think it's immoral to even believe things on insufficient evidence, let alone try and convince other people of those
Listen,
things.
I'm not
when you
trying to
don't have
convince.
sufficient
Listen,
evidence.
I'm not trying to convince
No.
nobody.
Okay,
You
that's
hear me?
fair.
Anybody who's listening to me, do not believe me. There's a reason why my ideas are unique and they come directly from me. From me. You
No,
understand?
let's go with that. Let's go with that.
In a
Jay,
conventional
no,
debate
hold on,
where
hold on, hold on, hold on,
let me
hold
believe what I
on,
believe.
hold on, Jay. You just said do not believe me. So from
No, he
that
said people who
point,
hear me don't believe me.
Yeah, people listen.
okay, Jack.
Believe
No,
what you want.
hold on, Jack. Can you explicate
Believe what you
like
want.
beyond that point what that is supposed to
That's
mean?
why I was saying. That's why I
I'm
was
saying
saying that's a
believe
bold
what you want.
statement. Like people just don't believe anything that I say.
No, I'm saying, listen, believe what you want. Use your mind, come to your own conclusion.
No. Jack understood that point. Jack, can you explicate that point to the
So you
left
gonna
and to
freeze
the
something I
right?
said. You gonna freeze something I said. I'll give you the proper
No,
context. You
no,
do that.
Jay,
No. It's the way you said it
Jay.
first.
No,
It's the way
Jay,
you said it
listen.
first.
Jay, listen. Like, I am to the left of the point and you're to the right of the point. And Jack seems to be in the middle of the point. So I am trying to have
No.
some sort of like
I understand what he mean. What he
Yeah.
meant. He didn't actually mean people don't like believe anything that I say, but the words that he used seem to implicate that. But no, what he was trying to make the position of was that my thoughts are my own and people can't understand it from my perspective. Therefore, they don't like believe what exactly as I believe. You know what I mean? But like to Arpy's point, like like saying that people can't believe anything that you
I'm saying don't believe.
believe is
You want to believe.
not correct.
I worded it wrong. Look, I worded it wrong. All right, fine.
Right.
All right, fine. I'll grant you that. But the point was, and I clarified this, that don't believe what I believe. Like, never do that. Always look into it and come to your conclusion and get nine times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, whatever, you're probably not going to come to the same conclusions I'm coming to because my opinion evolves as time goes too. Like we learning new shit. We sending out that new telescope in
Yeah,
2
but
months from
Jay,
now.
it's like I was saying
I wanna-
earlier, you can come to the same conclusions or even different conclusions, one may be more correct than the other, without doing the steps to get there the same.
What I'm saying
Or
is
even correctly. Like you can
why
come to the right answer without or the same answer without doing the same steps.
why am I unable to have my own personal opinion in my heart and mind
You are.
that I'm
You
carrying?
are you are and everybody does. And that's why I was
You for
that's
sure
why I was
are,
steel
and
manning your
I am allowed to have the opinion that Cliffordian philosophy on moral epistemology means you're kind of doing something kind of sucky, in my opinion.
I mean,
Yeah,
listen,
that's just his
I'm
opinion.
following
Yeah.
my
You know what
heart.
I'm saying?
You understand what I'm saying? You saying it's kind of sucky, but I'm following my heart. I look at how we operate, how we are like machines, how we need
So,
rest,
like,
how we need to
okay,
Hey, it's
recharge.
just his
great.
opinion.
Can I
It's just his
totally
opinion,
interrupt
Jay.
you and hit you with this? If like a ship owner in their heart feels that their ship is just perfect and there's no need to do all this costly, in fact, it's an affront to how perfect his ship is to do all this costly, expensive, wearying maintenance, and he sends his ship out to sea and it sinks and everybody on board drowns. Isn't he responsible for every death on board?
Well, I
think again the answer is yes, and it's an example of why it's always everywhere by anybody immoral to believe things.
That's an extreme example.
Evidence.
That's an extreme example because it automatically implies that I'm trying to lead people on the boat down to their death. What I'm doing is more comparable to something like, I'm seeing a boat and I'm seeing it work a certain way, do certain things, and I don't know why it's doing it, like why it's happening, but I see that it's doing it, and I'm like, okay, could it be this? Could it be that? Like I'm looking at the boat operating a way I probably don't know, but you know,
But do you see
what
how
could it
this
be?
Cliffordian system keeps conflicting with your
That
epistemology?
doesn't have to be a boat
And
that's
it's
in
like
the ocean.
really poking
People
big
die.
holes in it.
What happened?
Do you see how this Cliffordian epistemology is really conflicting with your epistemology and poking big holes in it? Just saying, hey, insufficiently curious,
No,
insufficiently
not even.
curious. You know,
No,
I like,
no, I
but
don't
in
see
the
that because it was a bad example in my
scenario,
opinion.
in
It
the
was a bad
scenario, the
example.
ship owner, even though they're believing their heart and they're loving and they're following and they
It's a
believe
bad example because
about
I'm
their
not
kid,
leading nobody. I'm not leading
but
nobody.
no,
I don't
but
have to follow me.
they're still responsible, right? And it's because they believed something without sufficient evidence and acted as if it were true, even though they didn't have sufficient evidence.
Are you applying this to J Money though?
I don't have followers. Like I'm not leading nobody into the ocean to die. What I'm
I
telling
just
you is
no. It's just like I've been saying. It's the sticking point for me, and I think, I don't think you have a good
you
answer for
applying
it.
other stuff. You hearing what I'm saying, and you applying other notions onto it due to things you've heard probably in the past from others. You
It's
applying
just
them
what
onto
I
me.
think
What I'm
is
telling you
good
is my
belief
opinion.
maintenance. It's trying to have a system that helps you
telling you-
believe as many true things and as few untrue things as possible.
I'm
telling
Okay, point of moderation. Time out, everybody. Hey, Harpy, it's going on 6:30 here, so which means it's 7:30 your time. I think your son and your wife or your son and your partner are probably missing you right about now. Would this be a good
Yeah.
time for you to skedaddle?
That's fair. I have responsibilities, so I'll attend those. Thank
It's
you.
good talking to you, RB.
Facts.
Go be family, man. We'll all be here tonight.
Yeah, good talking.
Enjoy that.
We got this. Austin is killing it anyway. So
My ex has the kids this year, so I get to enjoy the 4th of July weekend, holed up in my apartment with the air conditioning on. So yeah, I'm down to keep talking.
Stay out of the heat, Austin. It's a killer out there.
Yeah, it's hot out for sure.
But yeah, are you applying that leading people astray with bad information onto J Money?
I don't think it even has to be through a mechanism like that. I just think because of outcomes like that, it's always wrong to believe things on insufficient evidence. And I think outcomes like that will always follow from things believed on insufficient evidence. Like if in another example, if you and even if you convince a bunch of people come out against members of your own community with these accusations that are not actually true and they're not really sufficiently supported by evidence, even if you had really came up with a really convincing argument and it wasn't true and you didn't have sufficient evidence because they were in fact actually innocent, what you did was wrong. You did something morally wrong by believing the wrong thing. And you did it because you didn't have.
I'm kind of getting a disconnect. Why is it morally wrong to not know something? Yeah, or have an opinion. Yeah,
That's all I got. That's all I'm doing. I'm not telling you, yo, this is a fact. Believe it. Follow me into the middle of the ocean so we could die. Now, I'm saying I just have an opinion. This is how I feel. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I'm going to live my life and die. You know what I'm saying? And that holds no bearings on you. Believe what you want. I encourage you to believe what you want.
I think.
okay, guys, another timeout real quick. First of all, welcome Kelly. And second, we've got a new person, Antonio from Texas. I don't know who you are, but
Hello,
Antonio,
how's it going?
Are you 18?
I am in my 30s.
You're in your 30s?
Yep.
Do we know you by another name? Have you been up here before?
Nope, I just stumbled across you guys. I've never been here before.
Cool.
Okay.
I just did too.
What
Earlier
position you hold? You a theist, atheist, or what?
I'm at the point where I hate Democrats and I hate Republicans. I hate both sides. So I just want to hear sanity from one side to draw me back in because I just feel like both sides are
If
so
you
flawed.
want sanity, atheists are the right group to go to for sure. Never met an atheist. Never met an
I'm an
atheist that was a
Okay.
young
I'm an
Earth
atheist.
creationist. Never met an atheist that was a flat earther. Never met an atheist that was a Holocaust denier. Never met an atheist who believed in Atlantis. It's just they're the same.
I'm an
The
atheist.
same
I
as people
unfortunately
around.
have met.
Yes.
I unfortunately have met an atheist who was a Holocaust denier, but
I-
yeah.
Oh,
I've met
That
one
stinks.
that believed in Atlantis, and I've met many that believe in ghosts.
That's
Yes.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
fair enough. But I think
also,
ultimately the
if you just want to
proportions
hang
tilt
out for a little
in
bit,
favor of my argument.
Antonio,
Yeah,
they're kind of in the middle of
I just
a
came up because I
theology
wanted to hang out with
discussion.
Austin.
Absolutely. I'll be here.
Okay, well, jump in wherever you feel you can jump in, and we can definitely hit the politics hard later. Okay.
Sounds great.
All right.
Like, I can really think of so many scenarios where if you aren't sufficiently curious, if you don't have sufficient evidence, sufficient anything.
Are you
to
Are you
believe
the
something.
arbiter, the determiner of the sufficient amount, though?
I don't know if I
Because
am
it's your
right.
subjective
I
opinion.
definitely am. For me, I get to decide what my opinion is, and
Right.
I can try and express that opinion and share it with other people. And part of that opinion is that I think you need things like math and science and scientific consensus and peer-reviewed corpuses of primary scientific literature to actually get good versions of what you call those things, you know, the thing you claim to know and believe and whatnot.
Well, let's
I
keep
will-
the
I will-
porpoises out of here, but
I will say that when it comes to sources, even if something is peer reviewed, you kind of have
Yeah,
to follow where the
even
money's
that-
coming from, because a lot of
Even
these
that can be not good enough, right? All that
yeah, a lot of
stuff
these
is
studies
still
can
bad.
just keep doing the same study and repeat it until they get the result that they want. You know, even if it's an anomaly.
Right. So again, so many examples. Say you go to a doctor's office and he admits you, and you go in and he hears all your symptoms, and he's like, I've had a few patients like you, and they were all pretty much fine after I did this to them. So I'm not going to tell you the risks. I'm not going to ask any more questions. We're not going to do any easy tests that I can think to do to rule out other possible explanations. Let's just do this procedure to you now.
That's
And you
no
go
way
to
to
a
live what
second
I'm doing.
doctor. Hold on, I'm not quite done yet. You go to a second doctor, and he's like, "Yeah, I've had patients like you, but you know what? Let's just do a test anyway." He just shows that he's more curious than the other doctor. Like, which one do you think is more likely to give you a good health outcome?
I don't correlate to none of that though.
we were
It's the
talking about
second
something
doctor,
completely different.
because he does that test and he realizes that thing that he thought was something is actually something else, and he didn't even expect that to happen, but it did.
Yeah, but there's like the law of parsimony, right? So you have to first start with the basics, the most easiest explanation, before you can start delving into other possible explanations for what could be wrong.
I think
You
it's
mentioned
just
tests, and I
Occam's
realized
razor.
I missed one yesterday. I was supposed to go and get one done at the hospital, and I totally missed it.
Right. I'm talking about the beginning steps of the method. I'm talking about curiosity, and then rationality is the next step for me usually, and empiricism comes shortly after that. And I think moral axiology is woven throughout the whole thing, and that the core of that moral axiology is it's pretty much like, I don't know, always wrong is a pretty strong statement, but I almost feel like you can argue it's true that it is wrong to believe things on insufficient evidence.
Austin, the thing is, you keep giving examples of people that are doing factual things and actually holding factual weight.
That's what matters to my axiology.
Listen,
If,
I'm not quite done yet. I'm not quite
yeah,
done
sorry.
Yet.
Right,
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
go ahead.
What I'm trying to tell you is that there are, like, all right.
It matters a lot to my
I
axiology,
drew a
because
blank, that's why.
if people don't use my method, that's going to result in ships sinking and people drowning, and ship owners who it's not their fault, even though it clearly is, right? Like,
I got it. It
because
came back.
they failed to be
Look,
sufficiently curious.
it came back to me also. Look.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
basically, what I'm saying is, like, I'm not trying to. How can I explain this? Like, I'm not trying to tell nobody in a factual way this is what it actually is in the afterlife. I have these conversations and I let people know that this is my belief, my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And you don't have to follow. I'm not prescribing this.
You made
like,
that point a couple times.
prescription. No, listen, I'm not. But you keep going back. I'm bringing it up again to point out the fact that when you bring up examples, you're bringing up examples of people like a doctor with a patient, of people like taking actual people into the middle of the ocean, and that's real effect. That's them treating in the example like a fact. Like,
right,
I'm not,
we're kind of going in circles a little bit.
No, we're not,
Are you an agnostic then? Because it sounds like you don't definitively know either.
I'm saying, J Money, that this is a real sticking point for me. That if I were going to envision something that would increase my percentage of theism being the truth of our universe and decrease my percentage of atheism being the truth of our universe, it would be something like this. That makes sense?
I hear what you're saying. That's your criteria. That's your personal criteria. But the
Right.
example,
If you're going to want me to be a theist, if I'm going to try to be a theist, I
can be
need to
whatever
be
you
able
want.
to say that I'm believing this on sufficient evidence, or I would feel like I'm violating my moral axiology.
Listen, I just want you to be Austin, not a theist, not an atheist, not whatever. I just want you to be you.
And that's what I love about DJ. But like, again, you understand the rhetoric of the point I'm making. Does it make sense to you?
I hear what you're saying, but I think that what you saying comes with implications on the person that you're saying it to, like me. Like, that automatically assumes that I'm trying to achieve some sort of something, like a fact claim, a factual claim. I'm trying to pass something over to somebody. That's not my intent. That's not what I'm doing. We talking. You allowed to be you. I'm allowed to be me. That's my opinion.
No,
Y'all
I
don't
get
have
it.
to believe
I get it. I get it. And
So
and
that's
like
not-
and
that's-
probably the suckiness of what you're doing right now, if any suckiness can be said to exist, is really low grade. It's like basic moral suckiness we humans do all the time just by existing. I fucking go eat at McDonald's all the time, even though I know it's supported by fucking slavery, prison wage slavery. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't mean that your grandma's an evil monster for believing some anti-vax conspiracy theory she read online, but she is doing something wrong. I think in both cases, something wrong is still being done by my moral axiology.
I'm saying that that's fine, but what you're doing is applying it to things where it's real world consequences. Where I'm like, you're basically making it seem like I'm trying to like push this
Yeah,
people,
no, you're right.
to believe this, but
It's
I'm
because
not.
my axiology is all about that real world implication. So, like, I'm talking about real ships. It isn't just a metaphor. I don't want real ships going down and people drowning because
That's what
the
I'm
ship
saying.
captains
No ship
are
is going to drown.
using a form of epistemology similar to what you're using to support your belief in God.
Nobody
Then
should
they
use my
probably
form of
even use God himself in their beliefs a lot too. Their ship is blessed by God, and
Austin,
it made all the trips fine, right? Like, you can see how the metaphors match up. The other doctor's like, I'm the perfect doctor, blessed by God.
I don't see that.
It seems so clear to me.
But I'm gonna tell you why. I'm trying to tell you why. Look, the person who's navigating the ship, he's actually in a position of actual real power, right? Like, he's doing this. He got people under his control that he's leading, navigating.
Yeah, so it's bad if he believes God is real and blessed his ship.
Listen.
And he drives into a storm.
Yes, I'm not. Yeah. So basically, he has people under his control. So I'm just speaking my opinion. Now, if you tell me like that's a crazy opinion, I don't agree with that notion. That's whatever. That's cool. But that's my honest opinion. I'm not lying. Like, I'm not telling you something that I know is a lie and telling you, yeah, this is the truth. This is how I really feel. But
I think we've chewed down on this until it's gotten bloody, and I'm willing to just leave it there and say we can agree to disagree. And you made some points, and we might just have to disagree on this one because I'm just still
Yep.
not satisfied.
That's where it always ends up with Jay.
Listen, that's fine.
Doesn't
Listen,
it, Jay?
Listen, I don't mind because at the end of the day, you're gonna believe what you want, and I'm gonna believe what I want. Guess what's gonna happen the day each of us drop dead?
Jay, are you a Christian? I've been listening to you for a while, and I actually didn't know.
No, he's not.
Okay, good, cool.
He's an agnostic theist.
But Christians will say, "Oh, you got Christian in you." You know what I'm
But
saying?
when he explains his philosophy, it sounds more like deism. It's just- he refuses to admit that that's the case.
What I'm saying,
cool.
the deist
Like I
God-
said, I was
the
confused.
deist
I
God-
wasn't really sure what his stance was. He hasn't really made a.
A
I've been
deist-
listening to him for like an hour, never heard him before, and I had no idea what his
Oh, I've been
stance
listening to him for months, and he hasn't really made a. I get it.
Listen, a deist God doesn't have like agency or faculty to make decisions. Like has a
It
you know,
can.
that type of thing. Like
It
I
has
don't
the
think
ability
deist
to, it
God
just
does.
doesn't.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying I think the one that does, but just doesn't do it in this phase of life, this instantiation of life. I think life keeps going. I don't
What
think
makes
it's the first
what
time
makes you think
I've
that?
been alive. Because I think that there's more to me than what's me than J Money than just.
But what is
Yeah.
it that makes you? That's not what I asked you about you. I was asking what makes you think that God is real. What is like if you were taking a math class in high school and you were taking a test and the teacher asked you to turn in your scratch paper. Can you like explain it why you think a God is real? Like you would explain a math problem on a piece of scratch paper? Is that
Yeah,
possible?
let's not interrupt him, please, when he's explaining this.
I will. I will just be totally quiet.
Yeah.
I'll even mute myself. How about that?
Yeah, like why are
Yeah,
you
God
why are
damn
you
it,
so
Kelly,
sure that
you
there
talk too
is
fucking much.
something after this life?
Well, look, I would say that we are here, that humanity has come about this one little crevice of the universe where, you know, it just happened to be right. I feel like there's more that goes into that. I feel like minds are more than what we think it is. That there's just more to the fabric of this reality than we know. It just makes sense to me that something was responsible for this, and that something is what I would credit to be God. Now, did that something have to be something that made the entire universe? No, it doesn't. It could
Can
be
I
something.
stop you for a second, Jay? Because
go
you're
ahead,
just
go ahead.
explaining
talk.
because you're just explaining that you believe this, but you're not explaining why you believe it. You just
Because
keep
we're here.
explaining exactly what it is that you believe, but you're not telling us why.
I'm telling you why, because
No, you're not. You're just
no,
telling
listen,
us what
let
it
me
is
tell-
that you
let me tell you
believe.
why. Let me tell you why, Kelly. Look, because it happened. Everything happened as it happened. We only
Okay,
have
let's put, remember I was talking about math problem? Let's put that into a math problem. Happening plus what equals God?
happening plus what underlies it.
What do
equals
you
God.
mean? What
Because-
do you mean by
because-
underlying it? That's a
because
real nebulous statement.
for
Yeah, all you're doing is
everything that
observing that things exist. You're not really explaining why.
Yeah, basically you're saying
No,
things.
that's
What
what I'm saying.
basically what
I'm
you're
telling
saying
you-
is what you're saying right now to me is look at the trees. There has to
I'm
be a
telling-
God.
No, I'm telling you, look, we see models of how things work. You said it just right. The person who just said that, you said, you're not saying why. We don't know why. Like science could tell you how things work, but it doesn't tell you why. It doesn't tell you why brains come about. Why
Yeah,
this all
yeah, it
happens.
does. It does. It actually
No.
does. You might not
It-
think it does, but it actually
All right,
does.
so I'm
But that's
interested in
still
hearing
that
that.
still
No,
isn't
break it
expla-
down to me. Let's freeze frame on that for a second. Break that down to me, like, because I'm interested in stuff like that. I'd rather use this time for that. Talk to me
we
more
know
about
we
that.
know we know certain proteins and amino acids come together and create brains, and a mind is independent of a brain, so we know that if a brain can happen, that a mind exists with that brain. So I mean, we have a physical reason for that to happen. There's no,
No, I know.
we don't have to invent a reason for that.
I know.
And I'm still not sure what it is that you're saying because you're
I don't
making
doubt
this.
evolution.
Jay, can I
doubt
finish my
evolution.
sentence? Jay, can
Yeah,
I
go
please
ahead.
finish
Go
my
ahead.
sentence?
Yes.
Can I please finish my sentence?
Yes, you
I'm
can.
still not sure what it is that why that you believe it, because you're making just nebulous statements. You're not actually telling me. And then you start,
Right.
and then you'll say one thing, and then you start going back into what you believe, not why you believe it. So I'm trying to get to stick to the one subject of why you believe, not what you. We know what you believe. You've been talking about it for over an hour now, right? I want to know why you believe it, and the only thing that you've been able to say so far is things exist, and things exist plus what equals God. What is it that made you believe that a God existed because things exist?
There are fundamental forces at hand. There are
What fundamental
processes.
forces? You're talking nebulous again. What
No, listen,
fundamental force?
like we have forces that like gravity. You know, like
We have a scientific explanation for gravity. We don't need a God for that.
No, listen, no, I get you, but we know we have models of how it works, and we see a certain extent of how it works, but we don't have all the answers of everything. Like there's still mysteries about that. There's
So you believe that there is a God because Jay, I'm trying to make this understandable, please. So are you saying that you believe in a God because there are things we can't know?
Well, I'm saying that because of how it makes sense to me, right? It's not because of things we can't know. It's because
I tried to make it a simple yes or no question.
Why don't you just say I don't know? You're
no.
pointing to a gap of knowledge, and you're saying that is the evidence for God because you have a gap of knowledge. There's nothing wrong with saying I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly the point I was trying to make.
I'm not saying that it's just that I don't know. I'm saying that everything that I see around me, like in this world and this earth and this.
Yeah, look at the trees, Jay. Look at the trees.
None of that is evidence of a God.
That's all you're doing is you're saying, look at the trees,
no,
dude.
It's not just look at the trees. I'm saying that this feels like something that there was influence. There was something that wanted it this way.
It can
Okay,
feel whatever
I get
way
it.
you want
Okay,
it, but
I
there's still
get
no
that you
evidence.
feel that way. You have explained that and told us that many times. What is it that makes you feel that way? You keep saying, I believe there's gaps or something, but what is it that makes you feel that there has to be something in that gap of knowledge?
It's just
He's just a human. Listen, the fact that it is this way, the fact that there is such a system in play.
That is literally using the look at the trees argument. That is literally what that argument is.
In a godless universe, are you saying that there just be absolute chaos? There has to be some type of order, some type of law where you exist with or without a God.
Yeah, we have physical laws.
What I'm saying is outer space itself, literally everything that makes up everything you know, all came from that hot, dense state that they say we all come from.
How do you know that? I'm not sure that that's actually true, but I mean, we have conjectures about how everything started, but we don't really know.
Well, I mean, listen, that's what the best theories say that I look up. If you got anyone else, I'm open to it. Post it, I'll look at it. But
yeah, it seems to me that you're just saying because we don't know how everything started, there had to be a God that put it into motion.
No, I'm not saying because we don't know. I'm telling you literally what they're saying, what the professionals are saying about the.
That's not what. Yeah, but what you just communicated was not what professional.
Because I didn't get the chance to finish.
You just communicated.
You're talking over me. Hot dense state. This all goes back to one thing. Everything that we are, all the materials you see, everything goes back to this one thing. And this
Jay,
one
do you
thing.
think it was created?
We don't know that, Jay. We don't know that.
That's what the scientists say, man.
No, it doesn't say that, Jay. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm actually a scientist, Jay. I'm actually a scientist, and I'm telling you that is not what science is telling us. That's what you think science is telling us, but you have misinterpreted it.
Hot dense state. Tell me about the hot dense state then. Like, let's talk about it. You know, I'd rather talk about that.
There may have been
that we were created from that event, right?
Remember earlier, Jay, when RP was hitting you with MFA?
No.
Oh yeah. That's a good point, Austin.
F equals M times A. You know, what does any of them mean?
Oh yeah. I know about that. Yeah,
right.
I know what you're saying. What about it?
Right. So, I mean, I think Kelly understands.
He's saying you're not qualified.
Understands what he's talking about. I gotta weigh in here on Kelly's side.
That's fine. I'm trying to ask him questions, though. Am I not? Like, are we going to keep it?
Well, you are
providing an answer,
but you're asking me a question that wasn't a valid question. And that was what I tried. I explained that to you, and I explained that to you before you asked the question.
Dude, I asked you about the high dense state. That's not valid.
And I explained to you that is one theory of what happened. We don't know that that's what happened. That is one idea.
Okay,
actually, I personally don't believe in that one. I personally don't.
Which one do you believe in? So
I believe that something happened on a subatomic. That I believe that something like indefinite causal order probably happened. That we now know that on a subatomic level, cause and effect are superpositional. The effect can happen before the cause. And I think that maybe on a quantum, you didn't let me finish. You asked me what I thought. And I think stop. So I think that it's possible that on a quantum level, that a chain reaction could have started with the indefinite causal order. New science, about 2012, go look it up, may have just started a chain reaction that created the universe. That's an idea too, and it has nothing to do with any hot dense state.
At the end of the day, we just don't know.
Think the universe was actually created. I think there was an initial state, and the Big Bang is just what happened at the end of that initial state.
I was also about to say the universe could also be eternal, and the Big Bang is just something that happened within the universe that set off the motion of the universe's planets, galaxies.
Right.
Yeah, we don't even know that was the initial state. There could have been more states before that or after that.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
But
you know what
if we're like scientists that are not exactly studying that, why does all of this matter? Is it not just okay to just say
Anybody want to know what I think?
Well,
is it 42?
Again, that's wrong.
No.
I would, Gretchen.
Sorry, what?
I think you know how the theists are always accusing atheists of believing in scientism.
Yeah.
I think that Jay, in his own way, has invented scientism for theists, and he's their prophet.
Hell yeah. Let's join this cult.
He kind of has. Like, Gretchen, you really cooked. You really ate with that one. Kind of spot on. No offense, Jay.
Yeah, I fucking nailed it, huh?
Nah, that's fine.
Tell me more about this science.
You dirty scientism, Satanist, agnostic,
that's right.
Fucking scum.
Radical Marxist.
Without even knowing. That's crazy, huh?
So basically, Jay, we have all kinds of different ideas on how the universe started. There's more than.
And also, when you guys first asked him that question, I did put in chat, this answer is going to be satisfying to nobody. And
yeah, right. Because I still don't understand exactly. I still don't exactly understand why it is. Right. It seems to me, Jay, and I don't want to insult you by saying this, but the way you keep talking, it seems like you just keep saying, "I only believe in God." Because there's things I don't know, and God has to fill up those things, that there's no other explanation for it. That's what I keep hearing you say.
That's why religion exists.
I'm not sure that just because I don't know is a valid excuse to believe something that you have no evidence for.
Well,
that's what I've been telling you all the time, Kel.
Look, I looked up something that says the Big Bang model describes how the universe evolved from a very early hot dense state into the expanded universe.
Well, why are you stuck in this hot dense state?
It's only one of many theories.
Here's the problem.
You keep getting stuck on this one thing, and we keep telling you over and over.
The hot dense state is also a state before geometry even existed. So when you say expanded universe compared to what? A state where geometry doesn't even exist? Like
compared to the ship we were talking about earlier.
I'll be honest, Jay. I feel like I'm talking to a wall. I mean, honestly,
I'm trying to freaking read something. You say you talking for a war. I can't read it.
It's part look at the trees, it's part
Jay,
God of the gaps, and it's part Pascal's wager. That's why he believes what he believes.
Gretchen, how dare you keep
but look at
looking
my
at
Amazon
me
orders. They
while
always
you're
make it on
supposed to be
time.
the mod right now. Come on.
I'm responding to
Show some
definite causal order.
I'm just trying to give you the benefit of my months of talking to Jay about all this shit.
I think Gretchen's on a roll here with that.
I'm trying to ask you really simple yes or no questions.
Listen,
going over this with
definite
him.
causal order. You just said that. Indefinite causal order. I was responding to that. It said, no, not by itself. Indefinite causal order is not an alternative to the Big Bang.
Actually, it totally is. If you understood it. If you understood indefinite causal order, it totally is.
Your AI
you
or
are
search
telling me that
engine.
you do not understand.
Yeah, but ChatGPT said you're wrong, so.
So I can't even read to you what it's saying to try to give you the point. Just go ahead.
I'm sorry to tell you that once again I have to weigh in on Kelly's side here. There's some nuance here you don't know about.
What that got to do with me finishing the paragraph I got in front of me and you guys not letting that happen? But it's all good though. Go ahead.
The fact is, there's all kinds of ways of accounting for the early stages of the universe up to T0, and not a single one of them is completely confirmed over the others.
Right.
But there's lots of ways of accounting for them that have tons of evidence to support them. And one of, if not the most successful, is the Big Bang model. But there are other models like the Big Crunch, like what Kelly mentioned, which is one I'm not as familiar with.
I'm gonna look up the Big Crunch, and I'm gonna I already looked up indefinite causal order because it said here I'm using AI, but it said that no, not by itself could it be an alternative to the Big Bang.
Right, it's just a minor nuance though. Like you get what.
It's a different thing.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? I totally. You know what, Jay? I so totally trust Google AI. God damn! You know what? We should just get rid of fucking science altogether and just use Google AI from now on.
Listen, you see how I'm asking?
No, you listen. You're using Google AI, dude. You are using Google AI to tell a scientist what science is. Dude, no, you are using Google AI to tell a scientist what science is. And then when I'm telling you that, you can't stay shut up enough long enough to hear it because it's tearing your argument apart.
Hey, why don't we just go to ChatGPT and say, explain how everything started, make no mistakes?
Yeah, go ahead. Explain everything.
It's just gonna do 42.
I'm telling you what it's saying. I'm telling you what it's saying, scientist. So why don't you answer?
I'm a scientist.
You're
telling me what I as a scientist believe, Jay.
Who can give you 20 of the best answers to the question you're asking, including the one you gave.
Goodness gracious. Do you not realize
you're telling me that all scientists believe this, and I'm telling you I'm a scientist and I don't believe it. That just right there shows you that you're wrong. Austin is also a scientist, and he's telling you he doesn't believe that either. That's two scientists.
I don't think that means he's wrong.
That your statement is actually wrong.
Kelly, break it down is what I'm asking you to do.
That's what I've been asking you to do. Break down why you believe that there is
I told you what I looked up. You made an indefinite causal order.
No, you just kept telling me what you believe.
Goodness gracious. You said indefinite causal order, right? I looked it up. It said it's not a replacement.
This is what you believe has nothing to do with indefinite.
I'm asking you to break it down.
We're just changing the topic, Jay. I'm asking you why you believe in God. Talking about indefinite causal order in the beginning of the universe is not telling me why. Jay, shut up for a minute, please. It's not telling me why you believe in a God.
Look what he's doing. He's worried more about a gotcha than answering
I'm not doing a gotcha, dude. I was just asking you questions.
I'm asking you a science question. I'm asking you a science question, Mr. Scientist. Can you answer the reason why this
Calm down and take a deep breath. Jay, calm down.
Why is this an alternative to the Big Bang? It's saying that it's not.
That's not that wasn't the topic, Jay. That wasn't the topic.
I'm asking you that though.
Yeah, but you're changing the topic.
No, listen,
look, you brought Arby back.
Hold on. Hey, everyone, hold on. Hold on. Thank you.
What's that noise?
It's echoing.
Hold on to your love.
It might be me tying a tie. The noise. I don't know.
Come on. I was going to give this 4 more minutes and then cut it off. Now it's.
Does
Come on.
everybody else
What you
agree
got?
up but Archie and Gretchen?
I just wanted to stick to the top.
Kelly,
Equinox,
it's
I hope you
simple.
get my message, man. My
Place your
keyboard
Amazon
is
orders
messing up
and
now.
then get here at 9.
Let's
I
all
got
chill
someone up
out.
here that
Yours
wants
gone.
to talk politics. So I was getting ready to cut this whole fucking thing off.
Politics.
But now that Arpie's
Yeah.
come back, he's apparently got something to say. So go
Yes,
ahead.
this has devolved into like a whole wall of everyone trying to talk over each other.
You're right.
Yeah.
Gretchen, please start the dictation of who is allowed to talk.
I honestly, I had a like top of the hour cutoff time because my son is working his other job and I have to go run
Yeah,
his
it's
store
time to-
for him today. So I'm gonna have to
It's
drop
top
out.
of the hour, folks.
You dropped in and you absolutely fried. You cooked, you ate, you didn't leave a crumb left, and I think that's totally.
Austin, honestly, I only came up here because I wanted to be on a panel with you, man. Seriously.
He cooked, he ate, and he didn't share. Go fuck yourself, Kelly.
I think
Yeah,
you got a
fuck you
little
too,
bit of crumbs on the. I think you got a
Did you
little
work
bit of
out some
crumbs on the
demons this
beard
morning, Kelly?
And Jay Money,
There
just
you
to
go.
show I am impartial.
I'm on to you. I know what you look. I know what you're
to-
using e-sync for.
And say that you for sure have
We're here
hit
for it.
points and stamina, man.
I kind of like getting spicy now and
So good,
again. I really love it, man.
We
But I got it. I actually, honestly, I have to go. I love you all, and I'll stop and see you next week, next Monday. Okay.
See you, Kelly.
Have a good holiday for all the people in the USA.
Yeah, happy 4th. Big 250.
Hey and bye.
Yay.
Mazel tov.
It's not
The
personal.
most
I really wanted to know
expensive July 4th celebration in our history.
All
I
right,
try not to
let's
think about it and just enjoy the holiday.
let's have a check-in with everyone who is currently on the panel.
Okay.
Hello.
The fuck does that mean?
All right. Hold on. Okay, Gretchen.
I mean, if you got something to say it now, because I'm still cutting y'all off in 2 minutes because I got someone down for a politics conversation. And
just get into it. You get into the
Wait, hold on. Since I have my foot outside of the door, Gretchen, you're currently here, correct?
I believe so. I believe I'm
Okay.
currently here.
Austin, are you here?
Yeah.
No.
McTime, are you currently here?
The holograms.
Yep.
Okay. Jack, are you currently here?
Shibuya roll call.
All right. Jay, are you currently here?
Yes.
All right. Antonio from Texas, are you currently here?
Yes.
Okay. M. Carp, are you currently here?
Yep, I'm here.
All right.
What's up, M. Carp?
We are
Hey.
going to hear individually from everybody 30 seconds to give your case until Gretchen is ready to take over the panel for her political conversation. So starting with Austin, go.
Oh shit. Well, if we're gonna be switching over to politics, I want to waive my time and let the people who have a political discussion. I want to know what their position is before I weigh in. So let them.
Well, that's
All
what
right.
they're asking you to
Heard.
Okay.
Make time. You are up. Go.
I would just want to say I think it's best that you should always believe things after you have a good reason. I admire Jay Money's persistence and doggedness to prosecute his case, and appreciate him taking the time and going through all the slings and arrows. Sometimes we have been unfair to him, and he's still up here, and I appreciate that. But I just don't believe you, homie. But we can always talk about the Knicks whenever you feel like it. Anything else, man. And we can even speculate. We'll
Yeah, we
speculate
can
our
talk
ass
about
off.
boxing. We can talk about MMA.
This is
Whatever.
make time's
About making
this
some
is make
bets.
time's
Austin,
time.
you waived your
Hold on.
time. Shut
Yep.
up.
Yeah,
Make
and
time.
I'm that's about to say one more thing.
Go on.
Now, we can speculate about anything. I just won't believe in my speculation. There you go.
Cool. Jack, your time. Go.
The black helicopters are spewing chemtrails, and it's killing us all.
Oh God.
Are you're done?
Yeah, that's it.
Somebody got
All
an
right,
echo a
cool.
little bit.
Jay,
I mean, it's all
your
right.
time. Jay, your time. Go.
Heal the world, make it a better. No, let me stop. just just avoid suckers, man.
We know
And
you
try,
believe what you believe. We
try
got it.
and listen. Try to
10.
turn all change. Try to turn all your change into hundreds. Stack it like that. That's how you save your money. You know what I'm saying?
That was
Okay.
wonderful and totally off point.
I just want to
Antonio
put on
from
somebody got
Texas.
an echo in their voice. I just want to say somebody got an echo in their voice. It's not bad, and if we have to, we can deal with it. But I hear echo when somebody talk. That's all.
Okay, Antonio from Texas. 30 seconds. Go.
Yeah, so my name is Antonio. I currently live in Houston. I recently moved here from San Francisco and Los Angeles. And one thing I noticed in all three cities is that I just didn't feel safe using public transportation because of crime and just like public disorder. And I used to think it was just like a California problem. But now that I'm living in a red state, I see it's a broader American issue. And honestly, as a Latino, I'm
5,
kind of looking at
4,
El Salvador's
3,
approach to reducing violent crime
2,
and thinking that maybe we can employ
1.
some of those things.
Okay.
Well, wait
done.
a second. He's not talking about the religion thing anymore.
Nope.
That was the start of the politics thing.
All right. We'll hold on to that
Okay,
for just
Arby?
one moment.
Go take care of your son.
JM has the last account, and then
He hasn't
Antonio
even
from
had his
Texas.
first fucking account yet. He hasn't said anything.
Okay, I'm just trying to give everyone an equal opportunity to share their thoughts before we move on to the next topic. If you want to give Antonio from Texas the first position on the floor, that's completely reasonable.
RP? Does it mean you're not going to take care of your family?
I am, but like it sounded like this was chaos
Well,
when I was leaving the floor.
It wasn't chaos. And
Okay,
if it was, I
okay.
was enjoying it.
It's a regular day.
My bad.
RP,
Okay.
I love
I'm
you.
backing
You're
off.
still my partner, but fuck the fuck off.
Okay, Gretchen, I love
One
you.
thing.
I'll fuck off. I'll fuck off right
was
now. Goodbye.
unnecessary.
I got one thing.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I got one thing. My only thing was I usually agree with what Austin says, but I don't think you can choose what you believe, so I don't think that belief is a moral position. That's all I have.
Facts.
I can't shake the feeling. Like
I agree with that too.
I've thought about it so many times. I just can't shake the feeling. Like when I go to sleep, I wake up. Sometimes
Jay,
dreams
stop.
feel so vivid. You know.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
done with that
fine
now,
with
Jay.
leaving it on the cutting ground floor there.
Okay.
They feel vivid, man.
So I don't know that much about San Francisco, but LA and anywhere in Texas, I don't know why you expected that there to be a good public transportation system in any of those cities.
I guess for me,
LA is the fucking worst when it comes to public transportation. That's why
Absolutely.
everyone in LA is born in their fucking cars.
But I will
Didn't
say
they
that San
used to
Francisco
have like
does
a rail
have
line at
San
Raleigh?
Francisco. Yeah, we used to have that in LA. But I would say San Francisco's public transportation is really good. You consistently get trains that come every 5 minutes. The problem with it is all the tweakers that are inside of the train. That's the problem. It's just not a safe environment. But as far as getting you from point A to point B efficiently and quickly, San Francisco is amazing at that. I think there's studies that if you look value for your buck, San Francisco is
That's
number
what
one
I
in the
heard.
country.
So
That's what I heard, but
real quick, y'all getting into the politics thing, right? Right. That's what y'all doing now.
Mhm.
Politics.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm probably I'm good on this. Like I'll probably step down. 'Cause I don't really know about politics. You know. So
Okay. Later,
I don't
Jay.
care about politics. Peace.
It's good talking to you.
Peace, Jay. The happy warrior boys call.
Yeah. J motherfucking money, people.
But yeah, didn't they
I got
get
some things to say about what the new guy said, but I want everybody to get their chance. But I got some things to say about.
Didn't they get
yeah.
rid of the trolley because some lobbyist from a motor company said that it would be cheaper and better to have buses?
I think we need to find some way to combine the trolley problem and the prisoner's dilemma and subject as many billionaires as we can to it on an annual basis.
That's just tying billionaires to the train tracks.
You know why? Why do you have to ruin my dreams and come in with totally reasonable
I don't know.
counterpoints?
Sounds to me like he was making your dreams come true. Anyway, so can we get back to turning him into a Democrat? Because I'd rather do that.
Turning him into a Democrat.
Dem, pretty based, leftist.
You know what?
socialist.
Don't start with this leftist bullshit. Y'all are fucking Democrats because you know what? You got no other fucking choice. We have two parties in this country.
Yeah.
And if you
There
don't
are
vote for
de-
the Democrats,
there are Dems
then
that I like, Gretchen. There's
you're voting
Dems
for the
that I
fucking
like.
right.
There's
So
Dems that I like, and there's even Republicans that I like, but I just
Same.
don't agree with either of the parties completely.
and you're never
I don't
going
really
to
feel at home there.
because you can't.
That's the
You're
problem of
never going to.
representative
We have
democracy.
so many single issue voters in this fucking country that we cannot consolidate all of those issues into any one politician that's going to make everybody happy. We can't even find one person that's going to make everyone on the left happy.
You know what? I
Or
think
everyone
we
on the
actually
right happy.
I think we can. The problem is that that politician is going to have to be an anti-capitalist.
No, I think that's
No,
going to be pretty
because
much
that's not going to.
impossible.
No, most of the right isn't going to be happy with that because most of the left isn't going to be happy with that because, and none of the right is going to be happy with that. You're
It's
going to have the
because of
majority
American
lined
culture.
up to shoot them down. Because, well, I mean, the fact is, yeah, we're a huge country. We're a big fucking bureaucracy. Like, like the Titanic. I know I've used this fucking
I agree with
analogy
a lot of
to
what
death,
you're saying.
but it's like the Titanic coming up on the fucking iceberg. You know what? You can't turn super fast all at once. It's a big fucking country. She's got a huge fucking ass. Remember the movie? And you turn too fast, what's going to happen? You're going to capsize and everyone's going to fucking die. So you have to turn slowly. That's a baby steps kind of thing. Otherwise, and you might even hit part of the iceberg on the way. But you know what? At least that gives you a chance of not everybody's going to fucking die.
That kind of sounds like the
capsize the
incrementalism
ship,
that they were
we're
using.
all
as
fucked.
bait.
Well, here's
That's an apt analogy because it did split in half.
Let me give you
And
a
that
good
did happen to us.
example of some very good, easy, slow turns we could do. Universal health care.
Hold on a second.
You know what?
Hold on a second. We got a new person. Nell. Are you 18?
Yes, I'm 36.
You're 36? Okay.
She's double 18.
I can tell you
I actually disagree with you, Gretchen, that I think that back then, before they gave rights to African Americans to be able to do whatever they want, there were some people calling for incrementalism, saying, "Hey, let's slow down before we free the slaves. Don't you think that maybe we should do it incrementally because they're all going to die if we release them out into the wild?"
They did end up doing it incrementally.
There were some.
There's an argument that they didn't really release them at all.
Right.
Well, but there was like a I forgot what there was this black philosopher who was saying that he believed at the time that the best way for blacks to be on the same level as all the other Americans was to do like a 10-step plan and to do it very incrementally. So I personally, I just don't like it whenever I hear things like, "Oh, we got to take it slow. It's a big country." I think we've been doing that, and the country's falling apart just because we're not taking action, and a lot of it is just gridlock from a bunch of obstructionists in Congress.
Well, no, look, what Gretchen is saying is just good, practical, basic advice that even JFK would have been on board with. He said, try something. If it doesn't work, admit it frankly, move on, try something else. Like, Gretchen is correct that you need to be careful, but you need to try things. And trying things slowly is a good idea generally. And the ship metaphor holds up. You don't want the ship to capsize. But there are turns we could make that we don't make out of ideological oppression. And universal health care is a great example because everybody else made this turn. They did it no problem. We watched them do it. And we're like, nah, fuck that.
I disagree.
We're gonna take this ridiculous, horrible nightmare turn down this fucking whirlwind of deductibles and
doesn't have to be.
Fucking,
I think that's just like movement paralysis. We have this paralysis. We're scared to do something extreme, and that's what's not causing any progress to happen.
Well, that's because what happens when you do something extreme? What happened when they freed the slaves? What happened when they freed the slaves too quickly?
And not if you believe the heinous, untrue accusations against my friend Luigi Mangione, who was playing Magic the Gathering with me and my friends.
Stop that. Stop sidetracking. What? Look. You're right. They did want to do it. They did want to free the slaves in increments. But then in the end, Abraham Lincoln did it too fucking quickly. And then what happened?
He got assassinated.
He got assassinated and the Civil War happened.
Yeah.
Which is the war that got more Americans killed than any other fucking war in history.
But that one example isn't really indicative of every single extreme decision is bad.
It's
the Civil War happened and then he got assassinated, I think.
Yeah, the Civil War happened and then he got assassinated. And it was your fucking example.
So because that one thing happened, every single extreme decision is bad.
Well, you brought it up as the one example why we need to do everything fucking extreme and quickly. What's that? What was
I
your
brought
other
up El
example?
Salvador, but we just glossed over that. I mean, it literally was one of the countries with the highest homicide rates. The president started putting everybody in jail. Violated
El Salvador isn't America. I'm sorry, you can't.
I forgot. It's not America, so I guess we can't use it as an example for why something works.
Well, is El Salvador one of the richest countries in the world?
It's one of the safest now. It's one of the safest because of the extreme measures that they took.
That's what you say is
extreme fascist measure.
Some people would say that the actions that they took were violent.
So you're okay with fascism as long as it makes you feel safe next week.
Don't you think civil liberties are getting in the way of people having a safe environment?
Man, for who? Safety for who? The people?
No,
what about the people
exactly.
We're protecting, like you guys are more interested in protecting the rights of people that are committing crimes.
Let me finish my thought, please.
Neglecting the rights of innocent citizens.
Let me finish my thought, please.
No, nobody said that.
Let McTime talk.
Let me finish my thought. Safety for who? What about the people that state considered enemy? Is it safe for them? Those people too. Right. They got stats too. What about their stats?
Oh, so you've got a perfect solution then?
No, well, I'm not. But I'm like
he's saying historically.
When you first,
I'm looking out for what helps out the majority. Yeah.
No, you're looking out for you because you scary, man. You scary. You got on the thing talking about you. What has anybody done you on public transportation? Have you been robbed before? Has anything ever happened to you on public transportation?
Yes, I had a knife pointed at my neck.
All right. Well, you got good reason to complain then, because that's why I wanted to know. Because I mean, I've been
taking public transportation since I was like 10 years old. I've had a knife pointed at my neck. Someone's pointed a gun at me. I've seen people get robbed. I've seen everything, man. And I'm tired of it.
I've been riding public transportation since I was 10, and I've done it in many places in the U.S., and I haven't experienced any of that.
That's you. I'm giving my experience.
How can you say your anecdotal experience means more than mine?
Did I say that?
You're implying it, yeah.
No, I'm not. I didn't imply anything. I'm just saying
you're implying that fascism is okay because you don't want anyone to ever point a gun at you again. And
which is what fascism does.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I was going.
But don't you? I
That's
guess
exactly what's
here's
gonna
the Bill
happen.
of
Only it's
Rights.
gonna be fucking ICE, and you're Latino. Guess what? You're not even gonna be in this country long enough if the fascists take over.
So that's actually part of my argument and kind of what made me start looking towards El Salvador, because I was looking at what Donald Trump was doing and I was like, I feel like this would work if he just went after the right people. I think it's the right
We've tried
solution
mass
going after the wrong
deportations
people.
before. They don't work. Mass deportations never work. There's a reason those people are here. They've built an ecosystem in which they are contributing to the U.S. more than they're taking, actually.
Oh yeah,
So you want him to go ahead and deport everybody except you?
I didn't say that.
He wants the right
to make
people,
you feel safe,
No.
huh?
No, I'm
right
saying they're going
people,
after
quote,
illegal
unquote.
immigrants. Illegal immigrants are not the problem in this country. The problem is the fucking druggies
Well,
on the street.
how illegal are we talking here? Are we talking like fucking MS-13,
Yeah, they're part of the drug problem.
human traffickers? Or are we talking about a mom and a
If you put a Venn
pa?
diagram,
The mom is a stay-at-home mom, and the pa is a mason worker who works
the way-
a job
guess
that
what?
most
MS-13
Americans
basically
don't
doesn't exist
work.
in El Salvador anymore.
Okay, by the way, just for everyone's little edification, in case you didn't know, MS-13 is an American fucking
Yeah, it's an American,
gang.
but Mara Salvatrucha basically doesn't exist in El Salvador anymore.
Right, but
because
it
of the extreme
is
measures that they took.
illegal.
It
If they were so
originated
worried
in the
about,
LA County jail system.
yeah, if they were so worried about,
but
well, we got to
Gretchen, the
keep the
point
civil
I was
liberties of the
making
average citizen in mind, they'd still be afraid to go out in the street and buy some candy because you're going to get mugged by an MS-13 member, a Mara Salvatrucha member. Now,
point
they don't have to
I
worry
was
about that. Their
making,
crime rates are
Gretchen,
literally as
was
low as
that
Singapore.
it is actually criminal to be a member of a human trafficking cartel. It's not. It's illegal. It's also illegal to cross the border illegally. The latter is on the same level as like buying fireworks. In a state where fireworks are illegal. Like it's not
or reckless
of
driving.
a crime as
My
people
problem
think
is the
it
druggies on
is.
the street. That's what I was saying. Is that Donald Trump is going after the wrong people.
Okay, then maybe we should end the war on drugs.
Yeah, and the way you do that is by start sweeping the streets, start grabbing people. Doesn't matter if they want treatment or not. Just start putting them in
Jesus
facilities.
fucking Christ! What's wrong with you?
Are you serious?
I'm only.
So you're like a full-blown fascist then?
Yeah, for sure. What the fuck, man?
Well, tell
Let's
me.
just grab
who
people and
decides
So
what
we're
a
just gonna
junkie
do the
is?
incrementalism and just let people get stabbed on the street
Do you
constantly.
get to decide
It's just
what
a
a
problem that
junkie
we're gonna
that needs to
accept.
be rehabilitated is? Like, does my dad, who almost never drinks, but drinks once in a while, is he gonna need to get thrown into one of your weird gulags that you're
Is he out in the
envisioning?
street accosting people?
The street preachers
Wait,
do,
hold on.
and
Is your
they don't
dad
get
out?
arrested.
Is your dad
And I
out on
don't
the street
want them to
accosting
be
people?
arrested for being street
Is your
preachers.
dad out on the street
even though
accosting
I
people?
don't like how
My
they
dad
talk.
was sorry.
Like the street preachers are out accosting people all the time, and I don't even want them arrested. Like,
So they're accosting
that's
people
just
in a
fucking
physical way that's going to
insane.
threaten their
Dude,
health.
where's fucking Max when you need him? I
Yeah,
don't mean Maximus. I
was your
mean
dad accosting people on the
Maximus.
street?
I mean
Was he putting people's
MXXD
lives in danger?
Oh yeah, he's great.
from Uruguay.
look,
I mean, yeah.
You gotta keep in mind that
Why
the
are you
people
ignoring the question?
you gotta keep in mind the people you
AC, why are you
advocating
ignoring
for.
the question? You're rather quiet.
Let me finish this thought right quick, man. You gotta keep
No, but
in
he
mind that
didn't
the
finish
people
answering his question.
I don't know. I just got back. I was trying to cook me something. I just want to point this out that the people you are wanting to define who is a criminal and who can go to jail and who not, define themselves as not criminal when they do the same thing the criminals can do. Like the guy that's the president right now who's been in the Epstein file 220 something times. They define themselves. You giving the people definition power to define themselves not criminals. Yes.
Donald Trump is a criminal. Yeah, he should be in jail too.
But he defined himself.
Man, you think a lot of people should be in jail?
Right.
Yes, we need to clean up everything, dude. You don't think Donald Trump should be in jail? You think it's okay?
No,
for him
I
to
think that Donald
be
Trump should
president?
be in jail personally.
Oh,
for
you do?
crimes that
Really?
he
What
definitely committed.
What
But,
politicians
like,
do you think are going to get you there exactly?
right.
What do you mean? Like that's
we have
gonna
a
like
thing called
advance that
due
agenda?
process. It's pretty dope.
Oh, none. Because this country is spineless. They're too afraid of doing extreme measures because, we might violate 2% of the people's civil liberties while the other 98% have to
No,
suffer.
because we have a constitution.
Yeah,
You know
and
what
it's ass.
2% of
The
300
Constitution is
million
ass.
is?
Like, so Antonio, do you?
It's like the
Well,
Bible
then-
thumpers. Like, we got the Bible. It's 2,000 years old. We got to use this as our moral foundation. Your
Well, then
Constitution
why
is
don't you
300
do
years old and
something
it's
about
stuck.
it?
And
Then why
Well,
don't you do something about it, except for
the
sitting around
Constitution-
wishing for fascism?
And you can make amendments to the Constitution. They can't make amendments to the Bible. So you just talking bullshit now.
He reminds me
Yeah.
of the meme
No, the only
about.
reason they're
new
good is because
party.
they're old documents.
Call it
dude.
the
Constitution is
Constitutional
trash.
Convention Party.
I
It's where
have
you call a constitutional convention, and we'll go over the whole thing.
Also, I guess
I
I'm
have
not allowed to have my
a
opinions
very
unless I'm
important
changing the
point to
whole
make,
fucking country.
okay? And that point is, you remind me of the meme about the guy who got caught in a movie theater eating beans. And if you know, you know.
I literally said illegal immigrants are not the problem. Donald Trump went against the wrong people.
But
You're
Antonio,
saying just grab people off the street, regardless of if
Well,
they're
if
immigrants
you
or
want
not.
to shit can the Constitution, let me ask you something, Antonio. If you want to shit can the Constitution, which sounds like you do, okay, cool. What state do you want to be in when we turn from the United States of America to 50 individual states?
Well, I don't know
Which
what
state do you hope you're in?
What are the laws for each individual state? I'd have to make the proper decision for me to move.
and Antonio,
What, you haven't looked into this?
Well, that's not so. It's not going to happen. So why would I?
Oh, I have a question for Antonio.
Go ahead, no.
Okay. Sure, no.
Like, I mean, it sounds like you're willing to step on the civil liberties of a few if it means the civil liberties of the majority are intact. So, like, I'm just trying to see here. Like, would you agree with FDR's imprisonment of American Japanese? Then, like, what exactly are you trying to put forward here?
So I'm not saying imprisoning, but I'm saying right now, when we go out in the streets and say there's like a druggie just yelling out at people, maybe threatening some of them physically, what options do we have for getting them off the street? Throwing them in jail is not going to be a solution. They didn't break any laws, right?
Yeah, rounding up
we can.
every
But did you? I'm trying to figure out though. Are you on the side of FDR? Like, do you think imprisoning American Japanese was a good thing?
It's like you're asking me. No, well, obviously not. You're asking me like, because you want to imprison this section of people, are you then okay with imprisoning this other section? No, because that's based on race.
Because
okay, what do you think in terms of, real quick, like where are you in terms of like economic systems? Are you a capitalist, socialist, communist? What?
No, I think
isn't
capitalism is failing. I mean, we can see it. The cost of living is just so high. People cannot live a sustainable life. I think socialism is the way to go. The world's not ready for that, or the U.S. is not ready for that. You're seeing the progress that's on Mamdani in New York. I mean, it's only going to be a matter of time before we realize that. I think there must be some type of hybrid between capitalism, socialism, somewhere we can meet in the middle. But the system we have now is trash.
That I agree with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Okay, so I mean, I don't mean to come off so
Just
divisive
seems
or
like
anything,
a
but
Martin Bailey to me.
I don't mean to come off so
But see,
divisive.
where
but
you just seem to be completely results oriented, where I am more for harm reduction along the way.
I agree. I mean, yeah, it's just a different perspectives, right? For me,
Yeah, well, you seem to only care about your own harm, whereas I'm kind of trying to take everybody's harm into account.
I would actually disagree with you because I think my philosophy would take the greater good into account rather than a small subsection of people.
The greater good, the best you can come up with is that you think this will somehow make you safer on public transport, and that's all just security
am I the
theater,
only
and it's
person
not
living on public
fucking
transport?
true anyways.
Am I the only person in the trains, or what? Or is it not going to affect other people?
Hey,
are you
I'm
familiar
born
with
and
the
raised
concept of security theater? Do you understand people doing things that don't actually make you safer? but you just want the appearance that people are doing something.
Oh,
that
so
will
someone
make you
holding a knife to
safer?
my neck made me safer?
And Antonio,
Oh my
I'm
God.
born and raised in LA County. What do you think I think of public transportation?
Well, you said it's terrible. I mean,
It
LA,
might. I just don't think it doesn't. It doesn't fucking exist for me.
wait till
I've
you
been
get to
driving
Houston,
since
then it's
I've been driving since I was 16, and that's
you,
not going to stop until I die.
if you go to Houston, you'll be begging for the LA public transportation system because it's significantly better there. Not to say that it's good, but
Nobody in LA takes public transportation, really.
then I
Our
disagree.
cars.
Every Latino that lives in the same
we are
building as
born
my
and
parents,
die
they
in
all
our
take it.
cars, huh?
That's a
Maybe
very
downtown.
that's a very middle class perspective. I don't think
Well,
growing up.
that's where I come from.
Right. Where I come from is low, impoverished, illegal immigrant communities, and everybody takes the bus. Everybody takes the train.
Only place I ever had problem with public transportation is San Diego. I remember I was in San Diego, and it was a Mexican guy too. He was drunk or something, and I think if I remember correctly, a guy punched him and knocked him out, and his bottle fell out of his pocket. So I tried to give him back his bottle, and when he woke up, he tried to fight me, so I knocked him back out. But I gave him his bottle back. I was just trying to give him back his bottle. That was the only problem I ever had. From Texas to Bama, from Texas to California. All I can say about public transportation is out here in Texas, they try to sabotage it because they want you to buy cars and spend money on gas and stuff. Because we got a lot of refineries and stuff out
Why
here.
would you move from San Francisco to Texas? Can I ask?
At my job, they had layoffs, and they said you can either get laid off or go to Texas. And I said, well, let's go. Lower
What part of
cost of
Texas?
living. I'm in Houston.
Okay, so you about an hour away from me. I'm in Beaumont. You know what that's at?
Dude,
Yep.
what the fuck? Wait, hold on. You live in Houston. How old are you?
33.
And you say you've been assaulted at gunpoint, robbed, all this stuff on the fucking public transportation
In Los
system of
Angeles.
Houston
Nope, you didn't listen. In
multiple
Los
times?
Angeles.
Oh, okay. What? Okay.
I said I've only been in Houston for a couple of months, but
okay.
most of my life riding
My
public
bad.
transportation in
Thank
LA
you.
and San Francisco, it's always been highly dangerous. Always someone that you're always at wits, like, what are they going to do to me?
So are you still using the public transportation system?
Not anymore.
Since you moved to Houston?
But I did try. I did try here in Houston, and it's equally shit.
Wait, it's equally shit? How many times did you try it?
It's been like 3 now, and I've only lived here for 4 months.
And in those 3 times, did you get robbed at gunpoint, beaten, etc., whatever?
No, but you know what did
then
happen
how can
is
you
that
say
in the
it's
hold on,
equally
let me
shit?
speak. In the last time that I took the bus, there was a guy who was just punching himself, punching the walls, and going, ah! He's just like yelling. And at any moment, I was just like, holy fuck! Like he's gonna punch me at any moment.
Shit.
It's not
somebody who just
so
had
because it
the
doesn't fit your
worst-
narrative, then it's
that's
bullshit.
somebody who just
It doesn't
had
fit your
the
narrative, so
worst
it's just bullshit. So I made it up, right?
at their job in their life after having to pay a bus to take them to the edge of town and then still walk like 5 more miles to get to work because they can't afford a car because that job doesn't pay them enough, etc. Like
was a homeless
that's just
person in
normal.
there.
What industry are you in, Antonio?
Banking.
You're in banking, and you live in Texas, and you don't make enough money to where you still have to take public transportation?
Are you guys not listening? I said I don't take it anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't take it anymore. But
I think you did.
Yeah, well, he took it 3 times in the last 4 months. So yeah, that's
I guess if you have a car, I guess
I've
you're
been
not supposed to take
super
public transportation
incredulous
at all,
since
right?
you claimed you were the victim of several
Why
violent
would you?
killings.
I'll give you an example. For example, I went to the FIFA Fan Festival in downtown. I'm not going to pay $30 for parking. I'll just pay $1.25 and take the bus. There's my justification.
Houston's public transportation better than this route with the city I'm in. Because they sabotage, the bus routes don't go everywhere and they're often late. They just now put a rack on it so people can ride with a bicycle. They got a bike and you can ride and catch it. Houston's a little bit ahead of the curve as far as Texas is concerned. But
I took it and it was good. I mean, apart like in
I
terms
love
of, like,
Gen Z
timeliness,
so much. They want us to make the world fucking safe and perfect for them, but They don't want to do any of the fucking heavy lifting.
I'm sorry,
to
we got
to make it
settle.
happen.
We got to settle where. Yeah, I was gonna say we got to settle where with people that's having bad days and stuff, and they
Well,
may
hold
not
on.
be a threat to you or anything, but they do stuff like that.
Statistically, violence on buses and public transportation is declining because violence in general is declining. Humans are
True.
learning more and
I
more
never
how
had
to
any problem.
cooperate and not do war with each other. And
I agree.
conversations like this are part of that. Questioning gods is a part of that.
Sure.
Questioning religion and tradition and the way we've always done things is a part of that.
Right, but are we going to wait 100 years for it to drop down to an acceptable level? And,
I mean,
and what? All
it's
the people
better
who
in the
die in the
past.
meantime? Oh, sorry, buddy, we're born
I
a little
know,
too early.
Liquid. I'm just,
We're
salty old
doing
Gen
better than the
X.
past 2 million. We're doing better in the past
The
2 million
cynical
years. Humans
streak
been
that
on this
won't fucking
planet.
quit.
I mean, there was no bit that. I mean, this is. If you
And
look at
his
the
original
past 2
point
million
was
years,
In
set up
many
with both
ways,
parties
in many ways,
because
Antonio,
none
what
of
I'm
them
pointing out is that your solution that
know
you're
how to
proposing,
make us safe.
there's no real problem that the solution is solving, and that's because it's solving a different problem. It's solving your irrational fears.
What irrational? They're not irrational.
They sure are.
Oh, so the experiences I went through, I guess I just dreamed them, right?
No, man.
They're anecdotal. They're not data.
Oh, they're anecdotal, so I guess they just didn't happen to me at all. I
I
guess I
mean,
didn't suffer
crime
any trauma from any
statistics
of that.
happen, but generally, there's not an increase going on because immigration is happening. Is the
Nobody
point?
said that.
And if
Literally
you
nobody
do
said that.
Well, how many times do you have to get fucked up on public transportation before you learn to fucking just drive?
Yeah, and what are you doing? Like,
So
are you
you're
starting?
saying
Are
that
you
people should not
starting
take public
fights with
transportation
people
then?
on public transportation?
You're
Like,
suggesting
I'm
that
not
because there's
Yeah, they
violent people,
shouldn't be.
nobody should take it. So we should just let it all rot. And everybody who's at poverty level, I guess you guys can walk 8 miles to your job.
I'm just
not
like
saying that at all,
doubtful
man.
about your story.
Nobody said that.
Okay, well,
but
I mean, it doesn't fit
if
your
you
narrative,
can,
so I get it.
if you have a job in banking and you can afford a fucking car, you know what? Just because you don't want to pay for parking at a fucking concert, get the fuck over yourself.
Oh, sorry for taking
and
the bus.
I'm not saying that your personal experience, you do matter. Your experiences do matter, and we want to try to solve the problems. But I think your solution is like a sledgehammer, using a
His
sledgehammer to kill
experiences don't
ants.
matter because they're not
Yeah,
even.
I'm gonna
They don't
gently
even map
disagree,
onto reality.
Mr. McTime.
I'm going based
They
on my
matter to him.
perspective. And growing up, my parents always told me about the Latin American countries and El Salvador. They always said, oh, it's such a shithole. There's so much crime. You're going to die if you ever go. Don't ever consider going there. I actually went 2 years ago after the whole thing with Bukele happened. They started cracking down on all of that. And I felt completely safe. I've traveled to 16 different countries, and that was probably the second safest country I've ever been to.
Yeah,
Where I didn't feel an ounce of fear when I went.
Well, how you know
what are we
felt
talking about
safe.
the whole time?
We're in a panel. We're not allowed to talk about our anecdotes, or we're not. My experience. I
You
guess
felt
doesn't
safe.
matter.
If you find
First of all, you came up here wanting to talk about politics and parties, and now we're down to talking about your feelings.
Parties. I never mentioned parties.
Yeah, you did.
Republican, Democrat.
I told you I don't swing either
First
Democrat or
thing
Republican.
you said was I don't believe in either party because they don't do enough to keep me safe.
Yep, they both suck. That's not me talking about them.
Yeah, according
I'd
to
rather
your
not talk about
feelings.
them.
And as a black man,
Well, guess
like,
what? In this country, those are the only two options you've got.
But let me say this: as a black man, people like you, Newt, I'm trying to get you now.
You can go check out the ANCAPs, but guess what? You're going to be super fucked with them. You'll never
because
feel
there's only
safe
two
if
options,
they
I have to like one
end
of
up
them.
in charge.
So Gretchen, so I have to be a bootlicker and just like one of them, I guess.
No, I'm not recommending you do that.
That's not what I said.
That's what you're implying.
Let me say,
Oh no,
it's not.
You're telling me to pick a side. Why do we have to pick a side? I'm not picking a side. Fuck both of them.
I didn't say pick a side, but I'm saying those are the only two real options you've got.
Yeah,
I
and
have
I'm
no
not voting for
idea,
either of them.
I have a question for you that I hope is thought
Hold on. Let me
provoking.
say this. As a black man, people like you come across the border with y'all families, and then y'all, we done fought for all these civil rights and stuff, and now y'all vote all this stuff away from us. You know what I'm saying? Like how the Latinos have got together and vote out Jasmine Crockett after she fought hard for you guys in the Congress. The
Your
type of
issues
stuff
with
that
Cubans in Florida, not Mexicans in California.
No, I'm
And-
talking about
What?
Latinos coming together with the white people overriding the black vote. That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking
those
about.
are
That
the
Jews-
Cubans.
that-
Those are the Cubans
He's
that lean
talking
heavily
about
right.
Texas. He's talking about Texas.
No, he's
And
talking
it's
about
not
all
just
the
the Cubans.
Latinos came together. No, we
No,
didn't.
I'm not just
We
talking
don't
about
agree with.
Latinos.
He
I'm talking
said
about the
Jasmine
Kenyans.
Crockett. That's Texas.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about Ken. I'm not just talking about Latino. I'm talking about the Kenyans. I'm talking about the
Well, they don't represent me.
Somalians, the people that come from overseas
People who vote
to
Republican
vote
don't represent me.
with the Republicans to
it's
fuck up
never
our damn
you.
civil rights we work for. That's what I'm talking about.
Who
Which is either
who
side
represents
bullshit.
you, Kelly?
And then they come and say brother and sister to us.
Yeah, like Antonio, I get what you're saying. Both parties do suck, but Gretchen also brings up a great point. Like if you want to do something about them both sucking, then you have to partake in the political process. You have to try to be the change that you want to see happen.
And part of it's having conversations with this, right? I always hop on panels and talk to people. You know, that is an effort on my part to try to do that. Maybe this is not something you guys have thought about. Haven't thought about El Salvador and the implications, what that meant for the average person over there. You're just an American looking
Sorry,
at news
but why
articles
would
and
we?
you're just an American. Because it's a good model for how to reduce crime to a point where anybody feels safe walking in the street at 10 p.m. It's a good model here in America.
No, it isn't.
A good
I
model
feel
is
perfectly
to
safe walking in my
decriminalize
town
drugs.
after
Yeah,
10.
you read that in some article that we're violating civil liberties and this is why it's terrible and it's not a solution to
No,
consider.
that's not
Ask
why.
that to
That's
the
not why I
person in
disagree
El
with it at all.
Salvador who lives
One
in a
question real quick.
$200 a month
How do you know?
rent household. Ask them how they feel about all the crime rates going down.
One question real quick. How do
It's
you
not
know
a
that
good
what your parents?
model.
Hold on, let me ask
It's
you
not
this.
a good model to reduce crime rates.
It's
Crime
not a
do you
good
know-
has been
model.
It's not a
going
good
down
How do
model
you know
in
that what your
killings.
general.
How
What
do you know that what
Modeled
your
in
parents told you
order
wasn't a lie?
to reduce crime rates.
But let me ask you this right quick. How do you know what your parents told you was a lie
exactly?
and El Salvador hadn't been like that the whole time? You just went
Because you
after
can look
that
at
and you
crime
just comparing
statistics,
your
look at the
bias.
homicide rates. They went down significantly. Go ahead and Google it right now.
I can't Google
And
nothing
What's
with
the
you on with that
population?
amount.
What's the population?
Oh, because the population is like 3 million, I guess it won't apply to a bigger country, right? There's nothing we can learn from that. Oh, Gretchen, you're right. You're right. I guess we learned nothing
I
from
am
that, right?
right.
we can see if
Considering
it's
we have
feasible.
That is you're using the
350
same exact
million
argument
people
that
in our
people.
country, and
You're
we
using-
also have 50 states with
Listen to yourself,
different.
Gretchen. You're a
It's
socialist,
also
aren't you? You're
very
using the
possible to
exact
lie
same.
with
You're using
statistics.
the same
We
exact
have
logic
more
that people
people
use
in
when they
Los
say, "Oh,
Angeles
socialism worked
County
out in
than they
Norway, so it
do
can't work
in
in the
El
U.S." You're
Salvador.
literally using
went
the
over
same
that.
reasoning as those people who say socialism doesn't work because it worked only in small countries, which obviously we know is not to be true. You're using the same logic as them.
As
Would you
who?
classify
Yeah, no, I'm
yourself
pro
as a
socialism.
wait,
But what you're
let me just talk
talking
to Gretchen
about
for a little bit.
is
If I can just talk to Gretchen, just
brutally
for a
repressive
minute.
authoritarian
Can
bullshit.
we do that, Gretchen?
I have a really good question.
Yeah, I had a question too that I wanted to ask.
Do
Let
you
me just ask
consider
Gretchen
yourself
a question.
Same as me.
Because
do you,
we're bringing up
do you
population,
consider
right?
yourself a nationalist? And then follow up, do you consider yourself a socialist?
I'll answer both of your questions after I asked Gretchen
He
this
already
question.
said yes to the socialist thing.
Yeah, I'm not a socialist, but I think it
Okay,
would
do you
work.
consider yourself a nationalist?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little
Do you
bit.
consider yourself a national socialist?
Honestly, I don't know if that's like a term that's been coined already. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd have to look it up.
Yeah,
Gretchen,
you should.
Gretchen,
I think
you're
it
using the population of El
identifies your position
Salvador.
really well,
Gretchen,
actually.
you're using the population of El Salvador being so much smaller than the U.S. as reasoning for why that solution that they did may not work. Now, take it from Republicans who say, "Oh, socialism
It's not just population; it's square footage.
Hold on. Why are you interrupting the point? Are you afraid of confronting it? A lot of Republicans say, "Oh, socialism worked out in Norway and all these places because they're small countries. That's why we can't use it in the U.S. because the U.S. has 300 million people. Therefore, socialism isn't going to work." You're using the same
350
line of
million
thinking as
people.
them. Same line of thinking. But then when they say that, you go, oh, you dismiss them and say, no, I think socialism would work here in the U.S. But now, when I'm using the same argument for El Salvador, now you're bringing the population.
So the conversation's all over the
No,
map.
I didn't hear you mention the Norway thing. Sorry, I completely missed that part. So,
I'm saying population doesn't matter. Republicans.
I want to bring us back to
does
your.
matter.
Oh, okay. So socialism doesn't work in the U.S. because Norway it worked because it's like 20 million people or whatever. It's a lot less in the U.S. So you're agreeing with those people.
I think socialism would work in the U.S., but I think you have socialism and fascism confused with each other.
No, you're saying Norway's fascist? What?
No,
Nobody's saying Norway's fascist.
Yeah.
No, but Gretchen's
You
argument.
don't even mean any of this, do you? You're just a fucking debate bro that
No.
wants to twist
No, I'm not.
everybody's words.
No, I'm not. Gretchen's argument. No,
But
no.
that's what you're doing.
Sorry you feel that way. Gretchen,
I want to go back
does
to
not
your
matter.
claim.
It
I
does
want to
not
go
matter.
back.
Feel that
I want
way.
to go back. Like I had a question and I want to
Low
make sure I
tier,
ask
slow
it.
boy.
I want to
Go ahead.
back. I want to go back to your claim about
Am I speaking
how
your language now?
you think deportations are going to make public transit somehow safer for you, right?
No.
And that is just bullshit.
No, you're putting words in my mouth. What?
This isn't the question I want to ask, though. The question I want to ask is about something real, something that does actually increase the defensive posture of a nation and lowers crime. Do you recognize that having an educated populace increases the defensive posture of a nation and lowers crime?
Yes, it does.
All right, so Democrats are the ones that actually do that. Republicans aren't funding education for shit. They're gutting education.
Democrats aren't doing anything.
Dude,
Republicans are gutting education. And you know what the Democrats are doing? They're sitting on their hands and not doing one
I have a
goddamn thing.
very specific fucking point to make here. Steny Hoyer passed the Defensive Education Act, which was an act that explicitly recognized the thing you just admitted, that an educated populace makes for a better defended public, and put millions of dollars into scholarships for academics, students, scholars that were going to use their training to improve the defense of the American government, the technical skills. We're talking about investing in education to increase the defense of the country. You just admitted that's a real thing that would actually make you safer. And I'm telling you, it's a matter of straight up history that the Democrats actually do it and the Republicans gut it.
They won't.
They ended that program
because
and
Democrats
they
are
don't
spineless,
invest in
and they're the party
education.
of losers. They don't do anything. That's why we need to create a new fucking party.
Okay, now you wanted to go. You wanted to go back to talking with me, right?
Well, yeah, because you were bringing up
So
population.
Oh,
how did Bukele make El Salvador feel safer?
Downtown LA. What do you? What's the connection there?
I didn't say downtown LA.
Oh, what did you say?
Who is the president of El Salvador?
Bukele.
Ooh, you think that maybe that's what I said?
Oh no, I didn't hear you. Sorry.
How did Bukele make El Salvador feel safer for you? What did he do?
Oh, okay. So when I went, well, okay. First of all, before I went to El Salvador, I did look at the state.
I didn't ask that. How did he do it?
He reduced homicide rates significantly.
But how?
How did he do that?
By jailing a lot of gang members and anyone who may possibly be gang
What
affiliated.
is what's the per capita prison rate in El Salvador these days?
I think it's like 3 or 4%.
It's 1,700 people per 100,000.
Which is how much percent?
Yeah.
Huh?
What
It's
percentage?
I don't know. I don't know. Do the math. You're the fucking banker.
1.7%.
I got a calculator, bitch. Now, what is the per
17,000 out
capita
of
rate for
100,000?
Americans? What's the per capita rate for American residents imprisoned right now? 580 per 100,000 people.
Okay. So you got less than 1%.
Okay, so that is
Significantly lower than El Salvador.
El Salvador locks up 3 times as many people
Yep.
as the U.S. does.
Yep. Now compare their homicide rates.
So now we have to multiply that by what was their population? You said.
Why don't we just look it up instead of just going by numbers? So El Salvador population. We've got.
Yeah, you said 3 million. That seems low. Okay.
6 million.
6 million. So we got to multiply that by 36 times. So first of all, we got to multiply it by 3 to get up to the 1,700 per capita. And then we have to multiply that number by 36 times. And that's how many people we have to put in prison in America, which, by the way, nobody wants to fucking pay for.
Oh, there's people that'll pay for it.
Just to make you feel safe on the bus when you could easily go buy a fucking car and pay $30 for parking.
There's
for your
people
fucking
that'll pay
concert
for it, but
that
it
your
won't make
precious
it.
poor people can't even afford to go to.
Yeah, it won't make
Wasn't
him
a
any
concert.
safer on
You
the bus.
sound like a little bitch. You see the point I'm getting at? And I just fucking led you there by the goddamn numbers. And if you're really a banker, you should be able to fucking do that math.
Well, he's been lying with math and statistics this whole time.
How have I been?
I
lying?
know. But
yeah, you have to
I wasn't lying this
contextualize
time
it.
because I looked this shit up myself as I was talking.
Yeah, and
which is why I'm not going to do the math because I was literally looking the shit up, looking all the numbers up while I was talking.
17,000 out of 100,000 is 17%.
And this is what I have. This is my issue with your argument, Antonio, when it comes to El Salvador, because I think regardless of what you've been saying about can we take things from like Norway and the Scandinavian countries and implement them here, I think you do.
Hold on a second. Her statistics were wrong. It's 1,000 people per 100,000.
Okay, but
what's that?
So you multiplying by 36 is just in bad faith.
1,000 people. Where do you see that?
Wikipedia, 2023, 1,086 people per 100,000 capita. El Salvador. 1.6% of El Salvador's population was incarcerated.
I'm not talking about percentages.
Not the 17%.
About...
Yeah, but you said 17%. You said 17,000 out of
So
100,000.
you're a socialist, right? You're a socialist.
No. Hold on.
How much? I have a
I
quick
didn't
question.
say 17,000.
Go ahead and get out a calculator and go ahead and recalculate it.
I have a quick question, Mr. Socialist.
I didn't say 17,000.
Oh, what is it then?
No, I didn't.
Your number was wrong.
It said locking up approximately 1,659, which I rounded up to 1,700. 1,659 people per capita per 100,000 residents.
Yeah, I said it was 17% because I misheard you say 17,000.
Because she did say that.
It's 1,700. No,
I didn't say 17,000.
She said 1,700. I just got it wrong.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask Mr. Socialist how much the people that he wants to throw into prison so they can do underpaid. Listen, motherfucker, how much they can get unpaid or underpaid to do prison slave labor. How much those people own of the means of production, Mr. Socialist?
That's a separate. You're introducing.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. You're not a socialist. Stop
okay.
I never said I was a socialist, you idiot.
So
you did.
No, I didn't. I said that I agree with
I explicitly asked you if you considered yourself a socialist, and you said yes.
Yeah, but you're gonna have people own prisons. That's not socialism.
Oh my gosh.
All right, so
it's government owned. That's not
fucking
socialism.
idiot. I'm gonna bite the
People
bullet.
already own prisons. What are you talking about?
To my face,
Not every
my
prison
guy.
is a private prison.
You just lied to my face.
Yeah, you're bad faith and you're stupid.
Yeah, and the critique I was trying to get to is,
he's a rage baiting dickhead. He's a debate bro. And he's a fucking low tier slow boy. Go ahead. Am I speaking your language now?
Yeah.
Rat face little bitch.
You said that that El Salvador is safe, and that may be true, public safety wise, but it seems like that was there was a significant trade-off where the government has severely restricted constitutional rights, and so that's my issue. Like, why should we be giving up our constitutional rights just in the name of public safety?
Well, I think like one of our human rights is public safety, right?
Well, yeah. I get that, but
why
like,
are we giving up? Why are we giving up our human rights in the name of constitutional rights?
Okay, I'm going to need you to demonstrate that public safety is a human right. Go ahead.
And
you don't think you're entitled to having public safety?
Okay, but
that's not a demonstration.
Yeah. And any dictator throughout history has justified the stripping of your human rights in the name of public safety, and that
public safety is a human right.
Okay, so do you want to be ruled by a dictator?
Okay, but you're just using the generalization of a dictator. You're not really like getting granular. Do I want to live in a place that has? Do I want to live in a place that has a significantly lower crime rate than the U.S.?
So Hitler made, arguably, he would have made the case that he made Germany safer. So do you think that?
Oh, so you think I'm advocating for killing homeless people on the street?
I'm wondering where you're drawing the line.
Well, clearly, if they're addicted to drugs, then yeah, you are.
Right, exactly.
You're saying that I said that we should kill them? I never said that.
No,
you're talking
where
about
are you drawing?
You said that putting them in jail wasn't enough.
I didn't say
how many rights
you
are
said
you willing
putting
to
them in jail was not enough.
Rehabilitation, not jail.
Would these be rehabilitation camps? Like where they're all concentrated in a specific area?
We would need to build a lot of them, but of course,
and then you can teach the people inside how to focus.
Put homeless drug addicts in concentration camps. Is that really what you're going with?
Outside of rehabilitation centers now and calling them concentration camps? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Are you going outside of these rehabilitation centers that exist right now and you're calling them concentration camps? No, right?
Places where ICE is rounding kids up and losing them and sexually
you
assaulting
also can't
them.
get into those
and
without
to death and
funding.
Them sleep
and you keep
you
going.
Need to fund it.
You keep going.
They don't have health care anymore.
You keep bringing up El Salvador.
How are they going to pay for it?
I can bring up, for example, like the Philippines under the Duterte rule. They did have. Now this is a little more divisive, not as clear cut as El Salvador, but there's a lot of people within the country.
There's
a little more divisive.
I want to.
Kelly's back. You're fucked now, dude.
Let's stick to El Salvador.
Kelly, your devices aren't connected yet.
You're saying
you asked for an example, and then now we're going back to El Salvador. Okay, got it.
I'm not the one who asked for an example. I'm trying to get to the
point. Gotta connect your mic before I can bring you up, Kelly.
You said
what I asked for was what.
There you go.
Where do you draw the line? That was my point.
Yeah, we're not going to kill people. That's ridiculous.
Getting back to El Salvador, though, you say that it's a good example of what we should
go
by.
Hi,
but
Gretchen.
You're saying
that doesn't mean that we should do carbon copy exactly what.
Okay, shut up a second, Antonio. Hang on, we got a new guest up here. What's up, Kelly?
Antonio, I just had one question for you. We talked about what we would do for rehabilitation, and you said that we should make camps, rehabilitation camps. I was wondering, do you feel like
I didn't
we
use
should
the word camp?
Well, okay. Do you feel like we should concentrate people in those camps?
I never said camp.
Yeah, no, because that's what
we need to build a lot.
You mean the camps that you made up in your head? Yeah.
No, that is honestly what it sounds like you're saying. So I was wondering if you could explain it better, because the way you explained it, it sounded like you were making concentration.
So
you thought that drug addicts should be put into concentration camps.
Nobody said that.
That's what you implied to what you said.
It's literally what you said, because I even did this whole. We should put them in camps. Concentrated like
it is.
We even did this, and it was all because of the words you used.
It was literally. You might not have said that in so many words, Antonio, but that is exactly what you said.
No, it's not.
Gretchen even got you to quantify
No, it's not.
it. She said, "Do you think that this rehabilitation should happen in camps?" And you said, "Yeah,
I said
we got to
no.
build."
No,
yeah,
I didn't. You made that up. I did not
said,
say
yes,
that.
we have to build a lot of them. That is exactly what you said,
no, they're not
Antonio.
camps.
You said,
yes, we have to build a lot of these camps.
Why are you so
And
afraid
I'm
of
asking you if
rehabilitating drug
you think
use?
we should
Why are you so
concentrate
afraid
the
of
drug
rehabilitating
users
people?
in these camps.
Why are you so afraid of rehabilitating people?
I'm not. You're changing the subject.
No,
You
I'm not.
said that no, stop, Antonio. I'm going to go through it again. Okay.
I didn't
You
say
said
camps.
lock them up.
Antonio, you said that people needed to be rehabilitated.
Yes,
and,
they do.
And Gretchen said, "Would this rehabilitation be in
You
camps?"
misheard. I did no. It's
Can
not.
you
I
shut
said
the
no.
fuck up? Can you shut the fuck up?
You're wrong.
Okay.
You're saying something that's incorrect.
No,
I never said
I was
that.
here. I fucking heard it. That's why I came up here, because I wanted to.
Let's
remember earlier when
repeat the
Espresso Jack
exact-
heard that Gretchen said
All right,
17,000?
you're a fucking
Does that
dick,
mean that she
dude.
said it?
You're a fucking dick. You won't
Does
even
that mean
let
that
me
she
finish.
said it because we
you know,
misheard?
when
You
somebody
misheard.
won't let me finish talking, it's that to me.
Well, when you're
is
starting
a
off with a
sign-
lie, I don't
that
think
to me
listening
is
to your
a
opinion is
sign
even
that
worth
they
it.
know I'm correct.
Your
and
opinion
they
is not
can't
worth
let me
listening to if
finish
you're just going to
talking.
make things up in your head.
Okay, whatever. So Gretchen asked if you thought they should be in camps. This
And I said no.
rehabilitation should be in camps.
And I said no.
You said we
And I
have to
said
build
no.
a lot
You're
of
creating
them.
a boogeyman in your
You
head.
said we have to build a lot
Yes,
of them.
yeah, we have to build a lot of rehabilitation centers, not camps. It's not fucking concentration camps.
Gretchen didn't ask you about centers. She asked you about camps.
No.
Yes, she did. Gretchen,
No.
did you ask about camps or centers?
Yes, I did.
Look,
Yes,
no matter
she asked you about
no matter
camps.
how you
Now,
heard
Antonio,
it, I'm not putting people in
Antonio,
concentration camps.
Wait.
That's
I'll
ridiculous.
grant you that you may have misheard, Gretchen.
You only balked when I added the word concentration in there.
No, that's not true.
That is
because
the
when you said
first
camp,
time
I
you
said
balked.
No. I explicitly said no when you said
100%
camp.
No, I will grant you that you misheard, Gretchen, the first time. I'll grant you that. Okay. So what do you envision as a rehabilitation center? What do you think that would be?
Right. So, you mean like the inner workings of it, or how we would get there to get people inside?
Both. Because they're both part of what they are, right?
Yeah. So right now, for example, if you go down to like downtown and you find someone that's just screaming, maybe like a crystal meth user or something, and you approach them and you tell them that, hey, we've got some help for you. We got a social program that can help you, wean off of this and just turn your life around. They have the ability to say no. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, that happens today. We have that system today.
Okay. Yeah. Now, my argument is I don't like that system. I don't like that they have the ability to say no.
Oh, so you want to force people into rehabilitation?
Yes.
We've been over this several times.
okay.
Yes, he wants to throw people.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
we need
the
to have
locking up
We
part.
need to have these people under medical supervision. This is not like we're having them in chains or some shit. You're going to have
you're
them with
violating
medical
their
supervision
bodily
and therapy, which you kind of need, Kelly.
So the handcuffs that you use
no, stop,
to get
stop a
them
minute.
transported.
Jack,
because you're
please.
creating boogeymans
You
in your
think
head.
I need therapy?
Yeah, I think you do. I think everybody needs therapy, actually.
Okay,
Everybody could use it.
So now
That is the
Government
lamest
mandated
trope I've
therapy.
ever heard.
Antonio, please describe this medical facility to me, and the patients are able to come and go as they please. Is that correct?
Yeah, but they would be. It's compulsory to attend, so they would be able to come and go as they please. But it is compulsory to attend the sessions, to
Okay,
be
so
under
what-
medical supervision, and to go through your therapy.
Okay, so what
Or else
happens
what?
if they don't attend?
Jail.
Okay, so you are in favor of locking up drug addicts.
If they don't want to comply and they want to,
So then it's mandatory.
Yeah,
it's not
you're
compulsory.
making
It's
it
mandatory.
And you're making
it's
it mandatory.
mandatory.
You either do it or you
Oh
go
my
to jail.
gosh.
You just
Yeah.
explained that you either
Yes.
do it or you go
And so
to
what-
jail.
what
That's
is wrong with that?
mandatory.
Yeah, what's wrong with
So you're violating people's bodily
Yeah,
autonomy.
you're violating basic human rights.
Right.
What about
And they
alcohol?
are also
You talking about-
violating
And
basic
you
human rights.
were the one over here talking about how being
We're
safe
allowing
is
them
a
to
human
violate
right.
basic human rights by
You
running
were the
amok in
one
the
that was
streets
talking
and
about being
stabbing
safe.
people
Now
and making people
They're not all stabbing
Suddenly,
people.
now that
No,
human
I'm
right
a
doesn't
drug
matter,
addict
right?
on the
First
Now
of
the
all-
human right of the person, the victim, doesn't matter to you. But
They're
it does
not all
matter of the
stabbing
drug addict
people,
on the
though.
street.
And the shit
Yeah,
like
that-
the shit like what you were proposing is what makes the stabbings go on. But
Oh,
what
no,
about
but we're
the
not going to do that
alcoholics?
with
That-
non-violent people.
I have
let
some.
me, no,
I
I
have
know
a
you're gonna
specific
make
example
more
that
people
happened in
violent.
my life to my
People
brother
need
that
medical
deals with a
detox.
meth user and
You
violence.
gonna that makes the price of drugs go up because it makes it harder to get, and then people gonna get more. In order to get their drugs, they're gonna become more violent and more dangerous. But what about alcoholics? Are you
So
gonna
you don't think that
propose this?
dangerous people should be in jail?
But you make it. Let me finish my point, and I'm gonna answer your question throughout the process. Finish this point. What about alcoholics? Do you recommend this for alcoholics?
Yes, that's also a drug
Okay.
addiction.
Do you realize that in the 20s that in the 20s that they had prohibition on alcohol and people you can go outside and get
Yeah, but
shot
I'm
up
not calling for
over.
the ban for alcohol. You can drink it, but you can't be an
I'm not.
alcoholic, a raging
I'm calling
alcoholic.
for me to finish my sentences. God damn it! What I'm
Yeah,
calling for.
Antonio.
In the 20s, people was shooting up people behind alcohol, man. And now that law, they stopped trying to ban that. People stopped shooting each other up over it. Now sometimes people get drunk and shoot at each
Never
other
said
while
we're
they
banning
drunk.
alcohol.
I'm not saying that either. If you let me finish get to my point,
Yeah,
I can get
Antonio,
there.
you will not let anybody finish. You're being really ignorant in that direction. Just let
Yeah,
just let
you
people make a
really need to
point.
stop over talking people.
And all I'm trying to say, man, is that all right? Now that law has that we done got rid of the prohibition law. You don't see people. You don't see Al Capone and Tommy the top, the machine gun Tommy out there and the block up over a bottle of liquor. The same thing probably would happen, I do believe, with the drugs, and it'll be a whole lot safer. But now that is a speculation on my part. I realize that. But I do believe you and this type of law just make drugs be more expensive, which makes people more into a more lucrative business, which makes people more cutthroat to get inside that business.
Right.
Now, do you understand where I'm coming
Also,
from?
I'd like to add that addiction is actually considered a mental illness. So we should be locking up everyone with a mental illness.
McTime, I'll respond to you. So it's not. I'm
So
not
when
calling for prohibition. Well, am I not going to
wait.
respond to him?
I didn't say you was.
Okay.
You don't have to
So,
respond to him.
well, I will.
Because
So rehab is not the same thing as
no,
prohibition.
you won't. I asked you a question.
What's your question?
But let her go.
So,
Hey, Antonio, she's the captain of the ship. What she say goes here. All right. So just don't. Never mind me. It's
All
all
right, you
about
got it.
Gretchen.
Aye, Captain.
So since addiction is a mental illness, right? Okay. So now we're going to lock up everyone with a mental illness?
If they're violent, yes. The distinction
Well,
is violence.
who gets to decide who that is? Like
People
if
get
Trump
punched in the face in the metro. That's who.
If Trump and the MAGAs have their way, trans people are all going to be considered mentally ill and
that's not a mental illness.
violent.
That's
You
not
know
a
what?
mental illness.
You're right.
Being trans is not a mental illness.
You're right.
It's not.
We should lock
But
up
they're
all the
working
paranoid
on
schizophrenics. Do you hear
making
that?
it that way,
Oh,
and they're
so-
going to protect the kids from being turned trans.
So because the Republicans are doing that, that must mean that I agree with them.
No.
But
so why do I care? Why do I?
Okay.
Why is that relevant? Who cares?
But no. Gretchen is making
Because
a
if
point.
if it's legislated as a mental illness, then you're not talking. It's
not
no
a mental
different than a
illness.
Then it's no different than an
It's
addiction.
not a fucking mental illness. I don't
No.
care what they're doing. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. We're talking about this, right?
All right,
Who cares?
forget
Yeah.
trans people then. But anyone with an addiction or schizophrenia or anything could be considered bipolar. Could be
Antonio's
considered
coming
violent,
after you.
If there was a
violently
violent
mentally ill.
schizophrenic on the street, you would not want somebody to take care of that?
Antonio,
You just want them to run amok on the street.
But
Gretchen, go ahead,
They
answer the
have
question.
rights too.
Answer. Okay.
Why do you have rights and
their right,
they
their right is to
don't?
their right is to be
It's
violent
not their
towards people.
fault they were born
Being
like
violent is
that.
not a right, Gretchen.
But being schizophrenia, if you were born that way, you have the same rights as other people.
Yes, you do. But if you're schizophrenic and you're not hurting anybody, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're schizophrenic and you're yelling, you're screaming, you're punching people on the street, then yeah, you got to go to a fucking rehabilitation center.
Yeah.
You got to go get medical treatment. Or you're going to let those people run amok?
But Antonio,
You can't force people to get medical treatment.
Yeah.
In some situations, you can. Yes, you can.
And Antonio, like
You never heard of like?
You know
like
what?
54,
I think I figured out the perfect. I think I figured out the perfect solution for you. Pack your
I don't
fucking
even-
bags and go to El Salvador.
I've been
Like,
thought of that one.
Funny enough, I
seriously.
actually have a business in a foreign country, and the moment that it's
I don't
profitable
give a
enough,
fuck. Go there then.
yeah,
Because honestly,
I actually will be
you're out of
leaving.
your fucking mind, and we don't need
I'll be
you.
leaving because this country is down the shitter with Donald Trump and with Democrats who are obstructionists, and they don't do a goddamn thing to fix this fucking country.
You just think Donald Trump hasn't gone far enough. That's it.
No, he went after the wrong people. Illegals aren't fucking
We're
killing people.
Oh
en masse.
yeah, you
Antonio,
say that because of the
what
color
they're
of your
saying.
skin and the
Antonio,
country your parents come from.
You
Whatever.
You say that the whole Trump thing doesn't matter in this conversation, but it does because it's.
Well, how is that relevant to what I'm saying?
If ICE had never gone after the Latinos, you would be all 100%
you say that
behind
you
Trump.
say he's not going after the right people, but even if he was going after the right people, and this is I've been trying to get back to the whole El Salvador thing.
Well, define it. Who's the right people?
Can
That's
I
the
finish?
What?
All right.
Define
Can
it.
I finish?
You're speaking in this really vague generality. Who is the right?
You know what?
You're
Shut up,
the-
Antonio.
you are
Let
the-
Nell finish.
You are the one who brought up if he would just go after the right people.
Yeah.
And
So you have a concept.
Go ahead, Nell.
I-
Finish.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Like, so you keep bringing up El Salvador, but their whole due process and mass incarceration, like they can just do arbitrary arrests where security forces can detain anyone suspected of gang affiliation, which is what Trump is trying to achieve. Like he just wants to be able to arrest anyone, and be like, oh hey, they're affiliated with a gang, and you can't say anything or fight back about that accusation. Like like this is what he's been trying to do. Like so, like when you say, I wish he was just would do things more like El Salvador. What you're saying is that what I'm hearing is that, oh, I wish he would just strip people more of their rights and arbitrarily lock people up, and yes, it is arbitrary, and even though it's arbitrary, it still makes the street safer, and that's what matters. Like so, what seems to me is that all you care about is the outcome and not the consequences, and not how we get there, and that's a problem.
Okay, well, what about the consequences of high homicide rates? Do we not care about that?
I didn't. Why are you just ignoring what I'm saying?
I listened to you, and
no, you are ignoring.
No, you didn't.
Like, I'm not saying.
I
nowhere did I say. Nowhere did I say. Oh, I don't care about homicide rates. I'm saying I'm trying to get to the point of.
No, you said that I don't care about the consequences. Is what you said, right?
Yeah.
And I'm saying that you're the one who doesn't care about the consequences because high homicide rates equals dead people.
That's not the point I'm making. Is that you seem to only be outcome oriented, no matter the means. Like the means matter, and I would want to lower the homicide rate, but to me that's not the way
but
forward.
That's why we
isn't to
shouldn't
strip
copy
people of their rights.
Don't copy El Salvador wholesale. Yeah, their model reduced crime, and it did give tremendous power to Bukele and his dictatorship. In the U.S., obviously, we wouldn't want to copy that wholesale. I'm not saying to arbitrarily arrest people. It is targeted enforcement. It's not arbitrarily. You're targeting who you're enforcing it against.
But this is why it matters, though, of who's in power. Like Trump doesn't care about, targeting the quote unquote right people. And how would we even determine that? Like, how would we determine who the right people are, and how would this not turn into an arbitrary arrest?
Thank goodness we get to re-elect somebody else every 4 years.
For now.
Antonio, have you ever been stopped by the police and taken to jail because you didn't have any drugs on you? Have you ever been stopped by the police and they take your bike apart because you're riding on a bicycle? They took your job for not having
police. I have been stopped by police on Hollywood Boulevard because they suspected me that I was like someone that they were looking for. They patted me down, put all my shit on the floor, and then they didn't even say, "Oh, we're sorry" or anything. They just left.
I got pulled over.
No, but did they take you to jail?
I got pulled over and yanked out of a car for the same reason.
I was in the police car. They didn't take me to jail, but I was in the police car in handcuffs.
And then when the second cop, when the sergeant showed up, he pointed out that the guy they were looking for was 6 foot tall, like over 6 foot tall, and I'm 5'5".
Have they ever lied to you?
But they had me in the
about
back
on
of
the
a
10
car
o'clock
too.
news before?
I also had once had a
Antonio.
guy in a bar think I was the devil and tried to beat the shit out of me. And when they showed up, because I was the hippie looking guy and he was in a suit, they handcuffed me and threw me in the back of the car.
Yeah, but the alternative,
All right, cool. Enough of this anecdotal shit.
Yeah, but the
Enough,
point,
enough anecdotal stories, guys.
the point is,
So,
the point
all right,
is that
no, the point is
happened.
these high homicide rates that are like what going up every year, right?
No, I didn't say that.
The point
Oh,
is,
okay, so they're going down, aren't they?
Yeah, but too slowly. They're still too high.
And if you want
Okay,
everybody,
how many years have they been dropping?
Probably like 40, which is way too long. I feel like we should have gotten it at an acceptable
Well,
level by
more
now.
like 26, except for over COVID. They did spike a little bit then.
And if we
but
want
still,
we shouldn't have to wait 26 years to feel safe.
But if we want to have our human
you're never
right,
gonna feel safe.
If you want to have your human right of being safe, then you have to do things like get the guy who looks like the person you're looking for and hold him until you make sure he's not the person you're looking for. You are actually just complaining.
That's okay.
You were actually just complaining that something that happened to you was the very thing that you're basically asking.
No, I
for.
didn't complain. They asked me whether that happened to me or not, and I replied.
Yeah, he didn't complain. I brought it up. I was trying to get to a point. He's giving the people the
You
same
know
power.
what?
to
He
do
is a
this shit.
contrarian sophist,
Yes.
and there is no
Yes.
fucking winning with him.
Yes.
That's all he is. He's just here to be a fucking contrarian.
I still want to highlight though that
He doesn't
he
actually
wanna
mean
get a-
any of this.
To the point,
Well, it's not
He doesn't know anything.
The things that we've said and other people here have said. To that point, just to be a contrarian.
Yeah, it's not just him.
You know,
it's the people that's
Nave,
out
are
there
you
listening
still
that
here? Because
they might agree with you.
this is what you sound like.
Nave out. Well, Nave, as far as I can tell, Nave don't like this either. But I want to speak to those
I have
out there
a
that
customer.
agree
I'll
with
be
this
right
thought.
back.
He's advocating for giving people the power to come and snatch your ass off the street. They can pump you up with drugs, and then when they kill you, they statistics don't get added to the homicide rate. So crime is going down, but your ass is still dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but he doesn't even know what it's like to live in a time with high crime rates, so he has no idea whether this is high or not. It's always going to feel high to him because he didn't fucking.
the homicide
He
rate went up during
didn't
COVID,
live
so I
through
do know
the 80s or the 90s when this place was a fucking
Yeah.
shooting gallery. So he has no fucking
Oh.
idea.
I'm trying to tell you, man. Hey, look, the neighborhood I grew up in, it was classified
Gonna
weed
act,
and seed.
he acts like the world didn't fucking exist before Gen Z.
I'm not Gen Z.
And it drives me absolutely bonkers when they do that. But
Are you
whatever.
33? Well, he's 7 years under me, so he was born like 87. You were born in 87, right?
No.
He's a 90s baby. He's a 90s baby raised in the 80s. I mean, in the 2000s.
Yeah, he's
You
probably
born
born in
you weren't born in
93.
87? Oh no, I can't even remember how old I am. No, he's
No,
like
you said you
15
were
years younger.
33, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can't
he's 12
remember
years
how
younger than me.
Yeah, you're calling
He's
me Gen Z.
33.
I don't think you know what Gen Z is.
It just
He's the
they're-
same. He's the
it's just
same
years
age as
after
me.
years. You don't even know
Okay,
anymore.
he's an
Oh, so I
elder
guess you don't know what you're
millennial,
talking about
or he's
either
a
because
baby
you're the same age.
millennial.
He's 12 years younger than me, so he was born.
I guess you
in
don't know what the
92.
fuck you're talking about because you're the same age, right, Gretchen?
And Tony, am I right? You was born in 92.
Am I the
93,
same
right?
age as you?
You just said you were.
I didn't say I was the same age as you.
Yes, you did. You just said it 10 seconds ago.
No, I
she didn't
didn't.
mean- She didn't mean that. She's the OG on the panel. Well, not what take that back. Kelly is now, right? But
Dude,
anyways,
I'm
you
old
was
enough
born
to
in
be your
92.
mom.
I heard you say you're the same age as me. That's what you said.
I didn't say that. You must have misheard me.
Misheard.
Okay.
Somebody misspoke. She's older than me. But you was born in 92,
So I guess
right?
because I didn't live in a shooting gallery, so that means I have no concept of what crime looks like. Is what you're saying?
No, that's why we're.
I
listening
don't
at
think
now,
you know
man.
what it's like to live through a time with high crime rates.
Your
Okay,
solution.
but do you
it didn't
think
work the last
that?
time we tried all this.
Let's take the year, for example, the year 2002. Do you think the crime
I'm
rate
saying
across
you have
the country
nothing to
is
compare
exactly
it
the
to.
same everywhere, or do you think it's higher in some places? Because I grew up in the places where they're higher, and and your urban neighborhood in the 90s probably had lower crime rates than where I lived.
Where did you grow up in the early 2000s?
In Los Angeles, around it's like Hoover. Hard to say because it's like Rampart. Rampart is what they call that area.
Okay, and I lived. Cool.
I'm sorry.
I lived in the valley.
Yeah, so you lived in a suburban neighborhood, so that's why you think it was just rainbows and butterflies in the year 2002 compared to the 90s. I was living in
the
what you
San
call
Fernando
the hood.
Valley.
I was, yeah.
You're out of
Compared to
your
where I
fucking
live,
mind. That means you don't know where. That means you don't know shit about the valley.
compared to
That's
where
all.
I,
That's
yeah,
all
the
that
valley's
means.
a shithole now, but it was better before.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
She's telling you
And
about.
and you have the metro system now there too. You've got the that
But
bus
she
So
was
system.
what?
Mega.
Why are you
She
so
was growing
fucking
up
hung
now.
up on public transportation? Did somebody take your fucking driver's license away? Tell you have to spend the rest of your life on
Look
public
at you now,
transport?
Gretchen. You're
You
using the
didn't. You
What
did
metric
the
not live.
fuck?
system.
You did not live
How
in the hood.
dare
With me.
you, Gretchen? You're using the metric system.
You didn't live. You lived in like some house in the fucking urban neighborhood, and you're saying that like you have really like no opinion to give really.
Well, I grew up in they call my neighborhood a weed and seed neighborhood, which means the police didn't need probable cause to pull you over. They could just pull you over, take you to jail, do whatever they got to do. And it was because they started watching all them stupid ass movies in the 90s, like New Jack City, Boys in the Hood, and all that other bullshit. And so a lot of the black leaders, with Bill Clinton voted in all this bullshit welfare queen laws, huh?
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
the welfare
colors.
queen
Yeah. They watched them stupid ass movies, and they was doing like what you said, and it made everything worse. When after Obama came and they stopped doing that shit, everything got better, man.
So
It seemed
we should
like
try nothing then. We should just tolerate disorder.
No, we should try what works. I
See,
mean, what you doing
he's
is not
just
working.
a contrarian.
Why
He
is
just
that
all
the
he
only
hears is the
position?
last thing you say.
Well, that's what
and
I'm
then
saying.
he
It's not
fucking-
binary.
And then he
You guys
flips
are
it.
thinking that I'm saying
He
give the
doesn't
government
actually
unlimited
have any
power. No,
ideals of his own. He doesn't
You
care
don't
about
want to live in a
anything
weed
but his
seed
fucking
neighborhood.
Oh,
public
he has some
transportation.
ideals.
You ever
He
heard
has
of broken
some
windows
ideals.
neighborhood? It's
Yeah,
similar to a broken
he
windows
does
neighborhood.
have some that
I
we
lived in
do
Oakland.
not see.
Brother, I lived in Oakland, so yeah, I know about that.
Okay, I'm on mute. I'm kind of cooking. I don't want y'all to hear me stirring my pot.
Yeah, well, I lived in Oakland, and I have lived in a high crime rate. Compare Oakland to like whatever suburban neighborhood Gretchen lived in the 90s, and just compare the crime rates.
Again with the suburban.
Well, I mean, she was using it as an example, and she's a suburbanite living in like a fucking 3-bedroom home, and she's like, "Oh my god, it's so dangerous here." Yeah, try living in Oakland.
You have no idea where I live.
I can't take anything you say
You just said
seriously
you lived in the
anymore.
valley.
You've lied directly to my face several times. You're arguing for rounding up people off of the streets and throwing them into mandatory
context.
mental health treatment programs. It's just, it's bonkers.
Oh, so I guess people shouldn't get therapy
Bonkers,
then.
man. That again,
Well, I mean,
that's
it's
not it. That's a false dichotomy. Like, that's not at all what I'm saying.
The way
I'm saying
that
I
you're
can't
framing
trust
it is
what
not what I
you're
said either.
saying. I can't trust what you're saying because you're being so disingenuous and so like extreme that it's
Well,
hard
that's
to,
my
to take you
position is that we should be
seriously.
more extreme.
That's wild, man.
Well, explain to me, like,
And
what's
lying
okay,
to
it's
my
wild, like,
face again.
change my
Like
mind. I
that's
mean,
why
like,
I can't take you
what
seriously. You say, "Oh yeah, it's my position," and
I
then
just see an
whenever we
example
try to
with El
narrow down your
Salvador,
position,
and I see success,
you're like,
and I
"Oh well,
want
that's not
the
what I
same
said."
lower homicide rates here in America. I don't see why that's wrong.
No.
It's not like you want to create.
You're being
gladiators.
disingenuous.
That
Being
stuff what you
disingenuous.
call it's gonna create
I'm being
gladiators. It's gonna
disingenuous
create
because it just
look,
doesn't fit your narrative.
No, you're being disingenuous
No, it's
because you're
because
lying to my
nobody's
face.
willing to trade fucking authoritarian government for.
It's not giving the government unlimited power. Like you guys are just seeing it from a binary perspective. You're either
You don't
tolerating the
think
disorder on the street.
you don't think Bukele has unlimited power?
Who?
You're out of your fucking mind.
Wait, who?
Who?
Wait,
the
I didn't hear
president
what
of
you said. Who
Salvador.
has who? Trump?
The president of El Salvador. I don't know his name. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
Trump basically does have limited
doing to
power.
us. Let me do what you're doing to us.
I've only said it like 4
so you-
times, and he hasn't heard it any of the times I've said it.
Oh, because there's like 6 people talking at the same time. I can't hear it.
Oh, so you're all for a police state?
Not like copying El Salvador, but
Oh, so it's
yeah,
bad to copy El Salvador?
Yeah, there were some things they did wrong. Yeah.
Oh, so your entire position fails then.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it's
See what I'm
binary
saying?
for you
You
then.
see how
You
I'm
either
doing
tolerate
this?
disorder or you give the
Do you
government
see what
unlimited
I'm-
power.
do
There
you
is
see
no in
what I'm
between for
Be
you.
contrarian.
Do you see
Binary,
what I'm doing
binary
here,
thinking.
Antonio?
It's either
Be
this or that. It
contrarian.
doesn't have to be just
He
this
keys
or
in
that.
on
There
one
can be more
word that you
nuance to the
say,
things that you think
and then
about.
he
There is a
fucking
spectrum.
twists it
There
to
is a
where it
spectrum to the way the
doesn't
governments
even
are
Take
mean
your
made.
own
what you're
advice.
talking about anymore.
Take your own
He's
advice,
a fucking
You're so
Antonio.
binary
pathetic,
in your thinking,
low
Jack.
tier,
Take your
slow
own
boy
advice.
debate bro. That's
Right?
all he fucking is.
No.
Take
Jack,
your own
you're
advice.
so
You're a
binary in the way
joke,
that you think
Take
that
kid.
it
your own
has to be
advice.
You're a
either black or
fucking
white.
joke,
It doesn't have to be
kid.
like that. It can be a spectrum. It can be somewhere in the middle. It doesn't have to
Take
be
your own
black or white.
advice then.
Yeah, like
You're a joke, kid.
You're also treating this as a
What-
binary because you
what-
think that we either have to do a police state or otherwise
Nope.
lawlessness.
I actually said we don't have to do a full-on police state like El Salvador, but we do have to do something in the spectrum in
But
between of what we're doing now and what they did.
That's I didn't say that though. The binary though.
No, I'm saying what I said.
You're saying,
you're-
oh,
the benign-
well, so we should just
Hold-
do nothing then whenever
The-
we try to
Well,
bring
that's
up
what you're
how
saying.
bad
You're
the
saying
position-
you're saying,
No.
oh, you want a police
That's
state?
not
Why
what
we're
we're
better than
saying.
nothing and just let
That's
everybody just
what-
die in the
No,
street?
those are the words you're shoving down our throats.
The
We
bi-
never said
yeah.
those.
And the
We
binary-
never
Yeah, you
said
did.
that.
You're calling
And
to
then
do
you
it.
No, we
complain.
didn't.
And
You
the
complain
bi-
about
That's what Jack said.
I wanna
That's
know
what
what-
Jack said.
the
He's like,
No,
you're
it's
calling
not
for a
what
po-
Jack
So you're
said.
calling for a police state? So what are you calling for? Nothing.
The binary that you are committing to though is you seem to think that if we don't strip people of their bodily autonomy, then we're going to continue down this lawless path. Like that's
No, not lawless.
like, or well, the current trajectory that we're on. Like you think homicides
so you're
rate
a
are
Trump
going.
supporter? You think things are getting better under
Oh,
Trump?
we know.
Wow.
We know. All
I'm-
you want to do is make the country safe for public
Antonio,
transportation.
why are
Not
we
just
get
public
it.
transportation.
Why do
There's
you
a world
con-
outside the bus, Gretchen.
Why are you constantly strawmanning?
Not according to you.
Where did I say I was a Trump supporter?
Well, because you're saying, oh well,
No.
if we don't do a police state, then I guess everything is just gonna magically get better if we don't.
See, that's why I said he's
No.
just a
What
you're saying.
contrarian. He keys
That's
in
what
on
you're
one
saying,
fucking
Antonio.
thing that you say,
I
and
was-
then he
yeah.
just like takes it to absurdum.
I demonstrated
Well,
this
what's your
to his
solution,
face,
Kelly?
and he still didn't understand.
What's your solution? What's the solution then? To just sit back and just let the crime rates stay at where they
No.
are, incrementally
See?
go down, and just let people die and
No.
have the streets be fucking dangerous? That's what we're gonna do. Just nothing.
Who said
Why
that?
would-
Why do
why
you
would
keep
that
trying
be-
to put words
Why
in
is
my
that the
mouth?
only
So then someone tell me a solution. What's a solution? You guys are just going against what I'm saying, but you're not presenting a solution. All
You
you're doing is
didn't-
bitching
you
and
didn't
moaning
show
about
up
my
here-
position.
You didn't even allow
You didn't
us
show up
to
here
speak.
asking us for our solutions.
Right.
I asked you
You
for your
wanted
opinion.
to-
It's a mile.
You wanted to talk about
Like I haven't even
you're
told
about
you-
the fucking bus.
Go ahead and tell
I-
me.
and how many times you've been pointed a gun at. You
Go
know,
ahead
it's
and tell
like
me then.
I think the solution is to get people to be more reasonable and stop like they in Texas they just made a bullshit ass law where they're gonna teach everybody the goddamn Bible in school. Stop doing that shit. Teach people math, science, and give them
They don't do
trades
that
and
in
skills
LA.
so they. Huh?
You're saying
I'm
that
not
they should
talking
stop
about
Bible
Texas.
study. Cool. All right. So how does that solve anything in Los
No, I
Angeles?
didn't say stop Bible study. Let me finish my statement because you stopped in the middle of my sentence. I didn't say anything about no Bible study. I said stop teaching that shit in school, man. Stop teaching Bible shit in school. Teach
Oh, they're
the
teaching it in
children
LA?
science. I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about Texas. I said Texas.
Oh, now you
said
said
in
Texas,
Texas they
okay.
made. Yeah, they said that they made a bullshit law in Texas where they're gonna start teaching children the Bible in school.
Well, yeah, that
and then
doesn't
what they
belong.
need to do. Yeah, it don't. They need to start
It
teaching
doesn't.
science and math so that way kids can have other options
That's not
besides
gonna.
doing
Yeah,
crime.
I agree with you.
Yes,
That's
yes, it
great, but
will.
that ain't gonna solve the problem. That's not gonna lower
Yes,
the
it will.
homicide
Yes,
rates.
it will, man. How many
Oh,
people
so-
you? I
so
mean,
it-
how many? I know too many criminals that got to live a life
Hey,
of crime.
how many
They can't
Bible
do
studies studies do they have in public schools in Los Angeles? I
I'm
guess
not
the crime rate
talking
there is
about
zero,
violence.
right?
I'm
Can we
talking
get some
about
moderation here?
I'm not talking about Bible study. I'm talking about people learning something else besides crime so they can do something else besides crime. But fucking learning the Bible ain't crime. It's the only thing you're going to be able to do your whole life is Bible ain't crime. You're going to go to jail, find Jesus, come out of jail, do crime. Go back to jail, find Jesus again, go out and do crime. They find Jesus every time they go to jail. That's what the motherfuckers say. They need to stop that circle and learn something else. That way they can do something else. Man, I know too many guys out here. Some guys are geniuses.
I didn't know Christianity was a prevalent religion in fucking San Francisco, where there's also high crime rates. Dude, they're already like
I don't know
that's not going
about
to change
San
anything.
It's across the entire United States.
Yeah, exactly. It's across the entire United States. And stopping Bible study isn't going to make the crime rates lower.
You can walk in any room and start reciting the Bible like there's some kind of authority on something. And people will stop and listen to you because you said something out the Bible. They almost got to say, they can say like money is the root of all evil. That's not even much in the Bible. They'll listen to it.
All that shit is bullshit.
So that's why
I
you
don't
should
believe in
teach
any of
them
that garbage. But I also don't believe that just because you stop teaching it, oh, now the crime rates are going to be zero. No, dude.
No, I'm not saying stop teaching. I said teach them something else.
I asked you for a solution. I asked you for a solution, and what you started saying is, oh, you got to stop teaching people Bible study in Texas, and that's going to lower the crime rates.
I said teach them something else, man.
Oh, no, now it's not Texas. Now you didn't say
teach them
Texas, right?
something else, man. This dude here.
Make time. He's getting your goat.
I can give you my solution, but that's just.
Go ahead. I'd like to hear it.
Well, I don't understand the tension that you are creating, because you earlier, before you even got to the whole El Salvador thing, you mentioned like countries like Norway and Scandinavia, and to me it's like
Scandinavia is not a country.
Wow,
And the reason I brought that up
are
was
you
because
going to
Gretchen, hold on. Gretchen said
no,
that
Antonio,
the model in El Salvador,
Antonio.
No.
Shut the fuck up.
Gretchen said, why is your voice shaking so much? Gretchen said that because
Antonio,
in El Salvador there's only 6 million people.
Antonio.
For a solution, we give you the solution. Now you're gonna talk over the solution. This is why you haven't heard it.
I don't care about your. I know Scandinavia.
He said Scandinavia is a country.
Hey,
I don't want to hear a solution from someone who thinks that.
Hey, fuckface. Do you not see my
look up the world map?
Hey, do you not see
point to where Scandinavia is?
Hey, fuckface. Do you not see my pronouns? She, her. Why are you calling me he? You have a problem with trans women?
I didn't see your pronouns. I didn't pay attention to the screen. Honestly, I don't have the screen on.
I'm probably
I'm
looking at something else. I haven't looked at the screen either. What's your name, Neil? And you
I'm just listening to the voice.
And I don't care about your fucking worldview either, Antonio. But here I am.
I gotta remember, man.
I care about your worldview. I want to hear.
No. Apparently,
but you're calling Scandinavia a country.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I misspoke.
Oh my gosh.
I can misspeak. That's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
I know it's
population. Finish your thought.
Then I do not speak.
Go ahead.
So we can look at countries like Norway and Sweden, the Scandinavian area, and we can see what they're doing right. How are they getting their homicide rates down? And this is the tension. Like you hinted that, we could learn from these countries, but then you went total fascist El Salvador on us. And to me, like, we should go in the opposite direction of, give people as many as try to protect our constitutional rights while also trying to give public safety to everyone. Like we need to strike a balance. And to me, like, these are the type of countries that try to do that. They try to they have strong welfare programs, but they don't throw people in prison arbitrarily like El Salvador.
You're right about that. And
so to me, my whole position, I'm a libertarian socialist,
Sure.
I think we need to be giving more power to the people in the workplace. The issue with these right to work states, you can just be fired for any reason.
Sure.
So
now,
to me,
everything you're saying is completely true. Now, may I tell you why? Because you said, "Oh,
hold on." I want to.
no,
I
go
want
ahead.
to
Yeah,
finish
sorry.
my position.
Yeah, sure.
You know, so to me, like, there's a holistic solution. Like, there's just so much wrong. Like, we need to stop with private prison systems. To me, like, you know, you can't solve the problem if your whole point is to make money off of throwing people in jail. Like, you just can't make a better society with that sort of model. You know, we have to. I would say try to get money out of politics, make elections public. You know, this whole idea that our worth is tied to our job, that it's a moral failure if you lose your job, like this whole hyper individualistic mindset that needs to go. Like,
yeah, I agree. You're right.
You know, like, I'm totally on board with like the type of politicians like Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Cortez. But I'm also, you know, like I said, like, even though I'm laying out what I believe, I'm also trying to be pragmatic. You know, like I said, I'm a libertarian socialist. I think, you know, if I could just do a magic wand and have things my way, we would adopt like a worker co-op type system where almost, you know, everyone is a equal owner in the business. But you know, like, pragmatically though, it's like if we could just make our unions strong again, so that we could at least, you know, bargain for our wages like we used to, and not rely on, you know, corporations, you know, finally throwing us a bone. Like,
yeah, you're giving the socialist perspective. Sure, I mean that's totally valid. Now, everybody, I agree with Nell. She is correct in the assessment, right? Now, do you mind if I respond as to why I don't think that would work in America? Is that okay? Can I do that?
Yeah,
respectfully. Yeah, so I don't think, for example, like, yeah, I agree. We should look at Norway, Sweden, the Scandinavian area. They do invest in a bunch of stuff, right? Mental health, rehabilitation, social services, education, and all of that contributed to lower crime rates. Exactly what you said. So you're absolutely right about all of that. But what baseline did Norway start from? What baseline did the US, or is the US at right now? We're starting from two completely different points. Compare the crime rates, let's say the 1970s in the US versus Norway. I'm sure you would find a very stark difference. The only reason that I'm bringing up El Salvador more so as the model for the US, it's not because I want to give like unlimited power to the government. I'm not supporting like abandoning due process entirely like the way that Bukele did it, but I feel like their starting point, El Salvador's starting point, is closer to where the US is starting right now than where Norway started from when they became socialist. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, for example, Norway,
okay.
It's almost like we're starting a utopia from the ground up, right? But with the US, it's like we're working with something that's just it's disorder, it's chaos, high crime rates, drug addiction everywhere. It's an entirely different start point. It's like stage 1 cancer versus or having no cancer versus stage 4 cancer. You're gonna give different treatments if you find like just a benign lump or something versus having terminal cancer. There's different treatments, and that's kind of why I was just talking about that. That's why I felt that was close.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but to me, like, going like the strong man, you know, the Trump route, like, we already see that, like, you know, it's such a slippery slope. You say, oh, we shouldn't go we shouldn't go as hard as El Salvador, but it's like, to me, it's like there are no guardrails from it just transforming into that. Like,
you brought up
you need the guardrails.
You brought up drug addiction again. I'm wondering, how do you feel about drug addicts who are functional in society?
That's fine. That's not illegal.
It is illegal. They're doing illegal drugs still. They're just functioning in society.
Yeah, but being a functional drug addict is not illegal.
Yeah, they're still doing illegal drugs, dude. That is
but
illegal.
There's a distinction. Doing drugs is illegal. Being a functional drug addict is not illegal.
Being a drug
Yes, it
addict
is,
is
man.
illegal.
If they catch you functioning with drugs, they're gonna take your ass to jail,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Being a drug addict is illegal. It doesn't matter whether you're functional or not.
Okay, well, you got me there. But for me, it was more about violence. Like, if you're a functional drug addict, you're just at home, you do crack or whatever the fuck, and you don't affect me, go ahead. Like, I'm probably closer to Nell's position in that.
Can I ask
Libertarian.
you how? Can I ask you then how somebody who's like in the inner city, addicted to fentanyl, and is just lying on the street, passed out most of the time, how is that affecting you?
Oh, what? So what are they doing when they're not passed out? They're probably
Begging for
shooting up.
money, usually begging for money.
Okay,
Most of them
personally,
most of them are not resorting to crime because they're not functional enough.
And those are not the problem, are they?
Well, I'm trying to figure out who you think the problem is.
This is more political.
Okay.
And it seems like there's like this 1% or 1 to 5% of drug addicts.
It's not 1 to 5. I see it all the
problem.
time. I see it all the
But
time.
you keep talking about it as if it's all drug addicts. So I'm trying to get.
No, it's not. It's not.
Well, I'm trying. Stop, please. I'm being really nice, but I'm trying to figure out where it is that you draw the line. I'm trying to get clarification.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. What you think will happen to the functional drug addict? Let's say, like, I used to sell dope to a guy who did the weather forecast. He was functioning in society, but he was smoking dope. Now, what you think would happen if they would catch him because what he's doing is illegal? They put him in jail. He loses his job, and then he come back out after your drug program with no money, no nothing, no job, nothing. What you think he's gonna start doing to you? Oh, somebody need to fix their mic.
Oh yeah, who is that?
Oh my God. It's no.
You got to get your ass out the movie. All right. Well, I mean, Anton, what you think?
Blitz is starting in 20 something minutes, and I'm gonna play my songs, get the fuck out of here. Everybody got fucking raptured, so that's just the way it is. So I see you guys tonight, as always. I did tell you guys to start wrapping it up earlier. I guess my mic died and you didn't hear me, so. But we'll be back tonight. See you guys.
Yeah. Big. Yeah. 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 I'm a simple man, never chasing the throne. Just trying to lead this world a little better than I found my own. I got common sense, ain't pretending I'm elite. Just another pair of sneakers walking down the same street. I relate to everyday people, cause I know the grind. Bills due, back sore, too much on the mind. I got everybody values, that's the code I choose. We all taking punches, but we don't all gotta lose. I talk to people with empathy, that's what we all seek. A little understanding when we're feeling weak. Everybody carrying the weight you never see. So I'd rather build a bridge than create enemies. We all gotta get through this life together. Storms keep coming, but they don't last forever. Why we always trying to make it harder for each other? Could have been strangers, but maybe we end up brothers. I'm still looking for the truth every day I wake. Learning from the choices and the chances that I take. The world's complicated, but this much I know. Kindness makes it easier wherever we go. Don't even care if morals are rejected or subjective. Find a way to live with stabbing me's not your perspective. Call it reason, call it culture, call it what you please. Just let people breathe without dropping to their knees. We've all got hard lives, gotta muddle through somehow. Can't rewind yesterday, only deal with the now. Every scar's got a story, every smile hides pain. Everybody's trying to dance in the middle of the rain. No need to make it harder than it already is. By making up a God and adding that guy's list. Extra rules, extra guilt, extra fear to obey. I'd rather help my neighbor than worship all day. I'm not saying I got every answer in my hand. I'm I'm just another human trying hard to understand. If tomorrow proves me wrong, then tomorrow I'll adapt. Truth ain't something fragile. It's stronger than my man. I'm still looking for the truth every single day. But it's amazing how much truth is already on display. A hungry kid needs dinner, a lonely soul needs time. A helping hand is louder than the sermon over rhyme. We laugh, we cry, we celebrate, we grieve. We all got dreams too stubborn to leave. Whether heaven's waiting or it's all we got, this moment's still precious, don't waste the shot. I don't need the vision to know what's worthwhile. Sometimes changing someone's day starts with a smile. No halos, no demons, just people like me and you. Trying to find tomorrow with the best that we can do. We all gotta get through this life together. Different roads, same sky, same changing weather. Why we always trying to make it harder for each other? Yeah. Life's already tough enough. Why not help one another? I'm a simple man, that's the way I'm gonna stay. Common sense and compassion every single day. Still searching for the truth, but here's what I found. The best place to start is with the people around. Yeah. You talk in circles, but it's worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Round and round while you twist and turn like a figure eight that never learns. You think you've mapped infinity's face just because you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, caught in fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology, now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades of research can't survive your insight. You say the experts got it wrong somehow, that you've got all the answers figured out. But if your theories really change the game, where's the Nobel Prize beside your name? You shot from mountains made of sand and call it understanding. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere. No prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. you built a special way, a soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, than scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No bricks of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see, you're going nowhere.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping stepping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and blue.